Miracle Doctor Wild Empress, Genius Summoner Chapter 481 to Chapter 562. There was no sign of such a powerful magical beast's aura appearing earlier. It suddenly appeared just a moment ago, as if someone had used teleportation magic to lure this magical beast out. But how could such a powerful magical beast suddenly appear in Icefall City where the elves lived, and from this sound, that magical beast seemed to have been released from underground. They had stayed in Icefall City for so long, but they never knew that there was an additional dungeon under the city. Yunxing's heart was like a drum ringing non-stop. Yuan Bupo and Xian Mimi rarely walked around the continent, but this didn't mean that they didn't know anything. Seeing a red light rushing to the sky from the north, Xian Mimi cried out in alarm, "Blood Cloud Beast!" Her brother Xian Wuji had once raised a Blood Cloud Beast, but it was different from the roaring Blood Cloud Beast under Icefall City. That roar was much more powerful than Xian Wuji's Blood Cloud Beast. "Leave immediately, if you don't want to die." Yunxing didn't want to be entangled anymore. She had also fought against a Blood Cloud Beast before. Even her father, Yun Songhai, who was an extremely talented sky magician, could only fight to a draw against a Blood Cloud Beast, let alone her. But it was already too late. Icefall City's walls shook, and a hideous, ugly monster with wings drilled out from the ground like an earthworm. It had wings on its body. Most flying magical beasts had a pair of wings, but this earthworm-like Blood Cloud Beast was completely red. It had a pair of wings on its body, but there was a single wing on its back, just like a fish. 3 wings, it was actually a 3-winged mutated magical beast. The most surprising thing was that there was a person standing on the head of the dragon-like Blood Cloud Beast. His silver hair was fluttering like snow, and his summoner's robe was particularly eye-catching. The summoner's robe was like fire, and it complemented the mutated magical beast perfectly. How could it be her? Yunxing suddenly opened her eyes wide. It was that masked female prisoner. She's not a warrior, nor is she a magician. She's actually a powerful summoner. It's the Zao state. That woman is one of the 13 chancellors of the Zao state. The masked woman had already changed her clothes. Yunxing didn't recognize it, but Yixia did. Everyone knew that summoners were divided into Beast Whisperer, Battle Beast Summoner, Scepter Summoner, Wizard Beast Summoner, Saint Beast Summoner, 13 main summoners, Ba Huang God Summoner, and the Emperor Zao in red. Yunxing's current strength was merely that of a Scepter Summoner. The masked female prisoner's silver hair glowed beautifully under the sunlight. However, the ochre-red summoner robe she was wearing represented the summoning emperor, while the ochre-red represented the summoning emperor. That robe was so dazzling. In comparison, the dragon-like Blood Cloud Beast under the masked woman did not seem so scary. The Zao state was located in Punlai. Most warriors and magicians did not know much about Punlai, but this did not prevent them from being afraid of the Zao state. Because the Zao state had the most terrifying existence on the mainland, that was, the summoners. Just like the Temple of Dharma had cultivated countless magicians, the source of the summoners on the mainland was the Zao state. This was not obvious to Yunxing because the summoners of the Zao state were too weak. Zao state had not had a famous summoner on the mainland for many years. In the Zao state, the ochre robe meant that the summoner was at the level of the summoner. There were only 13 summoners in the Zao state. Their status was only below that of Emperor Zao and the legendary Ba Huang God Summoner. Yunxing looked at the flying demonic beast. It was flying in the air. Judging from its flying posture, it was a mutated demonic beast of the dragon family. It was likely to be a half-formed dragon, a flood dragon among dragons. There were traces of a magic seal under the body of the 3-winged flood dragon. Obviously, it had been imprisoned under the Icefall City. Perhaps this was the real reason for the existence of the Icefall City. Yunxing's guess was right. The real meaning of the existence of the Icefall City was to suppress the 3-winged flood dragon. Hundreds of years ago, the Icefall City was just a wasteland. An icefall fell from the surrounding ice and snow mountains, forming a huge ice lake. There were many water spirits living around the ice lake. At that time, the immortal Jew country had not closed its borders. However, no one knew when it started, but an amazing blood cloud floated into the immortal Jew country and stopped above the lake. By absorbing the spiritual energy around the ice lake, the 3-winged flood dragon was born in the cloud. The three-winged flood dragon was bloodthirsty and cruel. When it was still a blood cloud, it had already devoured many elven residents living nearby. After it broke out of the cloud, it could fly into the sky and enter the water, becoming a tyrant. The local water spirits had no choice but to ask the elven royal court for help. When the current elven queen, Feng Lan, ascended the throne, she used the elven queen's most powerful ice magic, ice sealing 10,000 miles, to freeze the entire lake. Even the waterfall was frozen, and a seal was added on top of it. In order to completely suppress the flood dragon that was frozen under the lake, the elven warriors built a city in this area. Gradually, the current Icefall city came to be. After the masked female prisoner entered the Icefall city, she had been looking for an opportunity to enter the underground lake. She even killed an elven warrior and faced the punishment of being whipped once every 15 days. When she was being punished, she secretly used her divine sense to check the terrain of the city. Finally, she found the real entrance to the ice lake. It was also a coincidence that Xianxia appeared and used the Dihong Song to restore the magic power of the masked female prisoner, which had been restricted for a while. That was why she was able to break out of prison so smoothly today and unlock the ice dragon's seal again. It turns out that the masked woman is the most cunning one. We have all been used by her. The power of the flood dragon was indeed extraordinary. For some reason, the flood dragon obeyed the orders of the masked female prisoner. It was a water flood dragon that spat out ice arrows from its mouth. As soon as the elves approached, they would all be shot down and turned into ice cubes. In the blink of an eye, the fire dragon had already killed at least 500 to 600 elven warriors. Not only that, but the masked female prisoner also shot out high-level magic from time to time. Almost no elven warrior could get within 1 mile of the flood dragon. The elves who were hit by powerful ice magic had their corpses fall down like hailstones. Even Xianxia couldn't help but be shocked when she saw the tragic scene. The masked female prisoner on the head of the three-winged flood dragon waved the magic scepter in her hand freely. She was like a goddess of death, killing all life that approached her. Knowing that they were no match for the flood dragon and the masked female prisoner, the elven warriors of the Icefall city didn't have any intention of stopping. That was because the elven warriors were unafraid of death. The 3-day holiday is over, and I have to go back to work today. In order to comfort my brittle heart, those of you who are still on holiday and have monthly tickets, remember to spend them. Recently, double the tickets. In the last few days of last month, I was instantly killed and covered in chrysanthemum petals. So miserable. The appearance of the three-winged magical beast had made the situation in Icefall City even more critical. Brother Bupo, what kind of monster is that? Why is it so much stronger than Brother's blood cloud beast? Xian Mimi's face drained of color when she saw the mountain-sized, three-winged Wyrm flying through the air. She'd always thought that Xian Wuji's blood cloud beast was the most powerful, but after seeing it today, she realized that the Wyrm was much more powerful. Xian Wuji's is only a blood cloud beast cub, but this one is. Only Xianxia was a summoner, and only she could sense the true power of the magical beast. Xianxia felt that this magical beast was much stronger than the centipede ant general and Zhongyi's bat king. It was only slightly inferior to the divine beast Bian she'd first met. If she guessed correctly, the Wyrm was at least a peak holy beast. After breaking through the commander rank, it was at least a lord rank magical beast. What was worse was that even the magic sealing arrows that the elves were most adept at wouldn't be of much use against a magical beast of this level. This magical beast could instantly obliterate an army. Icefall City was the most important defensive city on the border of the Immortal Keeper Nation. There weren't any residents living here, but looking at the Wyrm's momentum, it was actually continuing to move into the Immortal Keeper Nation's territory. Could it be? Xianxia was greatly alarmed and looked at the masked female prisoner in the air. High up in the sky, the wind was very strong, and the masked female prisoner's face was covered by the mask. She couldn't see her expression at this moment. Her entire being was ice cold. She was neither happy nor sad, just like a puppet. But without a doubt, everything she did was based on her own will. Could it be that she came to Icefall City and lay dormant for so long to unlock the Wyrm seal? Her goal was. Xianxia's heart became uneasy. The other party's actions weren't as simple as a prison break. Judging from the current situation, the masked female prisoner's strength was extraordinary. Could it be that the previous torture and coma were all faked? Xianxia felt that she'd been deceived. Her concern for the female prisoner was sincere. The masked female prisoner could have escaped at any time, but she didn't. Her purpose was to wait for today. Her goal was to destroy the immortal Keeper Nation. No, Xianxia was shocked when she realized this. The immortal abode and Punlai were separated by a sea. For many years, the two countries had nothing to do with each other. Due to its geographical location, Punlai had never contacted the other 4 countries and one capital on the mainland. However, this did not mean that Punlai had no ambition. On the contrary, Punlai, which had the powerful background of the Zhao state, was likely to be the most ambitious. She couldn't just sit by and watch the immortal Keeper Nation be destroyed by this flying dragon and that masked female prisoner. Xianxia hadn't come to the immortal abode with the intention of killing too many fairies. Her goal was only the water of life. She had a good relationship with Divine Wind, and she had a good impression of the peace-loving fairies. Even when she broke out of prison, she didn't kill the innocent. If the Icefall City was massacred because of her Dihong song, and the immortal Keeper Nation suffered heavy casualties on the Queen's birthday, Xianxia didn't want to see that happen. Xianxia, let's go. I'm afraid that the immortal residence country is going to face a calamity this time. Yuan Bupo could also see that the masked female prisoner and the 3-winged flying dragon were not people that they could stop with their current strength. Perhaps only the city master Dihong's summoned beast could fight against the 3-winged flying dragon. It was better for them to leave before the flying dragon discovered them. Since they couldn't find the water of life for now, they would think of a way to find it later. It was better than losing their lives. Bo, Xianxia communicated with Puffed Egg. Can you do it? Dearest master, Puffed Egg is fine, but Bo wants to teach that bad woman a lesson. Puffed Egg complained. It had the Ling Long Beast Tower, so the wound on its wings wasn't serious. However, it would remember the grudge against Xian Mimi in Xiaohei's book. Then be prepared for a fierce battle. We might die. Xianxia frowned. Yuan Bupo was about to remind Xianxia when Xianxia suddenly jumped. A pair of strange wings appeared on her back, and she was already in midair. Yuan Bupo, go to the north of the city. When you see a gap in the city wall, leave immediately. I'm going to stay and help the fairies kill the flying dragon. Xianxia told Yuan Bupo the way to leave the Icefall City that she saw on the defense map. Before Yuan Bupo could stop her, Xianxia didn't hesitate and flew toward the fairies. Everyone, don't panic. They saw a fugitive flying toward them instead of running away. The fairies who thought that they were going to be attacked immediately split into 2 groups. One group stopped the flying dragon, while the other aimed their bows at Xianxia. Their biggest enemy now was the flying dragon. The fairies had already realized that the flying dragon's target was the depths of the immortal Keeper Nation. They didn't have the time to chase after the fugitives. In fact, more than half of the fairies in the Icefall City had either been devoured by the flying dragon or hit by the red-cloaked female summoner's magic. They could only rely on the fairies' fighting spirit and their determination to protect the immortal Keeper Nation to hold on. You don't have to be afraid. I'm not here to attack you. I'm here to help you. I'm good friends with your Holy Wind King. I was imprisoned because of a misunderstanding. If you don't believe me, you can look at my magic scepter. It has the imprint of the Wind Fairy. Xianxia raised her magic scepter. There was indeed a strong imprint of the Wind Fairy on the magic scepter. The fairies would only bless those with pure hearts. When the fairies heard that Xianxia knew the Holy Wind King, they realized that she was indeed different from ordinary humans. She had a very strong fairy aura. This fairy aura was comparable to the nobles of the 4 major fairies. This made the fairies put down their doubts. Among the elves, an elf captain with a bow flew out. He bowed towards Xianxia and said, "Friend of the Divine Wind King, thank you for your help. However, you should escape. None of us here can stop the 3-winged blood dragon. We've already sent a distress signal to the Elven King Tree. However, even if the Elven King Tree sends reinforcements, they won't be able to reach here before nightfall." Most of the fairies were straightforward. If it was an enemy, it would be an enemy. If it was a friend, it would be completely trustworthy. The captain's meaning was clear. If Yunxing stayed, she would die. It was just past noon, and there was still more than 2 hours before evening. They had no chance of winning and could stop the flying dragon. If that's the case, why aren't you running for your lives? Yunxing looked at the elves worriedly. In the time it took for them to speak, the masked female prisoner released an area of effect lightning spell, killing another dozen elves in an instant. It was as if her magic power was limitless. Another dozen elves were killed in an instant. The masked female prisoner also noticed Yunxing, but she was expressionless as she continued to release her spell. The flying dragon was still moving forward. Yunxing had never met such a cold person. It was as if she was born to kill. She did not even blink when she killed the elves who had no grudges against her. That's because we're the guards of Icefall City. This is the entrance to the immortal Ju Nation. We're all the queen's most trusted subjects. That's why we were sent here to guard this place. The blood dragon's target is something deep in the immortal Ju Nation. Even if we can't stop it, as long as we can resist it for a while, it means that the immortal Ju Nation citizens will suffer fewer casualties. That's why we have to defend this place even if we have to bleed to the last drop of blood. That's the duty of an elven warrior, the captain answered firmly. Yunxing's blood boiled when she heard that. Alright, I'll defend this place with you until the end. As soon as Yunxing finished speaking, the 1,000-year-old ice zither in her hand danced in the air. She suddenly sat down with her legs crossed and placed the ice zither on her knees. The strings on the ice zither were still emitting a gentle glow. That was the hair of the masked female prisoner. She did not expect that the ice zither that she had personally taught her to carve would be used in a battle between the two of them today. A sense of bitterness welled up in Yunxing's heart. They were enemies, not friends. Since she had already made her decision, then she would help the elves in this battle. Yunxing got rid of the distracting thoughts in her mind. Her heart was calm. The moment her fingertips touched the soft ice zither strings, the Dihong song poured out. As the Dihong song played, Yuan Bupo, who was on the ground, was stunned. Brother Bupo, let's leave quickly. It's too dangerous here. Xian Mimi pulled Yuan Bupo. That woman is crazy. She likes to kill people in prison. Yunxing doesn't want to live, but we still want to live. Xian Mimi's hand was flung away. Yuan Bupo suddenly plucked a leaf from the tree beside him and put it in his mouth. The same melody of the Dihong song was played from the leaves. When Yunxing heard the familiar voice of Yudi, she was shocked. She lowered her head and saw Yuan Bupo calling out to her from afar. A knowing smile appeared on her face. The sound of the zither and flute mixed together in an unprecedented harmony. Yunxing couldn't help but think that it was no wonder that third uncle, Yun Sunlong, was able to rely on his strong willpower to hold on until the very end when he was in a situation where his soldiers and food were exhausted. The elf warriors who were initially pushed back by the flying dragon and were fighting with their last shred of dignity heard the music. They could not help but feel the dissipating magic power in their bodies gathering bit by bit. Elves were a peace-loving people who loved music. Although the Dihong song was a foreign piece of music, it was an ancient battle song that contained a magical power. With Yunxing and Yuan Bupo playing the song together, it had an unprecedented effect. The elf warriors felt a surge of passion in their chests. They raised their hands one after another. Under the command of the elf captain, the elves attacked the flying dragon once again. Release, attack the demon seal. The elf captain shouted. As soon as he gave the order, rows of demon seal arrows were released. They shot towards the flying dragon in a straight line. The flying dragon was stopped by the rain of demon seal arrows. Its body slowed down and its speed slowed down significantly. The masked female prisoner who had been standing on top of the flying dragon's head was slightly moved. She already knew the magical effect of Yunxing's song. In addition, there was a young man with her. Although the duo's music and flute were a little uncoordinated in the beginning, they soon cooperated very well. The effect of the Dihong song was much better than when Yunxing played it alone earlier. The elves seemed to have recovered their strength. They seemed to be even stronger than before. Wave after wave of attacks, wave after wave of arrows. The masked female prisoner knew very well that these locust-like elven warriors might really be able to last until the end if they didn't break through immediately. If she waited until The people from the Elven Palace arrived. She would fail in her real purpose this time. The masked female prisoner was not as dumb as she appeared to be. She glanced around coldly and quickly recognized the culprit who caused the current situation. Yunxing. Ever since she joined the elf's camp, the situation had changed. She had to kill that woman. As long as the song was stopped, the elves would be at their wits' end. The masked female prisoner glanced at Yunxing. Was she really going to kill that child? For the first time, there was hesitation in the masked female prisoner's heart. She was a killing machine. She would not hesitate in the face of anyone. But at this moment, there was a voice in her heart that was shouting, stopping her from killing that child. The flying dragon below her let out a violent roar. It was pierced by several powerful elf arrows. I can't drag this on any longer. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in the masked female prisoner's eyes. She suddenly started chanting. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning struck towards Yunxing. At that moment, Yunxing suddenly raised her head. Their gazes met, but just as the lightning was about to hit Yunxing, the masked female prisoner's scepter trembled slightly. The lightning moved with incomparable precision. Peng, an elf beside Yunxing, was hit and immediately fell from the sky. Yunxing was shocked. The zither in her hand vibrated. Peng, one of the zither strings broke. The zither string cut her finger. Blood flowed out instantly. Yunxing, danger! On the ground, Yuan Bupo raised his head and saw that the masked female summoner was like a ghost. With a teleport, she passed through the layers of defense of the elf warriors and appeared in front of Yunxing. Her strength was unfathomable. She was not like an ordinary sorcerer. She raised her hand and blocked Yunxing. Then, she grabbed Yunxing's neck. Her hand was cold. It was 100 times colder than the 1,000-year-old ice in the ice prison. You shouldn't have come back. The masked female prisoner looked at Yunxing coldly. Her eyes flashed with a strange emotion. Who are you? Why are you working for the Zao state? Yunxing's throat was choked by her. The masked female prisoner's strength was astonishing. It was hard to imagine that such a frail body could contain such terrifying strength. A dead person doesn't need to know so much. The masked female prisoner's hand had a strong magical wave. She raised her magic scepter and focused her gaze on Yunxing's face. The two of them were so close that the masked female prisoner could clearly see Yunxing's pained expression. The masked female prisoner wanted to kill her. However, looking at Yunxing's pained expression, the masked female prisoner did not have any extra strength to do so. The voice in her heart was getting louder and louder, causing her head to hurt. Aren't you going to beg for mercy? The masked female prisoner asked dryly. She had killed many people for the Zao state. Those people would beg for mercy at such a time. Why was she not begging for mercy? She could have used the fact that she had saved her life in the ice prison to beg for mercy. Perhaps she would have let her go if she had begged for mercy. Beg for mercy? If I beg for mercy, will you let me go? Yunxing's face had turned purple due to the difficulty of breathing. Yuan Bupo witnessed this scene from the ground, but he could not do anything. Let. Or not. The masked female prisoner seemed to be thinking. Just as she was frowning and thinking, Yunxing used the last bit of strength in her hand to grab her mask. The mask was pulled off, and the woman's face was exposed to the sunlight. Just as Yunxing was about to see the woman's face clearly, the masked female prisoner waved the magic scepter in her hand subconsciously. She thought that Yunxing was going to sneak an attack, and a bolt of lightning struck Yunxing's chest, piercing through Yunxing's chest. Yunxing felt a chill in her body. She widened her eyes in disbelief, and her body fell bit by bit. That face, the masked female prisoner's face, was so beautiful that she did not look like a mortal. Even the most beautiful woman in the elf tribe could not compare to her. That face, how could it be her? The moment he saw her face, he was stunned. Yunxing's eyes widened, and she muttered, "Mother." In the sky, the silver-haired woman who was so beautiful that she did not look like a mortal was actually Hu Jiuxing, whom Yunxing had only met once in her dream. Hu Jiuxing, who was supposed to be dead. She was so beautiful that even though Yunxing had only seen her once in her sleep, she would never forget it. No, she couldn't be his mother. Although they had the same face, Yunxing couldn't believe that the masked female prisoner was Hu Jiuxing, because the woman's face was cold. There was no love at all. The Hu Jiuxing who sang songs in her sleep and talked to her unborn child was definitely not like this. Or was his father hiding something? Mother wasn't dead. She had become a pawn of the Zhao state. Yunxing felt bitter in her heart, but she was afraid that she would not have the chance to ask all these questions. Hu Jiuxing's magic was much more powerful than Yunxing had imagined. Under that blow, Yunxing could feel that the Dharma soul in her body had been pierced. Her body might be saved with the Shenong medical bracelet, but her Dharma soul might not be saved. After 1,000 twists and turns, Yunxing still couldn't understand how her mother, who should have died long ago, was still alive in this world. No wonder she felt like old friends with her at first sight. No wonder she liked her so much and would treat her. It turned out that she was the woman who gave birth to her but didn't have the chance to raise her. The masked female prisoner stopped raising her magic scepter when she heard the shouts. Her head hurt. It hurts. Not knowing whether it was a headache or heartache, Hu Jiuxing held her head in pain. She wanted to pull Yunxing. But her hand only grabbed the corner of Yunxing's clothes. Yunxing, who was struck by the lightning, fell to the ground without warning like a withered leaf. The flying dragon shook violently and opened its huge mouth, wanting to swallow Yunxing. Seeing Hu Jiuxing disappear into the sky, Yunxing only felt a sharp pain in her chest. Her vision turned black and she fell from the sky like a big bird with broken wings. No. Hu Jiuxing looked at the flying dragon with its bloody mouth wide open. Blood gushed out from Yunxing's chest. The young girl's sad eyes made her heart ache. She screamed. Her hand couldn't fall. She looked at the young girl in front of her. That pair of dark eyes, her body was covered in blood, and the magic scepter in her hand was already covered in blood. She was just a master magician. At this moment, her magic power had already been exhausted. But with her stubborn and unyielding gaze, it was as if nothing in the world could stop her. The elves were rushing over. She fell straight down from 1,000 meters in the sky. Yunxing! Yuan Bupo screamed at the top of his lungs. A gray hovering magic array appeared on the magic scepter in her hand. An illusion of an hourglass appeared on the magic circle. In just a moment, Yunxing's falling body and the flying dragon with its mouth wide open stopped at the same time. Advanced time attribute secondary magic, space-time suspension magic. Even Hu Jiuxing didn't understand why she would suddenly do such a thing. How dare you? How dare you disturb my immortal abode? At this critical moment, hundreds of elves appeared in the sky. A green hurricane soared into the sky. The three-winged flood dragon, which was only a few feet away from Yunxing, was hit by the hurricane. Its indestructible flood dragon skin was torn apart by the wind. And a hole was torn open. A gentle breeze blew past. Like a pair of gentle hands, it wrapped Yunxing's body. Yunxing, who had already lost consciousness, was sent into the arms of the person who came like a leaf. Golden hair, blue eyes, a face that was both male and female. Even among the elves, it was still so dazzling. Compared to the divine wind from a few years ago, the current divine wind king was a little different. He was still as handsome as ever, but his silhouette was less feminine and more masculine. No one would treat divine wind as a woman anymore. The divine wind king of the immortal abode nation, the king of wind. A demon spirit butterfly fluttered beside divine wind. On his way here, divine wind learned that the magic seal in Icefall City had been broken. There was a group jailbreak in Icefall City. Behind him, there were hundreds of elven palace warriors. They held demon sealing bows and aimed at Hu Jiuxing. Divine wind didn't expect that when he arrived, he would only see Yunxing, who was struck by lightning. The person he had been thinking about for years almost died in front of his eyes. Hu Jiuxing looked at the elven warriors and knew that her mission had failed. She looked at Yunxing, who was in divine wind's arms, with a complicated expression. She raised her hand, and two space-time magic arrays appeared under her and the flying dragon's feet. Well, even if she didn't find that thing according to her plan, this time, she was able to break the seal of the underground flying dragon and snatch a powerful blood cloud beast, which could be considered to have completed her mission. This handsome elven man's magic power was very strong. He must be from the elven palace. That girl should be able to keep her life in his hands. A big stone was put down in her heart. Hu Jiuxing smiled coldly. The space-time magic array enveloped her and the three-winged dragon, and they disappeared in an instant. Don't chase after a cornered enemy. Reorganize Icefall City immediately and arrest the fugitives, Divine Wind ordered. Icefall City had been destroyed by the three-winged blood dragon. The corpses of the elven warriors were everywhere. He was shocked by the scene. Divine Wind looked at Hu Jiuxing, who had disappeared, with a serious expression. Was it the 13th summon of Punlai? Sure enough, Punlai could no longer hold back. However, since when did Punlai have such a powerful female summoner? Although he had not officially fought with Hu Jiuxing, he was sure that if he fought with that woman rashly, he might not be her opponent. Moreover, she was a summoner who had the ability to expel Lord-level magical beasts. He had to inform the Empress about this and strengthen the security of that place. Humans. Divine Wind led a group of elven warriors and looked down at Yuan Bupo and the others who were standing in the ruins. After experiencing this calamity, the entire Icefall City seemed to have experienced a violent earthquake, and the entire city was in a mess. Most of the fugitives did not escape. The elven warriors also suffered heavy losses. The lucky ones who survived were only Yuan Bupo, Xianxia, Xian Mimi, and a few others. Here's a bottle of life water. For little Xing'er's sake, I'll give it to you. Immediately scram out of the Immortal Keeper Nation, otherwise. Shenfeng anxiously looked at Yunxing in his arms. If it weren't for the fact that they were Yunxing's friends, he definitely wouldn't have spared a single one of these people who had caused so much damage to Icefall City. However, he had to bring Yunxing back to the Elven Palace as soon as possible. The magic of the red-clothed sorceress just now was really powerful. Yunxing was seriously injured. In addition, she had been imprisoned in the ice prison for a while and her body was greatly exhausted. Only a large amount of life water could save her. Divine Wind threw the bottle of life water to Yuan Bupo. Yuan Bupo took the bottle of life water but did not leave. Give Yunxing to me. Looking at the dying Yunxing in his arms, who was so weak that it seemed like she would disappear with a touch, Shenfeng's heart ached. Chase these humans out of the immortal residence. Divine Wind raised his head and glanced at Yuan Bupo when he heard the man's painful scream. It was a feeling of enmity between love rivals. He carried Yunxing in his arms. He was so gentle that it made people look sideways. It was as if the person in his arms would disappear with a touch. Hand it to you? Do you have the ability to protect her? Divine Wind said disdainfully. He immediately left Icefall City with a team of elves. Divine Wind's words sounded sarcastic to Yuan Bupo's ears. However, he could not refute them at all. Indeed, he couldn't save him. Just now, he could only watch as Yunxing was injured by the female summoner. If it wasn't for Divine Wind's timely arrival, Yunxing would probably be dead by now. He was too useless. If he had learned the entire Dihong song, if Little Honglan was a demonic beast that was 100 times more powerful than the flying dragon, then he would have been able to save Yunxing today. For the first time, the young Yuan Bupo had such a desire in his heart. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to become stronger because he wanted to protect someone. He wanted to continuously become stronger. He wanted to become strong enough to protect Yunxing. Even if the other party was the Zhao State or the Elven Palace, he had the ability to protect Yunxing. Under the guidance of the Elven warriors, Yuan Bupo brought Xian Mimi out of the Immortal Residence Nation. Everyone knew that elves liked to live in the forest. However, few people knew that the Elven Palace, where the royal family of the elves lived, was located on a king tree. There was a palace on the king tree. The leaves were its natural cover. The Elven Queen lived here. When the Elven Queen saw Divine Wind rushing back like a whirlwind, she felt helpless. She had only raised one son, Divine Wind. This child was born with an unpredictable personality. He was also her only heir to the throne. Unfortunately, this child was unwilling to inherit the throne. When she saw that the Holy Wind King was carrying a severely injured human girl in his arms, the Elf Queen showed some displeasure. The Elven Queen's beauty was unparalleled. She had the clearest blue eyes in the world. Her golden hair was more dazzling than the brightest gold. Divine Wind had inherited her looks. She had never seen Divine Wind with such an expression. His eyes were fixed on the girl in his arms. He could not take his eyes off her. After the three-winged blood dragon's rampage, the entire Icefall city seemed to have gone through a catastrophe. There were broken walls and wreckage everywhere. Countless great elven warriors had died on the spot. The Elven Queen already knew about this. She even knew that the cause of this catastrophe was partly because of the girl in Divine Wind's arms. Divine Wind, you've crossed the line. How could you bring a human back? The Elven Queen did not wait for Divine Wind to speak. Divine Wind, as an elf king, had left without permission on the Queen's birthday. If this matter was known by other clansmen, it would definitely lead to criticism. Mother Empress, this child begs you to save her. Divine Wind had been frantically rushing all the way. He did not even hesitate to use his wind wings. He was afraid that if he was a second late, Xianxia would die. The Elven Queen stepped forward and glanced at Xianxia. When she saw Xianxia's appearance, the Elven Queen's expression changed. She held Xianxia's hand again. I can't save her. Why? Mother Empress, although she is a human, can't you see that she has the brand of elven hellfire on her body? She also has the Wind Elf Queen's bone staff. Divine Wind pleaded with the Elven Queen. He had never been so humble. In Divine Wind's view, Xianxia was an elf. She was not as dirty as the average human. At the moment when the three-winged blood dragon went berserk, she still tried her best to save the elves and half-elves in Icefall City. She was also a doctor who had saved countless lives. Can't you see that she is not an ordinary person? She has the bloodline of the Bahuang clan. The Elven Queen sighed. Her silly son had already fallen in love with this girl. Unexpectedly, this girl turned out to be a descendant of that clan. She was still young, but she was already exuding a charm that ordinary people could not resist. When the bloodline in her body completely recovered, how beautiful would she be? Who knew how many people would shed their blood for her? Bahuang clan. Is it the Bahuang clan that has been expelled from the continent? But Mother Empress, she doesn't look like a member of the Bahuang clan at all. She is the person I cherish the most. You once said that there would be a day when my son would find someone to make me stop. I think I have found that person. The Holy Wind King stared at the little person in his arms. He could feel that as time passed, Xianxia's life force was fading away. He could not sit back and watch Xianxia die like this. The Elven Queen shook her head. Divine Wind, you can be willful in the past, but this time, the Mother Empress will never agree to it. Mother Empress, what do you want to save her? Shenfeng persisted. He lowered his head to look at Xianxia, then suddenly knelt down. Mother Empress, this child is willing to become the crown prince and help you manage the immortal abode. This child only begs you to save her life. The Elven Queen's body could not help but tremble. She looked at Divine Wind in disbelief. Divine Wind was actually willing to give up his freedom and become the Elven crown prince for this young lady. In the past few years, no matter how hard she tried to persuade him, Divine Wind did not relent. He wandered around in order to avoid the right to inherit the elven throne. It seemed like this young lady was really important to him. In the end, the Elven Queen compromised. As a mother, the Elven Queen had no choice but to compromise when faced with the pleading of her only child. Divine Wind, remember your promise today. However, if you want to keep her, you have to promise me one thing. I'll heal her Dharma soul. However, if she wants to stay in the Elf Kingdom, everything about her past must be erased. The Elven Queen stared at Divine Wind. That was her bottom line. Letting a human stay in the immortal residence was against the Elf Kingdom's laws. Queen Mother, you mean? Divine Wind recalled the ancient magic of the elf tribe. He pondered for a moment and looked at Xianxia, whose face was getting paler. If she woke up and realized that her Dharma soul was damaged, she might not be able to accept it. Erasing Xianxia's past meant sealing all of her memories. Divine Wind struggled in his heart. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Queen Mother, I'll promise you. You must save her. Under the Elven Queen's command, a few elf palace maids walked out and brought the heavily injured Xianxia away. Outside the snow forest sea, Yuan Bupo and the others were chased out by the elves. Let me go. Yuan Bupo was like a trapped beast. However, he was exhausted from the battle. He could only watch as Xianxia was brought away by that strange man. The blonde man had a face that was more eye-catching than all the other elves. When he looked at Xianxia, he had a pained and happy expression. That man must be a very powerful person in the elf kingdom. He brought away the heavily injured Xianxia. He must have a way to save Xianxia. But, Yuan Bupo could not describe the feeling in his heart. He knew that Xianxia was severely injured after being attacked by the blood cloud beast and the masked lady. Without the immortal Keeper Nation's elf tribe's life elixir that could revive the dead, Xianxia would be dead for sure. However, if Xianxia was taken away by the man, who knew when she would come back? What would happen to her? Brother Bupo, shall we go back? Xian Mimi looked at Yuan Bupo unwillingly. She was originally very happy that she had finally gotten out of that damned place. Although her face had not fully recovered, with the water of life, her face was saved. However, it was still better than staying in this place. I'm not leaving. I'm going to wait here for Xianxia to come out. Yuan Bupo did not leave either. From then on, he stayed outside the snow forest sea and built a straw hut outside the snow forest sea. He had been waiting for the day when Xianxia would come out of the snow forest sea. Although countless people who passed by this place said that those who entered the snow forest sea would never come out again, Yuan Bupo did not believe him. However, Yuan Bupo didn't believe it. He had been waiting. Similarly, Yi Baiming, who was in Zhou State's heavenly prison, was also waiting. Even though he was locked in the heavenly prison, he was not too anxious. What he was really worried about was Xianxia, who had disappeared without a trace. He waited for more than 2 months until the examiners from the mainland's elite camp came to Zhou State. Today, the heavenly prison's door finally opened. Without turning his head, Yi Baiming said coldly. I didn't kill Yi Balian. Behind Yi Baiming was Yi Qingtian, the emperor of Zhou State. Yi Qingtian was a naturally cold man. Yi Baiming did not leave the heavenly prison not because he could not leave. Yi Qingtian actually used Wushuan Limitless School to threaten him. That school, which had once spilled the blood of countless martial practitioners for Zhou State, was actually used by him to restrict his deposed crown prince. Yi Qingtian was also sizing up Yi Baiming. Even though he had been in the heavenly prison for 2 months, Yi Baiming was still the same as usual. He was indifferent, handsome, and like the stars in the night sky. Yi Qingtian did not like Yi Baiming. He had not liked him since he was born. From the age of 3, Yi Baiming did not act like a child. He was overly mature. He did not cry or make a fuss. Even when he had an argument with Yi Balian and was wronged, he only watched from the side. This was because he was too similar to Empress Li. Even though he was blind, he had a pair of eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's thoughts. Yi Qingtian didn't know what to do with that pair of eyes that could never be seen clearly made him feel at a loss. It is no longer important whether you killed him or not. Now that he is dead, Zhou State will have no successor. Yi Qingtian looked around the heavenly prison. Why don't you let me guess? Yi Balian's death was also part of your plan. Or does the temple feel that Yi Balian is no longer suitable to be the crown prince of Zhou State? He is an abandoned son. Yi Baiming looked at the emperor of Zhou State. The man in front of him was so cold that he did not seem human. Yi Balian was once his most beloved son. However, when Yi Balian was no longer of any use, he was mercilessly killed. Chen Lianer should have received instructions from the crown prince. Perhaps she was the one who poisoned Yi Balian. However, Yi Balian had many guards and palace maids by his side. If the emperor of Zhou State did not allow it, his death would not have happened. The emperor of Zhou State's ears turned red. It was obvious that Yi Qingtian had guessed his thoughts. He was furious. He hated Yi Baiming not only because he was that woman's son, but also because Yi Baiming's eyes. Even when he was blind, every time he looked at the emperor of Zhou State, the emperor of Zhou State would have the illusion that he could see through everything. A child that was so intelligent. From birth. He was either a demon or a sinner. This was the dirtiest and darkest heavenly prison. However, even in such an environment, Yi Baiming was still untainted. He was neither fast nor slow. It was as if he was not begging for mercy, but was drinking tea and listening to music in an elegantly decorated prison. It was this damned calmness. Yi Qingtian had seen this calmness countless times from Empress Li. That beautiful and intelligent woman. At any time, she would never question him, nor would she listen to his every word. That woman who was as calm as ever when she found out that her husband was going to give her away to another man. You still have a son. Imperial concubine Wenren's son may be young, but he was still a descendant of the imperial family. Yes, I still have a son. A son who truly has my blood flowing in his veins. However, he is not strong enough. I need a crown prince who can protect Zhou state. Yi Baiming, I will not kill you. I will even let you enter the elite warrior camp as you wish. However, you must remember that after you complete your studies, you must obtain the halberd of the war god and assist my son to become a powerful country on the continent. Yi Qingtian looked at Yi Baiming. He looked at Yi Baiming darkly. You already knew that you are not my son? There is no one in this world who would treat their own son like that. You hate me not only because you hate Empress Li, but also because you know that I am the child of Empress Li and it. Haha, Yi Qingtian, you really are a joke. As a man, you don't want to be cuckolded. You're the only one who's made yourself a cuckold and can't wait to wear it. Yi Baiming looked up and smiled coldly. Shut up. Yi Qingtian threw a punch at Yi Baiming like a madman. Yi Baiming swept his fist away. Yi Qingtian stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Do you agree or not? Yi Qingtian looked at the man in front of him. He had similar features to Empress Li and almost perfect features. However, he didn't inherit any of this from him. What if I don't agree? Yi Baiming found it funny. Even now, this man still wanted to threaten him. Didn't he know that he could kill him in an instant? If you don't agree, your fiancé will be in trouble, Yi Qingtian said softly. Yi Baiming's expression changed. However, he quickly returned to normal. Yi Qingtian, you are really old and muddle-headed. Do you think that I care about a woman more than myself? Yi Baiming chuckled. However, there was no warmth in his smile. Yi Baiming, if you didn't care, why did you personally ask for her hand in marriage? If you didn't care, why did you keep sending people to the immortal Zhu nation? After she left, your emotions fluctuated easily. No one knows a son better than a father. After all, I have raised you for more than 10 years. Yi Qingtian seemed to have discovered Yi Baiming's secret. He was extremely excited as he stared at Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming's smile slowly disappeared. He always thought that he was the best at hiding his emotions. However, when it came to Yunxing, he lost control. So when Chen Lianer told him that she knew about Yunxing, he rushed over. He had already lost contact with Yunxing for a full 2 months. As the recruitment for the elite camp drew closer and closer, there was still no news from Yunxing, who had gone to the immortal Zhu nation. Yi Baiming's heart was in his throat. After the last resonance, he could no longer contact Yunxing. In the immortal Keeper nation, where the elves were, there must be something that prevented him from contacting Yunxing. Even if what you said is true, so what? She's not in Zhou state right now. Your minions aren't strong enough to overturn the immortal Keeper nation. Yi Baiming forced a smile. She will come back one day. If I announce her true identity to the outside world at that time, can you guess how her companions, her family, and those so-called hunters will react? I don't think the Zhou state will let her go. It wasn't a coincidence that Yi Qingtian was able to become the emperor of Zhou state. His shrewdness wasn't inferior to Yi Baiming's. He leaned close to Yi Baiming's ear and whispered a sentence. Yi Baiming felt like he was struck by lightning. How about it? I'll keep this secret. You pledge your loyalty to Zhou state's royal family and will always be the northern underworld king. The emperor of Zhou state looked at Yi Baiming with satisfaction. The smile on his face slowly disappeared. He laughed and left the prison. Yi Baiming stood in the prison for an entire night. When the sun rose, Yi Baiming walked out of the prison. Time passed in the blink of an eye. The mainland's magic elite camp selection was held as scheduled. Yunxing still didn't appear. It was as if she had disappeared. No one knew where she was. Yi Baiming also wanted to go to the immortal residence to find her. However, there was always a voice in his heart that reminded him that Yunxing would be fine. Their Dharma soul bond became his last bit of consolation. He could sense that she was still alive. As long as she was alive, one day, he would find her. Baiming, don't think about it anymore. Go and report to the elite camp first. As long as there's news of Yunxing, we will inform you. Zhonli finally convinced Yi Baiming. A group of people sent Yi Baiming to the mainland's elite camp. Without Yunxing, Chen Lian also successfully passed the selection and entered the mainland's magic elite camp. After the death of Yi Balian, the crown prince of Zhou state, Empress Qi quickly fell out of favor. Wenren imperial concubine was appointed as the empress. Her 6-year-old son was also appointed as the new crown prince of Zhou state. Time flies. Unknowingly, Yunxing had disappeared for 3 years. In these 3 years, no one had any news of her. In the past 3 years, Yi Baiming had not returned to Zhou state. The little Ci Endong operated in an orderly manner with the support of imperial physician Yao and Dr. Fan. Everything seemed to be the same as usual. Punlai, the most mysterious existence among the 5 major countries on the mainland. Unlike the other countries, Punlai's territory was not large. It was not a hidden place like the immortal residence. Punlai was also known as the Sea Country. More than 90% of its territory was the sea. Unlike the other 4 countries, there was no royal family here. The real royal family here was the Zhao state, the leading organization of summoners. After Hu Jiuxing left the immortal residence with the blood dragon, she rushed back to Punlai. Reporting to your holiness, the 9th lord has been summoned back, a guard dressed as a summoner reported to a man who was reading a scroll. The man raised his head after hearing this. It was a man as warm as the spring breeze. He was wearing a crimson papal robe with 9 dragons entwined on it. He had a papal crown on his forehead. His eyebrows were sword-like and his eyes were as deep as the sea. Looking carefully, this person's appearance was somewhat similar to Xiao Wenxiu. But compared with Xiao Wenxiu, this person was a little older and made people feel that he was more strict. This person was Pope Jifeng of the Vatican. He was also the real ruler of Punlai. Hu Jiuxing walked in expressionlessly. When she saw the Pope, she knelt on one knee and said, "Your Holiness, I brought back the 3-winged blood dragon." "Jiuxing, you're back. Thank you for your hard work." The man's eyebrows were full of joy. He stepped forward and helped Hu Jiuxing up. Looking at her beautiful face, there was a trace of imperceptible obsession in the man's eyes. "Thank you for your hard work in the past few years." The man held Hu Jiuxing's hand. Hu Jiuxing frowned slightly and pulled her hand away indifferently. The man seemed to be used to her indifference. Although he was a little unhappy in his heart, he didn't say anything. A few years ago, the Zhao state sent Hu Jiuxing as the 9th lord to sneak into the immortal residence country. There were 2 purposes. One was to get the 3-winged blood dragon. "It's my duty. I didn't find the artifact. Please forgive me, Your Holiness." Hu Jiuxing didn't have any extra expression when facing the Pope. "It doesn't matter. It's just a rumor that the immortal residence country has the Bahuang artifact. You've done very well to get the blood dragon of the dragon clan." Jifeng sighed inwardly. Hu Jiuxing deserved to have the Bahuang bloodline. He was afraid that only she could tame a warcraft at the lord level in a short time. "Jiuxing, I missed you very much in the past few years when you were away." Jifeng's expression changed slightly and looked at Hu Jiuxing. He found that Hu Jiuxing was absent-minded. Hu Jiuxing was very beautiful. Jifeng knew this when he saw her for the first time. At that time, Hu Jiuxing had just joined the Zhao state. She was just a little scepter summoner, but Jifeng was the appointed successor of the Pope of Punlai. He fell in love with Hu Jiuxing at first sight. He even ignored everyone's objections and tried his best to promote her. But Hu Jiuxing did not like him at all. Until Hu Jiuxing betrayed the Vatican and Jifeng ascended to the Pope's throne, his love for Hu Jiuxing did not waver. What made him angry was that Hu Jiuxing, who he regarded as his woman, was with Yun Songhai. Jifeng ordered for the arrest of Hu Jiuxing and ordered the summoners of the summoned palace to kill Hu Jiuxing's child and poison Yun Songhai. He even went to great lengths to use that thing to erase Hu Jiuxing's memory and absorb him as the 13th archbishop of the summoned kingdom. But even so, Hu Jiuxing still treated him with the most ordinary attitude of a subordinate to a superior. This made His Holiness Cardinal very displeased. All this time, Hu Jiuxing was like a zombie. She did not have any feelings and only followed orders. She did not question any of the orders of the Zhao state. She followed orders to kill people and tame magic beasts without any objection. But this time, Ji Feng found that Hu Jiuxing was a little absent-minded after returning from the immortal residence. She did not seem to be happy that she had obtained a top magic beast like the blood dragon. "Your Holiness, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave." Hu Jiuxing ignored Ji Feng. In the Zhao state, she had always been a loner. The first person she saw when she opened her eyes was Ji Feng. Ji Feng told her that she was an orphan born in the Zhao state. Due to a mission, she lost her memory. From then on, she was the 9th cardinal of the Holy See. Hu Jiuxing trusted Ji Feng's words because she could feel that Ji Feng was someone she was familiar with. However, after this mission in the Immortal Keeper Nation, she began to have doubts. Was she really born in Zhao state? Why did she have such a strange feeling when she saw the girl from Zhou state named Yunxing? She stayed in Icefall City for 3 years. During these 3 years, she was just like when she was in the Zhao state. She came and went alone, not interacting with anyone. She secretly observed the terrain of Icefall City and determined the location of the blood dragon. But when she was not careful, she was seriously injured by the elves. If it wasn't for Yunxing's help at that time, she would probably have died. It was also at that time that she began to notice Yunxing. When she first saw that girl, she felt that she was different from the rest. She had an impulse to get close to Yunxing. That girl obviously liked her very much. When she learned ice sculpture, she was very serious. That kind of liking came from the bottom of her heart. When she was short of a few strings, Hu Jiuxing did not hesitate to pluck a few strands of her hair and give them to Yunxing. This was a particularly incredible thing for her. When she saw Yunxing smile, Hu Jiuxing felt very happy. She was happy. She thought that she would never have this kind of feeling again in her life. Gradually, Hu Jiuxing liked the days she spent with Yunxing. These days were much better than her days in the Zhao state. Although the Zhao state was luxuriously decorated and she was one of the 13 most respected archbishops in the Zhao state, she never felt happy. In contrast, the days in the ice prison were bitter and simple. But it was such days, with Yunxing and her music, with no killing, only peace, she felt very happy. However, as the queen's birthday approached, the day when she would break out of prison and release the blood dragon was approaching. Hu Jiuxing began to panic. She knew what it meant to release the blood dragon. But she could not go against the wishes of the Zhao state and the Pope. That day finally came. When she walked into the cell after being punished, she heard Xianxia and the others say that they were going to set up Yunxing. At that moment, she had an impulse to kill all the people in the cell. She wanted to eradicate anyone who could hurt Yunxing. But Yunxing just sat there. In the state of meditation, she looked cleaner than the snow in Icefall City. If she saw her bloody hands, she would probably be disappointed. With mixed feelings, Hu Jiuxing closed her eyes to rest. They succeeded in breaking out of prison. What made her happy was that when Yunxing escaped from the prison, she wanted to go with her. She even said that she was welcome to go to the Zhao state. But, she refused. She was a killing tool of the Zhao state. Her hands were stained with the blood of countless people. She could not betray the Zhao state. She had thought that the farewell in the prison cell would be the last time the two of them would meet. However, Hu Jiuxing had not expected that she would meet Yunxing again so soon, and as an enemy at that. Yunxing was an extremely complicated person. She was a doctor. She saved someone who had nothing to do with her, but she also stood on the side of the immortal Zhu country. She looked at her with disappointment. Hu Jiuxing smiled bitterly in her heart. This was her true face. According to the Pope's order, after she obtained the blood dragon, she had to find the whereabouts of the Octoterra relic in the immortal Zhu country. But she did not do so. The moment she injured Yunxing, Hu Jiuxing felt that her heart was about to be torn apart. That feeling was hard to describe. For a moment, Hu Jiuxing even felt that she was related to Yunxing. Especially when Yunxing called out mother, Hu Jiuxing was completely dumbfounded. Although she did not know if she was really Yunxing's mother, she could see from Yunxing's eyes that she was not lying. Was she her daughter? Why did no one tell her that she had a daughter? If she had a daughter, then who was her husband? Hu Jiuxing was at a loss. At that moment, she clearly understood that she and Yunxing were related in some way. So when Divine Wind appeared, Hu Jiusheng did not care about the elves, including Divine Wind. She did not want to continue fighting and immediately left the immortal Jew country. The immortal Jew country had the water of life that could bring the dead back to life. Yunxing, who was seriously injured, would definitely be healed there. This relationship was very likely related to her memory loss. She had to thoroughly investigate the relationship between her and Yunxing. You can leave first. Jifeng let Hu Jiusheng rest for a while. After Hu Jiusheng's frail figure disappeared, Jifeng pondered for a moment. Guards. A guard appeared in front of Jifeng. Send someone to investigate who the 9th summoner met in the immortal Jew country. Also, find someone to closely monitor the 9th summoner's every move. After the guard left, Jifeng thought to himself. Jiusheng didn't look right. After her memory was sealed by him, she shouldn't remember anything from the past. She was like a walking corpse, with only one thought in her mind, and that was to be loyal to the Zhao state and Emperor Zhao. However, today's Hu Jiusheng was a little different. For the first time, there were emotional fluctuations in her eyes. Jifeng was afraid to see Hu Jiusheng like this. The only people who could make her feel this way were her closest relatives. But her adoptive parents had died many years ago. Her husband, Yun Songhai, had been poisoned by the beast poison. He should have died a long time ago. As for the baby that Hu Jiusheng had risked her life to give birth to, according to a summoner who had escaped from Yun Songhai's subordinates, the baby was smashed to death right after it was born. So, the only person who could make Hu Jiusheng feel this way was Yun Songhai. Yun Songhai, you're still alive after being hit by the Zhao state's beast blood curse. But this time, you won't be able to escape. No one knew what had happened to Hu Jiusheng. Jifeng believed that even if Yun Songhai was standing in front of her, she wouldn't be able to recognize him. Even if she was his disciple, even if he was a few decades older than her, this didn't stop Jifeng from admiring Hu Jiusheng. He liked this disciple the most and trained her with all his heart. But he didn't expect that Hu Jiusheng would lead the Zhao state in the end. Jifeng really wanted to marry Hu Jiusheng, but her identity and bloodline, as well as the fact that they used to be master and disciple, became his biggest shackles. The stubborn old summoners of the Zhao state and the mysterious 8 barren god summoners would definitely stop him. Helpless, Jifeng could only accept Hu Jiusheng as the main summoner and make her wear a mask. The news about Yun Songhai soon arrived. Ever since Yun Songhai was poisoned by the beast blood poison, he had disappeared from the world. He used to be the most outstanding magician among the young and middle-aged people in Zhou state. But because of Hu Jiusheng, he fell before he could truly rise. Although the Zhao state was only located in Punlai, it had spies all over the continent. However, there was no news about Yun Songhai. Like a stone thrown into the sea, there was no news at all. This was a first for the Zhao state. Naturally, the Pope did not know that after Yun Songhai was poisoned, he had been hiding in Jiaya village. The Zhao state's claws could not penetrate that small village. Later, when Yun Songhai returned to Yujing City, it was the 6-year-old Yunxing who brought him back. The people of the Zhao state had always thought that Hu Jiusheng and Yun Songhai's child had fallen to his death. They did not focus their investigation on a 6-year-old child. Unable to find any news about Yun Songhai, the people of the Zhao state could only focus their attention on the residents of Yun. The results of the investigation shocked Pope Jifeng. The Yun Manor has gained another martial saint. The most surprising thing was that this had happened in the short span of 3 years. The warrior saint, Yun Songlong, had just broken through not long ago. It was too much of a coincidence that a new warrior saint had appeared in Zhou state. Moreover, they had all broken through under the most impossible circumstances. The investigation came to a halt in the end. Yun Songlong had joined the Hunters' Union. When the Hunters' Union found out that the Zhao state was investigating their hunters, they intervened. Because of this, all the clues seem to have been cut off. It seems that none of these people could have appeared in the immortal residence to meet Hu Jiusheng. Then why did something happen to Jiusheng? Jifeng did not understand. Reporting to Your Holiness, the investigation of the immortal residence nation has been completed. When the Lord Summoner was in the immortal residence nation, she was imprisoned in the women's prison. However, most of the people in the same cell as her were killed when the blood dragon woke up. However, this subordinate heard that a wanted criminal named Xianxia had already escaped. I heard that she is now hiding in the Grand Emperor city. This was all the information the people of the Zhao state could find out. Send someone to the Grand Emperor city. No, I will go personally. Jifeng's figure flashed and disappeared. The guard of the Zhao state was still a little stunned. The Emperor Zhao had actually come personally. Who was this Xianxia? After Xianxia escaped from the Icefall city, she was brought back to the Grand Emperor city by Xian Mimi's recommendation. Xian Mimi originally wanted to secretly dispose of her, but the mayor of the Grand Emperor city thought that Xiaxia's cultivation was not ordinary and that she was a person worth nurturing. Therefore, Xianxia remained in the Grand Emperor city. Xianxia was doing quite well in the Grand Emperor city. Today, she had just returned to her residence. Suddenly, she felt a terrifying pressure in the room. Who is it? Xianxia thought it was her enemy. However, who among her enemies would have the guts to barge into the Grand Emperor city? A man in red appeared in front of Xianxia. He did not want Hu Jiuxing's matter to be exposed. It was better for him to go alone. Xianxia was shocked when she saw the appearance of the person. The man was dressed in red, similar to the costume of the masked female prisoner. She then looked at the crown on his forehead and the noble aura around him. To be able to enter the Grand Emperor city without anyone knowing and to be dressed in a red imperial robe, this person's identity was self-evident. Your Holiness, you are the Emperor Zhao of the Zhao state. Xianxia did not even have the slightest thought of resistance in the face of such a strong person. She hurriedly knelt down. She did not know why the Emperor Zhao, with such a noble status, would come in person. Could it be because of the masked female prisoner? Xianxia broke out in cold sweat. Such an important person only needed a moment to kill her. You are Xianxia. Let me ask you, when you were in the ice prison, did you see the masked female prisoner? Jifeng did not even bother to look at Xianxia. He was arrogant by nature and was Emperor Zhao. Among the people around him, except for Hu Jiuxing, he had never deliberately tried to curry favor with anyone. Your Holiness, yes. You are talking about the Zhao state's Lord Summoner. I was blind at that time and offended the Lord Summoner. Please spare my life, Your Holiness. Xianxia nodded her head vigorously, afraid of offending the Emperor Zhao. When she was imprisoned, did she come into contact with anyone? The Lord Summoner has always been a quiet person and rarely interacted with others. However, about a month before the Lord Summoner left, a young girl came. She once saved the Lord Summoner who was seriously injured. Since then, the Lord Summoner had a good relationship with her. Xianxia eagerly told Jifeng everything she knew. A young girl? You said that the two of them had a good relationship. How good is that? Jifeng knew that Hu Jiuxing would not be close to anyone. It's hard to say. The bishop doesn't like to talk either. But she taught the girl how to carve a zither. Also, she took a few strands of her hair and gave them to the girl as zither strings. How big was the ice prison? The relationship between Yunxing and Hu Jiuxing was well known to all the female prisoners in the cell. What? Is that true? Jifeng was shocked. Giving her hair to others as zither strings, was this Hu Jiuxing really the Hu Jiuxing he knew? Jifeng couldn't help but have some doubts. Hu Jiuxing's original form was the 8 desolate celestial fox, one of the highest existences among magical beasts. To magical beasts, their bodies, hair, and skin were all precious. Even if it was just a strand of hair, the hair of celestial fox people was like the best beast skin and hair, a good material for refining weapons. If it was someone close to her, Hu Jiuxing would never give her hair away. What's the background of that girl? What's her surname and name? Jifeng was now certain that it was that unknown girl that caused Hu Jiuxing's abnormality. There are many people in the ice prison. Everyone doesn't know each other's names, but I remember Miss Xian once said that the girl is from Zhou State. I think her name is. Oh right, Yunxing. Xianxia tried hard to recall. Finally, he thought of Yunxing's name. Yunxing, surname Yun? How old is the girl this year? What does she look like? I'm not sure about her age, but her appearance is not bad. Xianxia hesitated. Speaking of which, her eyes are very similar to the Red Coat Lord's. Just as Xianxia finished speaking, he heard footsteps outside the door. The city lord of Hongdi and Xianmimi walked in. The Emperor Zhao came to Hongdi City in person and didn't even tell me. You're really treating me as an outsider. The city lord of Hongdi City and the Emperor Zhao in red were both powerful people in the world. The two of them had more or less exchanged blows on different occasions. Moreover, the two of them were also considered top summoners. Although they were not incompatible, why would the Emperor Zhao in red suddenly appear in Hongdi City? The city lord of Hongdi City remained silent. He sensed the Emperor Zhao in red's aura and went straight to Yixia's room. He then followed closely behind. Coincidentally, Xianmimi had something to discuss with Yixia, so the four of them bumped into each other. Yixia saw the city lord of Hongdi City and heaved a sigh of relief. With the city lord around, the cardinal pontiff would not easily make a move. To be courteous. Emperor Zhao. To say to. Although he was Emperor Zhao, he was in someone else's territory. Brother Ji, you look just like when you were younger. I'm envious. The two of them put on a fake smile. City Lord, the Emperor Zhao is here to ask for information. Miss, it's good that you're here. The Emperor Zhao wants to know about Yunxing's background. I'm not familiar with Yunxing. You should explain it to him. Yixia immediately used Xianmimi as a shield. She knew that Xianmimi had always been dissatisfied with Yunxing because of Yuan Bupa. Naturally, she would use this opportunity to slander her. Yunxing? Why is it her again? She's haunting me. Xianmimi felt disgusted when she heard Yunxing's name. It was as if she had swallowed a fly. She originally thought that Yunxing had died in the immortal Zhu nation. Who would have thought that a while ago, he received news that she had left the immortal Zhu nation and returned to the great Zhou Empire. Fortunately, Brother Bupa was in seclusion. Otherwise, he would have gone to look for Yunxing immediately after receiving the news. The city lord frowned when he heard Yunxing's name. Why was it Yunxing again? When Yuan Bupo was persuaded by his father to return to the city lord, he immediately went to look for the city lord. He immediately mentioned that he wanted to dual cultivate with Yunxing. The city lord immediately reprimanded Yuan Bupa and said that it was ridiculous. The people of the city lord could only dual cultivate with the people of the city lord. Unexpectedly, Yuan Bupa said that Yunxing's Dihong Song cultivation was far superior to any woman in the city. Even Xianmimi could not compare to her. The city lord then found out that Yunxing had learned the last 3 movements of the Dihong Song. When the city lord heard the news, his first thought was to kill Yunxing immediately. However, Yunxing was currently in the immortal Zhu nation. No matter how long his hands were, they could not reach the immortal Zhu nation. On second thought, if what Yuan Bupa said was true and Yunxing was really so talented, it was not a big deal for her to dual cultivate with Yuan Bupa. As long as the two of them played the zither and flute together and broke the prohibition in the Dihong ancient tomb and obtained the 9th movement of the Dihong song, the future of the city lord would be completely different. Back then, the city lord of the city lord married Lady Bai in order to obtain the city lord's throne. The two of them had the opportunity to enter the emperor's tomb together. However, the two of them were united because of benefits. When they were dual cultivating, the city lord of the city lord still missed his childhood sweetheart, Lady Ro. As such, the effect of their dual cultivation was naturally greatly reduced. When they were in the emperor's tomb, they only managed to obtain the 7th and 8th movement of the Dihong song. The 9th movement was still missing. This was considered a sore point of the city lord for many years. He had also asked his daughter Xianmimi and Yixia before and confirmed that Yunxing was indeed talented. Hence, he had a plan in his heart to let Yuan Bupa and Yunxing dual cultivate. If the two of them obtained the 9th movement of the Dihong song, it would not be too late to make a move. Today, the Pope personally asked about Yunxing. The city lord of the city lord of the city lord of the city lord naturally became alert. When Xianmimi heard that the man in front of her who looked younger than her dead brother was the famous the Emperor Zhao in red, she was also shocked. However, the Pope seemed to have a special charm that made people unconsciously let down their guard. Moreover, Yunxing was the person that Xianmimi hated the most. Hence, she decided to tell the Pope everything that she knew. The one called Yunxing is just a lowly sorceress. She seduces everyone just because she's a little pretty. She's from the Marshal St. General's residence of Zhou State and seems to be a hunter. Oh right, I heard that she has a master who's on the same level as the Emperor Zhao. However, I haven't seen it with my own eyes, so I don't know if it's true or not. She's from the Marshal St. General's residence of Zhou State? The Marshal St. General's residence has 2 sons and 1 daughter. Whose child is she? When he heard that Yunxing's surname was Yun, the Pope became alert. When he heard about her age and appearance, he became even more suspicious. She's Yun Songlong's niece. She calls him second uncle. She should be the daughter of the eldest son of the Yun family, Xian Mimi said casually. Yun Songhai's daughter, so she's that B** starred, the Pope was shocked. He never thought that the baby who was born not long ago was still alive. Moreover, more than 10 years had passed and she coincidentally met Hu Jiuxing. Blood ties were thicker than water. Even if Hu Jiuxing did not recognize her immediately, she must have felt that something was amiss. Emperor Zhao's heart was in turmoil. However, he did not show it on his face. City Lord Dihong was also sizing up Emperor Zhao Jifeng's expression from the side. Thank you, Miss Xian. This young lady, Yun Xing, is the daughter of an old friend of mine, so I asked a few more questions. Jifeng cupped his hands with a casual expression. City Lord, I heard that the eldest son was unfortunately killed. I am very sorry for not coming to offer my condolences in time. Does the City Lord need eyes help to severely punish the murderer? Jifeng had heard about Xian Wuji, but he only knew that Xian Wuji was killed by someone. The rumors said that it was Yun Songlong of Zhou State who killed him. City Lord Dihong's expression turned ugly at the mention of old matters. Hearing the Emperor Zhao and Red's question, City Lord Dihong did not feel happy. Instead, his brows twitched as if someone had touched his sore spot. He was already cursing in his heart. City Lord Dihong was not someone to be offended. His eldest son's death had always been a thorn in his heart. However, the person who killed Xian Wuji was Yuan Shahua, and Yunxing had something on City Lord Dihong. Not only was he unable to take revenge, but he also had no choice but to release the real murderer and let her and Yun Songlong live together. Speaking of this matter, it was quite depressing. Moreover, Madame Bai would occasionally force City Lord Dihong to take revenge for his son. City Lord Dihong was extremely depressed when he heard someone mention this matter. Although Xian Wuji was killed by Yuan Shahua, the main culprit was Yun Songlong. His beloved daughter, Xian Mimi, had almost died in Icefall City because of Yunxing of the Yun residence. With all these new and old grudges added together, City Lord Dihong would not let it go. Yun Songlong had become a martial saint, so City Lord Dihong could not do anything for the time being. However, everyone had weaknesses. The Yun residence was now Yun Songlong's greatest weakness. Especially after Yunxing's disappearance, City Lord Dihong no longer had to worry about someone exposing the bloody Han Tycoon. He immediately sent people to contact Duke Jiayuan to assassinate the people of the Yun residence. Duke Jiayuan had long wanted to eliminate Yunba. Although Yunba no longer participated in court affairs on the grounds of illness, his reputation in the army had been resounding for many years, and his prestige far surpassed that of the Marquis of Jiayuan. If the Marquis of Jiayuan truly wanted to replace Yunba, the only way was for Yunba to die. They had originally thought that the current Yun residence would be very easy to deal with. Who would have thought that the outcome of the matter was far beyond the expectations of the Marquis of Jiayuan and the City Lord of Grand Emperor City? They had sent people a few times, and there was no lack of martial arts grandmasters among them. However, every assassination attempt had ended in failure. It was not that the residence of Yun was heavily guarded, but that there was a mysterious person who had been secretly guarding the residence of Yun. Several times late at night, the assassin had almost succeeded, but at the most critical moment, the mysterious man in black would appear. Uncle Yun hadn't fought with the black-robed man, so he didn't know how frightening the black-robed man's imitation ability was. He also didn't know how frightening the black-robed man was. However, the Marquis of Jiayuan and the City Lord of Grand Emperor City, who had sent the assassins, were about to vomit blood. When they failed the first time, they thought that the assassin was not strong enough, so they sent another assassin who was more skilled. However, he still failed. They still didn't give up and even spent a lot of money to hire a martial arts grandmaster. However, that martial arts grandmaster also died in the end. Of course, the city lord of Grand Emperor City and the others didn't expect that the few assassins they sent later all failed. Since the martial arts grandmaster's assassination failed, the city lord of Grand Emperor City simply sent a sorcerer in the city. However, the sorcerer was also killed. Moreover, the other party used sorcery to kill the sorcerer from Grand Emperor City. The Marquis of Jiayuan and the city lord of Grand Emperor City were shocked. That mysterious person who was hiding in the dark and guarding the residents of Yun couldn't be a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts, right? Where did this abnormal existence come from? He was both a sorcerer and a martial artist. Moreover, that abnormal black-robed man would appear regardless of day or night as long as there was an assassin. It was as if he didn't need to sleep or rest at all. Speaking of which, this matter was the biggest worry of the city lord of Grand Emperor City. He couldn't possibly let the city lord of Grand Emperor City go out of his way to assassinate the people of the residents of Yun. It was because of this that this matter had been dragged on. The residents of Yun was still fine until now. After being asked by the Pope in red today, the city lord of Grand Emperor City couldn't help but think of that matter. He felt even more depressed. "Thank you, Your Holiness. My son brought this upon himself. There's no need to trouble you to do anything." The city lord of Grand Emperor City suppressed the anger in his heart and acted as if he was sending the guest off. "Wait a moment. I came here today for another matter." The Red Pontiff had come here today to investigate Yunqing's identity. The other matter was related to the search for the 8 Barons' divine artifact a few years later. The Zhao state is also participating in the search for the universal magical weapon this time? The city lord of Grand Emperor City's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Not only the Zhao state, but the Hunters Union and the temple will also send people to participate. I mean to cooperate with the city lord of Grand Emperor City so that we can take care of each other. The Emperor Zhao in red, Ji Feng, and the city lord of Grand Emperor City were both powerful people on the mainland who were on the same level as the Emperor Zhao. Naturally, both of them had the intention to snatch the universal magical weapon. "What benefits can we get by cooperating with you?" The city lord of Grand Emperor City was a little tempted. However, he still couldn't completely trust the Emperor Zhao in red. The search for the universal magical weapon was the result of many years of hard work by countless warriors, magicians, and various major forces on the mainland. However, they had never found it. Legend had it that as long as one possessed one of the universal magical weapons and received a response from the universal magical weapon, it would be much easier to find the second one. The benefit is that the chances of the city lord of Grand Emperor City finding the universal magical weapon will greatly increase. Furthermore, unless the universal magical weapon is the summoning demon's hand or the magical bracelet, the Zhao state won't want any other universal magical weapon. What you need to do is to help us find the summoning demon's hand or the magical bracelet after obtaining the universal magical weapon. Although the universal magical weapon was a universal magical weapon, it wasn't suitable for everyone. Everyone in the Zhao state was a summoner. Summoners could only use the summoning demon's hand or the magical bracelet. If they obtained other universal magical weapons, they wouldn't be of any use to them. Instead, they would attract the envy of others. This was especially true for the summoning demon's hand. It was equivalent to giving the Zhao state another powerful person on the same level as the Emperor Zhao. The Red Pontiff, Ji Feng, was a person who calculated everything. Once the universal magical weapon was unearthed, all the major forces on the mainland would definitely fight for it. There were many people, but there were only 8 universal magical weapons. The Zhao state could only use 2 of them. This meant that there was only a 25% chance of obtaining the universal magical weapon. However, even if other universal magical weapons were unearthed, they couldn't easily fall into the hands of others. This was especially true for the Temple of Dharma and the Zhao state. Other than the 3 major forces of the 5 major countries, the Hunters Association and the Temple of Dharma had been developing very well in the past few years. On the other hand, the Zhao state's forces had been stagnant. If the universal magical weapon fell into the hands of any of the major forces, it would be even worse. As long as the summoning demon's hand fell into the hands of the Zhao state would become the most powerful force on the mainland. This was why the Red Pontiff made the decision to cooperate with the city lord of Grand Emperor City. Although the city lord of the Grand Emperor city, Xianxia, was an ambitious person, he was fond of grandiose achievements. Furthermore, he was short-sighted and easily manipulated. Furthermore, he currently did not have any children, only a daughter. That was why the red-clothed summoning emperor thought of cooperating with him. Although the city lord of the Grand Emperor city had some doubts in his heart, when he thought of the 3/4 chance of obtaining the 8-Baron divine artifact, the benefits blinded his thinking ability. In that case, I will make an agreement with the Emperor Zhao. 2 years later, we will work together to search for the 8-Baron divine artifact. The two powerhouses at the level of the Emperor Zhao looked at each other and smiled. They raised their palms and clapped to make an agreement. With the two of them working together, the search for the 8-Baron divine artifact in 2 years was indeed a headache for the major forces. However, there was always an unpredictable part of everything. Whether it was the Pope in red or the city lord of the Grand Emperor city, they did not expect that 2 of the 8-Baron divine artifacts that they coveted had already fallen into the hands of Yunxing. After the 2 old foxes reached an agreement, they looked at each other and smiled. The Emperor Zhao in red did not say anything else and immediately disappeared in a wave of magic waves. Father, that person is really the Emperor Zhao in red, but looking at his appearance, why is he so young? Xianmimi did not regain her senses until the Emperor Zhao in red left. Don't underestimate him. Although this person looks very kind, he is an iron-blooded pope. It is said that in order to compete for the position of pope, he even killed his own son. The city lord of the Grand Emperor city was conceited and ambitious, but even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. Jifeng was much more vicious than him. Moreover, he had to know from his daughter that there was now a mysterious summoner in the hands of the Zhao state. The other party could even control a lord-level magical beast. The city lord of the Grand Emperor city did not dare to go against the Zhao state. Jifeng left Penlai with a belly full of worries. He immediately ordered the Zhou State Summoning Office to thoroughly investigate all the summoners registered in Zhou State over the past 10 years. After Jifeng found out that Yunxing was Hu Jiuxing and Yun Songhai's daughter, he was most afraid of Yunxing's talent. He was well aware of Hu Jiuxing's talent. She was able to command lord-level magical beasts. Her daughter was a half-magical beast. If she also had the talent to become a summoner, she would be a great threat to the Zhao state. After checking, he found that there was no one called Yunxing among the newly registered summoners in Zhou state in the past few years. The Pope was slightly relieved, but he was still not completely at ease. It was very likely that Yunxing hadn't registered with the Zhao state yet. After all, Xianmimi had once said that Yunxing seemed to have a master at the level of Emperor Zhao. There weren't many masters at the level of Emperor Zhao on the mainland. Jifeng knew most of the people there. He had never heard of anyone who had a disciple called Yunxing in Zhou state. After all the summoners knew that there hadn't been a decent summoner talent in Zhou state for hundreds of years. That place was simply a desert for summoners. Only a fool would go there to recruit disciples. Where did the saying of a master at the level of Emperor Zhao come from? The most important thing now was to immediately find the whereabouts of Yunxing and her father, Yun Songlong. There was no news of Yun Songhai. What puzzled Jifeng was that although he sent people to look for Yun Songhai's whereabouts, Yun Songhai suddenly disappeared without a trace. As for the girl with the nature of Yun, it was as if she had evaporated into thin air. There was no news at all. Gradually, Jifeng put this matter to the back of his mind. 3 years later. The water rippled. Under a natural waterfall, the sun was bright and beautiful, and there were all kinds of fragrant flowers blooming everywhere. A woman cupped the water and sprinkled it on her body. The water was bone-chilling. When it fell on the girl's body, it gradually warmed up. It was a beautiful body that made people unable to look away. The girl's appearance was even more beautiful. Her pitch-black eyes were like the purest black in the night sky. Her delicate nose bridge and skin seemed to be made of water. Her long black hair was dripping wet, and her seductive curves sparkled under the water. She was like a mermaid. She stood up from the water. The girl brushed her long black hair behind her back. Miss Yun. Several beautiful elven girls held up a gorgeous elven gauze dress. The elf's craftsmanship was very good. This gauze dress was made of elven cloud gauze, and it was very light on the body. I don't want to wear this. Just give me a set of archery shorts. When the girl saw the gauze dress, her nose wrinkled cutely, and her face was full of disdain. The elven girls giggled. They had already served Miss Yun for 3 years, so they had long understood her temperament. Miss Yun's temper was very good. She was very doted on by the Divine Wind King, but she never became arrogant because of his favor. She was very kind to people, and she never beat or scolded the servants. She didn't like any of the various dresses prepared by the Crown Prince. She really pitied the Crown Prince's good intentions. After changing into a short and compact red archery outfit, the young girl was like a deer in the forest. She left the Elven King's royal study room as if she was flying. In the imperial study, the Divine Wind King was reading a pile of memorials attentively. In these 3 years, the Divine Wind King had changed a lot. This could be seen from the way he dressed. His originally untidy long hair was tied behind his head. He was wearing a proper crown prince's robe, and his eyebrows were more calm. The unrestrained Divine Wind King of the past seemed to have disappeared. The girl's arms were like 2 slippery fish, cold and with a hint of the fragrance of plants. She landed on the Divine Wind's shoulder. The girl's dissatisfied complaint sounded in his ears. "Divine Wind, you promised to teach me archery today." The Divine Wind King was originally reading through memorials, but when he heard the footsteps like the wind, he put down his pen. On his handsome face, there was a smile that could drown people. The Divine Wind turned around, grabbed the girl with his arm, and pulled her to sit on his lap. Looking at her wet hair, the Divine Wind raised his eyebrows with some dissatisfaction. "Little Xianxia, how many times have I told you, after bathing, dry your hair before coming out?" His hand fell on Xianxia's hair. A touch of light green wind element, at the same time, blew Xianxia's smooth hair dry. After 3 years, his little Xianxia finally got used to the life in the immortal Jew country. Her body naturally exuded the aura of the elves. Kamikaze looked with satisfaction at the beautiful girl in front of him who was as lively as a wind spirit and had a fiery passion. He begged the Queen Mother to treat Xianxia's wound, and even used the elven clan's water of life to hide the 8 desolate bloodline in her body, making her a half-elf. He didn't know if it was because of the awakening of the 8 desolate bloodline, or the effect of the water of life, but Xianxia's appearance became more and more beautiful. Originally, Xianxia was full of spiritual energy, but she could only be considered delicate and pretty. But now, she possessed the 2 extremes of water and fire at the same time. Even the most ordinary elven archer uniform couldn't hide her curvaceous figure when worn on her body. Her appearance was 70% enchanting and 30% elegant. Just by looking at her, Xianfeng had a feeling of indulgence. So be it. Let him sink into oblivion. Little Xianxia already belonged to him alone. Xianxia was already used to Xianfeng's love. 3 years ago, when she woke up with no memory, the first person she saw was Xianfeng with a pair of dark circles under his eyes. This golden-haired man was her savior. Xianxia learned his name later. He was called Xianfeng, the imperial heir of the immortal keeper country. Xianfeng said that he found her in the periphery of the snow forest sea. Regarding Xianxia's past, Xianfeng knew nothing. As for the name Xianxia, it was also given by Xianfeng. Xianxia's past was a blank sheet of paper. She only knew that she wasn't a member of the elven race. She was a mixed-blood elven. So her appearance was somewhat different from the majority of the elves. Among the elves around her, she was the only one with black hair and black eyes. In the elven royal court, some people were very unfriendly to her. Once Xianfeng found out, he would severely punish those people. Because of this, no one in the elven race dared to bully Xianxia in front of others. One of the conditions that the elven queen agreed to let Xianxia stay in the immortal keeper country was that Xianfeng had to adapt to his status as the crown prince and inherit the elven throne as soon as possible. Another condition was to imprison Xianxia's magic soul, make her forget everything about her past, and use the water of life to hide her half-magical beast physique. The elven queen did this with selfish motives. On one hand, she didn't trust Xianxia, especially her bloodline and the shocking 5 elemental magic souls. She would never allow any human to pose a threat to the elven race. On the other hand, the elf queen was an experienced person. She had long seen that Divine Wind had deep feelings for Xianxia. But Xianxia was different. She was shouldering her own destiny. If she woke up, she would definitely leave the immortal abode. with Divine Wind's temperament, he would never stop his beloved woman. This way, Divine Wind would be in great pain. As the Empress of Divine Wind, the Elf Queen didn't want Divine Wind to live like a walking corpse in the future. Therefore, with the selfishness of a mother, the Elf Queen imprisoned Xianxia's magic soul and confiscated everything related to her past. The orc language ring, the magic scepter, and even the ice harp were all taken away. Just like that, Xianxia forgot about the past. She had forgotten about her family, her friends, and the countless people who were still waiting for her return outside. Under the protection of the Divine Wind, she was the freest soul in the immortal abode nation. Xianxia lived very well in the Elven King Tree, but she also had a problem. Because she realized that she didn't know any magic. The elves were a race that was very good at magic. Most of the elves here, especially the elven warriors near the royal court, knew several kinds of high-level magic. Looking at all the different types of magic, Xianxia did not know a single one of them. This made Xianxia, who was very competitive, very discouraged. Divine Wind also comforted her, saying that she didn't know magic because she had suffered a serious injury and her magic soul was damaged. Xianxia was depressed for a long time because of this. But later, she accidentally learned that the elves had a kind of magic sealing archery that didn't require magic. After learning the elven archery, she became interested and pestered Divine Wind every 2 to 3 days, saying that she wanted to learn it. Divine Wind couldn't persuade her and finally agreed to teach her the elven archery the day before. After a while, Xianxia's hair was already dry. Divine Wind put down his government affairs and ordered people to place several targets under the Elven King Tree. Divine Wind also changed his clothes. Just like Xianxia, he was dressed as an elven archer. His golden hair was casually tied with a purple jade crystal bone. He was tall and held a high-quality elven bone bow in his hand. Xianxia stood beside him. The two people, one was graceful and the other was handsome. The flowers around them were like stars. It was like the most beautiful spring picture. Xianxia listened to Divine Wind's advice and stood like a pine tree. Her feet were slightly wider than her shoulders. She leaned to the side and pointed the elven bone bow in her hand at the target. She took the bow with her left hand and held the bow with her thumb and index finger. Her right hand quickly took the arrow and put her index finger and thumb on the end of the arrow. Her eyebrows twisted and her black pupils slightly shrank. A golden light flashed in her eyes. Her fingertips pulled the bowstring and her waist and arms relaxed. Only the sound of air vibrating could be heard. Xianxia's thumb and index finger suddenly exerted force. Her body pushed the bow with internal strength. Her forearm tightened and the arrow left the bowstring. The arrow accurately fell on the red center of the target. Divine Wind saw this and put down the bow with a smile. This was Xianxia's first time practicing archery. Her aim was very good and her arrow was fast and accurate. The bows and arrows of the elves were made of special materials. They were very powerful, but they were very light. Even the archers of the elves would need decades of hard work before they could achieve a small success. Xianxia was indeed very talented in this aspect. Divine Wind, what I want to learn is the demon sealing arrow technique. How long will it take for me to practice archery first? Xianxia was a little dissatisfied. She practiced archery for a while and some sweat had already appeared on her forehead. The sweat made her body emit a special fragrance. Her whole body was shining. She was so beautiful that people couldn't look at her. What Xianxia wanted to learn the most was the Elven Warriors' magic archery. The Elven Warriors could combine magic and archery. Some Elven Warriors could even shoot several magic arrows with different magic attributes in one go. Little Xiang, you are too greedy. Divine Wind pinched the tip of Xianxia's nose in a pampering manner. When she was still a little lowly, Kamikaze had already liked to do that. But when he touched the girl's smooth skin again, a touch of tenderness emerged from the bottom of his heart. But most elves know high-level magic. Only I don't know anything. Xianxia was tired of practicing and simply sat down, regardless of any ladylike etiquette. It's not a shameful thing to not know high-level magic. With me here, you don't need high-level magic. Divine Wind saw her sitting on the ground and also sat down with her. Several female elves next to them looked at them and couldn't help but frown. The crown prince was too casual. It was all Xianxia's fault. In their view, Yunxing was completely ignorant of etiquette and led their noble king astray. She was the chief culprit who made their king unwilling to marry. 3 years had passed, and Divine Wind had always been by Yunxing's side. But, Divine Wind, I always feel that I should learn magic. I've been dreaming recently. Yunxing still wanted to say something, but Divine Wind covered her mouth. The man's deep voice carried a bit of helplessness and doting. Yunxing, your illness hasn't been cured yet. Those are all illusions. Come, I'll take you back to the king tree. In a few days, it will be the queen's 500th birthday. During this period, I will be very busy. Many of the elf clan's patriarchs and royalty will come to the imperial court. Maybe I won't have time to accompany you during this period. But I promise you, once the birthday is over, I will teach you the real demon sealing arrow technique. Divine Wind's tone was like a husband who was worried about his new wife's loneliness. Just at this time, the elf queen walked over from the side. After hearing Divine Wind's words, her expression was a bit strange. Queen Mother. Divine Wind took Yunxing's hand and led her to bow to the elf queen. Feng I was looking for you. The birthday banquet is in a few days. The patriarchs of the 4 elven clans have already rushed to the imperial court. You will go and greet them as the Queen Mother. Although the elf queen had accepted that Yunxing was living in the elf imperial court, she still had some grudges against Yunxing. The disaster that happened 3 years ago in Icefall City was still vivid in her mind. That was the largest casualty the elf clan had ever suffered since the establishment of the immortal residence country. And all of this was caused by this woman in front of her. After hearing this, Divine Wind somewhat apologetically whispered to Yunxing. Yunxing blinked, indicating that she understood. Divine Wind could only go and prepare to greet the 4 patriarchs. Yunxing bowed and was about to leave. She also knew that the elf queen didn't like her very much. Yunxing, this is the female elven official beside me. During this period, she will be responsible for teaching you court etiquette. Before Yunxing turned around, she was stopped by the elf queen. The 4 elven patriarchs came to the imperial court. As the crown prince, Divine Wind must receive them all the way. This time, the elf queen had already planned to let Divine Wind formally meet the elven patriarchs as the heir. How could Divine Wind not know? So he also proposed that Yunxing must accompany him all the way. This was equivalent to announcing to all the elves that the woman beside him was the future elven queen. Although the elf queen was not happy, Yunxing had used the water of life to reluctantly become a mixed-blood elf. She was also Godwin's favorite person, so the elf queen could only agree. However, the elf queen was very dissatisfied with Yunxing's etiquette. Yunxing grew up in Banana Leaf Village and was a typical modern girl in her previous life. Even though she had forgotten her past memories, she was still a wild person deep in her bones. She was like a wild horse in the fairy forest, unruly and unruly. She didn't like dresses, nor did she like to draw her eyebrows or draw her cheeks. Usually, this was nothing. Anyway, Divine Wind liked it, so no one could do anything to her. But at the important birthday banquet of the elves, that would not do. The Queen of the Elves would never allow Yunxing to embarrass the royal court. Therefore, she hid it from Divine Wind and chose the most experienced female elf officer by her side to train Yunxing. 2 female officers with perfect faces but very serious expressions came over. One on the left and one on the right, they held Yunxing like an eagle holding a little chick. In the next few days, Divine Wind was so busy that even his shadow could not be seen. Yunxing was trained by the 2 strict female elf officers. From head to toe, even her sitting posture, eyes, speech, dress, hair accessories, and even her fingernails were all picked by them. Those days were simply miserable. These days, she couldn't live anymore. Yunxing was very depressed. On this day, the 2 female officers brought a list of names early in the morning. Miss Yun, this is the list of the elven patriarchs and their family members who will be coming to the birthday banquet, as well as the names and appearances of the elven royal court's 3rd rank and above officials. You must remember all of them by today. This way, you won't be rude at the birthday banquet in 2 days. The female officers had been with Yunxing for 3 or 4 days and had a general understanding of her temper. Her appearance was needless to say. Although she looked different from ordinary elves, she had a very special kind of beauty. This kind of beauty with a bit of wildness was probably what attracted the Divine Wind King the most. Although she rejected that set of etiquette, she would still work hard to learn for the sake of the Divine Wind King. Moreover, she was very smart and could understand with just a little bit. There were only things she was not willing to do, there was nothing she could not learn. With such an elven queen, the Divine Wind King's future children would definitely be very smart and beautiful. The female elves nodded in satisfaction. After enduring for 3 days, she still had to endure for 2 more days. Xianxia was a bit discouraged when she heard this. She glanced at the thick list of names. 2 female officers, I will definitely remember this list. You have been busy for 2 days, and there are still a lot of things to do in the royal court to prepare for the birthday banquet. Why don't you go and help? I swear, I will definitely obediently record down all the names. Xianxia had a pitiful look. The 2 female officers looked at each other and thought that Miss Xianxia wouldn't cause any trouble, so they left Xianxia at ease and went to help. Once the female elven officers left, Xianxia, who had been staring at the roster miserably, immediately took off her cumbersome long dress and changed into an archery suit like a bird that had been released from its cage. She gently jumped out of the window and slipped out of the elven king tree. What greeted her was a wind mixed with the unique fragrance of the primeval forest. Xianxia held her bow and looked around for a target. She aimed at a fruit tree full of fruit. With a flick of the tail, the arrowhead brushed past a fruit branch and a fruit fell down. After taking a bite of the sweet fruit, Xianxia climbed up the tree and looked around. She hadn't seen Divine Wind for many days. She had lived in the immortal Ju nation for 3 years. Perhaps it was because she had lost her memory, but she didn't feel safe around most of the people around her. Only Divine Wind could make her feel at ease. She had good eyesight. Looking up, she quickly saw a person riding a pure white unicorn in front of her, riding the wind. Looking carefully, it was Divine Wind. Xianxia threw the fruit away and rushed towards that person with a whoosh, as if she had grown wings. Divine Wind heard a strange fluctuation in the air. Just as he was about to make a move, he realized something and loosened his grip. He stretched out his long arms and hugged Xianxia, who was flying towards him. Little Xianxia, be careful. It was very easy to hug the person in his arms. Divine Wind immediately stopped the unicorn beneath him and jumped down with Xianxia in his arms. Whoosh! Behind Divine Wind, a few unicorns came like a whirlwind. Leading them were a few elf nobles with outstanding looks and temperaments. Seeing Divine Wind and a mixed-blood girl talking and laughing, the face of the red-clothed girl on the unicorn's back immediately became a little more unfriendly. Divine Wind King, is this the reason why you rushed back to the palace? Beside the red-clothed girl, there was a young man with a flame-like handsome face. I heard that you hid a beauty in the elven palace. Are you talking about her? When Divine Wind heard the other party's teasing tone, a rare blush appeared on his face. Xianxia also looked behind Divine Wind curiously. She had also heard that in the elf tribe, other than the elf queen, there were 4 elf tribe leaders below her. They were the fire, earth, wind, and water clan leaders. Xianxia also remembered that on her must-memorize list, it was written as the chief of the fire elves. The chief of the fire elves, Huiyu, has a head of fiery red hair, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a fiery temper. He is still single and has a younger sister, Huiyaoyao. Most of the elves behind them had red hair and emitted the aura of fire magic elements. Needless to say, they were all from the Fire Elf clan. The Fire Elf clan was passionate and bold, and Huiyu was a typical straightforward person. He was a few years older than Divine Wind and had a good personal relationship with him. He usually spoke without thinking. Divine Wind originally liked to travel. Before he and Huiyu inherited the position of clan leader, the 2 of them were typical friends. However, since 3 years ago, Divine Wind suddenly changed his mind and decided to inherit the position of crown prince. He almost never left the imperial court. At that time, Huiyu also became the clan leader because of the change in power in the clan. The 2 of them were busy and did not see each other for many years. He also heard from the imperial court that the reason Divine Wind changed his nature was because of a mixed-blood elf girl. Beauty? She's not worthy. Just as Huiyu finished speaking, the red-haired beauty beside him snorted in disdain. The elf clan had always been beautiful. As elven nobles, Huiyu and Huiyaoyao's appearances were so exquisite that it was as if they had walked out of a painting. Huiyaoyao's figure was hot and she usually dressed boldly. She had a good impression of Divine Wind, so every time she saw him, she would dress up carefully. Although they were in a hurry today, she still wore a close-fitting phoenix feather robe. Her skin was as white as snow and her lips were as red as fire, making men's blood boil. Huiyaoyao boasted that she was one of the top beauties in the immortal Ju nation. Previously, when Divine Wind's gender was still unknown, Huiyaoyao had been chasing after him. Now that he was the crown prince, Divine Wind was even more honorable, so Huiyaoyao was even more determined to get him. The fire elves also saw the woman beside the Divine Wind King. She was different from the other elven noblewomen. She wore the most common archer outfit, a pair of worn-out leather boots, and a bow on her back. Yunxing's hair was stained with a leaf when she was running around the tree. Her appearance was also different from ordinary elves. She had black hair and black eyes. It was obvious that she wasn't a pure elven bloodline. This woman, who looked no different from a wild monkey in the forest, was actually the beauty hidden by the immortal residence's Holy Wind King. Huiyaoyao's jealousy was self-evident. Yunxing also heard the unfriendly tone in Huitian's voice. She pretended to ask casually, "Divine Wind, who is she?" "Humph, I'm the Immortal Keeper Nation's #1 beauty, Huiyaoyao." Huiyaoyao became even angrier after seeing Shenfeng's indifference. Pfft, Yunxing couldn't help but laugh. Huiyaoyao's face paled. "What are you laughing at? Have you ever seen a more beautiful elf than me?" "I've seen one before. Divine Wind is better looking than you." Yunxing pointed at Divine Wind. Divine Wind's appearance was also at the top of the elf race. His face was originally suitable for both males and females. Back then, for Yunxing, he officially changed his gender. If it was before, he could be said to be much more beautiful than Huiyaoyao. Yunxing had also sighed with emotion when she saw Divine Wind's face. If a man looked like this, how could the women of the continent live? If there's anything that Divine Wind is inferior to you, Yunxing glanced at Huiyaoyao's chest, which was as majestic as a cow's. His chest is a bit flat. Ha ha ha. Huiyu was laughing to the point that tears were about to come out. He was lying on the back of his unicorn, not even caring about the dignity of a patriarch. He was laughing so hard that his face was about to cramp. This little woman was too interesting. Divine Wind was flat-chested. Divine Wind also had a strange expression on his face as he looked at Yunxing with a smile that wasn't a smile. Huiyaoyao was furious. This reckless mixed-blood bastard actually dared to laugh at her. With a whoosh, Huiyaoyao pulled out a whip and swung it towards Yunxing's face. Huiyaoyao used a special fire whip that also carried advanced fire magic. If it hit a person, not only would the wound be lacerated, but the wound would also be infected with a fatal fire poison. "Huiyaoyao, this is the Elf Imperial Court. She is my person, you can't be presumptuous." Divine Wind was furious. He closed his 5 fingers and cut the fire whip into several pieces. Divine Wind usually had a good temper, but if someone angered him, their end would not be much better than this fire whip. Huiyu also stopped smiling. He was very clear about Divine Wind's temper. Moreover, Divine Wind's cultivation had improved a lot in the past few years. If he angered him, not to mention Huiyaoyao, even the entire fire tribe wouldn't be enough for him to vent his anger. "Yaoyao, don't be presumptuous. We are here to celebrate the Elf Queen's birthday, not to cause trouble." Huiyu understood that Yunxing was Divine Wind's most important person. He gave his sister a look. She was currently very favored by Divine Wind, but after all, she was just a lowly mixed blood. With such an identity, it was impossible for her to become the Elf Queen. Huiyaoyao was different. She was a pure blood and came from the oldest fire elf clan. She was also the sister of the clan leader. Most of the men and women of this clan were outstanding in appearance and were proficient in fire magic. They were the first vanguard team when the elf clan was attacked by foreign enemies. Therefore, they had always been highly valued and roped in by the Elf Imperial Court. Several elven empresses and elven monarchs of the elven royal court were fire elves. If the previous elven imperial husband hadn't been chosen by the elf queen, the previous elven imperial husband would have been someone from the fire elf clan. Huiyaoyao didn't dare to really anger Divine Wind. She glared at Yunxing and resentfully withdrew her hand. After the Fire Elf clan leader arrived, the other 3 elf clan leaders also arrived one after another. The Elf King tree, which was usually quiet, also became lively. From time to time, all kinds of elves could be seen riding luxurious elven carriages to the elf imperial court. After the incident with the Fire Elf clan, Divine Wind was afraid that these elven nobles would find trouble with Yunxing again. Therefore, he simply let Yunxing stay in the inner palace. 2 days passed like this, and it was the Elf Queen's 500th birthday. Yunxing was pulled up by 2 female elven officials early in the morning. From the day before dawn, they were busy all the way until the sun was high in the sky. Yunxing was dressed from head to toe. Hui Yaoyao's sarcastic words about Yunxing somehow reached the ears of the 2 female officials. They were very dissatisfied with the other party's rudeness. The Fire Elf clan had always been domineering, and that Hui Yaoyao was even more outrageous. How long had she been in the elf imperial court? It was just that the elven queen's attitude towards her was slightly better, so she became unbridled. In the past 2 to 3 days, she had already beaten and scolded several palace maids. She even used the tone of the future elven queen to criticize the palace maids and court officials. In contrast, although Yunxing was a little wild and hard to tame, she was modest and amiable. She got along well with most of the palace's people. The 2 female officials discussed in private. They must suppress Hui Yaoyao's momentum. Didn't she boast of being the immortal keeper nation's #1 beauty? Then they would let her see what was called the Elf Kingdom's #1 beauty. The female officials did their best to help Yunxing dress up. Yunxing's foundation was already very good. She had fused with the elven hellfire, and her body had been repeatedly cleansed by the water of life. Her face was like fire, and her bones were like water. Water was her bones, and fire was her appearance. She was a combination of purity and flirtatiousness. Her long hair was woven into exquisite little braids by the female officials' skillful hands. Her forehead hair was tied up high. In order to hide the hellfire brand on her forehead, the female officials even chose an aqua-blue elven agate for her. Then, she changed into a 100 paces skirt made by the most outstanding elven tailor. When Yunxing finished dressing up, the female officials couldn't help but gasp. "Are you done? I can't even straighten my back." Yunxing had been dozing off for a while. When she saw herself in the mirror, she couldn't help but be startled. Her lips were red, and her face was like winter snow. There was a slight blush on her face, and the dozens of little braids made her look very lively. "Miss Yun, the Divine Wind King will definitely like your current appearance." The female elven officials also had a satisfied look on their faces. Yunxing and the female officials walked out. On the day of the imperial court's birthday banquet, the entire immortal Ju nation celebrated for 10 days. The birthday banquet was set at the crown of the king tree. Countless elves dressed in beautiful clothes had already taken their seats. Divine Wind and the several clan leaders were talking and laughing. "Crown Prince, Miss Yun is here," a palace attendant at the side reminded Divine Wind. Divine Wind immediately revealed a smile. He was also dressed in formal attire today. It was an emerald golden prince's robe, and his golden hair was meticulously combed behind his head. His entire person exuded a sense of nobility, completely different from the dissolute soldier of the past. Yunxing had never appeared in front of so many people since coming to the immortal Ju nation. As soon as she walked into the birthday banquet, all the voices at the banquet disappeared. There was a moment of silence. She couldn't clearly hear what people were saying. She only saw Divine Wind quickly walking over. When Divine Wind saw Yunxing, there was a trace of amazement in his eyes. Little Sheng'er was so beautiful today that he found it difficult to breathe. "Divine Wind, is my outfit embarrassing? Why is everyone staring at me?" Yunxing was a little nervous. Shenfeng smiled, his face full of joy. He raised his hand and gently pinched the tip of Yunxing's nose. "Very beautiful. Yunxing has always been perfect in my heart." With that, he held Yunxing's hand tightly and led her around to greet the elven nobles and ministers. Hui Yaoyao and Hui Yu stood in a corner of the royal court. When she saw Yunxing appear, Hui Yaoyao crushed the cup in her hand. "Brother, you said that Shenfeng's infatuation with that woman was only temporary. Look at his attitude, he clearly wants to make her his empress." Huiyu was also a little taken aback. When Yinxing appeared just now, even he, who was used to seeing all kinds of beautiful elven women, felt that he couldn't take his eyes off her. A mixed-blood elf could actually have such amazing beauty. It was no wonder that Xianfeng, who had always been arrogant, would be so infatuated. It was a pity that she was Shinfeng's woman. Huiyu was also a little disappointed, but when he saw his sister's angry appearance, he persuaded, "What? Our Yao Yao also has a sense of crisis? What are you afraid of? I've already secretly observed her. Although that woman's appearance is not bad, it is said that she doesn't know magic. She also doesn't know any of the skills that the elves are good at. Later, when the queen celebrates her birthday, you just have to use some methods to deliberately make things difficult for her in front of everyone. If she has no skills and doesn't know anything, she will definitely become a big joke. The elf queen is very concerned about her face. She will never agree to such an elf queen." When Hui Yaoyao heard this, her mood immediately improved. She looked at Yunxing insidiously from behind, thinking, "I'll let you be proud for a little longer. Later, I'll make you lose face." Yunxing accompanied Shenfeng around the birthday banquet. She didn't like this kind of etiquette, but Shenfeng was afraid that she would run away, so he held her hand tightly and didn't let go. She could only accompany him all the way. It wasn't until the ceremony officer in the palace announced the start of the birthday banquet that Yunxing and Shenfeng sat down together. At the birthday banquet, there were all kinds of good wine and delicious fruits. Yunxing was too lazy to listen to the polite words of the elven nobles and just ate by herself. The elves' winemaking skills were very good. Yunxing drank the pomegranate wine in the cup. It was sweet and delicious, so she drank a few more cups in a moment of greed. When Shenfeng found out, she had already secretly drunk 4 or 5 pots. This kind of wine seemed sweet, but in fact, it was very strong. Shenfeng was so scared that he immediately took the wine pot away. Yunxing burped and her cheeks flushed red. She felt that the atmosphere around her was a little strange. There was a provocative voice in her ear. "It's the Elven Queen's birthday. As the Divine Wind King's confidant, did Miss Yun also prepare a birthday gift?" Hui Yaoyao saw that Yunxing's face was like a peach blossom, and Shenfeng was feeding her fruits from time to help her get rid of the alcohol. That expression and action made Hui Yaoyao clench her teeth so hard that they almost broke. Jealousy grew in her heart like crazy. She had just performed a dance that attracted the cheers of the entire hall. She originally wanted to attract Shenfeng's attention, but who knew that Shenfeng would place all his attention on Yunxing and didn't pay attention to her dance. This made Hui Yaoyao even more annoyed. Birthday gift, Yunxing was still a little absent-minded. The entire immortal Ju country belonged to the Elven Queen. What kind of treasures could she not have? If you don't have a birthday gift, then do you know how to sing and dance? Everyone in the elven race can sing and dance. Hui Yaoyao guessed that Yunxing couldn't possibly know how to sing and dance. A lowly mixed-blood elf who didn't know how to do anything, what right did she have to monopolize all of the Divine Wind King's favor? Yunxing still didn't say a word. Shenfeng held her hand and felt that her hand was cold. The elven nobles and elven ministers on the side all began to discuss, criticizing Yunxing. Just now, when Yunxing appeared, her beauty that was different from the fairies had indeed dazzled many people. However, as the confidant of the Holy Wind King, if she didn't have any skills, such a woman would at best be nothing more than a flower vase. The Elven Queen's face was also very dark. She could see that Hui Yaoyao was looking for fault. But if Yunxing really wanted to become the Elven Queen in the future, she had to be able to handle any situation. Shenfeng loved her and doted on her, but in the end, he couldn't protect her forever. For a woman, especially the mistress of the Elven royal court, just the emperor's favor wasn't enough to make her stand. "Hui Yaoyao, you want to see my skills, right? This king will perform." Shenfeng saw that Yunxing's eyes were dim and her long eyelashes were drooping. She looked a little helpless, so he felt very distressed. He squeezed her hand, silently comforting her. Suddenly, Yunxing pulled her hand back and pressed Shenfeng's hand down. She stood up with a whoosh sound, her black eyes flickering. In order to let Xiaoxing quickly recover her memory, monthly votes are thrown over. Double the last day bird, roar, there will be a surprise with more votes. Everyone, remember to check if there are any more monthly votes. That's all, I'm leaving. Good night everyone. Yunxing looked around, and her eyes finally fell on a guqin of the court musician. Her voice was loud and clear. Yunxing should perform at the queen's birthday banquet, so I will play a song. She got up and left the table. Under Divine Wind's worried gaze, she walked to the front seat and sat down. Divine Wind's face was a little surprised. He didn't know that Yunxing knew how to play the guqin. At least, Yunxing had never played in front of him. After Yunxing sat down, her head was still under the influence of the wine and she was a little dizzy. Just now, she didn't know what was going on, but a wave of anger rushed from the bottom of her heart to her head. The words she said and the steps she took seemed to be out of control. When she realized what she had said, she was already in front of a guqin. She knew how to play the guqin, maybe, probably. Yunxing muttered in her heart. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, it was already impossible for her to get away. The guqin was in front, but where was the song? Yunxing had stayed in the elf royal court for a long time and had heard countless elven songs, but she didn't like them. Her fingers casually plucked the strings a few times, and there was a burst of buzzing noise, which had no beauty to speak of. Nonsense, Huiyaoyao said sarcastically. Yunxing played a few more times, but it was still messy and silent. On the throne, the elf queen's face was covered with a layer of frost. She was just about to stop Yunxing's random actions. Under Yunxing's hand, the sound of the guqin changed, and only the sound of the strings vibrated like a dragon's roar. At her fingertips, a zither melody flowed like water. The sound of the guqin was very smooth. It rose and fell, sometimes like the moonlight in a quiet night, slowly pouring down on the ground, sometimes like the spring rain, moistening people's hearts, and sometimes, the sound of the guqin rose and fell, like the river flowing into the sea. A song, however, was like a person's life, from the beginning to the climax and then to the trough. Even the most picky elven musicians felt that this song was impeccable after listening to it. The elven nobles and elven ministers were all intoxicated as they listened. It was a piece of music with an extraordinary artistic conception. When the soldiers heard it, they felt their blood surging. When the peace-loving people heard it, their hearts were at peace. At the end of the song, Yunxing's fingers pressed on the strings. Good. What a great song. Even the elven queen couldn't help but stand up and applaud. Is it really a good song? What kind of music is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? Even Huiyu was impressed. Huiyaoyao clenched her teeth so hard that they almost shattered. But Divine Wind's smile was somewhat forced. He looked at Yunxing, watching her blankly lower her head and look at her own hand. Divine Wind remembered that when Yunxing was rescued, she was wearing a ring, a magic scepter, and a zither. She really did know how to play the zither, and her zither skills were probably very good. Perhaps her memory of playing the zither had already disappeared, but her fingers and her body still remembered. Could it be that she remembered something because of this zither song? Divine Wind was scared witless. He was even more angry at Huiyaoyao's provocation. If it weren't for her incessant provocation, how could Yunxing remember these things? Your Majesty, Yunxing isn't feeling well, so I'll take my leave first. Yunxing bowed slightly, then glanced at Divine Wind before getting up and leaving. Divine Wind saw that something was wrong with her and wanted to chase after her, but he was entangled by several elven nobles who came to toast and couldn't get away for a while. Walking out of the lively birthday banquet, Yunxing strolled to the top of the elven king tree. Under her feet were dense branches and leaves, and above her head was a sea of stars. Yunxing raised her hand and wiped the corners of her eyes. They were already cold. She had cried just now. When she heard the zither music, she unconsciously cried. It was as if she had forgotten something very important. Yunxing walked aimlessly around the elven king tree. The birthday banquet was not over yet. Feeling a little tired, she walked back to her palace. Tonight, the defense of her palace was also a little loose. Along the way, she didn't see many palace attendants. They must have gone to entertain the guests at the birthday banquet. When Yunxing passed by the elven queen's study, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. She let out a soft cry. Just now, she seemed to have heard something. It seemed to be the sound of a zither. At this time, why would there be zither music in the imperial study? After hesitating for a moment, Yunxing looked around to make sure there was no one around, then quietly walked into the elven queen's imperial study. There was no one in the study. Xianxia was wondering where the zither music was coming from. Suddenly, she heard a low hum in her ears. She noticed that the zither music was coming from a zither hanging on the wall. It was a unique zither made entirely out of ice. When did the queen collect such a zither? Xianxia was suspicious. She thought about it again. She heard from Divine Wind that his father, the former Elven king's husband, was a court musician. Because he played a piece of zither, he met the Elven queen. Could it be that this zither was left behind by Divine Wind's father? Xianxia's fingertips were just about to fall on the zither. What are you doing? The Elven queen was standing behind Xianxia. Her eyes were cold. Xianxia's hand stopped in midair. This zither. When I passed by, I happened to hear the zither music. I was curious and walked in, Xianxia said indifferently. The zither was still humming, intermittently. Listening to it in the middle of the night, it was like a woman crying in the dark. The Elven queen's expression changed slightly. This zither originally belonged to Xianxia. When the 1,000-year-old ice zither was sent over, the Elven queen saw it and liked it very much. Divine Wind was also worried that Xianxia would arouse unnecessary thoughts, so he handed it over to the Elven queen for safekeeping. Hanging on the wall, the ice zither had always been used for appreciation. Until tonight, when Xianxia played that piece of zither music, the ice zither started humming spontaneously. As if it was predestined, perhaps the ice zither also didn't want to be hung in the study in name only. The Elven queen thought in her heart. She struggled for a moment. The zither music you played tonight was very good. As a reward, this zither. I'll give it to you. Although she knew that this zither might evoke some memories of Xianxia, the Elven queen still decided to follow her heart. Xianxia didn't expect that the Elven queen, who had never been very friendly to her, would be so generous. She really liked this zither. After thinking about it, Xianxia took the zither down. As soon as her hand touched the zither, the low humming sound that was originally like a low hum disappeared. The moment she touched the strings, Xianxia felt a strange feeling coming from the palm of her hand. She quickly retracted her hand, and a blurry image appeared in her mind. That image quickly disappeared. Xianxia thought that she was still drunk and dizzy. Before the Elven queen went back on her words, she took the zither and left. I didn't expect that after so many years, I could still hear the Dihong song in the immortal Jew country. Seeing that Xianxia was already far away with the zither, the Elven queen muttered. What was even more unexpected was that the person who could play the Dihong song to such a degree was not from the Dihong city. The elf queen fell into deep thought. She vaguely remembered when she was not the elf queen yet. She left the immortal Jew country alone and met a high-spirited youth on the way. It was also a zither. The lingering sound of the zither became her deepest memory in her teenage years. Unfortunately, she was the elf crown prince and shouldered the heavy responsibility of the immortal Jew country's elves. The youth was the heir of the Dihong city. The two shouldered different missions. After they separated, they were in different places. The lifespan of the human race was limited, while the elves had a long lifespan. In the immortal Jew country, she heard the news of him marrying a wife, having children, and passing away from the Dihong city. Many years later, she happened to hear a zither sung by Divine Wind's father at an elven banquet, which made her recall the friendship of her youth. Well, love is the most misleading word. I hope Fenwer will not repeat the same mistake. The elf queen returned the 1,000-year-old ice zither to its rightful owner. Part of the reason was that she saw that the other elven nobles were very dissatisfied with Xianxia. Especially Hui Yaoyao of the Fire Elf clan. Her feelings for Divine Wind were very obvious. After the birthday banquet, the elven nobles would not leave immediately. During the time they were still in the imperial court, they must be strictly on guard against them. Xianxia did not have magic to protect her. Perhaps the 1,000-year-old ice zither would give her some help. After Xianxia returned to her bedroom with the zither, she was sleepy and tired. She lay on the bed and fell asleep. She did not even have time to put down the zither in her hands. In the dead of night, Divine Wind walked into Xianxia's bedroom with tipsy steps. Although the entire imperial court had tacitly agreed that Xianxia was his woman, Divine Wind knew in his heart that he and Xianxia were innocent. The elf queen had suggested that Divine Wind take Xianxia as his concubine first, but Divine Wind was unwilling to submit to Yunxing. Moreover, Yunxing's amnesia had always been a thorn in his heart. He was worried that Yunxing would suddenly remember it one day. She still had a lot of things on her shoulders. Family, friends, and the hunting corps. Shen Feng picked up Yunxing, placed her on the bed, and pulled up the quilt for her. That ice harp made him cast a sidelong glance. Mother Empress, she. Shen Feng looked at the zither with a complicated expression. He thought back to when Yunxing played the zither, completely forgetting herself. He fell silent for a moment. Forget it, it's just a zither. Shen Feng took off the ornament on Yunxing's forehead, untied her braids, and let down her hair. Only then did she quietly leave. A few days after the birthday banquet, Yunxing's life returned to normal as the elven nobles left one after another. She didn't mention the zither incident at the birthday banquet again, and Kamikaze didn't ask when Yunxing learned how to play the zither. Both of them had a tacit understanding not to mention it. Following their agreement, Kamikaze continued to teach Yunxing the demon sealing arrow technique. Yunxing quickly grasped the gist of it. Yunxing, take a rest first. Kamikaze saw that Yunxing's progress was very fast. In 3 days, she could already shoot more than 5 demon-sealing arrows in a row. Yunxing was still a bit unwilling, but she resentfully put down the arrow. Kamikaze, so you were here, accompanying the little beauty to shoot arrows. The 2 siblings, Hui Yu and Hui Yao Yao, walked over. Most of the elven nobles had already left. Only this pair of siblings remained in the royal court. Showy but impractical. Hui Yao Yao had been wanting to drag Kamikaze to play with her for a while now. Who knew that he would always use the excuse of teaching Yunxing the demon-sealing arrow technique to refuse her? It wasn't easy for her to find out that Kamikaze was teaching Yunxing archery in this area, so she persuaded her brother to come with her. Kamikaze, this is your fault. You let the little beauty practice being a dead target here. She will only be able to shoot dead targets for the rest of her life. In my opinion, to truly learn the demon-sealing arrow technique, she must practice being a live target. Hui Yu saw that Kamikaze was displeased and hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Hui Yu, if there's nothing else, you and Hui Yao Yao should return to the Fire Tribe. I heard that the area around the Fire Tribe has not been peaceful recently. How could Kamikaze not hear the provocation in Hui Yao Yao's words, but she was still a guest of the royal court. He couldn't scold her, so he could only send her off. When Hui Yao Yao heard this, she bit her lip and raised her eyebrows at Yunxing. Half-blood, do you dare to compete with me in archery? Hui Yao Yao. Kamikaze was furious. Kamikaze, you are overprotective. She can't live under your protection for the rest of her life. Hui Yu also didn't understand why Kamikaze was so protective of this half-blood elf girl. Kamikaze's temperament wasn't like this. Kamikaze, they are right. I also want to try archery in combat. Didn't you say that the real warriors of the elf clan have experienced life and death battles? Hui Yao Yao, tell me, how do you want to compete? Yunxing also lost her temper. Hui Yao Yao's hostility was inexplicable. She also understood that Kamikaze's protection of her had attracted a lot of criticism from the nobles and ministers of the elf clan. She didn't want to make things difficult for Kamikaze. She wanted to let the elves know that even without Kamikaze's protection, she could still protect herself. Seeing Yunxing's eyes full of determination, Kamikaze suddenly felt a headache. Kamikaze only had 1 day and 12 hours left to wander around the little beauty. Even when his friend rarely came, Kamikaze completely ignored him. Hui Yu admitted that he was envious and jealous, so he had to make Kamikaze pay more attention to his lover than his friend. Kamikaze glanced at Hui Yu with resentment, but the latter shrugged his shoulders, indicating that what he said was the truth. It's very simple. You should have heard that our Fire Elf clan has recently encountered some troubles. An unknown number of night goblins have seized the holy mountain. The night goblins are very good at dark magic, and dark magic happens to be the magic that gives us the most headaches. Therefore, we need the assistance of the elf clan to eliminate that group of night goblins and take back our territory. Whoever kills the most night goblins wins. What Hui Yao Yao said was also the matter that gave Hui Yu the most headaches recently. No, the night goblins' encampment is very dangerous. Yunxing doesn't know magic, so she can't go in. Kamikaze originally planned to go to the Fire Elf clan after teaching Yunxing the demon sealing archery. Who knew that Hui Yaoyao couldn't wait and proposed at first? Kamikaze, if you are worried, you can protect her. That is a great opportunity, Hui Yu teased. Kamikaze glanced at him again. I don't think it's a problem. I heard that night goblins are the best at hiding and flying. Kamikaze, you also know that my eyesight is very good. Now that I have learned the demon sealing archery, I can use it to restrain the night goblin's dark magic. Although Yunxing didn't know magic, she had also heard that dark magic was the most difficult to master. No wonder the Fire Elf clan was in a terrible fix. Then it's settled. If we lose, both of us have to agree to one condition of the other, Hui Yaoyao said confidently. Her attainments in the demon sealing archery could be ranked in the top 3 of the Fire Elf clan. She didn't believe that with her more than 10 years of elven archery, she wouldn't lose to a half-blood bastard who had only learned archery for a few days. On the last day of the double monthly votes, girls, you have great potential. Keep begging and I'll repay you with more chapters. In the royal study of the Elven Queen, a few female officials were cleaning the study. One of the female officials accidentally touched a box engraved with beautiful patterns, and the box fell to the ground. Why are you so clumsy? Quickly place the box properly. If the queen sees it, she will definitely scold you, the female official reprimanded. The female official who had slipped up hurriedly placed the box properly. After cleaning the study, the female officials left. The box was still placed properly. In a corner of the study, there was a flash of light in an inconspicuous shabby ring. A magical space appeared in the royal study of the Elven Queen. In the magical space, a chubby, pink egg revealed its true appearance. Pop pop, where did my dear master go? The puffed egg was muddle-headed. It remembered that it had fallen into the hands of the Elven Queen. Then, the old witch used a special magic seal to imprison it in the orc language ring, causing it to lose contact with its little master. 3 years had passed since then. If the female official had not accidentally smashed the box and broken the magic seal on the box, it would have been trapped in the box for the rest of its life. Pop pop, there is the scent of my little master. The puffed egg was sensitive enough to smell Yunxing's scent. It carefully hid its body and slipped out of the royal study. After strolling around the Elven King tree, the puffed egg found traces of Yunxing. It originally wanted to pounce on her and give its little master a longing hug. But it noticed that the Elven Queen, who had sealed it earlier, was sending off the Elven warriors. Its little master was also in the group. Looking at her, it seemed like she did not know anything. The Elven warriors rode on their unicorns and left the Elven King tree. The puffed egg thought for a while and followed behind, tailing Yunxing all the way. The unicorns were very tame, but they were much faster than ordinary magic beasts. Yunxing rode on the unicorns and passed through the clouds. The beautiful scenery of the immortal residence nation was completely seen by her. It's a deal, Yunxing agreed without hesitation. The special thing about the demon sealing arrow was the demon sealing magic on the arrow. This kind of magic didn't need to be chanted. It only needed to be smeared on the arrowhead with the blood of the snow wyvern, which was unique to the elves. In order to compete with Hui Yaoyao, Yunxing had prepared some devil sealing arrows. Divine Wind deliberately gave one of his storage rings to Yunxing. Yunxing also placed the Millennium Eye Scyther inside. Although it was a trial, she always had a feeling that this trial would not be so simple. Divine Wind reported this matter to the Elf Queen, and the Elf Queen did not have any objections. The Night Goblin clan was getting more and more arrogant these days. It was time for someone to clean them up. Divine Wind and Yunxing, Hui Yu and Hui Yaoyao left the Elven Royal Court and headed towards the Holy Mountain. Their destination this time was a mountain near the Fire Tribe's elf's residence. The name of the valley was the Fire Elf Sacred Mountain. The elves and demons could be considered close relatives. However, the night goblins were different. They were an evil force among the demons. After betraying the demons, they hid in the Fire Elf Sacred Mountain. Hui Yu and his sister did not immediately leave like the other nobles. Part of the reason was that the Night Goblin clan was hiding in the Elven Sacred Mountain. In fact, this group of night goblins with less than 1,000 people is very difficult to deal with. We have sent at least 3 groups of elven warriors, but none of them returned. When Huiyu talked about serious matters, he revealed some of the imposing manner of a patriarch. He also explained the situation of the Night Goblin clan to Yunxing in detail. The Night Goblin clan was a very special clan. They only appeared at night. Because of their dark blue skin, it was very difficult to find them even when there was moonlight at night. Their appearance was very similar to ordinary elves. However, they were only about 1/10 the size of elves. Most of the night goblins had bat-shaped wings and pointed ears. The most special thing about the Night Goblin clan is their voice. The song of the Night Goblin clan is very confusing and can easily cause people to hallucinate. Huiyu told Yunxing all the information he knew about the Night Goblin clan. In front is the Fire Elf's Sacred Mountain. This mountainous area is also the Fire Elf's Sacred Mountain. Usually, other than the few great elven patriarchs, the Elven Queen, and the Elven Warriors, outsiders are not allowed to enter. With the help of the unicorn, Yunxing, Divine Wind, and the others rushed to the Fire Elf's Sacred Mountain. Yunxing looked down. The first thing she saw was a fiery red land. Most of the immortal residence countries were emerald green and full of vitality. However, the Fire Elf's Sacred Valley was an anomaly. It was a quiet volcano and a red world. On the periphery of the mountainous area, there were flaming maples. The maple leaves were red like fire all year round. In this mountainous area, all the creatures were red. From the leaves to the soil, everything was red. The Fire Elf's Sacred Mountain was already like this when the ancestors of the elves lived here 10,000 years ago. However, it was also this place that was full of the Fire Elves' elements that miraculously gave birth to the most mysterious treasure of the elves, the water of life. In the deepest part of the Fire Elf's Sacred Mountain, in the depths of the lava of fire, there was a volcanic crater. In the middle of the volcanic crater, there was a spring that flowed endlessly. That spring was the water of life that could cure all kinds of diseases in the elven tribe. Because the location of the water of life could change at any time, it was very difficult to collect. Even in the Elven King tree, there were only about 10 bottles of water of life all year round. Every year, a few of the most agile warriors of the Fire Elves would die in the Fire Elf's Sacred Mountain because they collected the water of life. This was also why the Fire Elf's Sacred Mountain had such a high status among the elves. Therefore, after learning that Yunxing had taken several bottles of the water of life, the Fire Elves had a lot of opinions about her. These opinions were secretly concealed by Divine Wind, so Yunxing didn't know about it. The Night Demon clan has two most powerful abilities. One is their agility. The Night Demon's agility can be considered first class among the elves. Even I, who have the wind attribute, may not be able to gain an advantage when I encounter the Night Demon Queen. The other is their singing. Their singing can evoke the darkest memories in people's hearts. Remember, once you encounter the Night Demon's singing, you must immediately seal your 5 senses and 6 senses. Divine Wind told Yunxing all kinds of information about the Night Demons along the way. After Divine Wind finished speaking, he handed a jade bow to Yunxing. This bow was used when he was young to learn archery. The Fire Elf's Sacred Mountain was a semi-dormant volcano. Looking from afar, Yunxing could see a mountain about 3 to 4 kilometers above sea level. At the top of the mountain was a volcanic crater. ****** crawl to eat. At around 8 o'clock, there will be a chapter with double monthly votes. Thank you for your support. From afar, Yunxing could see a mountain that was about 3 to 4,000 meters above sea level. At the top of the mountain, there was a crater. The crater of the volcano was filled with hot magma. The hot environment made people's physical strength deplete faster. Semi-dormant meant that the volcano was likely to erupt at any time. It was also possible that it would be dormant for a long time. However, even the Fire Elves who had lived beside the elf volcano for a long time could not figure out the pattern of this semi-dormant volcano. According to Huiyu, this semi-dormant volcano had 2 seasons in a year that were relatively safe, spring and autumn. Yunxing and the others chose to enter the sacred mountain of the Fire Elves in autumn. It's daytime now, and we haven't seen the night goblins yet. We need to wait until nighttime when the temperature is slightly lower before we set off. Huiyu and Divine Wind each led a team of elven warriors. Even the Fire Elves felt a little strenuous when they entered the sacred mountain of fire. This also surprised Huiyu, Hui Yaoyao, and the others. They thought that Yunxing, who did not have a magical physique, would not be able to get close to the sacred mountain of the fire elves. However, the truth was the opposite. Yunxing was in high spirits all the way. After entering the sacred mountain of the fire elves, she did not even sweat. Looking at her appearance, she did not have any reaction to the high temperature around her. Huiyu could not help but wonder what kind of mixed blood elf Yunxing was. Earlier, he had also privately probed Divine Wind, but Divine Wind was unwilling to say a word. This, on the contrary, made Yunxing's background even more bizarre. Only Divine Wind knew that the reason why Yunxing was not afraid of the high temperature of the sacred mountain of the fire elves was because of the Hellfire Elf brand on her forehead. 3 years ago, the Elven Queen cured Yunxing. However, at the same time, she added a seal to the Hellfire Elf brand on Yunxing's forehead. It was this seal that sealed all of Yunxing's memories and the fact that she had the Hellfire Elf in her body. Yunxing only knew that there was a faint red birthmark on her forehead. That was actually the seal of the Elven Hellfire. Yunxing and the others waited at the entrance for half a day. It was only when night fell that the two groups of people set off again. Yunxing, didn't we agree that it would be a competition between the two of us? You can't be thinking of hiding behind the Divine Wind King the entire time, right? Hui Yaoyao saw that the Divine Wind King was always by Yunxing's side. Apart from being jealous, she was also secretly annoyed. Divine Wind had always been by Yunxing's side, so how could she find an opportunity to strike? Hui Yaoyao had already come up with a vicious plan when her elder brother had suggested that the Elven Royal Court go to the Fire Elf Sacred Mountain to kill Night Demon. She planned to secretly kill Yunxing in the Fire Spirit's Sacred Mountain. The lava at the volcano of the Fire Spirit's Sacred Mountain was the hottest lava in the world. Even elves would turn into rotten flesh if they came into contact with it. Okay, the two of us will go forward alone. If we encounter the Night Demon clan, we'll attack. Yunxing didn't know that there was a trap. The two of them ignored Divine Wind and Huiyu's obstruction and left the group to go to the place with the most Night Demon clan members. Nonsense. Huiyu had a headache. Divine Wind, you don't have to worry. I'll order a few elven warriors to follow us. It's still early, so there aren't many night demons around. Divine Wind nodded. The temperature at the volcano's crater was very high at night. The red volcano illuminated the surroundings in a red hue. Yunxing and Hui Yaoyao continued forward. What surprised them was that they didn't encounter many night demons along the way. Even if they did, they would immediately run away when they saw people. The night demons' movement skills were indeed extraordinary. Hui Yaoyao chased them all the way, but they still managed to escape. Just as Hui Yaoyao was gasping for breath, there was a fluctuation of magic behind her. Yunxing saw a magic ripple, and without any hesitation, she knocked an arrow on her bow. A gust of wind blew, and a night goblin hiding nearby was struck by a demon sealing arrow, revealing his body. It was a blue-green-skinned elf. When it was hit by the demon sealing arrow, its face was full of horror. The demon sealing arrow had sealed its magic. Filthy night demon. Hui Yaoyao was secretly surprised when she saw Yunxing's arrow succeed. She didn't expect Yunxing's archery skills to be better than hers. She had learned elven archery for so long, so how could she lose to a half-elven mixed blood? The night demon's concealment magic was very powerful. Thinking back to just now, if it wasn't for Yunxing's arrow, Hui Yaoyao would have been dead by now. Hui Yaoyao's life was saved by Yunxing. Not only was she not grateful to Yunxing, but she was even more jealous. She glared angrily and cast a magic fire scythe in her hand. She viciously slashed down, as if venting her anger, and chopped off the night demon's head. The night demon's blue blood flowed all over the ground. When it fell into Yunxing's eyes, it was a ghastly sight. What are you doing? Yunxing didn't expect Hui Yaoyao to be so vicious. Humph, what are you doing? Didn't we agree that whoever kills the most night demons wins? You only hit it just now. I killed this night demon, Hui Yaoyao said rudely. She also noticed that there were a few guards of the Fire Fairy clan following behind them. Hui Yaoyao secretly made a signal to them. The guards understood and quietly left. Now, only Yunxing and Hui Yaoyao were left. The Night Demon clan was also a branch of the elven race, but Hui Yaoyao didn't show them any mercy. This made Yunxing see for the first time the cruelty of purebred elves. She had previously thought that all elves were like the divine wind, disliking war and treating people kindly. What? Are you scared? If you're scared, then admit defeat and get out of the elven race. A dirty mixed blood wants to seduce the divine wind. Huiyaoyao's beautiful face distorted. Her red hair was like the flames of a demon. The outcome is still undecided. Yunxing snorted and walked forward with her bow. However, she was already on guard against Huiyaoyao. Although Yunxing was walking in front, she was always careful of Huiyaoyao behind her. Huiyaoyao wanted to attack several times, but was discovered by Yunxing. Damn mixed blood elf, I'll let you live a little longer. When we reach the crater, I'll definitely make sure you die without a complete corpse. After Huiyaoyao confirmed that there were no other elves following them, she and Yunxing walked along the winding mountain path, looking for the Night Demon clan. As they approached the crater, the temperature in the illusion increased. Soon, Yunxing and Huiyaoyao's elven armor was soaked. We haven't seen any night demons along the way. It seems that the killing just now has scared this group of cowardly branch descendants. Let's go to the crater. That should be the gathering place of the Night Demon clan. That's where we'll have the real fight, Huiyaoyao said hypocritically. Let's wait for the divine wind to come up. The strength of the Night Demon Queen is no small matter. Yunxing didn't want to be fooled and stopped halfway up the mountain. Don't you want to see the wonders of the crater? Let me tell you, except for the elven warriors who collect holy water, it's very difficult for outsiders to see the wonders of the crater. Huiyaoyao continued to persuade. Yunxing raised her head and looked at the crater not far away. It was already faintly visible. Suddenly, her eyebrows jumped. There was a very strange feeling, as if something was calling out to her from the crater. I'm sincerely grateful for today. Bow, I'll work hard. Little Yunyun will soon explode. Yunxing looked down again, but she still didn't see Divine Wind and the others. She thought that as long as she was careful, she wouldn't fall into Huiyaoyao's trap. The two of them continued to go up. In front of them was a huge volcanic crater the size of a football field. The volcanic crater was filled with flames, but there were no signs of life. It was like a sea of fire, and the dormant lava that had been dormant for a long time was slowly flowing. The most shocking thing about this volcano was that there was a small island in the middle of the volcanic crater. Different from the other places in the Fire Elf Sacred Mountain, this small island was actually a glacier island. The island wasn't big, only about 10 square meters in size. A few rugged ice rocks could be vaguely seen on the island, but apart from that, there was nothing else. Yunxing knew that there was a spring in the middle of the island. The elven race's most precious treasure, the water of life, was obtained from that spring. Yunxing was attracted by the picturesque scenery of the lava glacier island. For a moment, she forgot that she was traveling with Huiyaoyao. A sinister smile appeared on Huiyaoyao's enchanting face. She knew that people who saw the lava glacier island for the first time would show such an infatuated expression. The water of life, the elven race's most precious treasure, was no small matter. Huiyaoyao took the opportunity to walk behind Yunxing. With a sudden push, she pushed Yunxing into the boiling lava. Puffed Egg, who had been sneakily following behind Yunxing, happened to see this scene. He saw Yunxing fall into the lava with his own eyes, and didn't even have time to call for help. Huiyaoyao had a sinister smile on her face, as if her scheme had succeeded. The lava in the volcanic crater was scorching hot. Huiyaoyao had once witnessed a brave elven warrior being instantly swallowed by the lava. Yunxing was only a half-breed. If she fell into the lava, she would definitely die without a complete corpse. Later, as long as she told Divine Wind that she and Yunxing had been separated for a long time, and that Yunxing had accidentally fallen into the crater, she believed that no one would suspect her anymore. Yunxing was pushed into the volcanic crater, and when her body was engulfed by the lava, an inconspicuous black shadow quickly rushed into the lava. Yunxing thought that she was going to die this time. The molten lava of the Fire Elf Sacred Mountain would turn even steel into molten iron immediately. Although she was a half-spirit, she was still made of flesh and blood. But when she fell into the rolling lava, she didn't feel the pain and scalding heat that she had expected. She only felt waves of warmth, and she also felt that her body had obtained a mysterious power because of this lava. What's going on? Yunxing held her breath and used both her hands and feet to float in the lava as if she was swimming. But this volcanic crater was really too big, and Yunxing could only paddle towards the glacier island. Yunxing climbed onto the glacier island. Just as she was about to take a closer look at her surroundings, she heard the soft sound of flapping wings above her head. Pop pop, my dearest master, I've finally found you. Yunxing steadied herself and looked up. She almost couldn't catch her breath. Her black eyes widened. What kind of monster was that? In the sky, a flying egg was circling around her head. That egg looked very strange. It was pink all over, just like a half-steamed egg. But did an egg have wings? The egg above her head had a pair of rather eye-catching white feathered wings. What kind of monster are you? Yunxing shivered. The demon sealing bow on her body had melted after falling into the volcanic crater. Now, she didn't have any weapons on her. Pop pop. Not a monster. That egg trembled agitatedly, as if it had been greatly humiliated. Immediately, tears burst out like a flood. The cries were extremely tragic. Yunxing could feel that because of its cries, the magma in the volcano, which was originally considered quiet, was faintly boiling. Damn, what kind of monster was this? Even a half-dormant volcano couldn't stand it anymore. Stop. Yunxing's scalp was about to explode from its crying. She didn't know why, but facing such a strange magical beast, Yunxing was not afraid. Instead, she felt very close to it. The puffed egg immediately stopped crying. It didn't forget to twitch a few times. Pop Pop is not a monster. Pop Pop is your natal summoned beast. You are a summoner. This is Master's beast language ring. Wear it, Master will be able to use the summoner's power. The puffed egg carefully placed the beast language ring on Yunxing's hand. When Yunxing saw the ring, she felt a sense of familiarity with it. She hesitated for a while, then put on the beast language ring. This feeling is so familiar. Yunxing didn't immediately regain her memory. She looked at the puffed egg. Just now, a very special force entered her body. In the beast language ring, there was a magic scepter, some other items, and the exquisite pagoda. These things gave Yunxing a very familiar feeling. Why is this happening? What exactly am I? Yunxing tried hard to think, but her brain was still a mess. She couldn't remember anything. A slight wave of magic made a slight sound. Yunxing noticed that there was a wooden box in the ring. It was bouncing around as if it was filled with a living creature. At this time, she noticed that there was another box in the ring. It was as if there was a voice in her heart constantly reminding her to open the box. Yunxing opened the box. Inside was a skinny hand. The voice came from this hand. In her mind, there was a new term, summoning demon hand. Originally, the summoning demon hand would only move when it was being used. However, at this moment, the 5 fingers that were as dry as firewood actually moved. The middle finger slowly raised and pointed to a certain area on Glacier Island. Although it was not close, Yunxing could already hear the sound of flowing water. Little Master, this is the guide of the 8 Barons artifact. There must be a treasure of the 8 Barons artifact level ahead. The puffed egg was very excited. Compared to humans, magical beasts were more sensitive to treasures. When it entered with the beast language ring, it felt a very strong life force. This life force was even stronger than the purest water of life. Yunxing hesitated for a moment. She realized that she must have forgotten something. This body of hers did not seem to be afraid of lava. Perhaps the location of the water of life, which was very dangerous even to the fire elves, was an opportunity for her. Yunxing put on the beast language ring and swam towards the depths of the volcano with the puffed egg. For some reason, Yunxing felt that the temperature of the lava around her was getting higher and higher. Her forehead started to sweat. The elven armor on her body couldn't withstand the temperature and was burned into rags. Her body suddenly felt cold. The temperature seemed to have dropped. What Yunxing didn't know was that after she fell into the crater of the volcano, the temperature at the back of the mountain, which was already very high, suddenly rose a lot, as if someone suddenly added fire to the crater of the volcano. Even the Fire Elves clan didn't dare to rashly approach the crater of the volcano. Divine Wind and the others also realized this, so they were forced to stop at the periphery, looking for the whereabouts of the Night Demon Queen. Yunxing walked to the center of the volcanic island. In the center of this isolated island, there was a fountain, and the spring water was gushing out. Water of life? Yunxing found several bottles in the beast language ring. She didn't hesitate to fill all the bottles. The water of life could only be found by chance. Even when Yunxing was injured, she could only use the holy water of elves once a year. When she bent down to get the water, Yunxing found that the fingers of the summoned beast in the box trembled even more. It seemed to be reminding Yunxing that there was something hidden in the water. Could it be that there is something under the spring? Yunxing looked at the spring. She looked carefully and found that under the crystal-clear spring, there was a faint light flashing. At the bottom of the spring, there was really something buried. If one didn't look carefully, no one would notice that light. Yunxing simply dropped the bottle and used both hands to dig out the soft soil near the spring. Slowly, something came out from under the water. This is? Yunxing saw a delicate small wine cup. The size of the wine cup, which was polished with a crystal material, was slightly bigger than the wine cups that the elves often drank in banquets. It looked very similar to the shape of the trophy that was won in some competitions. Looking at the material, it was a silver cup. When the wine cup appeared, the summoned beast that had been restless all the time stopped and became calm again. The immortal Holy Grail. Still, no one told Yunxing, but in her mind, a memory about the immortal Holy Grail naturally appeared. The immortal Holy Grail, the immortal Holy Grail. According to legend, there was a holy spring in the Holy Grail, which could cure all the poisons in the world. It was the second Eight Barons' divine artifact. Staring at the cup that had just been scooped out of the water, Yunxing felt thirsty. This Holy Grail should belong to the elves. But, there was a strong voice in the bottom of her heart telling Yunxing that she must obtain this cup. This cup was very important to her. Yunxing took the cup out of the spring water. When the cup left the water of life that had been gushing out suddenly stopped. It was as if someone had blocked the mouth of the spring. It turned out that the reason why the immortal Keeper Nation's elves were able to obtain the water of life wasn't just because of the water of life. The true reason was because of the immortal Holy Grail. It was unknown when the immortal Holy Grail had been buried in the Fire Spirit Mountain. Yunxing had just taken out her wine glass when there was a sharp screech in the air, as if a bat was screaming above her head. In the sky above the glacier island, there was already a dense group of night charms flying around. This group of dark blue-skinned night charms were different from the small night charms that Yunxing had seen earlier. They were bigger in size and held spears in their hands. There were more than 1,000 of them. They were the night charms, the elites of the charm clan. In the middle of the night charms, there was a graceful and luxurious queen of charms. Ka, the queen of night charms' charming and beautiful face had an additional fierceness as she stared at the immortal Holy Grail in Yunxing's hand. Yunxing understood that the reason why these charm clan had gathered at the Fire Spirit Mountain was not like what Divine Wind and the others had thought, which was because they coveted the water of life. What they really wanted was the immortal Holy Grail under the spring of life. But the night charms weren't sure of the exact location of the Holy Grail, so they could only occupy the periphery. Who knew that Yunxing would accidentally enter the volcano island because of Hui Yao Yao, and even find the immortal Holy Grail with the guidance of the summoning demon hand? Ka, the queen of night charms made a threatening gesture towards Yunxing. She raised her hand, and the thousands of night charms beside her all raised the spears in their hands. Ka, little master, they want you to hand over the Holy Grail. The puffed egg understood the queen of night charms' strange cry. Tell them, if they want the Holy Grail, they can come and snatch it. Yunxing quickly put the immortal Holy Grail into the beast language ring and prepared to jump into the lava behind her. She knew that she wouldn't be affected by the lava, so she wanted to escape immediately. Who knew that just as Yunxing took a step, the night charms let out a sharp cry. That cry was mournful and sharp, as if someone had suddenly hit Yunxing's head with a heavy object. All the strength in her body suddenly disappeared, and she felt very uncomfortable. Yunxing hugged her head and knelt on the ground in pain. The night charm sound wave attack was really powerful. Master, let me merge with you quickly. Second battle technique. The Queen of Night Charm's demonic sound wave was very powerful, but it had no effect on the puffed egg. I don't remember. I don't remember anything. Yunxing wanted to, but she couldn't. She didn't remember what a fusion battle technique was, and she also didn't remember what a summoner was. Yunxing's forehead suddenly hurt. The Elven Queen's seal, where the Elven Hellfire brand was originally, was boiling hot. The more Yunxing thought about it, the more her head felt like it was going to explode, preventing her from thinking any further. She was now just a piece of trash. The puffed egg was also anxious. It didn't care so much anymore. It flapped its wings and ignored the spears of the night charms. The puffed egg used one wing to cover Yunxing, and only used one wing to fly forward. Caw, it doesn't hurt or itch, you bunch of useless night charms. The puffed egg didn't forget to use its but to aim at the angry night charms while flying, and kept attacking them verbally. Caw, the Queen of Night Charms was also angry. No one, not even the elves, dared to look down on her existence like this. That egg, the night charms were like headless flies, following the puffed egg and flying away from the volcanic island. The situation looked very comical. A group of night charms followed behind a flying egg that was stumbling. You said little Xing accidentally fell into the crater of the volcano? How could this be? Huiyao, did you do something? When Divine Wind learned that Yunxing fell into the crater of the volcano, he only felt a wave of depression in his heart. He knew that Yunxing had the Elven Hellfire body, but her Elven Hellfire brand had been sealed by the Queen. Divine Wind didn't know if this would affect her. It has nothing to do with me. She was greedy and wanted to kill a few more night charms, so she fell in herself. Huiyao pretended to look guilty, but she sneered in her heart. At this moment, that bastard mixed blood had probably become a skeleton under the volcano. The Divine Wind finally belonged to her. Not good. Divine Wind King, Chief, there is a large group of night charms approaching from the front. The fire elf soldiers heard a whistling sound. It was the sound of a large group of night charms approaching. Not far away, Divine Wind, Huiyu, and the others also saw this strange scene. What the hell is that? Huiyu's mouth was wide open. Were his eyes playing tricks on him? That was an egg. It's very likely a strange magic beast bred by the volcano. Huiyu and the others didn't dare to be careless. The elven archers were all on alert and pointed at the strange egg in the air. Pop. We're on the same side. Don't shoot. The puffed egg looked at the elves below and saw that they were all pointing their bows at it. Although the spears of the night demons and the arrows of the elves could not cause fatal damage to it, it would still hurt. Unfortunately, only Yunxing could understand the puffed egg's words. In the ears of Divine Wind and the others, it was just a mess of popping sounds. Wait. Little Xing is under its wing. Divine Wind caught a glimpse of the corner of Baby Popping's clothes. Under one of Baby Popping's wings was a person. They didn't know whether that strange egg was a friend or foe. In a situation where they didn't know who was friend or foe, Divine Wind didn't dare to hurt that egg. Not good, it's the Night Demon Queen. The elven archers also saw the shocking number of night demons. Shoot, be careful not to hit that egg. Divine Wind immediately rose into the air and prepared to save Yunxing. Who knew that the egg was very agile? When it saw Divine Wind coming over, it flew far away with a whoosh. The night demons and the elven archers were also engaged in a fierce battle. But compared to the well-trained palace archers, although the night demons had a large number, most of their attacks were not organized. In just a moment, nearly 100 night demons were killed. On the other hand, the elven archers were getting braver as they fought. Huiyu also commanded the warriors of the fire elves to attack the night demons with fire arrows and various fire walls from time to time. The Night Demon Queen saw her subordinates die one by one under the arrows and was so angry that she screamed. She was resentful and blamed Yunxing for taking away the immortal holy grail that she coveted the most. The Night Demon Queen let out a piercing scream. When all the night demons heard the sound, they suddenly raised the spears in their hands and shot towards the sky together. That scene was so soul-stirring. The 1,000 night demons did not hesitate at all. They solemnly closed their eyes. The sharp spears stabbed down like a rain of arrows, piercing the throats of the night demons and piercing their chests. The corpses of the night demons fell from the sky. Their blue-green blood splashed and rolled into the lava, dyeing the lava a blue-green color. Not good. Night Demon Queen had gone mad. Retreat. Everyone, withdraw from the Fire Fairy's sacred mountain immediately. Huiyu turned pale with fright. He didn't understand why the Night Demon Queen would suddenly order the night demons to do such a thing, but his intuition told him that such a strange action was very similar to the night demon's sacrificial ceremony. Huiyu's clansmen and the Night Demon Queen had fought against each other several times. In the early days, the fire spirits and the night demons had mostly fought to a draw. When the fire spirits retreated, the fire spirits were the sacred mountain, so the night demons would not chase after them. But this time, the night demons were ruthless. They didn't know what had provoked the Night Demon Queen. Huiyu naturally didn't know that the reason the Night Demon Queen had led the night demons to guard the fire spirits' sacred mountain was to find the immortal Holy Grail. The immortal Holy Grail, to the night demons, had a very special meaning. Previously, in order to find the immortal Holy Grail, the night demons would not fight the fire spirits head-on. But Xianxia accidentally intruded and took away the immortal Holy Grail, which forced the Night Demon Queen to go mad. She swore to take back the immortal Holy Grail. When the 1,000 night demon warriors died at the same time, the blue-green blood gathered together and flowed unceasingly to the Night Demon Queen, forming a magic array. The enchanting Night Demon Queen had a solemn expression. She stared at the sky and muttered. As the magic array was activated, the Night Demon Queen's mouth let out a melodious song. Blood Prison Demon Song, the Night Demon Clan's supreme demon song. The singing was like a young girl's, so beautiful that those who heard the song forgot that they were in the middle of a fierce battle. The elves put down the bows in their hands, intoxicated by the song. Even Divine Wind, Huiyu, Huiyaoyao, and the others felt that they had no fighting spirit. Listening to the beautiful song, they all fell into a state where they forgot about themselves. Suddenly, blue-green blood light flashed in the magic array. Ghostly voices floated out from the magic array. They turned into evil spirits and pounced on the elves. Thousands of evil spirits bared their fangs and brandished their claws, tearing and gnawing at the elves' flesh and blood, letting out disgusting cackles. The fire spirit's sacred mountain was covered in blood. It had become a hell for evil spirits. Beside Yunxing's ears, she could also hear that terrifying singing voice intermittently. When she first heard the song, she also unconsciously fell into it. Scenes of illusions floated in her mind. In Yunxing's mind, strange memory fragments appeared one after another. In the fragments, there were many figures swaying. Father. Night Fox. Mother. Yun Residence. Listening to the song, the names and figures overlapped in Yunxing's mind. At the same time, the zither song that was played at the birthday banquet appeared in her mind. 2, 2, 2. Her forehead jumped as if something was going to drill out of it. The puffed egg also realized that its little master seemed to be uncomfortable. It put Yunxing on the ground. Yunxing subconsciously took out the 1,000-year ice zither. That zither song. She realized that this zither song might be able to alleviate her current predicament. If she didn't break the blood prison demon song, Divine Wind, and those innocent elves would all die here. Resisting the pain in her head, Yunxing's fingers gently plucked the zither strings. The zither music sounded. The unique melody of the Dihong song played in the fire spirit's sacred mountain. The elves, who had fallen into a state of madness, suddenly woke up. As soon as they opened their eyes, they were shocked to find those ghosts. Divine Wind broke apart a few wind blades in his hands, cutting a few ghosts that were close to him in half. He followed the sound of the zither and looked over. He saw Yunxing sitting cross-legged not far away. Her expression was peaceful. Her fingers stroked the surface of the zither like a breeze. The music of the Blood Prison Demon song and the Dihong song collided. Even Queen Night Demon didn't understand why that seemingly ordinary mixed-blood elf girl could play the zither music that could break the Blood Prison Demon song. The two kinds of music were completely different. One was like the sound of nature, and the other was like the song of a ghost prison. Neither Yunxing nor Queen Night Demon stopped. They were secretly competing. Huiyaoyao's beautiful eyes were full of resentment when she saw that Yunxing didn't die. While Divine Wind, Huiyu, and the other elves were immersed in the two different kinds of music, she secretly picked up her bow and arrow. The bow and arrow were aimed at Yunxing's head. Hui Yaoyao was very vicious. She was afraid that Yunxing wouldn't die, so she added a flame arrow to the bow and arrow. The bowstring vibrated, and a beam of fire shot into the sky, shooting towards Yunxing. Yaoyao. What are you doing? Hui Yu was very close to his sister. He felt a magical fluctuation beside him. When he turned around, he was stunned. A flame soared into the sky, shooting towards Yunxing. Hui Yaoyao's archery was very accurate. The arrow left the bowstring and shot straight towards Yunxing's head. Seeing this, Divine Wind's expression changed greatly. He immediately urged the wind to change the direction of the arrow. But no matter how fast Divine Wind's chanting was, he was still one step too slow. He only made the arrow slightly deviate from its direction. Yunxing was immersed in playing the Dihong song. With the sound of the zither, she felt that her headache was alleviated a lot. The figures that were originally wandering in her mind were also connected. Under her hand, Trillium's hand was moving, and the strings were plucked faster and faster. Dihongga became even more agitated and majestic, like an army of thousands of men and horses charging towards Night Demon Queen. Night Demon Queen also felt the change in her opponent's zither music. It was very strong. The sound of the mixed blood elf girl's zither was like a war song, making Night Demon Queen's heart beat faster and unable to control herself. Gah, Night Demon Queen finally couldn't bear it. She spat out a mouthful of blue-green blood, and her whole body collapsed on the ground. She was no longer as arrogant as before. The moment Night Demon Queen was defeated, Yunxing's zither strings paused. She felt that in her mind, vague memory fragments appeared one after another. Just as she was trying to string all the memory fragments together, she felt a sense of danger approaching. A demon-sealing arrow was shooting towards her face. It was too late to dodge. The arrow pierced Yunxing's forehead. A burst of blood could be seen, and the blood instantly blurred Yunxing's eyes. Boom! Just when everyone thought that Yunxing's blood would splatter on the spot, a terrifying power gushed out from Yunxing's forehead. That power actually repelled Hui Yaoyao's arrow, instantly burning it to ashes. There was a terrifying beast roar. Yunxing felt her entire body tremble. Her forehead felt as if it had been bitten by a mosquito. At the same time, she felt as if something had peeled off from her forehead. Yunxing! Shenfeng's painful cry came from afar. Mother! A beautiful woman's face appeared in Yunxing's mind. Hu Jiuxing. Her memories quickly came back to her, and Yunxing suddenly remembered everything. She was Yunxing from Zhou State, a summoner and a magician of the 5 elements. She came to the immortal abode to search for the water of life to heal her father. She met her mother, Hu Jiuxing, who should have died long ago. The scenes of Icefall City came back to him like a movie in reverse. In the chaos, Yunxing heard the Night Demon Queen's sharp cry. Without hesitation, the beast language ring on Yunxing's hand flickered. In the next moment, Yunxing and the puffed egg became one. In the blink of an eye, Yunxing appeared in front of the Demon Queen. All of her Night Demon's subordinates had already been executed. Even the Blood Prison Demon song had been broken by Dihong song. She held the summoning demon hand in her hand. Night Demon Queen, I, as a summoner, contract with you. The powerful pressure of the summoning demon hand made the physically and mentally exhausted Night Demon Queen unable to resist. She meekly knelt on the ground. Yunxing put the Night Demon Queen into the fairy space. Yunxing! So you're not a fairy? Hui Yaoyao was dumbstruck. Shenfeng looked at Yunxing in a daze. She finally recovered her memories. On her forehead, where the demon-sealing arrow had just pierced, there was only a red mark left. A bright red fairy hellfire brand appeared on Yunxing's forehead. That arrow had unintentionally broken the Elven Queen's magic seal. Unexpectedly, Hui Yaoyao's arrow made Yunxing recover her memories. A summoner was a summoner of the human race. Unexpectedly, the girl who was carefully protected by the Holy Wind King as the apple of his eye turned out to be a human. The elves were at a loss. At the same time, they also realized that Yunxing was a very powerful summoner. Just now, she had contracted the Night Demon Queen. The Night Demon Queen was an existence comparable to a king fairy. The Yunxing in front of them was clearly Yunxing. But she was not Yunxing. An ice zither, a pair of black eyes. At that moment, her face was like fire and ice. Big brother, she is a human. She pretended to be a mixed-blood fairy and approached the Holy Wind King. She has some unspeakable secret. Kill her. Hui Yaoyao was shocked and frightened when she saw that she failed to kill Yunxing with one arrow. Hui Yu's expression was serious. He looked at Shen Feng, only to see that the latter didn't say a word. His eyes seemed to be frozen, resting on Yunxing's body. Every time she took a step, Shen Feng's eyes also followed her. Shen Feng. Hui Yu wanted to ask for his opinion. This was the holy land of the fairy race. It was already a capital offense for a human to enter. Shen Feng looked at Yunxing, his blue eyes revealing a trace of sadness at this moment. Little Xing'er, I'm sorry. I've never blamed you, Yunxing said with a calm smile. Shen Feng, thank you for taking care of me all this time. Her smile was very bright, but her tone was so distant. Shen Feng discovered that in the past 3 years, Yunxing had never smiled like today. In these 3 years, she was doted on by him. She seemed to be carefree every day, but there was never a day when she would smile like this. He thought that he had given her the greatest freedom, but in fact, he had broken her wings. Shen Feng felt a burst of regret in his heart, but this regret came too late. He knew that it was impossible for him and Yunxing to be together. Shen Feng. Are we just going to let it go like this? She probably entered the volcanic island and stole the water of life. That is the holy water of the fairy race. How can we allow others to sully it? Hui Yaoyao said angrily. Steal? Yunxing sneered in her heart. Now that the immortal Holy Grail was already in her hands, did she still need to steal? Without the immortal Holy Grail, the water of life wouldn't change much in the short term. However, after a long time, the water of life would dry up. Now that she had contracted the Night Demon Queen, for the fairies who didn't know the truth, they would never know that the immortal Holy Grail was buried under the water of life. I won't let anyone hurt her. Shen Feng glanced at Hui Yu. Yao Yao, forget it. Hui Yu knew Shen Feng's temper. Shen Feng was the heir to the throne. The immortal keeper country would be his sooner or later. The fire fairy race would always be his subordinates. Moreover, Hui Yaoyao was indeed in the wrong for today's matter. Hui Yu still wanted to settle the matter peacefully. Forget it? Who said that? Yunxing raised her eyebrows. First you pushed me into the volcano, then you secretly attacked me. With these 2 things added together, even if you want to forget it, you still have to ask whether I agree or not. Those who offend me, Yunxing, die. When Hui Yu and the fire elves heard this, their faces turned ugly. Divine Wind's expression changed. His blue eyes were as cold as ice. Hui Yaoyao dared to touch little Xing'er. She had to die. Hui Yaoyao was a bit flustered when she saw the silence. She bit her lips and refused to admit it. You're slandering me. No one had seen her push Yunxing into the crater. Besides, Yunxing wasn't injured at all. Even if the first thing was slandering you, you sneak attacked me in front of everyone. Everyone clearly saw that I was kind enough to use the Dihong song to break the blood hell demon song, but you repaid my kindness with enmity and shot me with an arrow. You called me a lowly bastard, but when it comes to lowliness, no one is more lowly than you. Yunxing mocked. Although she had insulted Hui Yaoyao, the fire spirits present were left speechless. They couldn't say a single word. The elven archers from the elven royal court also looked at Hui Yaoyao with contempt. They all thought that Hui Yaoyao's actions had blasphemed their elven arrows. Hui Yaoyao was a noble lady of the elven race. She was also beautiful and had always been the center of attention. She had never been humiliated to the point of being unable to raise her head. She looked at her elder brother Hui Yu for help. But Hui Yu could only shake his head helplessly. They had all seen Hui Yaoyao's despicable actions. If the fire fairies and Hui Yu denied it, it would be a disgrace to the fire fairies' honor. For the elves, honor and integrity were the most important. Hui Yaoyao is an elven clansman. A clansman has made a mistake and should be punished by the patriarch. You should follow the rules, Divine Wind said indifferently. The moment Yunxing recovered her memories, he was shocked, annoyed, and a bit guilty. But Divine Wind also knew that everything had already happened. There was no way to go back to the past. Yunxing and Divine Wind's eyes met. She looked away. Divine Wind's heart suddenly shrank. His heart felt empty. He knew that there were some things that he had lost forever. After recovering her memories, Yunxing didn't blame Divine Wind. She knew that it was the Elf Queen's idea to seal her memories and her Dharma soul. In these 3 years, Shen Feng had been meticulous with her. He could have taken advantage of the time when she had lost her memories to make her his, but he didn't do so. According to the rules of the Fire Elves, do not do unto others what you would not have them do unto you. If you do unto others, do unto them tenfold. Yao Yao, you must be punished, Huiyu said with difficulty. The punishment of the elves had always been cruel, especially for the Fire Elves. Their temperament was unyielding and upright, and there was no room for falsehood. Return the favor tenfold. What he meant was that he would return the favor with 10 arrows. 10 arrows, furthermore, it was aimed at his forehead. Hui Yaoyao's face immediately lost all color. Fetch the arrows. At Divine Wind's command, the captain of the archers beside him took out a quiver of devil-sealing arrows and a sturdy elven crossbow and handed them to Yunxing. How could Huiyu not be worried? However, as the patriarch of the Fire Elves, and in front of Divine Wind, he didn't dare to have the slightest thought of shielding his sister. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame his sister, Hui Yaoyao, for being too willful. Brother! She'll kill me. Hui Yaoyao was truly at a loss for words. She couldn't cry for help. She pleaded with Divine Wind, but who would have thought that Divine Wind would flick his sleeve and shake her off as if she was filthy? She wanted to beg her brother again, but Huiyu also retreated to the side. The elven archers didn't look sideways, and the warriors of the Fire Elves didn't dare to stop them. Yunxing! You just injured me. The Fire Elves won't let you off. Seeing Yunxing pull the bow without any scruples, Hui Yaoyao wanted to escape. Brother! Hui Yaoyao felt extremely wronged. She looked at Yunxing's arrow in horror. She couldn't dodge or even run away. If she did, she would be disobeying the Fire Elves' rules and would be expelled from the tribe. Yunxing took the arrow and pointed it at Hui Yaoyao without any hesitation. Huiyu frowned. Although he knew that his sister was in the wrong, if Yunxing really killed Hui Yaoyao in front of him, he definitely wouldn't let Yunxing off. Even if he had to use the power of the Fire Elves and offend Divine Wind, he would still kill Yunxing. Yunxing, remember, you are stepping on the territory of the Immortal Keeper country, the holy land of the Fire Elves, Huiyu threatened Yunxing. Humph, Yunxing sneered. Her eyes focused and the devil-sealing bow in her hand was already stretched taut. She was about to shoot when she suddenly put down her bow. Yunxing smiled and glanced at Huiyu. Patriarch Hua, are you threatening me? I'm very timid and can't stand up to threats. Since that's the case, I'll be lenient for the sake of Patriarch Hua. After saying that, Yunxing reached out and broke the arrowhead. Once the arrowhead was removed, Huiyu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The most dangerous thing about the devil-sealing arrow was its arrowhead. Without the arrowhead, only the body of the arrow was left. The threat it could cause was limited. When Hui Yaoyao saw this, her previous fear disappeared. She sneered, Yunxing, weren't you always so arrogant? Turns out you're only SOSO. You want to use the body of an arrow to shoot me? You're dreaming. I should be thanking you for helping me recover my memories. Yunxing walked towards Hui Yaoyao. Yunxing had a moving smile on her face. Although her smile was moving, Hui Yaoyao felt a sense of fear under Yunxing's gaze. Hui Yaoyao was so scared that she took a few steps back. She looked at the Fire Elves around her and her brother on the side and felt a little more confident. Yunxing wasn't willing to let it go. It was fine if she hadn't recovered her memories, but now that she had, she was no longer the elven mixed-blood girl with no worries. Believe it or not, I can still take your cheap life with an arrow without an arrowhead. Yunxing's voice suddenly turned sharp. She suddenly pulled the bow and poured a strand of elven hellfire into the arrow. In an instant, the entire arrow body began to burn like red-hot iron. She released her finger and the arrow left the bowstring. Hui Yaoyao didn't feel anything at first, but when the arrow approached, she suddenly felt a terrifying swallowing force rushing towards her. The arrow was very fast. Hui Yaoyao didn't have time to make a move to stop it. She only felt a burning sensation on her face. A wave of heat brushed past her forehead, there was a moment of hesitation on her coquettish face. Suddenly, her forehead erupted like a volcano. Ah! Huiyaoyao screamed. At the same time, her forehead was pierced by the arrow. Her whole body instantly burned, turning into a flaming person. It was as if someone had poured a basin of oil on her. Yunxing! You dare! Huiyu saw the scene and was about to explode in anger. Quickly save the young miss. The arrow just now had come too quickly. Everyone had clearly seen that Yunxing had already broken the arrowhead, so how could it still pierce through Huiyaoyao's head? Furthermore, there was such a huge fire on her body. Who dares to go up? That's elven hellfire. Even if you're a member of the elven tribe, you'll die if you touch it. Yunxing held her bow horizontally, her gaze like a torch. At that moment, even Huiyu felt intimidated. Elven hellfire, the elves who wanted to attack all stopped. When the fire elves heard this name, they felt their knees go weak. They looked at Huiyaoyao in alarm. The fire spirit clan's physique made them innately unafraid of fire. They weren't afraid of any ordinary flames. Even fire element magic was much less harmful to them compared to ordinary people. Judging from the intensity of the fire on Huiyaoyao's body was indeed not ordinary. Huiyaoyao wailed in pain. Huiyu couldn't bear to watch and wanted to save her, but as soon as he touched the fire, his body was burned with blisters. Even the patriarch was like this, not to mention the other fire elves. The fire elves could only watch as Huiyaoyao was burned to ashes. Divine Wind saw all of this, but didn't show much surprise. What kind of person was Yunxing? She was the bloody lowly that made the entire Zhou State's hunting world tremble. Roses had thorns in the end. It was like this when she was young, let alone now. She had lived in the immortal Zhou nation for 3 years and lost her memory. But once she regained her memories, she would be the haggard Yunxing again. Huiyaoyao had framed her twice. If she let it go, then she wouldn't be Yunxing. The other elves also had looks of disdain. They also despised Huiyaoyao's actions. They felt that her actions had lost face for the elves. Her life and death had nothing to do with them. Huiyaoyao was burned to ashes alive. Seeing Huiyaoyao's death, Divine Wind's first reaction was to protect Yunxing behind him. Huiyu, if you want to settle accounts, then come at me. Divine Wind knew Huiyu's temper. Seeing his own sister die in front of him, he definitely wouldn't let it go. Huiyu forced a smile and ordered his men to collect Huiyaoyao's ashes. To Divine Wind's surprise, he didn't order the fire elves to attack. On the contrary, he led the fire elves to kneel down together. Huiyu no longer had the domineering expression of the chief of the fire elves. He respectfully said, the current chief of the fire elves tribe, Huiyu, leads a group of elves to ask for forgiveness from the successor of the fire queen. Huiyu did not expect Yunxing to be the successor of the fire elf queen. The group immediately rushed back to the imperial court. The elven queen was also shocked when she found out that the heir of the fire elf queen who had been missing for many years was Yunxing. Huiyu, are you sure? Is she really the successor of the elven queen? A long time ago, the immortal keeper nation was made up of 4 small nations. The predecessors of each small nation were the 4 major tribes. At that time, although the nation was divided, the immortal keeper nation was the strongest because the elven queens of the 4 small nations had the legendary god's inheritance. But at some point in time, several elven queens fell one after another, leaving only the wind elven queen bloodline. After losing the 3 elven queens, the tribes were in turmoil. In desperation, the wind elven queen unified the immortal keeper nation and established the elven imperial court. It was also because of the fall of the 3 elven queens that the immortal keeper nation closed its doors to avoid external disasters. In the tribes that lost their elven queens, there was a saying that one day, the successor of the elven queens would reappear. The appearance of the successor would bring new life and prosperity to the elven tribes. Previously, because of the elven queen's seal, Huiyu didn't notice the elven hellfire on Yunxing. But once the seal was removed and Yunxing attacked, the fact that she had the elven hellfire was exposed. The terrifying hellfire devoured Huiyaoyao as soon as it appeared. If it was said that Huiyu had the intention to avenge his sister earlier, he no longer had that thought after finding out the identity of Yunxing's successor. To the elves, the identity of the elven heir was even higher than that of the chief. Hui Yu, are you sure? This is a serious matter. The elven queen only knew that Yunxing had the fire elven brand on her, but she didn't expect that brand to be the symbol of the successor. Your Majesty, the only flame that can hurt me is the elven hellfire. Hui Yu trembled in fear at the thought of his sister plotting to kill the elven heir that the elven tribe had been searching for many years. The elven queen fell silent after hearing that. She walked in front of Yunxing and looked directly at Yunxing. Yunxing, where did you get the elven hellfire? The earth's core smelted cave. I got it from the magic array guarded by the mythical beast Swanee. Yunxing had already guessed that the magician who fought with the mythical beast Swanee was most likely the previous fire elven queen. The mythical beast Swanee was famous for being a fire elven mythical beast. It seemed that Hui Yu was telling the truth. The elven queen thought that it was also good that Yunxing got the hellfire elven inheritance. Earlier at the birthday banquet, there were people who questioned whether Yunxing's identity was qualified to be Divine Wind's wife. But if she became the successor of the elves and led the fire elven tribe, then her identity would be different. Through her union with Divine Wind, she could control the fire elven tribe that had always been rebellious. This was an unexpected gain. The elven queen thought, Yunxing, are you willing to marry Divine Wind as the successor of the fire elven tribe and inherit the position of chief of the fire elven tribe? Yunxing didn't expect the elven queen to make such a request. Divine Wind looked at Yunxing expectantly. In her impression, the elven queen didn't like her. After she recovered her memory, Yunxing didn't think that the elven queen would let her go. Yunxing didn't know how important the elven inheritance was to the elven tribe. Yunxing was now the successor of the fire elven tribe. If she wanted, she could mobilize the power of the entire fire elven tribe at any time. Even if she wanted to leave the immortal residence country, it was also possible. The elven queen naturally didn't want to lose the fire elven tribe, the bravest and most belligerent of the elves. She wanted Divine Wind and Yunxing to marry. Part of the reason was to control the fire elven tribe. Another reason was because she knew that Divine Wind had deep feelings for Yunxing. I don't want to. Although he already knew that Yunxing would say this, when those words came out of Yunxing's mouth, Divine Wind's heart couldn't help but ache. It's not up to you to not want to. The elven queen's expression froze. A tornado surrounded Yunxing. When Hui Yu and the others saw this, they hurriedly stood up, wanting to protect Yunxing. Yunxing, you are really ungrateful. 3 years ago, I could save you. 3 years later, I can destroy you. How can the immortal residence country be a place where you can come and go as you please? The elven queen was furious. She thought that Yunxing should at least know how to be grateful. 3 years ago, for her sake, Divine Wind had put down his status and didn't hesitate to fall out with her, his mother, in order to keep Yunxing by his side. As soon as she regained her memories, she wanted to leave. Divine Wind's expression just now, the pain between his eyebrows, she, as his mother, saw it all and felt pain in her heart. Elven Queen, even if you tear me to pieces, I won't change my mind. Yunxing was fearless in the face of the tornado that could tear her to pieces at any time. Queen. Please be merciful, an inheritor is hard to come by in 1,000 years. Hui Yu, including the fire elves, were all on guard. Elf Queen, Yunxing will always remember your care for the past 3 years. You want me to stay because you love Divine Wind, I understand. But who doesn't have family and friends? Yunxing paused. My father is now heavily poisoned and has been in a coma for 6 years, waiting for me to go back and treat him. I always thought that my mother had died. It wasn't until 3 years ago that I found out that my mother was still alive, but she doesn't recognize me at all. Let me ask you, if it were you, Elf Queen? Would you be able to abandon your parents, stay in the immortal Ju nation, and live a happy life? Yunxing's words heavily struck the hearts of everyone present. After recovering her memories, Yunxing had suffered every minute and second. She was worried that in the 3 years she lived happily in the immortal Ju nation, too many unexpected things had happened on the continent. She was even more afraid that by the time she rushed back to Zhou State, everything would be too late. The Elf Queen couldn't help but be moved. She also didn't expect that Yunxing, at such a young age, would carry so many burdens. Mother Empress, let her go, Divine Wind said with great difficulty. Divine Wind. Are you really willing to let her go? If she leaves, she will never come back. The Elf Queen could see Divine Wind's pain. She knew how deep Divine Wind's love for Xianxia was. In the past 3 years, she hadn't paid attention to Divine Wind at all times. Divine Wind was of noble birth. Since he was young, he could get whatever he wanted. But it was Xianxia. He couldn't ask for more, but he couldn't let go. This would be the biggest obstacle to his growth. Shenfeng smiled bitterly. He looked at Xianxia. His peerless face was as gentle as before. It was so gentle that it could make people drunk. Little Xing, have you ever loved me? Xianxia was silent. Her heart spun 1,000 times. She already had an answer, but her tongue seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. She couldn't say anything. She didn't hate Kamikaze. No one would hate a man who was wholeheartedly good to them. Moreover, that man was gentle, considerate, and had a noble background. In the past 3 years, Xianxia could be said to like Divine Wind. But that was just love. Although she had lost her memory, Xianxia subconsciously treated Divine Wind as the only person she could get close to. She was an orphan since she was young. She didn't have any brothers or sisters. Divine Wind was knowledgeable, skilled in both literature and martial arts. He could be said to be the ideal big brother for all the girls in the world. He was her big brother, but not her lover. Moreover, Xianxia couldn't stay in the immortal residence. She still had many things to do. Together with Divine Wind, Xianxia could forget all her worries. At the end of July, he would carry Xianxia to the highest branch of the king tree and accompany her to watch the stars for an entire night. He would also hold her trembling hands and help her adjust the bowstring. But choosing him was tantamount to giving up on everyone behind her. Her family, her parents, her friends, and her companions. Xianxia's silence made Divine Wind understand. Divine Wind closed his eyes. His heart was filled with bitterness. Divine Wind, I like you very much. The next moment, the girl's clear voice made Divine Wind open his eyes. It was like, not love. But at least, somewhere in her heart, there was still a place for him. At that moment, Divine Wind's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Mother Empress, let her go. In exchange, I am willing to inherit the throne and protect the immortal residence nation for the rest of my life. Divine Wind knelt on one knee and sincerely begged the Elven Queen. 3 years ago, it was a similar situation. But at that time, Divine Wind had only agreed to inherit the throne. But today, he was willing to completely give up his freedom and let Xianxia leave. The Elven Queen sighed. She glanced at Divine Wind, who was still kneeling on the ground, unwilling to get up. She seemed to see her past self in Divine Wind. Mother and son, in the end, both chose to give up their happiness. Sometimes, letting go was also a kind of happiness. Under Divine Wind's insistence, Xianxia left. Divine Wind was sitting in the study room. He was reviewing memorials as usual. The female official beside him reminded, Crown Prince, Miss Yun is leaving. Divine Wind didn't say a word. His eyes were still glued to the memorial. The female official looked at Divine Wind's appearance and sighed softly. Suddenly, Divine Wind put down the memorial and his figure rushed out like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in the sky above Icefall City. At the edge of the vast snow forest sea, Yunxing's figure had already disappeared in a white mist. She still left. Divine Wind was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, a burst of zither music reached his ears. The sound of the zither was intermittent and incessant. Divine Wind seemed to hear Yunxing in his ears. The sound of the zither was continuous, as if it was narrating the bits and pieces of him and Yunxing spent the past 3 years together. Little Xing, if one day you are tired, I will always be here waiting for you. His voice spread far and wide. The figure in front of him paused. Yunxing lowered her head, hot tears hovering in her eyes. The immortal residence nation was a place away from worldly affairs. Here, time seemed to have stopped. Yunxing now had a half-elf body. Her physique had become purer and her 5 senses had become sharper. Yunxing heard Divine Wind's voice, but she didn't turn around. She was afraid that if she did, she wouldn't be able to hold back her tears. It had been 3 years. Although the moment she regained consciousness, she resented Divine Wind. She resented Divine Wind for causing her to lose her memories and leave behind so many people who were important to her. But she knew that Divine Wind's love for her was sincere. In this world, it would be difficult to find someone who was so pure and good to her. Divine Wind, I'm sorry. Xianxia carried the zither and walked out of the snow forest sea step by step. Divine Wind gazed into the distance. The corners of his mouth slightly bent down, his throat trembled, and his eyes were moist. He had thousands of words to say, but in the end, he didn't say them. I used my freedom in exchange for yours. Xianxia, Empress Mother said that I was the most unruly wind in the immortal residence nation. When I met you, I was already unable to move forward. This was his first love in his life. Xianxia was a cool breeze in his life. In those 3 years, the wind stayed by his side. Unfortunately, the wind would always be the wind. She would leave one day. Divine Wind raised his hand, as if to grab the figure in the depths of the snow forest sea who was gradually walking away. A wisp of wind blew, warm and moist. The wind only lingered on his hand for a moment, affectionate and heartless, then left. Even that moment was enough to warm Divine Wind for a lifetime. In the snow forest sea, the cedar trees moved away one by one as Xianxia walked out of the snow forest sea. The cold aura gradually disappeared, leaving behind a verdant landscape. I'm back. Looking at the immortal Jew country behind her, the scenery in front of her is still the same. Xianxia smiled. At that moment, even the most dazzling autumn sunshine was overshadowed. After Xianxia left the immortal Jew country, she went all the way south, rushing to Zhou State. In 3 years, she cut off contact with everyone. Yun Mansion, second uncle, little Ci Andong, Night Fox, she has a lot of things to tell them. Xianxia stopped for a short time on the way and released all the magical beasts in the exquisite beast pagoda. Just as she released the magical beasts, she heard a howl. A black shadow scurried over and flipped Xianxia to the ground. The black mastiff, which is as tall as Xianxia, licked Xianxia's face several times. Its wet tongue made Xianxia's face full of saliva. Xiaohei. Xianxia found out that the black shadow was actually Xiaohei. For 3 years, the exquisite beast pagoda stored in the beast language ring has been placed in the Elf Queen's imperial study. Due to the special nature of the beast language ring, the Elf Queen can't check the items in the beast language ring. The exquisite beast pagoda and the summoning devil's hand, these 2 treasures were saved from falling into the hands of others. The immortal Jew country is a land of elves. The spiritual energy here is very pure. The magical beasts in the exquisite beast pagoda have been cultivating under such unique conditions for 3 years. Coupled with the exquisite beast pagoda itself, in 3 years, Xianxia's magical beasts have all undergone amazing changes except for the puffed egg. Little Black's transformation was especially shocking. He had grown from the size of a pet dog to an adult mastiff the size of a small pony. He had black fur all over his body, and his hair was slightly curly. His mastiff's eyes were as fierce as a wolf's. Its temperament was also more brutal than before. Other than Xianxia, even if Egg Burglar approached, it would bare its ghastly teeth and issue a warning to the person. The 100-legged ant general transformed from an early commander rank magical beast to a peak commander rank magical beast. He can now hatch tens of thousands of ant beasts in a day and night. The one who changed the least was the puffed egg. Its body is still pink, and its pair of wings is still the same. Xianxia was speechless when she heard the same bo that came and went every day. Xianxia and Hu Jiuxing, she didn't have a chance to ask Hu Jiuxing what kind of magical beast puffed egg. Finally, Xianxia's gaze fell on the Night Demon Queen who has just been successfully contracted. Among the magical beasts, the Night Demon Queen should be said to be the highest rank. Her appearance, other than the color of her skin, is the closest to a human. It can be said that she is a miniature version of a human. After the Night Demon Queen was contracted by Xianxia extracted some useful memories from her memory. Among them is the reason why the Night Demon Queen entered the Fire Elf Sacred Mountain to find the immortal Holy Grail. The reason why the Night Demon Queen is looking for the immortal Holy Grail is to use the purest spring of life flowing from the immortal Holy Grail to purify the Night Demon's body. As everyone knows, the Night Demon is a type of nocturnal magical beast. Their body is because of their special blue-green skin. This kind of skin, once exposed to sunlight, will be burned and even die. There has always been a legend about the night demon's special body. The night demon clan was originally a mixed race of elves. Their first queen is a very beautiful mixed-blood elven singer. She has a very beautiful voice and unparalleled beauty. Because of this, she won the love of a young noble in the elven race. But that young noble's fiancé, because of jealousy, secretly poisoned the mixed-blood elf. The poisoned mixed-blood elf's snow-white skin turned into an ugly blue-green color. She can't see the light and can only hide in the darkest depths of the forest valley. That was the ancestor of the night demon clan. Starting from the first night demon queen, many generations of night demons after that were the same. And because they can't see the light, most of the night demons can only appear at night. Their bodies are very weak and generally can't live past 30 years old. Such a short life brought endless pain to countless night demons. They had been searching for all sorts of ways to reverse their tragic fate. So it has been like this since your ancestors? Why didn't you think of using the Spring of Life until now? Xianxia is very familiar with the history of the elves. Although the Spring of Life is precious, with the strength of the Night Demon clan, it is not difficult to steal a bottle. The Spring of Life can't change our bodies. Only the Spring of Life, the water in the immortal Holy Grail, can help us change our misfortune, the Night Demon Queen told Xianxia in detail. The place where the immortal Holy Grail is buried originally has an artesian spring. The water in the immortal Holy Grail has been diluted by the artesian spring, so its effect is greatly reduced. So the Night Demon Queen was determined to seize the immortal Holy Grail. But she didn't expect to meet Xianxia, who has awakened her summoning ability. Who told you that the immortal Holy Grail is in the Fire Elf Sacred Mountain? The elves of the immortal residence country obviously didn't know about this, otherwise they wouldn't have let Xianxia get away with it so easily. It's an unknown magic beast. It broke into the Night Demon clan's territory one day and told me. The Night Demon Queen also didn't know where that magic beast came from. What kind of magic beast is that? A magic beast that can break into the Night Demon clan's territory and know the whereabouts of the immortal Holy Grail can't be simple. This? The Night Demon Queen showed an awkward expression. She shook her head in distress. I don't remember. I only know that it was a magic beast that told me, but I can't remember its specific appearance and origin. Xianxia checked the Night Demon Queen's memory and found that she wasn't lying. That magic beast of unknown origin seemed to have used a kind of hypnotic method to make the Night Demon Queen look for the immortal Holy Grail according to its words, but she didn't realize that she was under someone's control at all. If Xianxia hadn't made a contract with the Night Demon Queen later, she would have been muddle-headed and handed the immortal Holy Grail to that magic beast after obtaining it. Although she didn't directly find the mastermind behind the Night Demon clan, Xianxia made a discovery. Night Demon, I killed a lot of your clansmen along the way and took away the immortal Holy Grail. As compensation, I'll help you solve the doubts that have troubled your clansmen for many years. The blue-green skin and photophobia of the Night Demon clan have nothing to do with poison or physique. The real reason is because the Night Demon clan has long intermarried. Xianxia didn't think that there was any poison in the world that could still work after so many generations. When she checked the body of the Night Demon Queen, she found that her fingers and toes were one more than the ordinary elves. Combined with what the Night Demon Queen had said earlier, Xianxia thought of a modern case. She saw it in a news article, about a similar case in a certain oceanic island country. The residents there had blue skin, blue blood, and they were afraid of the sun. After the modern medical research, they found that the reason why these people had abnormal skin and were afraid of the sun was not because of the mutation of the human body, but because they lived on the island all year round. The residents of the island could only marry close relatives. As a result of the long-term marriage of close relatives, the residents became like that. The situation of the Night Demon Queen in front of her was very similar to the situation of the blue-blooded people in the oceanic island country. Xianxia asked the Night Demon Queen about the intermarriage of the Night Demon tribe, and it was as she guessed. To some extent, the immortal Holy Grail that the unknown magical beast said can save your people. This matter is not completely wrong. The Spring of Life can purify a part of your mutated blood caused by the intermarriage. Your people's life can be prolonged, and they can also live under the sun for a short time, but to completely reverse your fate, you must abolish the intermarriage. I have written a letter to Divine Wind, telling him about the Night Demon tribe. I believe he will make the corresponding arrangements. Yunxing's words made the Night Demon Queen feel relieved. The Night Demon Queen was a magical beast at the peak of the commander level. Compared to the ordinary magical beasts, she had wisdom. She was subdued by Yunxing only because of the summoning magic hand. She was still not convinced by Yunxing. After all, the other party was just an ordinary summoner. But if Yunxing could change the fate of her tribe, then everything would be different. I have obtained the immortal Holy Grail. I can provide a part of the spring of life to you. You can give it to your people, and then let them not make trouble, and live peacefully with the local elves. It only takes 10 to 20 years, and the newborn babies of the Night Demon tribe will become normal mixed-blood elves. Yunxing's voice fell, and the Night Demon Queen had respectfully knelt down. If she was still a little unconvinced before, then she was now completely submissive to this new master. What Yunxing didn't know was that because of her unintentional action today, she had completely changed the fate of thousands of Night Charm clan members. In the long years to come, countless demon empresses would remember this person's name. That person had changed the fate that had troubled their entire race for so many years. Thank you, Master. From today onwards, I will be loyal to you forever. In order to thank you, please accept my soul stone. Queen Yigu's words shocked Yunxing. Soul stone? I can't take your soul stone. I'm a healer. The matter of the Night Demon clan is as easy as lifting a finger. A soul stone is equivalent to taking your life. I can't take it. Yunxing had never thought of killing the Night Demon Queen. To her, a peak commander magical beast was much more useful than a soul stone. She didn't need a fourth soul stone for the time being. 3 years of blank memories had caused her magic cultivation to stagnate. Moreover, she had lived in the immortal residence for 3 years and spent a long time with the fairies. The original violent aura in her body had been diluted a lot. She didn't want to hurt the magical beasts too much. Master, don't misunderstand. You don't need to kill me to use my soul stone. Queen Yigu and Yunxing had already untied the knot in their hearts. Queen Yigu pursed her lips and smiled. She boldly said, Master, if I'm not wrong, there's already a soul stone of the demon clan on your magic scepter. Yunxing had been a magic loser for 3 years. Her magic scepter was still the same as before. It was still a master magician. There were a total of 3 soul stones on it. Although there were only 3 of them, each one of them was extraordinary. The first one was a mutant fire-type soul stone that Yunxing had personally hunted down. It had a fairy's blessing imprint. The second one was a spirit stone of the demon clan that Divine Wind had given her. It had the attribute of wind and had a paralyzing effect. The third one was a spirit stone of the Hellfire Fairy. It was condensed from the energy of Hellfire after Yunxing obtained the Hellfire Fairy imprint. These 3 soul stones could be said to be a luxurious lineup in the world of soul stones. They were priceless treasures in the eyes of every master magician. Not to mention other things, just the fact that they were used separately on the magic scepters of different magicians was already amazing enough. Needless to say, they were used on an ordinary magician who was only a master magician. The soul stone of the demon clan is very special. It can exist in the form of a living body. Master, you don't need to kill me to get your 4th soul stone. After Queen Yigu finished speaking, her graceful figure transformed into a ray of black light and attached to the magic scepter. There was actually an additional soul stone on the magic scepter. The 4th soul stone, what was going on? Before Yunxing could understand what was going on, she felt that her magic soul had changed. Yunxing was very familiar with this feeling. It was the feeling of breaking through. In the past 3 years, Yunxing had almost never done magic meditation because of her amnesia. But this did not mean that her magic cultivation had not improved. On the contrary, because she was in the immortal Ju nation, she absorbed the purest elven magic elements every day. Coupled with the purifying effect of the water of life, Yunxing's body had already continued to have a large amount of magic elements. It was only because her magic soul was imprisoned that Yunxing had been unable to break through. Today, she unlocked the seal and unexpectedly obtained the 4th soul stone. A part of the magic elements in Queen Yigu's soul stone entered her body. It actually allowed Yunxing to break through at once. The process of breaking through lasted for the whole night. When Yunxing woke up in the morning, she felt that her magic soul had grown bigger. She looked down at her magic scepter. To her surprise, the fourth soul stone from earlier had mysteriously disappeared. Master, there is no need to panic. My magic attribute is darkness. After this soul stone is attached to your magic scepter, you will obtain an additional magic attribute called concealment. As long as you are willing, you can hide your strength and the magic soul stone on your magic scepter. Queen Yigu let out a pleasant laugh. This additional attribute was very good, Yunxing nodded. She was most happy to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. Now, Yunxing was already a saint mage. It was only because of the fourth soul stone that Yunxing's cultivation still looked like that of a master mage. Even her magic scepter only had 3 magic soul stones. Yunxing was very satisfied with this. When experts were exchanging blows, showing weakness at an appropriate time was very beneficial to her in the battle. A saint mage disguised as a master magician would definitely gain the upper hand in future battles. Master, although you have obtained the immortal Holy Grail, you still can't completely use the Holy Grail. You need to let the Holy Grail recognize you as its master. The Night Demon Queen had already wholeheartedly submitted to Yunxing. Not only did she tell Yunxing the wonderful use of the immortal Holy Grail, she also taught Yunxing a set of Night Demon Clan's movement technique, the Shadowless movement technique. After Yunxing learned this movement technique, not only would her daily movement technique be greatly improved, but at night, Yunxing could also hide her body very well. After Yunxing learned the Shadowless movement technique, she took out the immortal Holy Grail according to the Night Demon Queen's instructions. What surprised her was that after the Holy Grail left the Fire Elf's sacred mountain, it became an empty cup. There was no trace of the spring of life inside. It couldn't be broken, right? Yunxing knocked on the Holy Grail. Master, you don't need to panic. The Holy Grail was originally a treasure of the elves, so only the elves' magic can awaken it. Try to integrate the magic in your body into the Holy Grail. The Night Demon Queen smiled enchantingly. Yunxing slowly activated the magic in her body. When her special 5-elemental magic was integrated into the Holy Grail actually trembled violently. From the Holy Grail, a clear spring water gushed out. But what surprised Yunxing was that at the same time the spring water appeared, a blue-clothed elf appeared in the Holy Grail. This blue-clothed elf's appearance was very similar to a Barbie doll. Her body was only the size of a thumb. But she was wearing an elf crown. Her long golden hair softly hung down to her ankles. Her eyes were as blue as the sky. On the crown, there were a few water-blue magic crystals. She was a tender little Lolita. The blue-clothed little Lolita seemed to have been asleep for a long time. When she woke up, she opened her curious blue eyes, which were full of doubts. She glanced at Yunxing, then flapped her wings and flew to Yunxing's side. She carefully sniffed around her. When she discovered that Yunxing was not an elf, but a human, the little Lolita was obviously very depressed. You're the one who woke me up? But you're not an elf. The blue-clothed elf looked very depressed. She flew back into the immortal Holy Grail and kicked the water of life inside with her bare feet. Yunxing and the Night Demon Queen beside her felt their hearts ache when they thought of the water of life that could cure all kinds of diseases that countless people coveted. The two of them almost said in unison in their hearts, if it's not necessary, I'd rather die than drink the water of life. Master, I'm afraid this little fellow is the successor of the Water Fairy Queen, one of the 4 fairy queens who has been missing for a long time. The water fairy element on her body is the strongest I have ever seen, even stronger than the Water Fairy clan's patriarch. You must subdue her and use her for you. Queen Night Demon secretly told Yunxing. Queen Night Demon lived in the dark all year round. Her scheming mind was much better than Yunxing's. The immortal Jew country was an elf country, but as early as more than 1,000 years ago, the 4 fairy queens of the 4 natural elements had fallen one after another. The Wind Fairy Queen was the only one left. The other 3 fairy queens' inheritances had been lost. For many years, the elf clan's elves had been looking for the inheritances left behind by the 3 fairy queens. Yunxing inadvertently obtained the inheritance of the Fire Fairy Queen. The fairy Hellfire was the inheritance of the Fire Fairy Queen. Among the elves, there had always been a legend that the one who could obtain the inheritance of the fairy queen would be the next fairy queen. Therefore, those fire elves were in awe of Xianxia. Even the fire fairy clan's patriarch, Huiyu, had to bow his head when he saw Xianxia. Xianxia also realized that after the little fairy appeared, there was a kind of fresh water fragrance in the surroundings, as if everything had been washed. Although the little fellow was very young, her strength was not small. If she is really the successor of the Water Fairy Queen, why don't we send her back to the Water Fairy clan? Xianxia had secretly taken away the immortal Holy Grail, and she already owed the elves, especially the Divine Wind. Moreover, the inheritance of the elves was so important. Xianxia did not want to break the inheritance of the 4 fairy queens. Master, you have good intentions, but look at her appearance. She is clearly a child who has not grown up yet. She is completely naive. Right now, the immortal Jew country is not as peaceful as you think. I'm afraid that before she grows up, she will already be obliterated. Queen Night Demon was very disdainful of Xianxia's naive thinking. The elves were extremely xenophobic. Within the elf clan, there were also all kinds of scheming. Just by their attitude towards the Night Demon clan, one could see many problems. Xianxia could not help but think of the Fairy Queen's birthday banquet. She could roughly see the scheming between the various patriarchs and the elves. Looking at the little fairy that looked like a newborn, Xianxia couldn't help but hesitate. Xianxia thought for a while and also figured it out. She walked in front of the Water Fairy Queen. Little fellow, although I am not an elf, I have the scent of an elf on me. The elf tilted her head and wrinkled her delicate nose. Yes, you have the scent of at least 2 elves on you. You seem to be my companion. The elf's logic was very simple. Since her companion recognized Xianxia, then she should also recognize Xianxia. Then, are you willing to follow me to other places in the continent to take a look? After Xianxia obtained the immortal Holy Grail, she would definitely not return it in a short period of time. She still had to treat her father's illness. And the elf in front of her should be the source of the immortal Holy Grail's medical effects. The Water Fairy Queen was originally the fairy queen with the strongest healing ability among the 4 fairy queens. No, you are a human. My mother said that I can't trust humans. The elf was young, but her temper was very stubborn. Before she fell asleep in the immortal Holy Grail, she had received her mother's advice that she must be on guard against the human race. She refused to go, so what should she do? Xianxia looked at the elf's insistent face. After thinking for a while, she found a few gadgets from the storage ring. These were all the gadgets that Shen Feng had given her to play with earlier, from various snacks to all kinds of jewelry that girls liked. When Xianxia left, Shen Feng ordered people to give some of her things and his storage ring to Xianxia. Inside the storage ring, there were all kinds of things. There were also some precious treasures of the elf clan, as well as snacks, candied fruits, and gadgets that Xianxia liked when she was in the immortal Jew country. For girls, these were all very lethal. But the elf didn't even look at them. She was young and didn't dare to be interested in these things. Xianxia and Night Demon Queen looked at each other in dismay. They both had an impulse to tie up the little fellow and take her away directly. What is that thing? The elf's delicate little nose wrinkled. She noticed a wine jar among the pile of gadgets that Xianxia took out. When Xianxia left, Divine Wind couldn't bear to see her off. Instead, he ordered someone to give Xianxia some of her things and his storage ring. The ring contained everything, including some precious elven treasures, as well as snacks, preserves, and other gadgets that Xianxia liked when she was in the immortal Jew nation. For girls, these were all very lethal. But the little elf didn't even look at them. She was still young and didn't dare to be interested in these things. Xianxia and Night Demon Queen looked at each other. They both had the urge to tie the little fellow up and take her away. What's that? The little elf's delicate little nose wrinkled as she noticed a wine jar among the pile of gadgets that Xianxia had taken out. That wine jar was used to store elven fruit wine. Xianxia didn't like drinking, but she had a special interest in the immortal Jew nation's pomegranate wine. So, Divine Wind had also put 10 jars of top-quality elven fruit wine in his storage ring. The little elf's eyes lit up when she smelled the aroma of wine coming from the jar. She looked at Xianxia with a pitiful expression. It was obvious that she wanted to drink. Yunxiang coughed and handed a cup to the little elf. The little elf took a small sip and a blissful expression appeared on her face. It's delicious. If I follow you, will I always be able to drink good things like this? The little elf's logic was simple. She had been sleeping in the sacred valley of the fire elves for so long, so she was actually quite lonely. Yunxing had the aura of another elven queen she liked, so she naturally had a good impression of Yunxing. Now that Yunxing had taken out something so delicious for her to drink, her impression of Yunxing skyrocketed. Sure. Yunxing pondered. Was the little elf an adult yet? Underage drinking, just like that, Yunxing used a small cup of elven fruit wine to successfully abduct the little fellow who possessed the inheritance of the water fairy queen. The little fellow had lived in the immortal Holy Grail for several thousand years. She had no recollection of why she lived here and who it was that sealed her inside. It was just that she was tired of living in the palm-sized elven Holy Grail. After waking up, she refused to live in the immortal Holy Grail no matter what. She only promised to help Yunxing when she needed it. She would also allow Yunxing to use the Spring of Life. However, the appearance of the little elf was too special. Her petite figure and elven face were obviously not suitable for walking on the continent. I can live on your bracelet. The little elf didn't want to be attached to Yunxing's magic scepter with the queen of the night demons. She didn't like the dark aura on Night Demon. The little fellow was even more unwilling to live in the airless beast language ring. Her watery eyes circled around Yunxing and suddenly found an excellent place to live. Yunxing's bracelet. When the little elf queen saw Yunxing's bracelet for the first time, she felt that the bracelet was nurturing extremely powerful energy. She was still young. After leaving the immortal Ju nation, a place rich in spiritual energy, the turbid air on the continent could easily affect her constitution. However, if she could attach herself to the Shinong medical bracelet, she would be able to absorb the mysterious energy on the bracelet. This would be very beneficial to her growth. Yunxing agreed to her request. The little fellow turned into a ray of blue light and entered the Shinong medical bracelet. After the imprint of the elven hellfire appeared on the bracelet, it also had the imprint of the water fairy. Zhou State's Yujing City, Yun residence. Yunxing had been missing for 3 years. In these 3 years, Yunba had almost disappeared from the imperial court. In Zhou State's imperial court, several civil officials were in charge. In terms of military generals, the Marquis of Jiayuan was the most powerful and gradually controlled the power of the Zhou State army. Xing'er has been missing for 3 years, Yun Songlong lamented. Today, as usual, he brought the Yuan Sha painting back to the residence of Yun to visit his father and brother. After Yunxing left, Yun Songhai had considered moving back to Yun residence out of consideration for his father and elder brother's safety. After all, Yunba couldn't use force and had resigned from his position as a general. In his early years, he had many old enemies in the imperial court and the battlefield. The guards of Yun residence were also not as good as before. Yun Songlong was worried that someone would take advantage of this opportunity to secretly attack Yun residence. However, old General Yun refused. In this residence, there are old and disabled people. Yu and Xiaohua just got married and are still newlyweds. There's also some distance between here and the hunting squad. It's not convenient for you to travel back and forth. Yunba didn't want to be a burden to Yun Songlong. The heavenly hunting squad's reputation was at its peak. It seemed that Yun Songlong's choice to become a hunting squad was the right choice. Yunba didn't want to obstruct Yun Songlong's development. Father. Yun Songlong still wanted to persuade him. Second young master, you don't have to worry. Seeing that the father and son were in a deadlock, Uncle Yun pulled Yun Songlong to the side. This old servant has discovered that there are actually people secretly protecting the residence. Ever since old General Yun was poisoned and couldn't use battle chi, Uncle Yun had been guarding old General Yun's residence almost every day and night. There were a few times when some assassins really came. One time, there were even several groups of people. Just as Uncle Yun was busy dealing with the assassins, a strange man in a black robe appeared in the courtyard. His movements were strange, and Uncle Yun was surprised when he killed the assassins with a skill that surprised him. After defeating the enemy, the strange person in the black robe disappeared. During the entire process, the black-robed person didn't say a word. He came and went without a trace, but his skills were ridiculously high. At first, Uncle Yun thought that the strange person in the black robe was a battle force or someone sent by Yun Songlong. However, when questioned later, both of them denied it. The black-robed person was almost nowhere to be seen during the day, not even a trace of his aura. However, when night fell, especially when there was an enemy attack, he would appear. Moreover, he always appeared at the most critical moment. After many times, Uncle Yun knew that the black-robed person didn't have any ill intentions. Uncle Yun was happy to have another expert protecting Yun residents. When Yun Songlong heard Uncle Yun's words, he revealed a puzzled expression. Yun residence was actually hiding such an expert. Uncle Yun's skills weren't ordinary, but he had entered Yun residence so many times and even he couldn't detect the other party's presence. This person must be at least a warrior or sorcerer of the same level as battle force. However, in Zhou State, who would protect Yun residents for 12 hours a day, Yun Songlong couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, he thought of a hunting squad that Zhou Quan had mentioned to him. That hunting squad was under the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps in name, but even he, the commander, had never seen him even once. In the entire hunting corps, only Yunxing and Zhou Quan had interacted with that hunting squad. This person had a strange name. He was called Tyrant Jean. It was said that Yunxing had personally recommended him into the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps. Tyrant Jean was a hunter in name, but he had never been on a mission before. Zhou Quan's contact with him was established when Yunxing asked him to bring him around the entire hunter citadel in Zhou State. From Zhou Quan's description, this person was exactly the same as the strange black-robed man that Uncle Yun had mentioned. Could it be that everything was arranged by Yunxing? Thinking of this, Yun Songlong's heart skipped a beat. His niece Yunxing had always been meticulous. When she left, although she did not say anything, there was no doubt that she cared about the Yun residence. She must have thought that the Yun residence needed someone to take care of it. She was the one who had secretly sent that hunter to the Yun residence. Who would have thought that a grown man like him who had led troops in war for so many years would not be as scheming as a young girl like Yunxing? Forget it, Uncle Yun. Don't look for that black-robed man in the future. That person should be a helper that Yunxing invited. Yunxing had left for 3 years, and that black-robed man had guarded the Yun residence for 3 years. Thinking of this, Yun Songlong's eyes could not help but sting. He really wanted to abandon the hunting corps and go to the immortal residence nation to find out if his niece was alive or dead. Even a little bit of information would be enough. Yun Songlong sighed in his heart. He did not want to stay in the Yun residence any longer, so he left with Yuan Shahua. Yun Songlong had just returned to the hunting corps. Just as Yun Songlong was feeling sad, he saw Zhou Quan running in breathlessly. Commander! Commander, good news, great news! Zhou Quan could not catch his breath and rolled his eyes. Speak slowly. Could it be that you have found the water of life? Yun Songlong rolled his eyes at Zhou Quan. The Water of Life mission had been issued for more than 3 years, but there had been no news. No, it's news from this young master. A few of my brothers went on a mission at the border and they said that they met this young master. This young master has returned and is rushing to the Jade capital. Zhou Quan caught his breath and rattled on. This news was like a shot in the arm, causing the blood in Yun Songlong's body to surge. He laughed loudly, and tears welled up in his eyes. His niece Yunxing had returned. Is this news true? Xing'er has returned and ordered all the brothers not to go out on missions for the time being. Everyone in the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps needs to be reorganized. We have to welcome the vice commander back with a brand new look. I'll return to the Yun residence and tell father this good news. This news was even more exciting than the Heaven Hunting Unit completing an S-rank mission. Yun Songlong laughed heartily. Not long after Yun Songlong left, the Marquis of Jiayuan arrived at the Yun residence with an imperial edict. By the will of the heavens, the emperor decrees that Yun Ba shall receive the decree. Marquis Jiayuan had an arrogant look on his face. Yun Ba and Uncle Yun came out to receive the decree. Your subject, Yun Ba, receives the decree. Old General Yun has not attended court for 3 years. The army cannot be without a general for even a single day. Order Yun Ba to hand over the Commander-in-Chief's seal and hand it over to the Marquis of Jiayuan. The Marquis of Jiayuan finished reading the imperial edict. Old General Yun, please hand over the commander's seal. The Marquis of Jiayuan had long coveted Yunba's commander's seal. In the past 3 years, Yunba had been unable to use his duqi due to the strange poison in his body. However, the Zhou state's emperor had always hoped that Yun Songlong, who had become a hunter, could return and take over the commander-in-chief's seal. On the other hand, the Zhou state's emperor also hoped that Yunxing would be able to find the water of life. However, in the past 3 years, Yun Songhai had repeatedly rejected the Zhou state's emperor's invitation. He insisted on becoming a hunter and was unwilling to return to the army. This caused the Zhou state's emperor to be very unhappy. Yunxing had also been missing for 3 years. The last bit of patience the Zhou state's emperor had for the Yun residents had been completely worn away. It must have been hard on your majesty to endure this old subject for 3 years. Although Yunba had been unable to use his duqi due to the poison in the past 3 years, his temper had also become much more restrained. After hearing the imperial edict, the servants of the Yun residents were filled with righteous indignation. Uncle Yun even wanted to step forward and argue, but was stopped by Yunba. Old General, your majesty is doing this for the good of the Yun residents. With your current condition, after handing over the commander-in-chief's seal, you should quickly remove your armor and return to the countryside. Your majesty empathizes with you as an old subject of 3 dynasties and has already prepared a carriage to send you back to the Yun family's fief. You can set off today, the Marquis of Jiayuan said sarcastically. Ni son, you're trying to chase the Yun residents out of the Jade capital. Uncle Yun didn't expect that the Zhou state's emperor not only wanted to take over the old master's military authority, but also wanted to chase the Yun residents out of the Jade capital. Although Yunba was no longer a martial sage, he was still a prominent figure in the entire Zhou state, especially in the military world of the Jade capital. Currently, the generals guarding the fortresses at the borders of Zhou state were all personally trained by Yunba. There was also Wuxuan Wuji school. They were all Yunba supporters. He had been forcefully stripped of his military authority. It was hard to guarantee that no one would speak up for him. The Zhou state's emperor and the Marquis of Jiayuan discussed and decided to chase the Yun residents out of the Jade capital. As for whether Yunba would live or die after leaving the Jade capital, the Marquis of Jiayuan thought sinisterly. Old General, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Men, send 100 soldiers to guard the Yun residents. Within 10 days, send Yunba and his family on their way. The Marquis of Jiayuan waved his hand, and a group of armored soldiers stepped forward. With a few clangs, they pulled out their sabers and aimed them at Yunba. Who dares to step forward? Uncle Yun roared angrily and blocked the soldiers. Uncle Yun's cultivation wasn't weak either. He was also furious today, and his battle aura burned like raging flames. All of you, who dares to step forward? Look carefully, the old man in front of you once bathed in blood on the battlefield for the sake of Zhou state. He joined the army at the age of 14 and still fought bravely on the battlefield at the age of 50. Among you, how many of your parents, wives, and children were protected by the old general? Yet all of you are facing him on the battlefield. Do you have any conscience? The 100 or so armored soldiers looked at each other, the sabers in their hands trembling slightly. There was no need for Uncle Yun to count Yunba's meritorious service. Every soldier of Zhou state was well aware of it. How many of them had joined the army and become members of Zhou state's military precisely because they had heard of Yunba's heroic deeds? Marquis. The captain of the armored soldiers was in a difficult position. Marquis, I can't do it. My parents were saved by the old general back then. Our entire family's lives were saved by the old general. An armored soldier threw down his saber and knelt down. After he knelt down alone, the soldiers beside him also seemed to be affected. One by one, they knelt down in succession. Me too, I joined the army because I admired old General Yun and young General Yun. The soldiers knelt down one after another. These armored soldiers were all martial artists. They were illiterate and couldn't recognize many characters, but they were all hot-blooded men. They knew what it meant to repay kindness. Although Yunba's martial arts skills weren't there, he was still the martial saint of Zhou state in the eyes of these soldiers and their families. He was an irreplaceable existence in Zhou state. I love you so much that my monthly votes have been overtaken. You want this servant to torture the scum emperor? Come on. You are going against military orders. This is His Majesty's decree. Are you going to defy the decree? The Marquis of Jiayuan shouted sternly. As long as Yunba was not eliminated, he would not be at ease. "Ni son, who gave you the guts to cause trouble at the Yun estate?" The thunderous roar shook the Marquis of Jiayuan's courage as Yun Songlong strode in with a few hunting soldiers. He saw the armored soldiers kneeling on the ground, the furious Uncle Yun, and the indifferent Yunba. "Yun Songlong, what do you want? You're just a hunting soldier. Do you want to threaten an official of the imperial court?" The Marquis of Jiayuan revealed a fearful expression as he faced Yun Songlong. Even though Yun Songlong was no longer a general, his imposing manner was enough to make the Marquis of Jiayuan tremble in fear. Moreover, he was now a martial saint. The Marquis of Jiayuan was no match for him at all. "You? Do you think the Emperor of Zhou State really takes you seriously? Let me tell you, even if I were to kill you in front of everyone today, the Emperor of Zhou State would not have any objections. You're just a dog he's rearing." Yun Songlong grabbed the Marquis of Jiayuan with his bare hands, lifting him up like a chick caught by an eagle. Yun Songlong understood very well that the Emperor of Jiayuan only wanted to use the Marquis of Jiayuan to suppress the Yun estate. Yun Songlong had long seen through this, but his father Yunba was still stubborn. Although what had happened at the Yun estate today was infuriating, it also allowed his father to see the hypocritical face of the Emperor of Zhou State in the imperial court. The Marquis of Jiayuan was so scared that his face drained of all color. He didn't dare resist, for he understood that Yun Songlong was speaking the truth. As long as Yun Songlong was willing to return to the army camp, the Emperor of Zhou State wouldn't care about his life at all. A martial saint was as useful as a magnificent army in a nation's war. "Songlong, forget it. Ni son, take the commander's seal and get out of the Yun estate. No one can stop me when I want to leave. Similarly, if I want to stay in the Jade capital, no one can chase me away." Yunba's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He ordered someone to fetch the commander's seal and tossed it in front of the Marquis of Jiayuan. The Marquis of Jiayuan breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly scrambled out of the residence of Yun with his men. "Yunsong, dismiss all the old servants and give each of them 50 imperial silver coins." Yunba was disheartened. The only reason he stayed in the Jade capital wasn't because he still had any thoughts about the Zhou State's imperial capital. He only hoped that he could wait until the day his granddaughter, Yun Xing, returned to the Yun residence. 3 years had passed, and both Yunba's body and heart were tormented by the poison. His current state of mind was much more peaceful than before, and the hostility he had accumulated on the battlefield in his early years had also lessened. He no longer cared about the Zhou State Commander-in-Chief's seal. The only thing he cared about now was his granddaughter, Yun Xing. Even the slightest bit of news would satisfy Yunba. "Father, there's news about Xing'er." Yun Songlong seemed to have guessed his father's intentions. "What? Say it again, who's the news?" A layer of cracks appeared on Yunba's face. He was so agitated that he almost couldn't control himself. "There's news about Xing'er. She's returned to Zhou State and is currently rushing to the Jade capital." Yun Songlong's reaction wasn't much better than Yunba's when he heard the news. The father and son pair's nerves, which had been stretched taut for 3 years, finally relaxed. After Yunxing left the immortal Zhu nation, she made inquiries along the way. What made her rejoice was that the situation on the continent hadn't changed much even after 3 years had passed. It was the same in Zhou State. The only change was that the crown prince, Yi Balian, had passed away 3 years ago. Noble consort Qi, who had been greatly favored for a time, had also passed away in depression not long after. This news surprised Yunxing. The reason for the crown prince's death was rumored to be a sudden death. The current crown prince was noble consort Wenren's youngest son, the third prince, who was only 9 years old this year. As for the Yun residence, it had been quiet for the past few years. Presumably, nothing had happened to the Yun residence under the protection of Taheo Jin. Long before Yunxing left for the immortal Zhu nation, she had already been cautious. After leaving Tang Yuan, she secretly ordered Taheo Jin to return to Zhou State and hide in the Yun residence. Yunxing, who was carrying the precious treasure, officially entered Zhou State's borders. The moment Yunxing entered Zhou State's borders, she immediately contacted the nearest Heavenly Hunting Corps through the local Hunters Union and brought the news of her return to Zhou State to the Jade capital. Speaking of which, it was quite a coincidence that the contact person of the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps that Yunxing met at the border was actually the young man from the village, Lu Zi, whom she had saved 3 years ago at the border of Heaven Expedition. He was also Yun Songlong's first disciple. After Yun Songlong became a martial sage, many disciples came to learn martial arts out of admiration. However, Liuzi was his first disciple in name and was the true eldest senior brother. When Yunxing saw Liuzi again, she almost didn't recognize him. After not seeing him for 3 years, Liuzi, who had become the eldest senior brother, had grown taller and was as sturdy as a calf. When Liuzi saw Yunxing, he immediately recognized her and was very excited. After learning martial arts from Yun Songlong, Liuzi improved very quickly and was already able to go on missions independently this year. He even repeatedly invited Yunxing to go to Jinko village with him. After the disaster of the Purple Gold Mine, Jinko village had almost become a deserted village. However, because of Yunxing's rescue, the villagers had taken some purple gold mines when they left the mine. The villagers relied on these purple gold mines to rebuild a new village on the old site of Jinko village. When Yunxing arrived at the village, she saw that every house in the village was tile-roofed. The fields and livestock in the village were well taken care of. Jinko village had now become a well-known wealthy village. Yunxing stayed in the village for a night under the villagers' warm persuasion. She was in a hurry and couldn't stay any longer. She could only promise Liuzi's parents that she would visit the village when she had the chance. He had already thought about it. If he joined forces with Grand Emperor City and forced the Zhao state to participate in the search for the divine weapon, his goal was to prevent the divine weapon from falling into the hands of the Dharma Temple or the Hunters Union. Yunxing also went up and inspected several magic medicine farms near the borders of Zhou State. What made her happy and surprised was that in the 3 years that she had been away, Lin Yaoer and Yao Rong had taken good care of these magic medicine farms. When Yunxing first went to the immortal residence, she had already learned to be careful. She didn't mention to anyone that there were actually only 2 places that she was worried about. One was the Yun residence. She was worried that second uncle wouldn't be able to take care of the hunters because of the matter with the hunters, so she left her magic soldier and tyrant gold in the Yun residence. She only had one order for tyrant gold, which was to protect everyone in the Yun residence. If the Yun residence existed, tyrant gold would exist. If the Yun residence perished, tyrant gold would perish. Tyrant gold was a life magic weapon. It didn't need to rest and could protect the people in the Yun residence for 12 hours. With it around, Yunxing could go to the immortal residence nation without worry. Another place that Yunxing was worried about was the little Xianxia. Yunxing had seen the means of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. After having the Yao Rong couple, Yunxing could be a little relieved, but the Yao Rong couple were only doctors after all. Both of them were kind-hearted people. Yunxing was worried that the 2 of them wouldn't be able to handle it, so she arranged for Lin Yaoer and Zhong Yi to guard the little Xianxia. Lin Yaoer had been by Yunxing's side for many years. Yunxing had always trained her as the head of the little Xianxia because Yunxing knew that she couldn't stay in the little Xianxia all year round. There must be someone here. Lin Yaoer was the most suitable one in terms of temperament and other aspects. So when establishing the magic pharmacy, Yunxing had been careful and always took Lin Yaoer with her. She even gave Lin Yaoer a storage ring with 100 bottles of high-grade praise of the moon god. She ordered Lin Yaoer to use these potions during her absence to cultivate suitable talents or sell them to prepare for the little Xianxia's emergency. As for Zhong Yi, he was a saint-rank summoner. With him in charge of the magic pharmacy transportation, no one in the Zhou state could be his opponent. When Yunxing made the arrangements, she didn't expect that she would experience 3 years of amnesia. But the arrangements she made were undoubtedly the most suitable. Because of her reasonable arrangements, the Yun residents and the little Xianxia were able to survive the assassination and the crisis of medicinal herbs in those 3 years. After Yunxing checked the magic pharmacies in various places, she found that the operation of the magic pharmacies in various places was very good, so she was relieved. Moreover, she also found the branches of the little Xianxia in some remote towns and villages. It seemed that Lin Yaoer didn't let her down in these 3 years. A few days later, in the Jade capital of the Zhou state, A woman walked through the city gate. "Miss, please show your clearance token." The guards of the Jade Capital carried out a routine inspection according to the usual practice. The woman took out a hunting clearance token. Several guards looked at it and saw the two words TNFA. "Are they from the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps?" When the guards saw the words on the pass, they immediately felt deep veneration. The Sky Expedition Hunting Corps was the fastest rising hunting corps in Zhou State in the past 3 years. Their leader, Yun Songlong, was a new martial saint from Zhou State. 2 years ago, Yun Songlong had married Yuan Shahua, a girl from an aristocratic family in Grand Emperor City. It was said that this couple had gone through a lot of hardships, and Commander Yun Songlong was even crippled for a period of time. However, he managed to pull through in the end and established the Heavenly Extermination Hunting Corps. When the Hunting Corps was first established, the outside world was not optimistic about it. But who would have thought that in just a few years, the Hunting Corps would grow from an ordinary D-rank hunting corps to an A-rank hunting corps, becoming the largest hunting corps in the Zhou State that was comparable to the Wushuan Limitless School. When the two city gate guards saw Yunxing's appearance clearly, they were both shocked at the same time. So beautiful. What a beautiful woman. The female hunter in front of them was wearing an elegant white robe. She had long black hair and her skin seemed to be transparent. Her eyelashes were thick and long, and her lips were plump and dark red. Such a beauty, even the #1 beauty in Zhou State, Chen Lian would be overshadowed. When the two guards saw this, their souls almost flew away. The woman had already entered the city. After not returning to the Jade Capital for 3 years, the bustling scene in Zhou State's capital was still the same as before. It was just that the scenery on both sides of the street had changed slightly. Yunxing was the first to return to the Little Xiandong. The Little Xiandong was still standing in its original place, and the medical center was still the same. It was just that the storefront had expanded slightly. Initially, it was just one storefront of Dr. Fan's Little Huichun Hall, but now it had expanded to 3 storefronts. In the storefront, there were a few medicine men and medicine gathering boys busily working. Yunxing did not recognize these people. After recovering her memory, Yunxing was most worried about the Little Xiandong. Because of her, she offended the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. While she was still here, she didn't know if the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had done anything. When she walked into the Little Xiandong, a medicine-gathering boy with 2 horns hurriedly greeted her and respectfully asked, "This guest, do you want to buy magic medicines or pills? Our Little Xiandong is the only medical center in the Jade Capital that sells both magic medicines and pills." When the boy saw Yunxing's outstanding appearance, although he didn't say a word, his temperament made people look at him. Excuse me, is Dr. Fan here?" Yunxing looked around and didn't see any acquaintances. Lin Yao Dr. Fan, and Imperial Physician Yao were nowhere to be seen. "Are you looking for Dr. Fan? He and Imperial Physician Yao have gone on a long journey. Do you want to see a doctor?" Hearing the other party looking for Dr. Fan, the boy was a little puzzled. They have gone on a long journey? Yunxing secretly thought about it. That's right, this season was the height of autumn. It was a big day to gather medicinal herbs. The magic medicine manor that she had left behind earlier was harvesting. Dr. Fan and the others must have personally gone to gather medicinal herbs. Yunxing wanted to ask Lin Yao if she was here, but she heard a group of people coming in from outside the medical center. The person in the lead shouted, "Let your doctor come out. You've killed her." When the medicine-gathering boy saw this, he ran out with the other medicine men. Yunxing retreated to the side and looked at the group of noisy people. The one in the lead was Qi Tian. "Qi Tian, you're shameless. You've come to cause trouble again and again." In the backyard, a person ran out in anger. Lin Yao's face was filled with anger. Yunxing had been missing for 3 years. Her life and death were unknown. Little Xiandong was completely managed by Dr. Fan and his wife. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion had also made some moves. However, with the help of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps and the Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, Little Xiandong had been operating in an orderly manner. During this period of time, because the medicinal herbs in the various magic medicine manor had matured, Dr. Fan and his wife Yao Rong had rushed to various places to collect medicinal herbs. After Xianxia died, Qi Tian was also transferred back to the Jade Capital's Medicine Emperor Pavilion. He was now considered a reserve imperial physician. He was arrogant and had provoked the Medicine Emperor Pavilion many times. When he saw Lin Yaoer, Qi Tian's eyes shot out two rays of light. Lin Yaoer, what are you saying? Your Medicine Emperor Pavilion has killed a patient. I was only invited by the patient's family to uphold justice. Yunxing was not here. Fan Ji and Yao Rong were also not here. Qi Tian's lust was aroused. The Lin Yaoer in front of him had become more and more beautiful in these few years. Qi Tian thought in his heart that he must bite this swan's meat. The patient was still fine when he went back yesterday. However, he's not good after one night. Who knows if someone did something in the dark. Lin Yaoer went forward to check on the patient. She found that his eyes were closed and his lips were pale. She then checked his chest. His pulse had stopped beating. The patient's body was also slightly stiff. He seemed to be dead. Who was the one who treated the patient yesterday? Ask him to come out. Lin Yaoer muttered to herself and asked the medicine men to call out the doctor from yesterday. Who knew that when she went in to ask, she would discover that the doctor had already disappeared. Lin Yaoer's heart shook. Looking at Qi Tian's appearance, she understood that she must have been framed by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. What's wrong? Can't speak anymore? That doctor had clearly treated someone to death and was in the wrong, that's why he ran away. Little Xianxia had treated someone to death. Such a medical center still dares to call itself the #1 medical center in Jade Capital. Men, smash it for me. Qi Tian saw Lin Yaoer's pale complexion and his heart was filled with complacency. Beside him, several martial artists rushed out like wolves and tigers and were about to smash everything. Who knew that just as they were about to make a move, one of them suddenly burst into flames. Ah! That fire came out of nowhere and Qi Tian got a fright when he saw it. Several of his subordinates hurriedly went forward and extinguished that martial artist's fire. The fire had already been extinguished, but that martial artist's entire body was covered with burn marks and looked very terrifying. Qi Tian, I haven't seen you for a few years and you still look like this. If your master Xianxia sees you, I'm afraid that even if he becomes a ghost, he won't let you off. A person said lazily. When Qi Tian heard that voice, his entire body shivered. Only then did Lin Yaoer notice that there was actually a guest standing in the medical center. That guest, her voice, appearance, smile, and two small dimples at the side of her mouth. Lin Yaoer was extremely excited and almost cried out, Master, it's Master. She had not seen Yunxing for 3 years and never thought that she would see Yunxing again in her lifetime. Yunxing! Didn't you die in the immortal Junation? How is that possible? When Qi Tian saw Yunxing, it was as if he had seen a ghost. His first thought was to escape. Heavens, why did this great aunt come back so quickly? Want to escape? It's not that easy. Yunxing did not even use her magic scepter. With a hover magic, Qi Tian and his subordinates were all fixed in place. Yunxing walked in front of the deceased, took out a needle, and inserted it into the patient's temple, philtrum, and abdomen. As soon as the needle was inserted, the 4 limbs of the deceased that had been stiff actually recovered their temperature. He suddenly sat up and vomited a few mouthfuls of black medicine. Poisonous cardamom, a kind of herb that can make people fall into a state of suspended animation. After a person or a magical beast takes it, they will enter a state of suspended animation for a short time, Yunxing sneered. With a single glance, one could tell that this so-called deceased was someone that Qi Tian or the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had hired. If she had not used this poisonous cardamom in the purple gold mining area to save a group of villagers, she would have been tricked by Qi Tian today. Yunxing! Don't go too far. When Qi Tian saw that his scheme had been seen through, he was both ashamed and angry. I should be the one saying those words to you. Yaoer, report this matter to the government. Let the government see what kind of person Zhou State's imperial physician is, Yunxing sneered. The despicable tricks of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion were really endless. As soon as Yunxing returned, Lin Yaoer seemed to have found her backbone. She quickly ordered several medicine men to send Qi Tian and the deceased to the government. "Master, where have you been in these 3 years? We were all worried to death about you." Lin Yao pulled Yunxing inside. Not only her, Yunxing's disappearance was not a small blow to the entire little Xianxia and even the hunting corps. But even if there was no news of Yunxing, Yun Songlong still ordered people to keep Yunxing's position as the vice leader of the hunting corps. "I'll tell you in detail another day." Yunxing couldn't help but smile bitterly. She couldn't say that she had lost her memory and had forgotten everyone in the past 3 years. "Where's my father?" After Yunxing rushed back to Jade Capital, the first thing she did was to return to Little Xianxia with the immortal Holy Grail. With the holy water and the immortal Holy Grail, she would have a chance to save her father, Yun Songhai. From the time Yunxing was 6 years old until she was 12 years old, her father had been in a coma for 6 years. Yunxing had always been puzzled about Yun Songhai's coma. Her medical skills could be considered as one of the best in the continent, but she was helpless when it came to her father's coma. Especially after she saw Hu Jiuxing in the immortal Zhu country, she believed that her father must be hiding something from her. Her mother was actually one of the 13 main summoners of the Zhao state. Could it be that the culprit behind the separation of her mother and father and the separation of her family for many years was the Zhao state of Penglai? All these doubts could only be answered after Yun Songhai woke up. "Uncle Yun has been taken back to the Yun residence. Old General Yun personally came to pick him up," Lin Yao told Yunxing. After the news of Yunxing's disappearance in the immortal Zhu country came from the Grand Emperor city, Old General Yun ordered Uncle Yun to take Yun Songhai back. Yun Songxue and her son were driven out of the general's residence. After Yun Songlong and his wife got married, they also lived in the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps. Dr. Fan and the others thought that Yun Ba was quite pitiful, so they let people take him away. In the Yun residence, after Yunxing heard the news, she hesitated. The grudge between her and Yun Ba hadn't disappeared yet. If she went to the Yun residence, it would mean that she had to acknowledge her ancestors. Yunxing gave Lin Yao a few more words and left the little Xianxia alone. She hadn't decided whether to go to the Yun residence to pick up her father. When she passed by a street in Yujing City, she heard someone hawking steamed buns. Steamed buns, freshly baked steamed buns. A woman with a coarse cloth headscarf on her head was hawking hot steamed buns on the street. Yunxing had lived in the immortal Zhu country for 3 years and hadn't eaten meat for a long time. She was in a hurry and didn't eat much along the way. Being shouted like this, her stomach suddenly became hungry. "Give me 5 steamed buns," Yunxing stopped the woman. When she saw the woman's appearance, both of them were stunned. "It's you." Yunxing discovered that the woman selling steamed buns was actually Yun Songxue. Yun Songxue was also stunned for a moment. When she saw Yunxing, she wasn't very excited and there was no more resentment in her eyes. She quickly took 5 steamed buns, wrapped them in paper, and handed them to Yunxing. Yunxing wanted to give more money, but Yun Songxue wasn't willing to accept it no matter what. "Yunxing, these steamed buns are my apology." Yun Songxue led Yunxing to a noodle stall on the street. In the noodle stall, a simple and honest middle-aged man was busy. Ying saw a lot of girls giving her tips and tickets. "Thank you for your continuous support." Ying scrammed to write about the Yun family's counterattack. Seeing Yun Songxue, that man quickly came forward and took the basket in Yun Songxue's hand. He poured water for her to moisten her mouth. The man's appearance wasn't anything special, but he was very considerate towards Yun Songxue. Yun Songxue asked Yunxing to sit down. "That's my man. After I was chased out of the Yun residence 3 years ago, I met him in a village on the outskirts. He's an honest person and treats me and you very well." Yun Songxue's face was full of vicissitudes. She no longer had the domineering appearance of the Yun residence's daughter. After Yun Songxue was chased out of the Yun residence, it was too late for regrets. After poisoning him, Yun Songxue was chased out of the Yun residence. It was too late for regrets, especially when she found out that her father, Yun Ba, had been severely injured by the Dark Crown Prince, Dugu Xiao. She secretly ran back to the Yun residence. Outside, she saw Yun Ba being carried off the carriage by Uncle Yun and the others. Her father was covered in blood. His hair was gray, his expression was haggard, and his eyes were empty. Yun Songxue knew her father's personality best. Such a proud father had been injured by a junior. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. At that time, Xianxia was sobbing uncontrollably. She felt that she had let her father down, but it was all too late. Even though Yunxing had saved Yunba's life, his injuries had never healed. In these few years, Yunba had been unable to use Douqi. After Yunxing went missing, Yunba grew flowers and plants in the Yun residence, looking like he had retired early. This made Xianxia feel even more guilty. Now that Yunxing had returned, a little hope was ignited in Xianxia's heart. She hoped that Yunxing could cure the poison in her father's body. In the past, you and I were wrong. I apologize to you. Xianxia said humbly. How is Tangyu? Yunxing saw Xianxia's expression and knew that she had finally thought things through. Yu is now a martial master in a martial arts club. He is much more sensible than before. Xianxia's face was filled with relief when she mentioned her son. After Xianxia left the Yun residence, she had to do everything herself. After Tangyu's experience with the Bloody Hand Tycoon, he was scared out of his wits and became a fool for a long time. It was Uncle Yun who took pity on him and secretly had the residence's physician take a look at Tangyu behind Yunba's back. Tangyu was crazy for half a year before he finally recovered. Since then, he had changed his hedonistic nature and obediently became a martial master in a martial arts club in the city. Xianxia was already very satisfied with this. To this pair of mother and son, the luxurious life in the Yun residence had become a dehumanizing. Poison. For the first time, Yunxing and Xianxia chatted peacefully for a while. Yunxing seemed to have thought of something. Did you meet my mother before? How much do you know about my mother? Hearing Yunxing ask about her mother, Xianxia was slightly taken aback. Her face revealed a troubled expression. Yunxing, you are a smart child. There are some things that we don't want to tell you, but we don't want you to be in danger. I vaguely know some things about your mother. She has a great relationship with the current Emperor Zhao of the Zhao state. Your father should know something. Xianxia already knew about Xianxia's coma. Xianxia's feelings towards this big brother of hers were very complicated. When Xianxia was young, he doted on Xianxia a lot. Since she was young, she had a very special feeling for him. Even Xianxia's ex-husband, who passed away early, was introduced to her by Xianxia. However, Xianxia abandoned the family and her, his younger sister, for a woman. This was something that Xianxia had hated for many years. She hated Hu Jiuxing. She believed that Hu Jiuxing had stolen her brother's love and care for her. On the day that Xianxia left the Yun residence after Yun Songlong and Yunba fell out, Xianxia secretly hid outside the study. She originally wanted to hear what her brother and father were talking about. Who knew that she would only hear Yun Songlong's angry voice? Father, I respect you as my father, so I brought Jiuxing back to the residence to celebrate your birthday. I don't need those unknown women to celebrate my birthday. Even the imperial capital of Zhou state already knows her identity. The Zhou state military has already sent several people to kill her. This woman and the child in her stomach cannot be left alive. Yunba was also furious. This was the first time that the father and son had been so agitated. They began to quarrel in the study. Xianxia's heart thumped when she heard this. She had seen her brother's wife before. She was a woman so beautiful that all women would be jealous of her. She looked delicate and weak, but she had always silently followed her brother by his side. However, she didn't know why her father didn't like her. Xianxia also didn't like her because she had a foxy aura that made all men involuntarily cast sidelong glances at her. I don't care what the military does. No one can touch my and Jiuxing's child. If the military comes knocking, don't blame me for not giving them face. Xianxia's voice was filled with murderous intent. Big brother actually had such a side to him. Even though she was hiding outside, Xianxia could clearly feel the murderous intent in her brother's voice. Xianxia couldn't help but shiver. In her impression, her brother had always been amiable to her and her second brother. Unfilial son. You are a citizen of Zhou state and a descendant of our Yun residence. But now, you betrayed Zhou state and the Yun residence for a foreign demoness. If you dare to do this, I won't let you off even if the military doesn't do anything. Yunba was so angry that the father and son fell out on the spot. Yun Songhai flung open the door and strode out. He happened to run into Yun Xianxia, who was eavesdropping outside. "Big brother, are you really leaving the Yun residence?" Yun Xianxia cried as she held on to Yun Songhai, refusing to let go. "Xianxia, be good. Big brother and sister-in-law are leaving. In a few months, Big brother's child will be born. Remember to come visit us. We'll settle down in a village not far away." Yun Songhai rubbed Yun Xianxia's head. "If you leave today, you're no longer a member of our Yun residence. I'll never admit that woman and the child in her womb are the flesh and blood of our Yun family. If you want to acknowledge your ancestors and enter the Yun residence, you have to kowtow 3 times and kowtow 9 times and sever all ties with that woman." Yun Ba's words strengthened Yun Songhai's resolve even more. Without another word, he directly left with Hu Jiuxing, who was already pregnant and about to give birth. The moment the two of them left the residence, they were chased by a group of people from the military. It was also at that time that Yun Songhai used dark magic to kill those people from the military. From then on, he left the Yun residence and became known as a dark magician. So this was what happened. Demonis, foreign demonis, could it be that Hu Jiuxing wasn't a human? After Yunxing heard this, not only did she not resolve her doubts, but she became even more confused. Yun Xianxia only knew this much. If she wanted to know more, she would have to ask Yun Songhai or even wait until Yun Songhai woke up. "Do you want to return to the residence to see my father? I brought back the water of life from the immortal Ju nation. Perhaps he can wake up this time." Yunxing could tell that Yun Xianxia had a deep sibling relationship with her father. "No, after what I did, I no longer have the face to see Big brother." Yun Xianxia's face was full of guilt. She looked at Yunxing in front of her and realized that after 3 years, Yunxing's appearance had changed quite a bit. She had become more exquisite and her features exuded an unusual aura. This feeling was very similar to Hu Jiuxing back then. Back then, I was the one who secretly told that group of people about Big brother and sister-in-law's whereabouts. Yun Xianxia had kept this secret in her heart for a long time. Yun Xianxia had always hated her. After Yun Songlong left, her second brother Yun Songlong was ambushed by Grand Emperor City at the front lines. In order to rescue Yun Songlong, Yun Ba went to the border alone. When he brought Yun Songlong back, Yun Ba was also exhausted. At that time, the entire Yun residence was in a state of panic. Yun Xianxia, who was only 17 years old but was already widowed, felt that the sky was about to collapse. She wrote a letter to Yun Songhai, hoping that he could return to the Yun residence to preside over the situation. However, Yun Songhai said that he had already severed all ties with the Yun residence. In this life, if Yun Ba did not acknowledge his wife and child, he would not return to the Yun residence. As such, Yun Xianxia was enraged. She vented all her resentment on Hu Jiuxing and her unborn child. She secretly told the military headquarters where Yun Songhai and Hu Jiuxing were hiding in the village. Everything that happened after that was what Yunxing knew. It was the scene of her transmigration. Hu Jiuxing was about to give birth. Yun Songhai went out to invite a midwife. How could he have known that the military headquarters and that group of mysterious people of unknown origins would come knocking on his door? When Yun Songhai rushed back, the residence they were staying in had already been burned to the ground. His wife was gone and his child was on the verge of death. They had fallen into the hands of that group of mysterious people. Yun Songhai seemed to have gone crazy at that time. He killed hundreds of mysterious people and was on the verge of death himself. If Yunxing, who had transmigrated, had not cried, he would probably have been completely disheartened and committed suicide long ago. When Yunxing once again recalled that night when the sky was filled with flames and Yun Songhai's face of despair, she felt a wave of sourness in her heart. Yun Xianxia was even more silent. She knew that her selfishness and willfulness back then had brought great harm to Yun Songhai and Yunxing. My mother is not dead yet. Yunxing hated Yun Xianxia. But now that she knew that her mother wasn't dead, she could smile and forget the enmity between them. Sister-in-law didn't die? Regarding this matter, Big brother, Yun Xianxia was first overjoyed, then very gratified. Ever since she left the residence of Yun, she had been enlightened. Now that he thought about it, he always felt that he had let down his eldest brother and his wife. Uncle Yun had already told Yun Xianxia about his eldest brother's current condition. Yun Xianxia wanted to go take a look, but she was afraid that Yun Ba would be unhappy. If Hu Jiuxing was still alive, perhaps there would be a chance for her to make up for what she had done in the past. You'd better come with me to the Yun residence. You're still a member of the Yun family after all. There are some things that must be cleared up between family members. Since her mother was not dead and Yun Ba had been brought back by her father, the estrangement between Yun Xing and the Yun residents seemed to have been resolved all at once. Yun Xianxia also thought for a moment before deciding to return to the Yun residence with Yun Xing. Inside the Yun residence, Yun Ba strode out as soon as he heard that Yun Xing had arrived. "Little miss, it's really little miss who has returned." Uncle Yun was so excited that he was on the verge of tears. A look of ecstasy flashed across Yun Ba's stern eyes. However, he coughed a few times and forced himself to suppress his joy. He gave a strange snort, then looked at Yun Xianxia, who was beside Yun Xing. The speed at which he changed his expression was so fast that even a master of Peking opera would have to admit defeat. Young miss, you've all returned. Today is truly a joyous occasion. Servants, quickly invite second young master and young madam over." Uncle Yun felt a headache coming on when he saw his master's expression. Uncle Yun muttered, "Master is really too much. Why can't he act more consistently?" This coffin-like expression made it seem as if little miss and miss owed him 8 million yuan. Yun Songlong and his wife quickly rushed back. Along with them was a group of old hunters from the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps. Everyone ignored etiquette and squeezed into the Yun residence one by one. "It's really me. Young master, you're back. Young master, we've all missed you to death." Yun Xing looked at the crowd and saw many familiar faces. Her heart was moved. When Yun Songlong saw Yun Xing, he was momentarily stunned. He walked forward and picked Yun Xing up in his arms. Yun Xing was embarrassed. Why was her second uncle still treating her like a 6-year-old child? Yuan Shahua, who was still wearing her veil, covered her mouth and giggled. She rebuked, "Songlong, quickly put Yun Xing down. She's already a big girl. As her second uncle, you really can't be serious." When Yin Songlong heard this, he looked at his niece's blushing face and felt a little embarrassed. "Haha, I'm just too happy." Yun Songlong laughed heartily. That year, Yun Xing stayed in the Grand Emperor city because of him. Then, she went to the Immortal Residence. He couldn't go with her because of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps and had always felt guilty. Later, Yuan Bupo brought Xian Mimi back to the Grand Emperor city. As for Yun Xing, it was said that she was left in the Immortal Residence nation. Yun Songlong wanted to rush to the Immortal Residence and bring Yun Xing back. However, when he rushed to the Immortal Residence nation, he was stopped by Shui Linhai. The fairies told Yun Songlong that if he didn't want Zhou State and the Immortal Residence to become enemies, he shouldn't barge in. Yun Xing was protected by their Holy Wind King and was living well in the Immortal Residence. Yun Songlong had also heard of the Holy Wind King's name. He also knew from Yuan Bupo that Yun Xing was seriously injured and could only be treated by the Immortal Residence's Water of Life. If he forcefully brought Yun Xing back, he was afraid that it would delay her treatment. Yun Songlong was very confident in Yun Xing. He believed that once she recovered, she would definitely return to Zhou State. That was why he left with the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps. However, who knew that the uncle and niece would be separated for 3 whole years? For 3 years, there was no news of Yun Xing. She was like a kite with a broken string, never to be seen again. Until today, when she suddenly appeared in the Jade Capital. Looking at his niece who had changed 18 times between childhood and womanhood, Yun Songlong couldn't help but redden. "Young master." Among the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps, Zhou Quan jumped out. "Young master, you're really back. That's great. Oh right, I have a few letters left behind by Lord Biming. He wants me to personally hand them to you when you return." Yun Xing also noticed that everyone was here. Even the Zong persona was standing nearby with a smile. Only Yi Biming didn't come. Yi Biming. Is he alright? Yi Biming's letters were sent every month before he left and after he left. As Yun Xing wasn't around, they were always in Zhou Quan's hands. It had been 3 years, 36 months. A total of 36 letters. Yunxing opened that letter. The entire letter only had the same word, wait. It was the same word, wait. Every month, there would be another word, wait. Yi Baiming's words were meaningful and powerful, as if they were going to penetrate that thin piece of paper. The last letter had a total of 36 words, wait. Yi Baiming had always been waiting for Yunxing's return. Yunxing recalled that 3 years ago, the last time she resonated with Yi Baiming's thoughts. At that time, Yi Baiming had told her to return to the Jade Capital 2 months later because he was going to participate in the mainland's elite camps assessment. Yunxing had lost her memory because of the prison break in Icefall City. She had also missed the very important assessment of the mainland's elite camp. At this time, Yi Baiming should already be in the mainland's elite camp. Oh right, Zhou Quan, 3 years ago, the Royal Magic Academy held a magic test to select the candidates to enter the Continental Magic Elite Camp. Who won in the end? Yunxing asked. That test? The person who won was Lianer. Zhou Quan recalled. The test to enter the Continental Magic Elite Camp was a feast for the Royal Magic Academy, so Zhou Quan still had some recollection of it. As expected, it was Lianer. Oh, that's right. Other than Lianer, there were 2 other people. Speaking of which, those 2 people were accepted as special exceptions. They were your good friends from the Royal Magic Academy, Gufeng and Abandon. Zhou Quan had almost forgotten about these 2 people. The recruitment of the Continental Magic Elite Camp was held once every 3 years. In each country, there were not many people who could be selected. Because the quality of the Royal Magic Academy was average, in the past 3 years, there was almost no one who could be selected. However, during the selection 3 years ago, 3 people were selected at once. Lianer was selected as a guaranteed student. Part of the reason was because of her identity as the former crown princess and her relationship with Gu. But the other 2 people, including Gufeng and Abandon, were selected by accident. The examiner of the Continental Magic Elite Camp accidentally saw Gufeng's heavenly sphere of light and Abandon's unique cultivation technique that used poison to raise the Dharma spirit. Thus, he made an exception and recruited the 2 of them. The 3 of them were gone for 3 years. In these 3 years, there was no news at all. Yunxing nodded, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of loss in her heart. In these 3 years, her companions had probably improved a lot. She could not fall behind. Seeing the sadness in Yunxing's eyes, Yun Songlong seemed to have guessed her thoughts. Sheng'er, you don't have to feel regret. You have already returned. The triennial selection of the Continental Magic Elite Camp is about to begin. This time, you will definitely be selected. Second uncle, these are not urgent. I just want to treat father's illness. I have found the water of life. I will go in and see father first. Yunxing temporarily put aside her worries. She hadn't fallen behind in the past 3 years, but right now, she was most concerned about how to cure her father. The spring of life in the immortal Holy Grail was a special spring that was purer and more advanced than the water of life. Yunxing took out a portion of the water from the Holy Grail and fed it to Yun Songhai. The spring of life was indeed the most miraculous panacea in the world. As soon as she drank it, Yunxing could feel a vigorous life force moving quickly around Yun Songhai's skirt. The strange medicinal power that had suppressed Yun Songhai for many years inside his body was rapidly fading away. Yun Songhai's face showed a hint of pain and struggle. He curled up like a prawn. Big brother, what's wrong with him? Yun Songhua watched from the side and was extremely nervous. When she saw everyone at the Yun residence, she was embarrassed. Fortunately, her second brother took the initiative to invite her in. Yun Ba only glanced at her from the corner of his eye and didn't have any intention of chasing her away. She cowered and followed in. That's because the spring of life is purifying the poison. The whole process will take about 1 night. Yuxing had used the water of life before and knew that the process wasn't pleasant. Yun Songhai would have a hard time tonight. The poison in his body would be devoured by the spring of life and new blood would be produced. If he couldn't endure this process, his body would collapse and he would die. If someone from the Dharma temple was there to assist him with light magic, the pain would be greatly reduced. But right now, Xiao Wenqiu wasn't in the Dharma temple. Yun Songhai could only rely on himself to endure this. Yunxing took out 2 more bottles of water of life. She gave one to Yunba and the other to Xianxia. After Xian Mimi obtained the bottle of water of life, she used it all on her face and wasn't willing to give it to Xianxia. Xiaohua's face had yet to recover, but she was already very satisfied to be able to leave Grand Emperor City and be with Yun Sanlong. As for Yunba, the poison in his body also needed to be purified by the water of life. This is the water of life? No, Xing'er, this is too precious. Xiaohua hurriedly refused. She also knew that in order to find the water of life, Yunxing had almost died in the immortal residence. Such a precious item would be very beneficial to Yunxing in the future. Yunxing thought to herself. She currently possessed one of the divine artifacts of the universe, the immortal Holy Grail. The Holy Grail would produce an endless stream of spring of life. To her, even 100 bottles of spring of life would be nothing, let alone a single bottle. But she wouldn't tell anyone that she now had the immortal Holy Grail. Counting the demon summoning hand and the immortal Holy Grail, Yunxing now had 2 desolate divine tools in her hands. If any of these 2 divine tools were to spread to the continent, it would cause a huge uproar. Yunxing's wings were still not fully grown. The Zhao State and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion were her greatest enemies. Since Xing'er has asked, just accept it. Yun Sanlong said and glanced at his father, Yunba. These words were also directed at him. Yunba snorted and brazenly took the bottle, muttering, "This old man won't thank you. You're my granddaughter to begin with. After so many years, all you've given this old man is a bottle of tasteless water." When the crowd heard this, they all had a look of disdain. "Old General Yun, can you be a little more dishonest? Your old face is smiling more brightly than a chrysanthemum. You've already seriously betrayed yourself." Yunxing didn't refuse old General Yun calling her granddaughter. She would wait for her father to wake up first. Yun Songhai still needed 1 more night to wake up. That night, Yunxing rushed back to Wushuan Limitless School's medicine hall. She didn't forget that she was an elder of the martial arts hall. For the past 3 years, she hadn't been in the medicine hall. Speaking of which, she had let down Zhonli. When Zhonli found out that Yunxing had returned, he was also overjoyed. "Little girl, you're finally back. That brat Biming was right. You're so lucky that even the king of hell doesn't dare to take you." Zhonli laughed. Yunxing asked about the martial arts hall. Zhonli had been relaxed recently. In order to nurture Qingbai and Bu Jiuxiao, he had thrown all the matters of the martial arts hall to the 2 of them. However, there was still a look of worry on his face. "What's there to worry about, Deputy Director Zhan?" Yunxing joked. "Qingbai and Bu Jiuxiao are both your disciples. You don't know, but in 2 years, the 8 Wastelands Divine Artifact mission will begin. Biming is still in the elite camp of the continent and there's no news of him." Speaking of Yi Biming, Zhonli still had some resentment. This disciple of his was the typical type of person who didn't want his master when he had a woman. He had been in the elite camp of the continent for 3 years and hadn't brought a single word back to the martial arts hall. However, he remembered that Yu had written a letter to Yunxing. Yunxing found it funny when she heard Zhonli's resentful tone. Yunxing understood that Yi Biming never did things sloppily, which could be seen from the word wait in the letter he wrote to her. He should be waiting for her in the mainland's elite camp. In fact, after experiencing the experience of coming to the immortal Ju country, Yunxing was also very curious about what the truly brilliant magic on the mainland, the dark magic of the mainland's elite camp, looked like. She would abide by the agreement with Yi Biming 3 years ago. 2 years later, everything is still unknown, but Curator Zhan, thank you for helping me guard the little Xianxia during my absence, Yunxing had already learned from Lin Yaoer. Every harvest season in the little Xianxia, the martial arts school would send the martial artists in the school to help collect and escort the medicinal herbs. It was also thanks to the strong cooperation of the battle strength. In the 3 years she was away, the little Xianxia was sheltered by the Wushuan Limitless School. It's all a small matter. You helped the martial artists to wash their marrow and bones earlier, which can be regarded as a great help to me. The battle strength was also a grateful person. In the current Wushuan Limitless School, because of Yunxing's use of beast blood to wash their marrow and bones, the cultivation of the martial artists had more than doubled. Wuxuan Limitless School also jumped from the top 5 martial arts schools in the mainland to the top martial arts school in the mainland, and later Qin's Big Dipper Martial Arts School was on par with each other. Deputy Curator Zhan, I came back from the Immortal Residence this time and also brought back some elven elixirs. I think it's very good for improving and purifying people's physique. The elixirs Yunxing mentioned were actually the beast blood pills that had been processed with the Spring of Life. The Spring of Life had a very good effect on magicians and martial artists. Yunxing had also experimented with it. She added the Spring of Life to several kinds of elixirs and magic potions that she had refined earlier. Those elixirs and magic potions had undergone a qualitative leap. Take the Praise of the Moon God as an example. After adding the Spring of Life and refining it with karmic fire, the Praise of the Moon God could break through to the sacred level in one go. This kind of potion was even more amazing than the high-grade potion that could allow one to advance to a mage in an instant. It could allow any mage below the rank of Sky Mage to break through to the next realm. Such a miracle of potion would be inconceivable anywhere in the continent. Yunxing's excuse that she had obtained the elixir from the elves of the Immortal Residence country was just to avoid suspicion. Yunxing began to refine new beast blood pills that night. On the second day, Yunxing had already refined 50 beast blood pills that had been refined from the Spring of Life. She handed them over to Zhanli and had him hand them over to the martial artists of the inner hall. With the effect of the new beast blood pill, Yunxing believed that 2 years later, even if Yi Baiming did not return to the dojo would still be able to complete the search for the artifact with the help of the strengthened martial artists. After Yunxing finished refining this batch of elixirs, she immediately returned to the Yun residence. Her heart burned as if it was on fire. She wanted to know what happened to her father last night. The courtyard that Yun Songhai lived in was the courtyard that he had lived in the early years of the Yun residence. The moment Yunxing entered, she saw second uncle Yun Songlong sitting by the bed with a bowl of medicine in his hand. Yun Songhai was still lying on the bed, but he had already opened his eyes. The father and daughter were both in disbelief when they met again after 6 years. Especially Yun Songhai. For a moment, it was hard for him to connect this slender and elegant young lady with the thin and small Yunxing from back then. Yun Songlong was still the quick-witted one and reminded him, "Big brother, that's Xing Father." Yunxing's nose twitched as she rushed over. How long had it been since she had used this word? In her previous life, her parents had passed away early. In this life, she had finally found a father who loved her dearly, but her father had been in a coma for 3 years. "You're Xing?" Yun Songhai had just woken up. The moment he woke up, he saw Yun Songlong. When he looked around, he realized that he had actually returned to the Yun residence. He did not know how long he had been in a coma. He had always been aware of the poison in his body. The moment before he lost consciousness, he had heard Yunxing's cries. He had been very worried about his young daughter and was extremely reluctant to part with her. However, the poison had already consumed his consciousness. He had thought that they had already parted forever at that time. He had never expected that the father and daughter would meet again one day. Yun Songlong had already roughly told Yun Songhai what had happened in the past few years. When Yun Songhai heard this, his face was filled with disbelief. He had not expected that he was actually still alive and that the person who had been protecting him all this time and even risking her own life to find a way to save him was actually Yunxing. She was still a child. 6 years. In these 6 years, she had gone from a lonely and helpless child to where she was today. Even an adult like Yun Songhai could not imagine the difficulties and hardships she had gone through. "Big brother, you have raised a very outstanding daughter. Xing is fully deserving of being a member of the Yun family." Yun Songlong saw that his big brother had finally recovered and was overjoyed. He could not help but think of his niece's perseverance and forbearance all these years. "Xing, silly child. Yun Songhai had just woken up not long ago. Although he had the miraculous purifying effect of the Spring of Life, his body had been completely exhausted because of the purifying effect of the Spring of Life. He could not exert any strength at all. Seeing Yunxing lying on his body and sobbing softly, Yun Songhai's eyes filled with hot tears for a moment. After so many years, the father and daughter met again for the first time, but they spent it in tears. Even a grown man like Yun Songlong was at the side, constantly wiping away his tears. Everyone in the room is crying and wailing. What kind of scene is this? How embarrassing. Humph, this old man can't be bothered to speak with you people. This old man will be in seclusion for the next few days. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Yunba had also rushed over when he heard the news. Seeing Yun Songhai awake, Yunba could not help but be moved. He glanced at Yun Songhai, and the expression on his face clearly loosened. He turned his head, and then quickly walked out. Uncle Yun sneaked in and pouted towards the outside. Old master is wiping away his tears outside. He still insists that sand got into his eyes. Among all of Yunba's children, he doted on Yun Xianxia the most and was the strictest towards his eldest son, Yun Songhai. When Yun Songhai was born, Yunba was not yet a general. He led a group of soldiers and charged and broke through enemy lines on the battlefield. It was not until Yun Songhai was 1.5 years old that he returned to the Yun residence. Yunba thought that he had to raise his daughter well, so he was obedient to his youngest daughter, Yun Xianxia. However, he had to raise his son poorly. Not only that, he had to raise him strictly. Before Yun Songhai was 6 or 7 years old, Yunba had always forced him to practice martial arts. If he disobeyed, he would be punished by kneeling in the ancestral hall. However, Yun Songhai did not like magic and insisted on entering the Imperial Magic Academy behind Yunba's back. He even became a hunter later on. This caused a barrier between father and son. However, this did not mean that Yunba did not dote on his son. Master waited outside the house for the entire night. No matter how hard we tried to persuade him, he wouldn't leave. Uncle Yun knew that the father and son were stubborn. If there was no one to mediate between them, this stubborn knot would never be untied. After Yunba obtained the water of the spring of life, he followed Yunxing's instructions and should have used it as soon as possible. However, he insisted that he had to wait until Yun Songhai woke up before going into closed-door training. After Yunba left, Yun Songhai sighed. Father has aged a lot. Yun Songhai had been in a coma for more than 6 years. Although he couldn't speak or move when he was in a coma, he could still vaguely remember that Yunba would often visit him when he was in a coma. The old man was long-winded and would talk about things that happened when he was still a child. Yun Songhai's hatred for his father gradually dissipated. Yun Songlong saw that Yunba and Yunxing seemed to have a lot to talk about. He stood up and said, "You two haven't seen each other for a long time. You must have a lot to talk about. I'll inform Zhonli and the others that Big Brother has woken up." Yunxing also had the same intention. She wanted to ask about Hu Jiuxing. That day in the immortal Zhu Nation's Icefall City, the time she had spent with her mother was too short. She didn't even have time to figure out why Hu Jiuxing was a citizen of the Zhao state. She clearly remembered that Uncle Yun had said earlier that Hu Jiuxing had killed an important person of the Zhao state. Logically speaking, the Zhao state would definitely kill her. However, she was now the 13th Archbishop of the Zhao state. "You really saw your mother?" Yun Songhai was extremely excited. He grabbed Yunxing with a face full of disbelief. Actually, it wasn't just Yun Songlong. Even now, Yunxing still couldn't believe it when she recalled seeing Hu Jiuxing that day. Not to mention anything else, Hu Jiuxing did not seem to know her at all. The name Yunxing was given to her by Hu Jiuxing and Yun Songhai when she was pregnant. If it was a son, he would be called Yunge. If it was a daughter, she would be called Yunxing. However, when Hu Jiuxing heard her name, she did not react at all. Looking at her appearance, it was clear that she had already lost her memories. Jiuxing, she must be from the Zhao state. Yun Songhai was excited, especially when he heard that Yunxing had almost died in the Immortal Keeper Nation because of Hu Jiuxing's magic. He couldn't hold back anymore. "Father, what kind of person is mother? Why would old General Yun call her an outsider? And why would the Zhou state's military join forces with the Zhao state to murder my mother?" Yunxing thought that the Zhou state and the Zhao state shouldn't have any direct relationship. Yun Songhai was silent. He scrutinized his daughter. After not seeing her for a few years, Yunxing had grown from a small child that he could carry with one hand to a slender and elegant woman. Her appearance was 50 to 60% similar to his wife's. Now that he looked at her, Perhaps because she had been influenced by the hellfire and the spring of life, her features were even more exquisite. Compared to his wife, Hu Jiuxing, Yunxing was like a ball of fire when she was angry. However, when she smiled, she was like a sweet spring. Xing, I heard that you were already engaged to Zhou State's Prince Baiming. Is that right? Yun Songhai felt very guilty. He was really an incompetent father. When he was in Banana Leaf Village, he was always drunk and depressed because of the poison. He neglected his daughter's growth. After he left Banana Leaf Village, he fell into a coma and slept for 6 years. If it were any other child, they wouldn't have been able to hold on. However, Xing'er managed to walk through it with her young and tender shoulders. Even his daughter's marriage was confirmed without him knowing anything. Although he already knew that the current Prince Baiming of Zhou State was the blind boy who had been with her father and daughter for a while in Banana Leaf Village. In his impression, he was a taciturn but exceptionally handsome young man. He was quite good to Xing'er. Unfortunately, he was born in the royal family. Yunxing didn't understand why her father suddenly asked about this. Thinking of Yi Baiming, Yunxing's heart softened. Father, actually, Yunxing actually wanted to say that she didn't know that she and Yi Baiming didn't have the relationship that her father thought. The marriage contract with Yi Baiming was actually just a layer of protection. However, when the words were about to come out of her mouth, Yunxing felt that she couldn't say it. Could it be that she and Yi Baiming were really just bound by a marriage contract? This made Yunxing a little confused. Yun Songhai saw that his daughter was hemming and hawing with some uncertainty in her eyes. He frowned slightly. He could see that Yunxing probably had some feelings for that young man. Xing'er, you have to promise me that you can't marry Yi Baiming. You have to break off the engagement with him. Yun Songhai's serious tone stunned Yunxing at first. She didn't understand why her father suddenly said that. Father. It wasn't that Yunxing hadn't thought of breaking off the engagement. After all, it was because of the secret later Qing crown prince that she had no choice but to get engaged to Yi Baiming. She had originally thought that when Yi Baiming had a true sweetheart, she would automatically break off the engagement. However, her father suddenly spoke against her marriage. For a moment, she felt an indescribable sense of discomfort. Xing'er, I'm doing this for your own good. If it were an ordinary family, they might be able to accept your family background. However, if you're a member of the royal family, once your family background is revealed, I'm afraid that the only thing that awaits you is death. Yun Songhai looked at Yunxing's expression. He sighed inwardly. A grown girl couldn't be kept at home. He was afraid that his daughter had already secretly developed feelings for Lord Baiming. Yun Songhai was an experienced person. He knew that Yunxing was very smart. Compared to ordinary children, she could be said to be precocious. However, she seemed to be very indifferent to the feelings between men and women. On the mainland, there were 12 females and 14 males. They had indeed reached the age to talk about marriage. After getting engaged, in another 2 or 3 years, it would be time for him to come and ask for her hand in marriage. Yun Songhai didn't want to break up Yunxing and Lord Baiming at that time. Father, is there anything special about my family background? Yunxing heard something unusual from her father's tone. Since things have come to this point, I might as well tell you frankly. Your mother, Hu Jiuxing, is not an ordinary person. She is a Bakra Orcs, a descendant of Celestial Fox. Yun Songhai sighed and told Yunxing Hu Jiuxing's biggest secret. Hu Jiuxing was not a human. To be exact, she had the body of a demonic beast. In the easternmost part of the mainland, there was a boundless Dutian blood beast world. The Dutian blood beast clouds that had wreaked havoc all over the mainland over the years had originated from there. However, on the other side of the blood beast world, there were rumors that the 8 great experts of the boundless mainland had jointly expelled the demonic beasts from the mainland. Many years ago, the demonic beasts reigned supreme on the mainland, and the human race could only struggle at death's door under the attacks of the demonic beasts. However, at some point in time, the 8 most powerful warriors, magicians, and summoners of the boundless mainland had found the 8 Barons' divine weapon. They used the 8 Barons' divine weapon to expel the demonic beasts from the boundless mainland. The demonic beasts were either killed or expelled, including the strongest branches of the demonic beast tribes known as Bakra Orcs. The descendants of the celestial fox were one of the main branches of the Bakra orcs. The leaders of the Bakra orcs were all at the Beast King level. Even though the magical beasts were extremely powerful, the Bakra orcs had been in internal strife for many years. Furthermore, humans were cunning and secretly sowed discord. Finally, the Bakra orcs broke apart. The 8 masters killed the leaders of the major Bakra clans and wantonly burned and massacred the Bakra orcs. Countless magical beasts were killed. Their blood did not dry up and the smell of blood filled the air. Finally, the Dutian blood beast world was formed. The magical beasts that were lucky enough to survive escaped into the Dutian blood beast world. From then on, there were no more magical beasts of the 8 Baron mythical beast level on the mainland. The 8 masters also worked together to set up an extremely powerful restriction in the Dutian blood beast world to prevent the magical beasts of the Bakra orcs from entering. But there was a limit to their power. Since then, tens of thousands of years had passed. As time passed, the seal of the Dutian blood beast world gradually loosened. The magical beasts that were killed many years ago in the blood beast world did not dissipate. Their evil spirits soared to the sky and formed clouds of evil spirits. These evil spirits passed through the cracks in the seal and floated into the mainland. The blood beast cloud devoured the local residents and livestock. After accumulating enough energy, it gave birth to the powerful blood beast cloud. What does this have to do with Mother? According to Mother's age, it's impossible for her to have anything to do with the beast clan of the 8 wastelands back then. Yunxing was speechless when she heard this. She did not expect that Hu Jiuxing was actually a descendant of the heavenly fox. Why did such a thing sound so fantastical? Alright, she had indeed transmigrated to a fantastical mainland. Your mother was actually born from the blood beast cloud. Yun Songhai told Yunxing about his encounter with Hu Jiuxing. Ever since Hu Jiuxing was born, she didn't know where she came from. She was picked up and raised by a couple living at the border of Zhou State. When she was 3 years old, she realized that her understanding of magic was particularly outstanding, so she was sent to the local temple. She was extremely talented and could learn any magic at once. However, she did not like the temple of magic. Or rather, she subconsciously hated the temple of magic. After that, Hu Jiuxing's talent as a summoner was inadvertently revealed. She had been recommended to the Zhao state by the Temple of Dharma, and it was there that she had learned most of her knowledge about summoners. If that's the case, Mother, you've lived in both the Dharma temple and the Zhao state? Why did she leave the Zhao state? Most of the summoners, especially the powerful ones, were more or less related to the Zhao state. Because the celestial fox blood in your mother's body had awakened. At that time, the Dutian blood beast cloud was very active. As a member of the Zhao state, Mother was sent to capture the blood beast cloud. However, the blood beast cloud that time gave birth to a baby. Yun Songhai paused as he spoke. He seemed to have also imagined the scene at that time. The blood beast cloud was a very special existence. It could give birth to magical beasts, but at the same time, it could also give birth to magical beasts in human form. Those magical beasts in human form were more powerful and more valuable than normal magical beasts. This was because magical beasts in human form were magical beasts that were at least at the level of holy beasts. Once these magical beasts grew up and mixed into the human race, they would be a greater threat. Could it be? The Zhao state wouldn't even let go of a baby? Yunxing recalled the night she transmigrated to this world. If she wasn't wrong, that group of people must have been from the Zhao state. They threw the baby to his death in front of your mother. It was also that action that caused Hu Jiuxing to go into beast blood frenzy. Father, are you talking about Mother? Yunxing had seen Hu Jiuxing's power. As a magical beast, Hu Jiuxing could also go into beast blood frenzy. After beast blood frenzy, Hu Jiuxing's power, after that incident, your mother left the Zhao state. After she went into beast blood frenzy, she revealed her immature celestial fox beast form. She killed more than 20 Zhao state masters, including a cardinal, and then escaped. That incident didn't really spread on the mainland. After all, for the Zhao state, it was a slap to the Zhao state's face that an ordinary scepter summoner had such terrifying power. Moreover, it was found that she was the descendant of the mythical beast of the Octoterra. They started to put Hu Jiuxing on the wanted list all over the mainland. The most hateful thing was that they didn't even let go of Hu Jiuxing's adoptive parents. The Zhao state couldn't find Hu Jiuxing's whereabouts, so they captured her adoptive parents and tortured them to death. By the time Hu Jiuxing rushed back to the Zhao state, her adoptive parents were already dead. Even though she was a magical beast in human form born from the beast blood cloud, Hu Jiuxing was no different from an ordinary person, whether in terms of appearance or state of mind. Her adoptive parents doted on her, and the Zhao state's actions had undoubtedly forced her into a desperate situation. In a rage, Hu Jiuxing slaughtered 10 summoning centers in a row. Since then, she had concealed her identity and appeared in all the major arenas as a freelance hunter. It was at that time that Yun Songhai also left the Royal Magic Academy and began his journey to learn a higher level of magic. The two youngsters had also chosen to use the arena as a way of training. In the end, the two met in the Heaven's Wings arena. Perhaps it was fate, but the two of them met in a fight. When Yun Songhai saw Hu Jiuxing, he fell in love with her at first sight. He didn't hesitate to pretend that he was no match for her and lost. After the battle, he used all sorts of excuses to pester Hu Jiuxing. It was said that good women were afraid of being pestered. Although Hu Jiuxing didn't have a good impression of humans, Yun Songhai's pestering skills were real. He followed Hu Jiuxing all the way, and when she left the Heaven's Wings arena, he also left. The two were like cats and mice, chasing and hiding all over the continent. Yunxing couldn't help but find it funny when she heard this. In her eyes, her father Yun Songhai had always been a serious and inarticulate person. Who would have thought that in order to pursue her mother, Hu Jiuxing, he would actually do such a crazy thing? Thinking of her mother, Hu Jiuxing, Yunxing couldn't help but be dazed. If she were a man, she would definitely be infatuated with such a woman. After leaving the Heaven's Wings arena, Hu Jiuxing was chased by the Zhao state and was seriously injured. Yun Songhai didn't care about offending the Zhao state and resolutely took action. He saved Hu Jiuxing and later learned of Hu Jiuxing's identity. However, he didn't distance himself from Hu Jiuxing because of this. On the contrary, he still cared for her. After Hu Jiuxing recovered from her injuries, she finally accepted Yun Songhai. After that, your mother had you. Coincidentally, it was your grandfather's birthday, so I brought her back to Yujing City. My original intention was to confirm your mother's status, but who knew? Yun Songhai couldn't continue. He hadn't expected that the emperor of the Zhou state had already learned of Hu Jiuxing's identity from the Zhao state. The emperor of the Zhou state, who had always been mercenary, didn't hesitate to choose the Zhao state and issue the order to kill Hu Jiuxing. After the emperor of Zhou state found out about Hu Jiuxing's identity, he issued a secret order to kill Hu Jiuxing. If Yun Songhai or the Yun residents tried to stop him, he would kill them all. Yiqing Tian is really worse than a dog. Our Yun residence has done so much for him. Yunxing couldn't help but be enraged when she heard this. The emperor of Zhou state has always been a cold-hearted person. Moreover, his ancestor was one of the 8 strongest people who chased the 8 Baron Divine Beast out of the mainland. He is very wary of the 8 Baron Divine Beast. It's understandable that he can't tolerate your mother. Xing, you should know why I asked you to cancel your engagement with Lord Baiming, right? Yun Songhai didn't wish for the grudges of the previous generation to affect his daughter's future happiness. However, Yi Baiming had the blood of Zhou state's royal family flowing in his veins. If the fact that Yunxing also had the blood of the 8 Baron Divine Beast was exposed one day, he was worried that Yunxing and Yi Baiming would turn against each other. Yunxing was silent. She finally understood why her father wanted her to do this. Father, I understand. You don't have to worry too much. Xing doesn't like Lord Baiming, Yunxing said softly. That's good. My Xing has become so beautiful. There will definitely be many people wooing you in the future. Actually, you are different from your mother. You didn't inherit your mother's talent of the 8 Baron Divine Beast. You don't have to worry too much. Yun Songhai laughed and stroked his daughter's hair. The 8 Baron mythical beast was the supreme existence among the magical beasts. Their patriarch was the Beast King. Among the Beast Kings. Therefore, most of the human-shaped babies born from the blood clouds of the 8 Baron mythical beast were extremely talented as summoners. Hu Jiuxing was a good example. Father, actually, Xing is hiding something from you. Yunxing suddenly knelt on the ground. She took out her beast language ring and handed it to Yun Songhai. Xing'er is already a summoner. And because of a coincidence, I obtained two things. Yunxing took out the summoned magical beast and the immortal holy grail from the beast speech ring. This is a magic tool that can summon holy beasts and above. It's called the summoning demon hand. This cup is the holy grail that can continuously obtain the spring of life. Yunxing did not want to hide this from her father. Yun Songhai was shocked. 8 Desolates divine artifact. It was actually an 8 Desolates divine artifact. He didn't expect that 2 of the 8 Wastelands divine weapons, which had been rumored on the continent for a long time, were actually in Yunxing's hands. After Yun Songhai recovered from his shock, he felt a wave of panic. 8 Desolates divine artifact was a real divine artifact. On the continent, only the most powerful people could have one. But 2 of these things had fallen into the hands of his daughter. And his daughter was only 12 years old now. Was this really a lucky thing? Yun Songhai was speechless for a moment. He took a deep breath. Xing'er, put away these 2 divine artifacts. That ring, sigh, I should have thought of it. How could a magic tool refined by your mother be ordinary? You really did inherit her talent as a summoner. After Yun Songhai recovered from his shock, his heart calmed down a lot. How many more secrets was his daughter hiding? As a father, even he couldn't take it anymore. Father, when I was in the immortal Jew country, my mother taught me to carve the cithar. But she didn't seem to remember me at all. When I said that I was from the Zhou state, she didn't react. I think the Zhao state must have done something. Yunxing took out the 1,000-year-old ice zither. Several strings on the zither attracted Yun Songhai's attention. A faint silver color, like the moonlight. That was the color of his wife Hu Jiuxing's hair. He couldn't be mistaken. This also made Yun Songhai more certain that Yunxing saw his wife Hu Jiuxing. Xing'er, father will investigate your mother's matter. I hope you won't interfere in this matter. After Yun Songhai woke up, the first thing he wanted to do was to find his wife Hu Jiuxing. You don't need to persuade father anymore. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't have a direct conflict with the Zhao state. I've already died once, so I won't be as impulsive as I was before. I heard from your second uncle that you want to participate in the Imperial Magic Academy's mainland elite magic camp. Just go and participate. The mainland elite magic camp was a place where one could learn the highest level of magic. Especially since Yunxing had the dark magic soul in her body. Yun Songhai frankly told Yunxing that he had learned dark magic before. At that time, he had met an instructor from the mainland elite magic camp by chance in the arena. The instructor had taught him by chance. Dark magic is actually not as evil as the outside world says. No matter if it is magic or battle techniques, there is no absolute good or bad. If the person using it has a pure heart, then even if it is dark magic, it can still be used for righteous purposes. However, if the person using it is an evil person, then it can be used. But if the person is evil, then even light magic can be used for evil purposes. Right now, you won't be able to learn anything from normal magic academies. You can't go to the temple, so all that's left is the mainland elite magic camp. Promise me that unless you break through to become a sky magician, you won't try to find your mother. After Yun Songhai met his wife, Hu Jiuxing, his understanding of magic beasts had changed. Although Hu Jiuxing was the descendant of the nine-tailed fox, she was pure. Before her adoptive parents were killed, she was an open-minded person who loved to laugh. She even used the medical skills she learned from the temple to help warriors and magicians she met. Father, Xing'er promises you that I won't cause trouble for the Zhao state for the next few years. I'm still not their match. Yunxing found it difficult to deal with just her mother, Hu Jiuxing. Needless to say, the Zhao state had 13 main summoners and countless powerful summoners. Yunxing was indeed planning to take part in the Imperial Magic Academy's examination after Yun Songhai and Yunba recovered. In the next few days, the father and daughter reunited and drank a lot. Yuan Shaohua's face was also healed by Yunxing with the spring of life. When Yunxing was treating Yuan Shaohua, she asked about Yuan Bupo. Yuan Shaohua glanced at Yunxing with a strange look in her eyes. As Yuan Bupo's sister, Yuan Shaohua had long seen that Yuan Bupo had special feelings for Yunxing. In the past, Yuan Xiaohua had only seen this as a young man's infatuation. But after Yunxing was seriously injured and almost died in the Immortal Keeper Nation, Yuan Bupo's feelings changed. Bupo didn't want me to talk about this at first, but I feel that I should tell you. During the 3 years you were in the Immortal Keeper Nation, Bupo blamed himself for 3 whole years. In the first year, he built a small house outside the snowy forest sea, saying that he was waiting for you to come out. Later on, my father couldn't stand it any longer, and personally went to his door to give that foolish boy a beating. Yuan Xiaohua sighed emotionally when she recalled that time. Yuan Bupo was the most promising candidate to inherit the position of Grand Emperor City's city lord. Yuan Bupo was dispirited and listless. As his elder sister, she was exasperated at his failure to live up to expectations. After Yuan Bupo's father beat him up, he scolded him fiercely. With your appearance, even if the Yun family's girl walked out of the immortal residence alive, she would never fancy you. After Yuan Bupo was scolded, he came to his senses. Bupo has been in seclusion for 2 years and has not come out until today. Yuan Xiaohua was also very fond of Yunxing. She hoped that Yunxing could become her sister-in-law, but she also admitted that the current Yunxing was not even worthy of her silly younger brother. As for Xian Mimi, her face was healed after she received the water of life. Her experience in the immortal residence nation made her understand that there was always someone better than her. In the past 2 years, she did not cause any trouble and cultivated obediently in Grand Emperor City. Since that is the case, I am relieved. In a few days, Zhou State's Royal Magic Academy's examination for the mainland's elite magic camp will begin. I should also prepare. Yunxing smiled. She did not pay much attention to the hint in Yuan Xiaohua's words. After her father told her that she had the bloodline of the 8 Wastelands divine beast, she understood that this bloodline brought her endless opportunities but also great challenges. If she wanted to find her mother and find out the reason for her mother's amnesia, she had to continuously improve her strength. Whether it was the strength of a summoner or a sorcerer. Just as Yunxing was quietly waiting for the examination day of the mainland's elite magic camp, an unexpected event broke the peace of the Yun residence, the Jade capital, and the entire mainland. After Yun Ba obtained the water of life, he went into seclusion. He used the water of life to purify the amniotic fluid poison in his body. However, compared to Yun Songhai's recovery and Yuan Sha Painting's recovery, this process was much longer and much longer. One night, Yunxing had just laid down. She was still living in the medicine hall of Wushuan Everlasting Palace. Suddenly, Yunxing opened her eyes. She could feel a powerful wave of energy forming. This fluctuation was felt by everyone in the Jade capital. Of course. Yunxing came out of the medicine hall and leaped onto the roof. She looked in the direction of the powerful fluctuation from afar. What surprised her was that the fluctuation came from the direction of the Yun residence. Someone is about to break through. This feeling, could it be? Yunxing murmured. Yunba began his seclusion. His closed-door cultivation this time could be considered extremely dangerous. In the past 3 years, Yunba had suffered the indignation of being reduced from a martial saint to a cripple. He had also suffered the humiliation of being humiliated by the imperial court's old officials, including Grand Secretary Chen, under the pretext of visiting him. On the other hand, he was also very worried about his granddaughter, Yunxing, who was in the immortal Zhu nation and whose whereabouts were unknown. Fortunately, Yun Songhai had remarried. He also knew that Yun Songshiwei had remarried and that his grandson, Tang Yu, was more sensible than before. Only then did he feel gratified. This continued until Yunxing returned to the Yun residence and brought back the spring of life. His eldest son, Yun Songhai, who had been in a coma for many years, woke up. At that moment, Yunba breathed a sigh of relief. He held back his tears. When he came out of Yun Songhai's courtyard, his eyes were red. When he returned to his own courtyard, he couldn't help but cry loudly in front of his wife's memorial tablet. The old general cried as he pinched his nose. "Wife, the children are back. I'm going into closed-door cultivation tomorrow. If it fails, I'll go directly to find you." Yunba had a strong temper. In the past 3 years, he didn't show it on the surface, but in his heart, he was extremely sullen. He was a martial saint. If the spring of life didn't cure him this time, he would become a complete cripple. He would rather go with his wife. With this thought in mind, Yunba began his closed-door cultivation. He set aside Madame Yun's memorial tablet and drank the spring of life in one gulp. The spring of life was the purest water of the fairy race. It was also a miraculous water element nurtured by the immortal Holy Grail. It had super-strong purification and healing effects. Yuan Xiaohua and Yun Songhai's injuries had been healed by the spring of life. When Yunba drank the spring of life in one gulp, he was still a little apprehensive. He smacked his lips. Why doesn't it have any taste? It can't be a fake, can it? As if to protest Yunba's muttering, Yunba felt a cold sensation in his lower abdomen. That feeling was as if someone had cast an ice magic on his body. From the soles of his feet to his shoulders, then to his head, it gradually stiffened. At the same time, the magical beast amniotic fluid in Yunba's spinal cord also felt the invasion of the spring of life. Magical beast amniotic fluid and the spring of life were both the strangest water in the world. Magical beast amniotic fluid was the filthy water left behind by a powerful magical beast before it was born. On the other hand, the spring of life was purifying water. These two types of evil and purifying water were like light and darkness. These two forces were like fire and water. They were incompatible and wanted to devour each other. Yunba felt as if there was a hand inside his body that was desperately tearing at him. It could tear him in half at any time. It was also the constant stalemate of these two forces that caused Yunba's old and decaying body to radiate with a brand new energy. This energy was very terrifying. It was like a surging sea, wave after wave. It constantly attacked Yunba's old and withered meridians. It was greedy and savage. After an unknown period of time, a huge force spurted out from Yunba's body. It was like a dormant volcano that had been accumulating for countless years suddenly erupting. Yunba's body shook. A huge pillar of light broke through the entire courtyard and shot straight into the clouds. In an instant, the night of the Jade Capital was as bright as day. Lead clouds gathered in the direction of the Jade Capital's Yun residence. It was like the eve of a summer thunderstorm, faintly showing signs of movement. In the lead-gray clouds, there were faint streaks of light that resembled twisting snakes. They flashed continuously, nurturing a terrifying power. In the Yun residence, the few people who were waiting for the results of Yunba's closed-door cultivation could no longer hold themselves back. They all stood up at the same time. Yun Songhai and Yun Songlong both looked at the sky. They had both noticed this extremely unusual scene. What's that? Not good. Could it be that the spring of life and magical beast amniotic fluid are too powerful? They actually unexpectedly allowed the old general to break through. It's just that this breakthrough is no small matter. When Yinxing saw this scene, she recalled what she had encountered when she was plucking the 9-leaf purple ginseng. This situation was almost exactly the same as when a saint-grade herb evolved into a divine-grade herb. Heavenly lightning. Could it be that after decades of silence, Yunba's martial saint bottleneck had finally loosened and he had reached the stage of breaking through? Could it be that he had received his heavenly lightning body tempering in advance? The scale of this heavenly lightning body tempering was much greater than Yun Songlong's heavenly lightning body tempering. After all, Yunba had advanced from a martial saint to a martial emperor. It had been many years since a martial emperor had appeared in Zhou State. The Yun brothers and Yun Songxue also became nervous. Even that kid Tang Yu had his mouth wide open as he stared at the sky, dumbfounded. Heavens, that lightning in the sky was too terrifying. Father, second uncle, you must help. Yunxing had already rushed to the residence. When she saw this scene, Yunxing was also shocked. She also did not expect that the spring of life would bring about such a special effect. That time, she had Yi Baiming's help. The two of them had used a miraculous magical resonance to resist the heavenly lightning. However, Yunba's heavenly lightning this time appeared to be much more powerful than the 9-leaf purple ginsengs. Yunxing was only one person. She did not have much confidence in being able to resist the heavenly lightning this time. If Yunba had received the heavenly lightning in his normal state, with his cultivation as a martial saint, it would naturally not be a problem. However, this time, Yunba had unexpectedly broken through after consuming the spring of life while being poisoned by the amniotic fluid of a demonic beast. He was now like a cripple. How could he possibly withstand the heavenly lightning? Among the few people present, only the sky magus Xianxia and the martial saint body Yunba could help. Yun Songlong hesitated for a moment. He glanced at his elder brother. After Yun Songhai and his father had a falling out, the two of them had not officially reconciled. His elder brother probably still held some grudges in his heart. My body, hair, and skin were all given to me by my parents. This time, Big Brother will not abandon you in the calamity of the Yun residence. Yun Songhai nodded. Yun Songlong glanced at Yuan Xiahua. Yuan Xiahua's expression was gentle. Husband, rest assured. Seeing this, the Yun brothers' eyes became even more resolute. Yun Songhai held the magic scepter in his hand, and a pair of magic wings appeared on his body. Yun Songlong also transformed his battle chi into wings, and the two of them jumped into the air at almost the same time. The power of the thunderstorm in the clouds became more and more violent. Countless lightning bolts shot out of the clouds like little snakes. The thunderstorm energy mixed with it crackled faintly, as if it would explode at any moment. Yunba closed his eyes and quietly waited for the moment when the heavenly lightning would strike. Rumble, a bolt of lightning, which contained the most terrifying power of nature, tore apart the lead-colored clouds and smashed down like a cannonball with the force of 1,000 caddies. Yunba's courtyard was instantly flattened by the power of the thunderclap. The trees, the roof tiles, everything in the courtyard was instantly reduced to ashes. Everything seemed insignificant in front of the power of nature between the heavens and the earth. When the roof exploded, Yunba didn't dodge. He was like a Buddha statue that had been sitting in a temple for eternity, emotionless, fearless, and unfazed. His heart was like the calm surface of a lake. Life and death, whether it was a cripple or a martial saint, they were all reduced to dust by the power of lightning at that moment. In life, fame and fortune were nothing but fleeting clouds. Lightning bolts struck down one after another, and Yunba's body was already covered in blood and flesh. Pain and numbness were no longer important. At that moment, Yunba suddenly felt that the power of the lightning striking his body had weakened by a lot. Could it be that even Tiando looked down on his old bones and was too lazy to deal with him? He couldn't help but feel suspicious. He raised his turbid eyes and stared blankly at the sky. The scene that entered his eyes made Yunba's heart tremble involuntarily. In the sky, Yun Songhai and Yun Songlong had used their bodies to block the most violent lightning strikes for him. This was, a bolt of lightning struck Yun Songhai's shoulder with a boom. Yunba only felt pain on his shoulder. That was his eldest son. That high-spirited eldest son who had left the family for many years and refused to acknowledge his ancestors even when he was at his lowest. Another snake-like purple lightning struck Yun Songlong's limbs. That was his second son, who had been crippled for many years. There was once when he, as his father, had given up on him. His wife's dying words vaguely flashed through his mind. Bah, it's enough for me to marry you in this life. If fate wills it in the next life, we will be husband and wife again. I'll leave the children to you. In the first half of your life, you fought on the battlefield for the country. I only hope that in the latter half of your life, you will be surrounded by children and grandchildren. Everyone in the Yun residence will be worry-free. Boom. A bolt of lightning that resembled a purple centipede blasted Madame Yun's memorial tablet away from Yunba. The memorial tablet broke into two halves at the waist. Yunba was furious. He suddenly leapt up, his long hair, which had been half burnt by the lightning, flying in the wind. I originally wanted to die peacefully, but this damned lightning, heavenly lightning, F***CKU, I want to be reunited with my wife, but you won't let me be at ease. Die. 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 He couldn't even protect his wife's memorial tablet, nor could he protect his children and relatives. F***CK. The heavens are unfair. I'll fight you to the death. Yunba stood in the pillar of light, an inextinguishable ball of fighting aura burning in his body. He stood upright, raised his head, and soared into the sky. The fury in his eyes was like a river bursting out of a dam. He roared, and a heavenly axe made of fighting aura appeared in his hand. The heavenly axe shone with spiritual light. In the sky, the Yun brothers, who intended to bear part of the heavenly lightning's power for their father, were fighting fiercely. They didn't expect that at this moment, a strange force would shoot up from the ground. Even with their cultivation bases, they were unable to discern what that strange force was. The lead-colored thundercloud above the residence of Yun in Jade Capital was actually cut into two halves by the uncanny force that was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. The wind swept away the clouds, and the dragon soared for thousands of miles. Yun Songhai and Yun Songlong both retreated, looking at the crazy strange force with fear as it charged into the clouds. The power of lightning in the clouds struck down, but the strange force clashed with the power of lightning again and again. It actually crippled the power of lightning. The Yun brothers' clothes were dripping with sweat like a small stream. When the lead-colored clouds in the sky dispersed, the strange force finally revealed its true appearance. It was their father, Yun Ba, who was wearing tattered armor and had hair like a chicken's nest. Yun Ba was covered in wounds, but he held the heavenly axe with fighting aura as he stood in the sky, looking down at the entire Jade Capital. His originally turbid old eyes were exceptionally clear after experiencing the heavenly lightning. It was only today that he saw the vastness of heaven and earth and the power of all things. The Jade Capital was so big, but the only thing that could truly accommodate him was the Yun residence. Only the Yun residents would listen to him in times of danger. "Father!" The two brothers shouted in unison. Their little hearts did not forget to beat a few times in their chests. The Yun brothers were dumbfounded. Didn't they say that their father was already at the end of his rope and had no strength to fight back? Didn't they say that the amniotic fluid of a magical beast fused with the spring of life and that he could explode and die at any time? But what was happening in front of them now? "You two unfilial sons are truly useless. If something were to happen to me, the residents of Yun would fall into your hands and collapse for sure. Humph, it looks like this old man still has to hold the fort for a while." Yun Ba's face was full of arrogance. The heavenly lightning allowed the two strange forces in Yun Ba's body to merge into one. At the same time, it also allowed Yun Ba to comprehend a principle at the critical juncture of life and death. For many years, he had always placed Zhou State above all else, spilling his blood and sacrificing his head, but neglected the feelings of the people of the Yun residence. His two sons were seen as rebellious by him, but at the most critical moment, both of them stepped forward bravely, using their own flesh and blood to bear the calamity for their useless father. Their actions told Yun Ba that he was the backbone of the Yun residence. "Dear, I'm sorry, I can't go down to accompany you immediately. Our children still need me." After experiencing a new lease of life, this time, Yun Ba wanted to protect the entire Yun residence. This time, he wanted to live for his family and the new blood in his body. The touching scene between the father and son trio continued. On the ground, in the ruins of the Yun residence that had almost been razed to the ground, Yun Xing was squatting in a corner of Yun Ba's courtyard. She held her magic scepter suspiciously in her hand and muttered, "Oh, my grandmother. Don't blame me. Xing'er had no choice but to use magic to destroy your memorial tablet." It turned out that the bolt of lightning that struck Madame Yun's memorial tablet was actually an artificial lightning that Yun Xing had secretly created with lightning magic. When Yun Songhai woke up and Yun Xing found out that her mother, Hu Jiuxing, was not dead, Yun Xing had decided to reconcile with old General Yun. So many years had passed since then, so the guilt in Yun Ba's heart was definitely not small. Just now, when the heavenly lightning struck, he had mobilized the Yun brothers to go into battle. This was also to let the three father and sons experience what it meant to be together in battle. With the strength of the three of them, it would not be difficult for them to withstand the heavenly lightning together. However, what made Yun Xing so angry that she almost vomited blood was that Yun Ba was actually indifferent towards the lightning tribulation at first. His expression was one of "I want to die, don't drag me down." She had no choice but to offend Madame Yun. However, Yun Ba proved himself to be the older the wiser. He broke through everyone's expectations and successfully broke through to the martial emperor realm. Martial emperors were much more powerful than martial sages. When Yun Ba appeared in front of everyone again, he no longer looked like an old man in his twilight years. His body had returned to its sturdiness, and his appearance had also become much younger. His originally grizzled hair now had a patch of black at the roots. His current appearance was at most 40 years old. In the sky, the three father and son stared at each other. For a moment, no one knew what to say. "Father." It was Yun Songlong who spoke first. "You will always be our father." "Father." Yun Songhai's tiger-like eyes burned. This child knows his mistake. Yunba snorted and coldly glanced at the ground. We are all one family. There is no right or wrong. All of you, leave. Don't make my good granddaughter wait anxiously. 3 figures streaked across the sky above the Jade capital like shooting stars. At this moment, it also officially meant that the Yun residents, after hundreds of years of loyalty, had finally withdrawn from the Zhou state's political arena. Yun Xing and her father also buried the hatchet with Yun Ba. The family was happy and harmonious. Even Yun Songxue and her son returned to the Yun residence to apologize to the old general under Yun Songhai's mediation. Yun Ba also asked Yun Songxue to call her newly wedded husband back. After the collapse of the Yun mansion, the entire Yun mansion temporarily stayed in the Wu Profound Limitless Hall. After a few years, the family held a family banquet and allowed Yunxing to recognize his ancestors and return to his sect. During the family banquet, Yunxing specially allowed the old general to drink a lot of wine. After 3 rounds of drinking, Yunba suddenly said, I have something to announce. Everyone quieted down. I have already decided. Tomorrow morning, I will leave the Jade capital with Uncle Yun and head to the Jade Boat Village area. From now on, I will no longer care about the Zhou state. As soon as he said this, everyone in the banquet hall was astonished. They originally thought that their father was just acting in a moment of anger. They didn't expect that he had already planned to retire. However, could Yun Ba, who was now a martial emperor, really let go of the great Zhou nation, which was on the verge of collapse? Although they didn't understand, no one tried to dissuade Yun Ba. They were already disheartened by the Zhou state's emperor. After the banquet, Yun Xing and Yun Songhai were on their way back to the little Xiandong. Yun Songhai paused. Xing father has also decided to leave the Jade capital. Yun Xing didn't say anything. She already knew that her father would separate from her sooner or later. Today was different from the past. She was no longer the 6-year-old village girl. She had her own plans. She wanted to go to the mainland's magic elite camp to learn more advanced magic. Her father wasn't someone who would stop at nothing. Since he knew that her mother was still alive and that she had forgotten about them, her father must be burning with anxiety. If it wasn't for her grandfather's poison, he would have left long ago. Father has let you down all these years. I haven't been able to take good care of you since you were born. Yun Songhai felt the most guilty towards his daughter. Father, you have taught Xing many things. It was also you who allowed me to have such a big family like the Yun residents. Xing has never blamed you. If you want to go find mother, Xing won't stop you. However, just as you asked Xing not to rashly offend the Zhou state, Xing also hopes that you won't be reckless. Yun Xing tried to use a gentle tone to express her feelings of parting with her father. But when she reached the end of her words, her throat choked up and she couldn't continue. Yun Songhai stepped forward and held his daughter in his arms. More than 10 years have passed, and the baby girl has already grown up. She is independent, strong, and has amazing talent. Unknowingly, his daughter has grown up to be slender and elegant. She was no longer the little girl who wrapped around his knees and couldn't walk. Father promises you that one day, the 3 of us will be together again. If you and I are fated to meet again, we will soon meet again. Yun Songhai also knew that he was not the Zhou state's opponent now, so he planned to sharpen his skills in the mainland. Once he had a breakthrough in his magic cultivation, he would then search for his wife's whereabouts. After knowing that her father wouldn't act rashly, Yun Xing felt relieved. He learned that when Yun Ba broke through to martial emperor, the emperor of Zhou state was being intimate with a new beauty. The emperor of Zhou state's expression changed immediately. His voice trembled as he said, "You said Yun Ba broke through? How is that possible? He was clearly a cripple. How could he break through again? Quick, send someone to the Yun residence." "No, someone come, I want to go to the Yun residence personally." Martial emperor, that was a martial emperor. Zhou state, no, one of the 5 major countries, hadn't had a martial emperor for many years. The existence of a martial emperor was enough to keep Zhou state's borders peaceful for decades. The emperor of Zhou state only had one thought now. Even if he had to invite someone, he had to invite Yun Ba back. When the emperor of Zhou state hurried to the Yun residence with a group of courtiers, the huge Yun residence was already empty. There was no trace of Yunba. The two doors of the Yun residence were wide open and empty. It was like a smiling face with a cracked mouth, wantonly mocking the emperor of Zhou state for being blind. What? You said Yunba of Zhou state broke through? This news flew to Tang Yuan and later Qin as if it had grown wings. The beast blood poison in Yunba's body had been dormant for a long time. He was already 60 years old. Logically, there was no way he could recover. However, not only did he recover, but he also broke through. In the short span of 3 years, not only did the Dezhou country gain a new martial saint, they even gained a martial emperor with even more shocking strength. After hearing this news, the one who wanted to vomit blood the most was none other than the emperor of Zhou state. 3 years ago, because Yunba had been poisoned by the beast blood poison, he had become a cripple. With Yunba's age, there was absolutely no chance of him recovering. The emperor of Zhou state thought that Yun Songlong was already a miracle. A miracle would never happen a second time. However, the Yun residence once again proved to the world that it was a genius. Zhou state's Yunba broke through to martial emperor? The other major countries, especially later Qin, immediately received the news of Yunba's breakthrough. Later Qin, in the Golden Imperial Palace, a group of courtiers stood to the left and right. A dignified, iron-faced monarch sat on the dragon throne. To the right of the dragon throne stood another person. It was the later Qin crown prince, Du Guxiu. Among the 5 great kingdoms, the only crown prince who could stand beside the reigning monarch was the later Qin. From this, it could be seen that Du Guxiu's position in the heart of the later Qin emperor was very firm. Your Majesty, Yunba did break through, but he handed over the commander's seal a few days ago and left the Jade capital. The spy from the military brought back the most accurate news. Xianxia has been cunning his entire life. This time, he has really been pecked blind by an eagle. Qin Emperor Duguxing was surprised at first, but when he heard the whole story, he gloated over Xianxia's misfortune. Martial Emperor. Later Qin lost a martial saint, Tian Kezi, and it was already enough to shake the later Qin's martial world. Now, their archenemy, Zhou state, had lost a martial emperor. It seems like the destruction of Zhou state isn't far away. Xiaoer, what do you think? Later Qin's emperor was overjoyed. He then looked at Du Guxiu. The Dark Crown Prince fell into deep thought. The Qin emperor asked him twice before he came back to his senses. Father, I think so too. The Dark Crown Prince collected his thoughts. After Yunba left and Yun Songlong established the hunting corps, Zhou state's army only had Marquis Jiayuan left. This person's strength wasn't enough to be feared, and he was also a two-faced person. It would be easy to subdue him. However, the Dark Crown Prince thought that Zhou state's emperor wasn't as simple as he thought. If he was really so stupid, how could he stand out from the other princes and become the emperor of Zhou state? My son, you seem a little absent-minded today. Du Guxing noticed that Du Guxiu looked a little restless. No one knew a son better than his father. Du Guxiu had never been like this in the imperial court. Father, you're overthinking. I was just thinking about a battle technique I learned in the morning. Du Guxiu answered. That's good. Xiaoer, you're already 20 years old. It's time to choose a crown princess. A few days ago, I mentioned the marriage to you. Have you thought it through? Du Guxing was very satisfied with his crown prince. He and Zhou state's emperor were both emperors, but the crown prince he raised was much more powerful than Xianxia. Xianxia had 3 crown princes, each worse than the last. The first one was blind, the second one was trash, and the third one was just a child. In the Qin emperor's eyes, Zhou state's fate was over. In a few years, later Qin would definitely swallow Zhou state's territory. Father, I'm still thinking. Du Guxiu declined. Nonsense. As long as you don't choose a crown princess, you won't have any children. Moreover, no one is more suitable than the princess of the Donghuang dynasty. Du Guxing was dissatisfied. Du Guxing was very satisfied with Du Guxiu. The only problem was that Du Guxiu didn't have a large harem. As the emperor of later Qin, Du Guxing had always believed that only enough women could give birth to outstanding children. His harem had more than 1,500 concubines and maids, not including the old and decrepit palace maids. He had more than 100 children. Ever since Du Guxiu became the crown prince at the age of 13, Du Guxing had bestowed him with many beauties, as well as some beauties from his subjects' territories. Altogether, there were about 180 beauties. Even so, the number of women in Du Guxiu's harem was still too small in Du Guxing's eyes. Du Guxiu's women had given birth to 2 sons and 1 daughter, but their talents were far inferior to Du Guxiu's. Moreover, in the past 3 years, none of Du Guxiu's concubines had even gotten pregnant, let alone given birth to an heir. This disappointed Du Guxing. In the final analysis, he thought that it was because these women's bloodline and talent were not enough. As the emperor, Du Guxing had spent a lot of effort searching for noble families and even princesses. In the end, he had settled on the only princess of the Donghuang dynasty, Donghuang Ling-er. Donghuang Ling-er was the only noble daughter of the Donghuang dynasty. She was of noble status and was said to be very talented in magic. Although the Donghuang dynasty was no longer the dynasty it used to be, it was still the only legitimate dynasty on the continent. The young emperor of the eastern capital was even more prestigious than the emperors of the 5 great kingdoms. He was the only true emperor recognized by the people on the continent. The Qin emperor had long planned that if Du Guxiu married her, he would be able to gain the support of the Donghuang dynasty and raise the status of the later Qin dynasty. If it was the old Du Guxiu, as long as it was beneficial to his status and the later Qin dynasty, he would have agreed without hesitation. After all, she was just a crown princess for show. If she was good-looking, he would treat her as one of the beauties in the harem. If she was ugly, he would never favor her. In any case, he would just marry her in the name of Princess Donghuang. But this time, to Du Guxing's surprise, Du Guxiu said that he would consider it. This consideration took him more than half a month, but he still hadn't given an answer. Are you still thinking about it? Sure, there are many people who have proposed to the East Emperor dynasty. If you delay any longer, this marriage will be cancelled. Or do you have a better candidate in mind for the crown prince's wife? The emperor asked suspiciously. Imperial father. Do you know what a pair is? Du Guxiu suddenly asked. A pair? What is that? In this world, only cowardly and useless men can have only one woman. My son is the crown prince of the great Qin dynasty, the future emperor of the later Qin dynasty. How can he only be worthy of one woman? Besides, how can there be such a woman in the world who is worthy of my son? The emperor of the later Qin dynasty snorted. Father, I agree to marry Donghuang Ling-er. Du Guxiu stopped asking. That's good. I'll ask the official to send the marriage certificate to the East capital. Du Guxing looked satisfied. After the court session, Du Guxiu was in the practice room. When he heard the news of Yunba's breakthrough, there was only one voice in his mind. She was back. She was the only person in the world who could cure Yunba's poison. It had been 3 years. In these 3 years, although Du Guxiu tried to drive Yunxing's name and her out of his mind, he would still think of her. Yunxing was the first woman who dared to refuse him. It was probably because of this that he could not forget her. At first, Du Guxiu thought so. However, every time he slept with the women in his harem, he would unconsciously think of the woman under him as Yunxing. She was the girl who scolded and scolded angrily, sometimes elegant and sometimes beautiful. 3 years ago, she took advantage of Lord Baiming of Zhou State to treat his good intentions as ill intent. At that time, Du Guxiu was furious. But when he learned that she had disappeared for no reason, Du Guxiu felt a kind of unprecedented panic. He even used his secret guards to find Yunxing's whereabouts without his father's knowledge, but all his efforts were fruitless. But 3 years later, she appeared again. It had been 3 years. What kind of appearance would that girl, whom he both hated and loved, be like? Thinking of Yunxing, Du Guxiu felt as if his heart was being scratched by a cat's paw, which made him uncomfortable. Part of the reason why he had delayed the proposal was because of what Yunxing had said. One person for the rest of their lives. If he really did it, would she agree? Unfortunately, Du Guxiu was the crown prince of later Qin. His father's words made him realize that he couldn't favor only Yunxing because of his own preferences. If I can't do it, Yi Baiming can't do it either. Yunxing, you will still fall into my hands one day. The Dark Prince's expression was uncertain. Not long after Yunba left, Yun Songhai also left early one morning without informing Yunxing. He only left a letter for Yun Sheng. Sheng, you have already grown up. Father has nothing to impart to you. Father is going to find a way to save your mother. After you go to the continent's magic elite camp, if you have the chance, you can go to the Heaven's Wings arena to train. Yunxing was very clear about her father's intention of leaving without saying anything. Even someone as iron-willed as Yun Songhai would find it hard to accept the moment of breaking up. Yunxing carefully put away the letter. She would always remember her father's words. One day, their family of 3 would meet again. Yunxing called Lin Yaoer over. Little Xianxia has developed very well in the past few years. It's all thanks to you, Yaoer. In the past few years when Yunxing wasn't around, Lin Yaoer had indeed worked very hard. She had to take care of the Imperial Magic Academy and little Xianxia. Because she was worried that she wouldn't be able to take care of both, she simply brought her father to Jade Capital. The father and daughter used all their experience and effort in the early years of operation on little Xianxia. Coupled with the help of Yao Rong and his wife, little Xianxia was thriving day by day. In the past few years, the number of medicine men and magic apothecaries recruited was more than a few years ago. Just the roster that Lin Yaoer gave to Yunxing had more than 1,000 alchemists and magic apothecaries. So many people? Yunxing looked at the information of these people and frowned slightly. Are these people clean? When the forest was big, there were all kinds of birds. I have investigated most of these people, but I can't guarantee that none of them have sneaked into the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Lin Yaoer wasn't completely at ease with these people. But Master can rest assured. The moon god's praise that you left behind before you left was personally taken care of by me. These people won't be able to come into contact with it. Quality is more important than quantity. When I come back this time, I will reshuffle the cards. Yunxing immediately did what she said. Immediately gather all the medicine men under you, including alchemists and magic apothecaries. Call all those that you think are reliable and have clean backgrounds. 3 years was enough for Yunxing to recuperate. Qi Tian's actions in the past made Yunxing realize that it was time to lay her cards on the table with the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. A few days ago, she didn't have time to care about these things because of the Yun residents. But now that the Yun residents had moved, she no longer had anything to worry about. Yunxing understood that Rome wasn't built in a day. 3 years ago, it was impossible for the little Xianxia to catch up with the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. But in these 3 years, the little Xianxia's free clinic and the magic medicine manners elites flourished day by day. The praise for the little Xianxia far surpassed the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Especially with the addition of Yao Rong, some medicine men and doctors who admired Yao Rong in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion turned their backs on the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and joined the little Xianxia. If it was only 1 or 2, Lin Yaoer could stop them. But when the number of people increased, Lin Yaoer was powerless. As a result, there were many medicine men and medicine men in the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, and 40% of them came to join the little Xianxia. These were all things that Yunxing only knew after returning to the little Xianxia. No wonder there were branches of the little Xianxia in various places. Most of them came from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. Unknowingly, the situation of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion gradually reversed. Coupled with the rise of the Sky Hunting Corps, almost the majority of the hunters in the Zhou State's hunting corps exclusively used the medicines of the little Xianxia. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion suffered from many attacks and was already on the verge of collapse. But even so, a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Yunxing was clear that if she wanted to get rid of the Medicine Emperor Pavilion, she must start from the root, and that was to defeat the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in terms of medicinal pills. Lin Yaoer didn't understand what Yunxing wanted to do, but she still followed Yunxing's order. Within 3 days, all the medicine men and medicine men in the little Xianxia were called over. In these 3 days, Yunxing carried out a special training. I have 2 things here. These 2 things can greatly improve your ability to refine medicine. The 2 things that Yunxing mentioned, 1 water and 1 fire, were the karmic fire and the spring of life. Yunxing used the elven hellfire and the spring of life to refine the praise of the moon god, and the grade of the praise of the moon god was directly promoted to a saint-rank potion. Correspondingly, when used in the production of other potions or medicinal pills, the effect would be more obvious. Some commonly used potions could even transform 2 grades. However, with the Hellfire and the Spring of Life, no matter what, Xianxia was only one person after all. She would soon participate in the assessment of the mainland's magic elite camp, and she would not have much time to stay in Zhou State. Xianxia thought that it would be better to train a group of potion masters and doctors who could refine intermediate and advanced potions and medicinal pills. In this way, it would be equivalent to having a large number of Xianxia. This point, at first glance, was very inconceivable. But in the hands of Xianxia, it was completely achievable. Xianxia's experience in the Immortal Residence, although her magic soul was restricted at that time, the elves of the Immortal Residence country, when using magic, were indeed incomparable to the magicians of the mainland. Xianxia had also seen a lot of interesting magic facilities in the Immortal Residence country, one of which was the magic storage space. The elves would store their magic power in a specific space, and when it was used, they would release the corresponding magic power. For example, in the Elven King tree, the palace maids would store the wind magic power in the wind magic space. That way, even in the hot summer, they could use the wind magic space to create all kinds of flowing wind, keeping the palaces of the Elven King tree cool and comfortable. After Xianxia recovered her memory, she immediately thought that since the Hellfire was so powerful, why not combine the magic storage space with the Hellfire? She combined them a few times and successfully created a few fire demon spaces. Lin Yao followed Xianxia's instructions and went to the medicinal hall of Wushuan Everlasting Hall. After being urgently summoned, the pharmacists were puzzled, not knowing who the girl in front of them was. During the rise of the little Xiandong, except for Lin Yao and the Yaorong couple, who had seen Xianxia, most people did not know Xianxia. They thought that the Yaorong couple was the boss of little Xiandong. It wasn't until Lin Yao introduced Xianxia's identity that everyone knew that this beautiful girl in front of them, who looked no different from a rich family's daughter, was the owner of little Xiandong. Xianxia glanced at the pharmacists and magicians gathered in the hall. These people were all carefully selected by Lin Yao. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion had sent quite a number of herbalists and pharmacists over, and among them, there was no lack of spies. Most of the people who could stand in front of Xianxia had clean backgrounds, good records in the past 3 years, and stable alchemy. Most of these alchemists were in their 30s or 40s, which was the peak period of MO apothecaries and doctors. After Xianxia's inspection, those magic apothecaries and doctors were still discussing spiritedly, but after being swept by Xianxia's gaze, everyone unconsciously kept quiet and didn't dare to speak. They all found that the little boss of little Xiandong, although she was young and looked to be smiling, but her eyes were like a knife, and had a cold aura, making people not dare to look down on her. Everyone is the doctors and MO apothecaries of little Xiandong. I called everyone here today to inform you of 2 things. First, I have 2 prescriptions here. Each of you will receive one according to the category you are good at. Xianxia asked Lin Yao to prepare a lot of small copies, and all of them were piled up on one side. The doctors and MO apothecaries were baffled. They took out a small copy and looked at it. At first glance, those pharmacists and MO apothecaries were taken aback. Surprisingly, all of the manuscripts were filled with prescriptions. Similar prescriptions, in fact, could be found in places like the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and the Magic Temple. All kinds of prescriptions, magic herbs were magic herbs, and pills were pills, but they were not the same. Because these prescriptions that were copied in the small copies not only had the formula, but also the amount of each ingredient was recorded in detail. The amount of each ingredient, from a few taels to a few drops, was very clear. What kind of prescription is this? Concocting pills and demonic medicines is all about one's hands, experience, and control of the flame. How can you just follow these little notes and concoct them? How ridiculous. The people present were all rather famous alchemists and demonic apothecaries in the Great Zhou Empire. Back then, they had left the Dharma Temple and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion in order to pursue freedom. Little Xiandong had high salaries and relatively loose management, which was what they had been pursuing. Who would have thought that in the past 3 years, the little boss would suddenly come back and strictly control them? Even the refining of pills had to be done according to the small copies, which made these so-called pharmacists and MO apothecaries very dissatisfied. We don't want to do it. If you force us to follow these small copies, we would rather not do it. This place is not suitable for us, so there is a place for us. Several pharmacists took the opportunity to shout. The rest of the pharmacists and MO apothecaries were encouraged, and all of them hesitated. When Lin Yaoer saw that the pharmacists and MO apothecaries were arguing, she also felt a little uneasy and was about to comfort them. Yunxing secretly looked at the few pharmacists who took the lead to agitate. She suddenly pulled out her magic scepter. Boom! A fireball exploded, and the surroundings suddenly quieted down. Quiet. Who said that refining pills requires control of the fire and experience? Yunxing's face was as cold as ice. Her pair of black eyes, like a knife, scraped the faces of the pharmacists and MO apothecaries who were making the most noise. When those pharmacists and MO apothecaries came into contact with Yunxing's eyes, they felt like they were mute and couldn't even speak. The refining experience of these magicians and pharmacists in the boundless world was very similar to modern Chinese medicine. They paid attention to the complementation of attributes and the coordination of yin and yang. Such a method was feasible for special cases, but Yunxing, who had been educated in Western medicine, didn't think that pills and magic herbs were the same. The modern Western medicine system paid attention to the accuracy of the medicine. Correspondingly, when producing Western medicine, it was almost like an assembly line production. The advantage of an assembly line production was that the efficacy and dosage of the medicine produced each time were exactly the same, and the production speed was also fast. The reason why Yunxing used the small manuscript and let each pharmacist and MO apothecary refine the pills and magic herbs according to the prescription and dosage was also to refer to the model of Western medicine. Me too. Under Yunxing's gaze, 2 pharmacists and MO apothecaries who were not afraid of death came out. These 2 people, before joining the little Xianxia, were famous pharmacists and MO apothecaries in the Zhou state. Their reputation was only below Yaorong and the others. They thought that Yunxing was just a silly girl who relied on her status as the boss of the little Xianxia to order them around. They were very unconvinced in their hearts and came out. Since that's the case, then let's have a competition. I'll refine the magic potion and the pill at the same time. You two will refine the magic potion and the pill respectively according to the method I wrote in the small manuscript just now. Everyone present will be the judges. Let's see which method will have the better effect. Yunxing didn't reprimand the 2 people. She understood that in this case, the only way to convince the crowd was to use the results to speak. Seeing that a little girl like Yunxing was challenging 2 powerful apothecaries and magicians, the crowd of apothecaries and magic apothecaries were all excited and wanted to join in on the fun. Apothecary Lu, Apothecary Li, do us a favor and show the little girl that magic potions and egg potions are not child's play. What's with her handwriting? Let the little girl go to hell. Lin Yaoer didn't know what Yunxing was up to. In order to show fairness, Yunxing asked Lin Yaoer to prepare the same medicinal herbs and magic materials. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Apothecary Lu, Apothecary Li, and Yunxing each began to refine their own medicine. Apothecary Lu was an apothecary, so he used a wooden cauldron. Apothecary Li was a magic apothecary, so he used an intermediate-grade magic fire seed. Yunxing said that it was a competition to refine 2 types of medicine at the same time, but Yunxing wasn't anxious at all. She wasn't in a hurry to refine her medicine either. Instead, she leisurely watched Apothecary Lu and Apothecary Li refine their medicine. When the 2 apothecaries saw that Yunxing wasn't in a hurry to start and was even staring at them, they thought to themselves, "Little girl, you want to secretly learn from us? It's a pity that you think refining medicine and pills is as easy as you think." The 2 of them deliberately sped up so that Yunxing wouldn't be able to observe them closely. Yunxing watched for a moment. When the 2 of them were halfway through refining their medicine, she opened her mouth and yawned. "You're too slow. If you refine medicine like this, if you encounter an emergency patient, won't the patient die before the medicine is refined?" Lin Yaoer coughed twice and resisted the urge to burst out laughing. But on second thought, there were indeed patients who died because they didn't use medicine in time. As soon as Yunxing said this, the 2 apothecaries were displeased. "What do you mean by that? Refining medicine is supposed to be done step by step. Are you saying that you can speed things up? Then I'll show you how I refine medicine," said Yunxing as she began to refine her medicine. She drew the bough with both hands, while her left hand picked up the herbs. A cluster of lotus flames lit up in her right hand. Once an expert made a move, one would be able to tell whether or not he was an expert. When Apothecary Li and Apothecary Lu saw Yunxing's fire seed, their expressions changed. Especially that mage. Just by looking at it, he could feel that the lotus-shaped flame was definitely extraordinary. The elven hellfire was one of the most special flames in the world. It was owned by the Fire Elven Queen, and it was no ordinary flame. After Yunxing obtained the Fire of Elves, she used it many times to forge weapons and concoct medicine. Her ability to control fire increased day by day. After she broke through the realm of magic, the Fire of Elves also changed. The fire seed was in the shape of a lotus. From the inside to the outside, the color of the fire changed from red to blue. At the center of the fire, the lotus fire had already turned purple. The red fire was used to melt the herbs and magic materials into a medicinal paste. The blue fire was used to solidify the medicinal paste and evaporate the excess impurities. The purple fire was used to purify and stabilize the medicinal properties. The temperature of the tricolored flame gradually increased from the outside to the inside. When it reached the inner purple flame, ordinary people would be burned to ashes immediately if they got close to it, let alone touch it. However, under Yunxing's slender hands, such a dangerous fire seed was like child's play. Not only was the tricolored lotus fire beautiful in appearance, but it was also extraordinary when used to refine medicine and forge weapons. Regardless of whether it was refining pills or medicine, the control of the fire was indeed the main factor. Ordinary alchemists and apothecaries had to change the fire seed during the refining process. This process required a lot of mental and physical effort, and it was easy to cause the medicinal properties to be unstable and affect the final product. However, Yunxing had 3 types of fire at the same time, which meant that she could spend more than half of the time compared to others. However, the most important factor for Yunxing's fast speed was not the fire seed, but the amount of medicinal materials. She kept throwing materials into the fire seed, and every time she threw in materials, the amount was exactly the same. Before Yunxing wrote that small manuscript, she had refined it at least thousands of times. According to the refining process, the optimal amount of medicinal materials needed, and the final product, she had that small manuscript. The alchemists and apothecaries were all dumbfounded. They only saw Yunxing's 2 hands moving nonstop like spinning tops. In just a quarter of an hour, Yunxing already had 10 medicinal pills in her hands. Another quarter of an hour later, Yunxing refined another bottle of magic medicine. As for Lu and Li, they had not finished refining at this time, and both of them were already sweating profusely. Just from the color of the magic medicine and the fragrance of the medicinal pills, everyone already understood that the medicinal pills and magic medicines refined by Yunxing were of very high grade. Moreover, the time she spent was only equivalent to a quarter of the other 2 people. She was still fighting 1 against 2. With this kind of alchemy and refining ability, not to mention Zhou State, even in the whole continent, no one could compare to her. Even if the grade of the medicinal pills was comparable, in terms of time, no one could compare to Yunxing. The people who originally doubted and ridiculed Yunxing now only had one thought, and that was, too amazing. We lost. Li and Lu both hung their heads dejectedly and admitted defeat in unison. Yunxing also did not have any pride after winning. Very good, I believe that everyone already has no objections. Since that's the case, from now on, follow my instructions and refine medicine according to the method of the small manuscript. The alchemists and apothecaries all came forward one after another. This time, after they took the small manuscript, they no longer had any objections. Yunxing also chose 10 people from the 50 magic apothecaries, including the 2 apothecaries who challenged her earlier. These people were left behind alone. Great National Master Yun, why did you keep us here? The one who asked was the magic apothecary surnamed Lu. He also found out later that the teenage girl in front of him turned out to be Tang Yuan's great national master. I kept you here to teach you the method of refining a more advanced magic medicine. You should have noticed that part of the reason why I was able to refine medicine so quickly was because of my fire seed. Do you want to have this kind of fire seed? Yunxing asked. The group of magic apothecaries were all dumbfounded. They naturally also discovered that Yunxing's fire seed was very special, but they all felt that it was the great national master Yun's personal fire seed. Even if they were envious, they could not obtain it. Who knew that the great national master Yun would actually say that they could also have such a fire seed? For a moment, everyone was excited. The magic apothecary surnamed Lu was more cautious. He swallowed his saliva. Could it be that we can also have such a fire seed? Of course you can, but if you want this kind of fire seed, you have to take this medicine, Yunxing said and took out a bottle of medicine. I will teach you a way to control this magical fire. However, I can't guarantee that each of you will be loyal to little Xianxia. This is a slow-acting poison. After eating it, you will need to take the antidote once a month. If you don't take it, your body will explode. You won't be able to use any method to solve this poison. In this world, only I have the antidote for this poison. Even the light magic of the temple can't cure this poison. The implication was that whoever was willing to take the poison, she would teach them the method to control the karmic fire. This condition couldn't be described as unattractive. After all, although the poison was a poison, as long as they didn't betray little Xianxia, they wouldn't be poisoned. However, the several alchemists present hesitated. Alchemist Lu pondered for a moment, then strode forward, took the bottle of poison from Yunxing, and drank it in one gulp. Yunxing nodded and motioned her to stand aside. She then looked at the remaining 9 alchemists. Among them, 4 or 5 people also stood up and took the poison. We don't want any fire. 3 or 4 alchemists gave up the opportunity. Since you don't want to take it, then forget it, Yunxing didn't force them. The alchemists immediately left. Zhou Quan, find a few people to follow them, Yunxing coldly said. This time, the inspection was very thorough. The number of alchemists was directly reduced by 60 to 70%. Such an amazing reduction made little Xianxia and the entire Zhou state's medical industry couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. But what was even more surprising was that after little Xianxia experienced a major reshuffle, the production of medicinal pills didn't decrease. On the contrary, compared to before, the quality and quantity of medicinal pills were greatly improved. Take the most common little Xianxia's hemostatic medicine and meditation water for example. These 2 kinds of medicines were the most frequently used by hunters, martial artists, and magicians. As long as it was produced by little Xianxia, the efficacy would be 50% better, and the price would be 10% lower than the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and the temple. The worst thing was that the Dharma Temple and the Medicine Emperor Pavilion had no way to find out what happened in the little Xianxia that caused such a big change. The Medicine Emperor Pavilion and the Law Temple were shocked. When they wanted to investigate the ins and outs of the matter, they discovered that the spies they arranged in the little Xianxia were all gone. Not a single one of them was left. Among them were a few alchemists and demonic apothecaries who were highly regarded by the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and the Dharma Temple. The little Xianxia seemed to have become an airtight egg. There was no place to start. Both the Medicine Emperor Pavilion and the Magic Temple were shocked by this discovery. What? Not a single one left? Qi Fangfei was in the Medicine Sovereign Pavilion. After receiving the news, she flew into a rage. I can't contact any of them? What's going on? Inside the temple, Elder Judge Ming also received the news. Only Xiao Wenqiu did not reveal too much astonishment after hearing this news. She's back? After Xiao Wenqiu received the news, he faintly smiled. It was President Long who wanted to soar into the heavens. Yunxing, she had returned. The changes in the little Xianxia were not limited to this. In addition to unifying and standardizing the production, Yunxing also began to promote the little Xianxia's pills to the continent through the everlasting Chamber of Commerce. With such rapid sales, the name of the little Xianxia immediately resounded throughout the continent. After reorganizing the little Xianxia, Yunxing went to the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps. Counting the time, she had not been to the hunting corps for more than 3 years. During this period of time when Yunxing was not around, the position of deputy commander had always been empty. Without Yunxing, there would be no Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps. Yun Songlong and Zhou Quan immediately returned to the garrison. In the past few years, especially after Yun Songlong broke through to the Martial Saint realm, the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps' momentum was like a rainbow. At the end of this year, they had the opportunity to become an S-ranked hunting corps. In the past 3 years, the number of hunters in the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps had expanded by more than 10 times. The hunting corps' camp had also expanded by 10 times. Most of them were new hunters. When they heard the news that young Master Yun was coming back, they were still a little confused. They had heard of young Master Yun before, but they had never seen him in person. They pulled over a few old hunters and asked, "Who is young Master Yun?" Vice Commander is back." The old hunters rolled their eyes, implying that they were ignorant and did not even know who young Master Yun was. "Vice Commander is coming back, why is it more grand than the commander?" "I was wondering what the Vice Commander looks like, is he more powerful than the commander?" The new hunters chattered about the appearance of the Vice Commander. The old hunters kept them in suspense. "You will know when you see him. Young Master Yun is a woman." Woman. When they heard that the Vice Commander was a woman, the new hunters' blood boiled. In the hunting world, there were many female hunters who were Vice Commanders. For example, the hunters of the Wolf Fang Hunting Corps were delicate beauties. They all hoped that their Vice Commander would also be a stunning beauty. "All of you, what are you doing? Why aren't you training?" Zhou Quan caught the group of gossiping new hunters and kicked each of them. Daring to talk about young Master Yun behind his back, this group of people, when they saw young Master Yun, they would know. At this time, Yun Xing, accompanied by Oriole, arrived at the hunting corps. "Sister Oriole, you're here for inspection again." Huang Ke accompanied Yun Xing. When they reached the entrance of the hunting corps, they saw a few young hunters approaching them. In the past 3 years, Oriole had grown into an outstanding C-rank female hunter. In the hunting corps, she was also an elder. She relied on her own efforts to learn combat skills in Wushuan Wuji Hall and entered the inner hall. The 3rd chapter of the Di Hong Song was also refined, and Yunxing had also taught her the remaining 4, 5, 6 chapters of the Di Hong Song. Oriole was originally beautiful, and after practicing martial arts, she grew a lot taller. She was different from the thin and weak singer Yunxing saw in her early years. She had a cheerful personality, and in the hunting corps, there were many young hunters who pursued her. "Hey! Big Sister Yellow Sparrow, is this little girl your younger sister? She looks pretty good." Seeing that Yellow Sparrow was ignoring them, the group of hunters focused their attention on Yunxing. With one look, the group of hunters all drooled. What a beautiful girl. When they heard that a beautiful girl had entered the hunting corps, all the single hunters ran out. Oriole was angry and amused at the same time. She was about to explain Yunxing's identity to everyone. She saw Zhou Quan wiping the sweat off his forehead and running over. "Damn, you little brats, there's a beauty but you didn't call the captain." When Zhou Quan saw who it was, he couldn't spit out the word grandpa from his mouth. "Grandpa. Grandpa. Oh my god, young master." Zhou Quan's tongue was almost tied up. He stuttered for a long time before he managed to form a complete sentence. He had already met Yunxing a few days ago. However, young Master Yun was busy in Yujing City a while ago. He didn't expect her to come to the hunting corps today. "Captain, Grandpa, did you see the pretty lady stutter? But Sister Oriole's sister is really pretty. I think she's even prettier than the imperial concubines and empresses in the palace." The hunters didn't care about anything and dared to say anything. "Shut up." Zhou Quan was anxious. He jumped up and slapped that hunter. That joking hunter immediately stopped talking. "Hello, young master. You're here." Zhou Quan was already a B-rank hunter. He usually acted like a boss in the hunting corps. This was the first time everyone saw him acting like a lackey. "All of you, line up and stand at attention. Pay your respects to this young master," Zhou Quan commanded in a loud voice. The hunters finally came back to their senses. This delicate beauty was actually the legendary Yun, who was only second to one person in the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps. No, even the captain had to stand aside when he saw her. "Young Grandpa," everyone finally regained their senses. They wished that smoke would come out of their feet. The few hundred people nimbly stood in dozens of rows. All of them puffed out their chests and sucked in their stomachs. They didn't look sideways at all. They were no longer as undisciplined as before. Although everyone was standing, everyone was still muttering in their hearts. This young master looked so delicate. He didn't seem as cruel and inhumane as Captain Zhou described him to be. Yunxing was no longer around, but the legends about her had always been circulating in the hunting corps. Offending the captain would only result in death, but offending young Master Yun was a fate worse than death. So these are the new hunters. Hee, very good. All of them are very energetic. I'm very satisfied. Yunxing walked in front of her brothers. Her small face was smiling brightly. Looking at the smiling vice-captain, the hunters, especially the young hunters, were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Zhou Quan, on the other hand, had goosebumps all over his body. If yours truly smiled, his life would be over. Oriole, take out the gifts I prepared for everyone. These are the body-strengthening pills that I personally refined. Only then did everyone know that young Master Yun was actually a famous doctor. Everyone instantly felt deep veneration for him. When Zhou Quan heard this, he could not even straighten his back. The Oriole took out dozens of bottles of medicinal pills marked with the words Little Xiandong. The medicinal pills produced by the Little Xiandong were first-class goods among the hunters. Usually, one would have to spend a lot of money to buy them. After joining the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps, he would be able to obtain one for free. This benefit was truly not bad. Some of the new hunters were so touched that they couldn't be more touched. Without even thinking, everyone raised their necks and swallowed the pills. Captain Zhou, this pill is yours. Master specially refined it for you. It's double the dosage. The Oriole pursed her cherry lips, looking extremely evil. Zhou Quan's 2 legs were like noodles, twitching and twisting. Once the pills entered their stomachs, everyone's expression changed. On the first day that young Master Yun returned to the hunting corps, the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps was filled with wails and howls. All the hunters who had taken the beast blood pills that Yunxing had refined with the Elven Hellfire and Spring of Life were extremely miserable. Master, will they be all right? The Oriole looked outside the tent with a worried expression. The captain had also said that after Master returned, the group's training plan would be handed over to Yunxing. They'll be fine. At most, they'll lose a layer of skin. Yunxing flipped through the roster of the hunting corps and discovered that the aptitude of the hunters recruited by the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps was indeed not bad. Furthermore, Yun Songlong's management was very orderly. He had divided the hunting corps into 2 large groups. One group was made up of martial artists, while the other group was made up of magicians. The martial artists were managed by Yun Songlong, while the magicians were managed by Zhongxi. In terms of numbers, martial artists made up the majority, and magicians only made up about 10%. Master, there's one more thing. Not long after you left for the immortal abode, Duke Baiming sent 10 hunters back. He said that he promised to help you train them. These 10 hunters are still with Captain Yun. With the Oriole's reminder, Yunxing finally remembered that she had previously selected 10 hunters and handed them to Yi Baiming for him to help train them into demon warriors. Yi Baiming's plan was to train a group of private guards for Yunxing. However, Yunxing had refined the eternal magic artifact, Nouveau Riche Gold, by chance. Once Nouveau Riche Gold appeared, all the talk about private guards was just a joke. However, Yunxing was also very curious. How would the demon warriors trained by Yi Baiming be like? How would they compare to the hunters of the Heaven Expedition Hunting Corps? Call those demon warriors over. Also, Zhou Quan and the others should have almost finished fusing with the beast blood. Have them gather 10 people and come over together. Yunxing immediately found the group of demon warriors together with the Oriole. After the demon warriors received the order, the 10 of them were already waiting in front of the big tent. As soon as Yunxing came out of the big tent, she felt a cold aura hit her in the face. A row of warriors with golden helmets and golden swords stood in 2 rows on both sides. Yunxing couldn't help but be surprised. She clearly remembered that the 10 people she had selected for Yi Baiming were all hunters who had taken the tribute of the moon goddess and could sense the magic element. However, the group of people in front of him all had imposing auras. Furthermore, they were all about 2 meters tall. Their original faces were almost completely unrecognizable. Their faces were also covered with masks, only revealing their eyes and nostrils. Their eyes were incomparably firm, without the emotional fluctuations of ordinary people. It was as if even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them, they would not change their expression. Yunxing and the Oriole stood in the middle of these people. Whether it was their imposing manner or their height, they were much shorter. Not only that, these demon warriors all held magic-heavy swords in their hands. Each sword was 50 to 60 kilograms. Yunxing's eyes lit up. She noticed that the swords in the hands of these demon warriors were not ordinary swords, but magic swords. Every sword was sealed with a dark-level spell. Moreover, the strength of these demon warriors was also very astonishing. Yunxing roughly estimated that the strength of these people was around the martial venerable level, and the magic level was around the master magician level. This was the group of people she had handed over to Yi Baiming. Yunxing's eyes widened. These people were almost like robots. To them, Yunxing was their only master. Yunxing's orders were everything. Even if Yunxing ordered them to immediately draw their swords and cut off their heads, they would not even frown. Yi Baiming was too heaven-defying. How on earth did they train? Yunxing could not help but secretly swallow her saliva. She was already itching to test the strength of this batch of devil warriors. Young master, I've broken through. Ahahaha. Zhou Quan grinned and laughed loudly, leading a group of hunting brothers over. When he swallowed the beast blood pill earlier, he already knew that it must be the kind of medicine that could cleanse one's marrow and bones, making one beg for death. But what he did not expect was that this kind of pill, which had been strengthened by Yunxing, had an amazing effect. Zhou Quan broke through to revered martial artist in one go. His group of new hunters also broke through one after another. Compared to the previous breakthrough, this time's breakthrough was much faster. And a part of the effect of the beast blood pill remained in the hunters' bodies. In the upcoming battle, their self-healing ability would also be faster than before. Zhou Quan, you choose a few brothers. Oriole, you lead this group of devil warriors. You two teams, have a competition. Yunxing pointed at the group of devil warriors. What? Competition? Zhou Quan was still immersed in the joy of breaking through. When he heard that there was a competition, he looked at Oriole and the group of grotesquely shaped blockheads behind her. Zhou Quan seemed to remember that these blockheads were by the team leader's side. It was just that these people usually stayed in the hunting corps and did not go out on missions. And they were led by Oriole. Zhou Quan revealed an expression of underestimation of the enemy. Young master, this is not good. You see, all of us have just finished strengthening. My brothers have all undergone group combat training. Oriole, she has never led a team before. Oriole was angry when she heard that. Zhou Quan, are you saying that I'm not as good as you? Hey, Miss Oriole, that's not what I meant. If I really hurt you, young master will skin me alive. This battle isn't about the head, it's about this. Zhou Quan pointed to his head. What he meant was that the Oriole hadn't led the battle before and was inexperienced. The group of idiots all had dull eyes. They were all muscle-bound but simple-minded. Let's not talk about this first. Whichever team loses this time will give me 10 times more training, and the winner will have an extra reward, a special combat weapon. Yunxing was watching the show from the side. Zhou Quan had been living too smoothly in the Heaven Extermination hunting group these past few years. It was time to give him a beating. When Zhou Quan and the other hunters beside him heard this, they all started to cheer. Young master, the Oriole can't stand you like this. We all feel sorry for you. The Oriole was also angry. She gritted her teeth and said, Zhou Quan, do you dare to compete? I'm not even afraid of 10 times the training. If you dare to compete with me, other than this young master's reward, I will agree to your pursuit. Zhou Quan was dumbfounded by Oriole's words. In the Heaven Extermination hunting corps, there were many people who chased after the Oriole. Zhou Quan could be considered to be the most ferocious, but the Oriole had always ignored him. If he won today's competition, he would be able to hug the beauty. When Zhou Quan heard this, he immediately became spirited. He rolled up his sleeves and looked very motivated. Wait. The Oriole blinked. But if I win, you have to run 10 laps around the Heaven Extermination hunting corps camp naked. This young master had only been back for a few days, but the Oriole had already been led astray. After saying this, the Oriole's face turned red. Zhou Quan was dumbfounded. The hunters were rolling back and forth in laughter. So be it. In order to get a wife, I'll go all out. Zhou Quan was also very straightforward. He slapped his thigh and agreed. The results of the competition shocked the entire Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps. Under the Oriole's lead, the martial artists of the Devil Clan obtained a complete victory. The 10 martial artists of the Devil Clan were unstoppable. They fought at lightning speed. In terms of magic, they formed a special magic array. Even Yunxing couldn't understand this magic array. Yunxing could only be sure that it was a magic array that strengthened one's combat ability. Zhou Quan accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. The 10 hunters were completely defeated. After this battle, the hunters of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps were also dumbfounded. They always thought that after joining the Zhou State's hunting corps, their strength would be better than others. But until today, they realized that in front of a true expert, their strength couldn't even withstand a single blow. Zhou Quan could only shamelessly run 10 laps around the camp naked. But after that, they began their hellish training. Under the effects of the beast blood pill and training, the strength of the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps increased by another level. It was also time for Yunxing to set off for the mainland's magic elite camp. She assigned her 10 martial artists of the Devil Clan to the Oriole. I'm about to participate in the mainland's magic elite camp selection. It's not convenient for these martial artists to follow me. After the Yun residents left Yujing, Yunxing also settled the matters of Little Ci Endong and the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps. She planned to immediately head to the Imperial Magic Academy to participate in the upcoming Imperial Magic Academy examination. With Tyrant Jean protecting her, she didn't need any martial artists of the Devil Clan. If they stayed in the hunting corps, they would be a great help. After bidding farewell to the Oriole and the others, Yunxing brought Tyrant Jean and the magical beasts in the beast speech ring and left. In the Imperial Magic Academy, a few teachers were busy selecting candidates. To other magic academies, the mainland's magic elite camp selection was a kind of glory. But to the Imperial Magic Academy, it was a big headache. Since the last time the Imperial Magic Academy selected 3 students, the mainland's magic elite camp actually agreed to the principal's request to give the Imperial Magic Academy a quota every 3 years. But this quota was not something the Imperial Magic Academy could afford. The Imperial Magic Academy's minimum requirement was to become a master magician. If one's cultivation was not enough, but if one had outstanding performance in other fields, they could also be considered. Back then, Gufeng was selected because of his special light magic. But this time, the Imperial Magic Academy was at their wits' end. Because in the past 3 years, their entire academy did not nurture a single master magician. As for students with special skills, there was not a single one. Seeing that the examiners of the mainland's magic elite camp were about to come knocking, how could they not be worried? If word got out that the Imperial Magic Academy could not even find a single master magician, how could the Imperial Magic Academy continue to exist? At this moment, Teacher Meili brought a piece of good news. You're saying that Yunxing, who was an exchange student back then, is back. When the principal of the Imperial Magic Academy heard this news, he was almost overjoyed. Because the 2 people in the 13th potion group that Teacher Meili had nurtured back then were selected to enter the mainland's magic elite camp, Teacher Meili's status in the Imperial Magic Academy also rose accordingly. Yunxing was not an ordinary person. Her 2 companions were Gufeng and Abandon. More importantly, Yunxing had also created the praise of the moon goddess. Just based on this, the principal was sure that Yunxing would definitely be selected to enter the mainland's magic elite camp. A few days later, the examiners of the mainland's magic elite camp arrived. After knowing that the recommended student this time was a potion master who had created the praise of the moon goddess, the examiners accepted Yunxing's application without hesitation. More than 10 days later, Yunxing was standing at the border of Zhou State, staring blankly at a notice in her hand. It was easy for her to pass the Royal Magic Academy's examination, but what surprised her was that the other party didn't directly tell her where the mainland's elite magic camp was. They only told Yunxing a place and told her to find a mage named Imogu there. They said that she would be able to find the way to enter the mainland's elite magic camp from that mage. Yunxing followed the instructions on the notice and walked towards the west of Zhou State. This was a path she had never taken before. Tang Yu, that fellow, had been to this area before because of his exile. Yunxing roughly knew the local terrain. It was said that it was the Gobi Desert, which was mainly a desert. But Yunxing didn't expect that the place would be so barren. She was surrounded by yellow sand, and a yellow sand city appeared in front of her. If she hadn't come here in person, Yunxing wouldn't have thought that there would be such a barren place in the relatively wealthy Zhou state. Tang Yu had also been exiled to this area. Just from this, it could be seen how much the Yun residents had declined in the past. They were both guards sent by the military to Zhou state's border. The nephew of the Marquis of Jiayuan had asked for a lucrative job as a guard near the Purple Gold Mine, but Yun Ba's old subordinates had been given the same treatment as a garrison in such a barren place. Fortunately, old General Yun had already thought things through. Yunxing arrived outside the Yellow Sand City and saw a guard dozing off at the city gate. "Big brother, may I ask where Master Emogu lives?" Yunxing asked. "Emogu? Are you talking about the blacksmith in the city? He lives in the rundown house at the corner in front." The sleepy guard couldn't help but be suspicious when he saw that the person asking for directions was a young and beautiful female mage. This Emogu was an old bachelor. He didn't know what kind of luck he had these past few years, but young mages who were dressed well kept coming to look for him. Yunxing inquired about the direction and was about to leave. Two well-dressed young magicians with travel-worn faces walked over. Similarly, they were also here to inquire about Grandmaster Emogu's whereabouts. "Looking for Emogu again? There, that girl is with you. Follow her and you'll find Emogu," the guard muttered. He closed his eyes and went back to sleep. There were two magicians, one male and one female, who both looked about 15 or 16 years old. The female's appearance could be considered decent, but her pair of slightly harsh eyes greatly reduced the impression she gave others. As for the male magician, he was a man of striking appearance. Judging from their dressing, they didn't seem to be from Zhou State. Yunxing didn't find this strange. There weren't many magicians in Zhou State, and there were even fewer people who could enter the mainland's magic elite camp. 3 years ago, 3 people had passed the examination at once. At that time it had caused quite a stir in the continent. When the male magician heard that someone was traveling with them, he was about to ask when he saw Yunxing standing at the city gate. When the male magician saw Yunxing's fairy-like face, his eyes were filled with envy. He stuttered when he asked, "Miss, could it be that you're also going to the mainland's magic elite camp?" The male magician's appearance made the female magician beside him a little unhappy. She looked at Yunxing's beautiful face with jealousy and snorted. Yunxing wasn't surprised. Her face, which was becoming more and more similar to Hu Jiuxing, had caused her a lot of trouble along the way. Most of the people fled in fright after she flashed the Heaven Extermination Hunting Unit's medallion. After all, within the borders of Great Zhou, the Heaven Hunting Legion was extremely famous. However, these two magicians were obviously from another country. It was very likely that they would become colleagues in the future. Yunxing finally opened her mouth. "Yes, we're students selected by Zhou State's Royal Magic Academy to enter the mainland's magic elite camp. We received a notice and came here for the first round of examination. Every student who was recommended to enter the mainland's magic elite camp had to pass the first round of examination even if they passed the recommendation. This round of examination was mostly made up of teachers from the magic elite camp who disguised themselves as commoners. They were distributed in every corner of the mainland. They looked very ordinary and could be ordinary old men, women, or even children. However, if they didn't pass the examination, they wouldn't be able to enter the mainland's magic elite camp. Therefore, this round of examination was also called the teacher examination. Every teacher would provide different examination opportunities according to the different magic attributes of the students. When Yunxing participated in the recommendation, she applied as a fire and wind magic master. She received a notice to go to Yellow Sand City to find Emogu. These two magicians were obviously the same. When they heard that Yunxing was a student of Zhou State's Royal Magic Academy, they immediately laughed. That mean female magician actually laughed out loud. The Zhou Dynasty's Imperial Magic Academy, isn't that a third-rate academy? I heard that the Royal Magic Academy is the only magic academy that relied on the school building to become an advanced magic academy. When Xianxia heard this, she couldn't help but frown. As for the Royal Magic Academy, it was indeed because of the magic tower in the academy that they were qualified to become an advanced magic academy. However, it wasn't as bad as the outside world said. After all, Xianxia's father, Xianxia, was one of the earliest students of the Royal Magic Academy. There was also Teacher Mary. Her research on magic potions was very unique. In this generation of young people, including Xianxia, Gufeng, and Abandoned, the magic that they learned all had their own merits. Although Xianxia didn't have particularly strong feelings for the Royal Magic Academy, she was still a student of the Royal Magic Academy. Being insulted in front of her like this, she naturally felt uncomfortable. When the male magician heard that Xianxia was a student of the Royal Magic Academy, he was also somewhat surprised. However, he still glanced at Xianxia's face longingly. "Yali, don't speak nonsense. The Royal Magic Academy isn't outstanding in magic, but I heard that the Royal Magic Academy has produced a magician who can make high-grade magic potions." The so-called high-grade magic potion was referring to the moon god's praise. Who knows if the Royal Magic Academy deliberately found someone to make it for the sake of fame. The Royal Magic Academy has never even announced the name of the magician who made the potion to the outside world. The magician called Yali had a look of disdain on his face. Well, the Royal Magic Academy's reputation was really bad. Even the only magic potion that they could make was said to be made by someone else. Hee, that's really unfortunate. I just happen to be from the Royal Magic Academy's Magic Potion Department. Xianxia smiled insincerely. Of course, Xianxia would not reveal that she was the potion master who refined the tribute of the moon goddess. Once they heard that the other party was a potion master from the imperial school, the atmosphere between the two parties became awkward. Yali muttered in her heart. She did not expect that Xianxia was a potion master. "Miss, I'm really sorry. Xiaoya's temper is like this. We are magicians from Tangyuan. My name is Su Chao and this is my sister, Su Yali. We are all recommended by the mainland's elite magician camp to come to Yellow Sand City to take the examination. Since we are on the same path, why don't we go together?" Su Chao and Su Yali were both fire attribute magicians. Xianxia did not object. It could be seen that Su Chao had a good impression of Xianxia, but Xianxia was indifferent. As the three of them walked together, Su Chao kept talking to Xianxia, but Xianxia ignored him. After a while, Su Chao became a little resentful. "Big brother, why are you so attentive to that woman? Isn't she just a little good-looking?" Su Yali's face was full of dissatisfaction. She was jealous that Xianxia was prettier than her, but what was the use of being pretty? Magicians paid attention to magic, especially after entering a place like the mainland's elite magician camp. Strength was everything. The other party also said that she was a potion master. Looking at her magic scepter, there were only 3 magic soul stones on it. One had to know that her and her brother's magic cultivation was higher than hers. Although Xianxia had broken through to become a saint magician, in the 3 years of her blank memory, she did not practice magic. So in all kinds of magic, she was temporarily stuck at the level of a master magician. Su Chao's thoughts were seen through by his sister, and his ears turned red. "What nonsense are you talking about? I just hit it off with Miss Yun." "You didn't even say a word for half a day, that's called hitting it off?" Su Yali said disdainfully. Her brother was born in the Tangyuan aristocratic family and was also an extremely powerful magician. That Xianxia didn't even have enough time to curry favor with him, yet she dared to snub her brother. Su Yali thought to herself that when they met Grandmaster Emogu later, they would definitely be assessed. During the assessment process, she would make Xianxia fail. The 3 of them each had their own thoughts as they walked through Yellow Sand City. Yellow Sand City was also in a remote area. It was a medium-sized city, but there were only a few decent houses inside. There were only a few brick houses that looked like they would collapse at any moment. Along the way, they didn't see many people. After turning a corner, they saw a blacksmith's forge. This blacksmith's shop gave Xianxia a very familiar feeling. It was as if she had returned to Tai Gang's blacksmith's shop in Banana Leaf Village. "Excuse me, is Grandmaster Emogu here?" Su Chao stepped forward and asked. In the blacksmith's shop, there was only a sweaty blacksmith. At this moment, he was panting as he hammered iron. Hearing the question from outside, the blacksmith didn't turn around. Damn bellows, it's not good at all. Boy, don't just stand there. Pull the bellows for me. Suqiao was stunned. He looked at the side of the furnace. There was a dirty bellows that was half the height of a person. That bellows was really big, half the height of a person, and the pole was as thick as two people's arms. Suqiao had never done this kind of rough work at home. He wanted to refuse, but was stopped by Yun Xing with a look. Yun Xing pointed to the bellows. The skin of that bellows is made from the skin of a rank 8 magical beast. This blacksmith is not an ordinary person. Yun Xing's eyesight was much better than the Su siblings. She lowered her voice and spoke, but her words reached the blacksmith's ears without missing a word. That blacksmith thought to himself that there was someone with good eyesight. When Suqiao heard Yun Xing's words, he also knew that this blacksmith must be extraordinary. He didn't care about the dirt and tiredness. He squatted next to the bellows and used all his strength to pull the bellows. You two little girls, why are you standing there? Help me carry the firewood and make a fire. This blacksmith also knew how to order people around. Yun Xing rolled her eyes and obediently went to carry the firewood. Although Su Yali was unwilling, after thinking about it, she still did it. The two people carried some firewood to the side of the furnace. Su Yali wanted to curry favor with the blacksmith, so she couldn't wait to put the firewood into the furnace. Who would have thought that after she put in a few pieces of firewood, the furnace, which was still burning, suddenly had a burst of black smoke and the fire was extinguished. Cough cough, what kind of broken firewood is this? It can't make a fire. Su Yali was a rich young miss. When had she ever suffered such grievances? She couldn't stand it anymore. She threw the firewood away and began to curse. A big slap came over, and Su Yali was slapped away. She rolled onto the street, her body covered in dust. When Suqiao saw this, he hurriedly went forward to help his sister. The blacksmith turned around and saw that he had a purple face and a tall and sturdy body. He was at least 2 meters tall and looked like a moving giant. He had a full beard on his face and didn't look like a blacksmith. He looked more like a butcher. Of all the sorcerers Yun Xing had met, there was no one like him. You dare to hit me? Su Yali's face was slapped like a steamed bun. 2 of her teeth were knocked out and her hair was messy. She looked very miserable. I am Mogu. You guys are new students. Humph, do what I tell you to do. You can't even make firewood. Useless. Who told you to let go of the bellows? Scram, you two are no longer qualified to participate in the continent's Magic Elite Camp assessment. Emoga also had a fiery temper. Just like that, the Su siblings lost the opportunity to enter the continent's elite camp. Suqiao's face was gloomy. He helped Su Yali up and wanted to leave. What damnable assessment. What about her? She didn't do anything. Even though Su Yali was chased away, she still wanted to drag Yun Xing down with her. Yun Xing didn't say a word. She just casually picked up a piece of firewood. The magic elements in her hand wrapped around the wet firewood. A reddish fire magic element quickly wrapped around the firewood. The moisture in the firewood was dried in a cup. Yun Xing then started a fire and quickly reignited the stove. This series of actions seemed very simple, but the mystery behind it wasn't something that everyone could understand. To be able to subtly extract the moisture in the firewood without igniting it, Yun Xing's ability to control fire was evident. You guys forgot that you guys are magicians, Yun Xing said indifferently. Yun Xing had experience in collecting firewood in the past. She knew that the firewood in this season was easily damp. She needed to dry the firewood first. Seeing the fire magic element fluctuation in Yun Xing's hand, Mogu's interest was piqued. Not bad, the little girl's ability to control magic is still acceptable. You too, scram. If you don't scram, I'll let you know what it means to never return. The Su siblings could only dejectedly leave. After chasing the Su brothers away, Mogu no longer paid any attention to Yun Xing and continued to forge. Yun Xing was a living person, yet he directly ignored her, which made Yun Xing a little depressed. Yun Xing looked around the blacksmith's shop, but did not see any spacetime magic array. It was said that the spacetime magic array could only be activated through the guidance of each guide. Yunxing recalled that the notice clearly stated that the entire reporting period was 6 months. So, she must have to pass some test before she could see the spacetime magic array. Yunxing tried to greet Emogu again, but Emogu was like a rotten egg with no seams, smelly and hard, and ignored Yunxing. Yunxing threw the firewood into the furnace, bored to death, and looked around. She quickly discovered that this blacksmith shop was not ordinary. It looked like a very ordinary blacksmith shop, but the weapons hanging here were not ordinary. The weapons were bows, spears, swords. Each style was very simple, but on each weapon, there was a flow of magical elements. There were also some armors. On the armors, there were also different magical effects. For example, there was a fiery red copper armor on the side, as if there were clouds of fire lingering around it. Yunxing was sure that this was an armor with the fire attribute. As long as it was worn, even if it was a warrior, it could withstand a powerful fire magic attack. This was a magic weapon. Yunxing quickly realized this point. This man called Mo Gu, who seemed to have a very bad temper, was actually an outstanding magic weapon master. Moreover, he was a master who could create magic weapons, which was very rare on the continent. Magic weapons were a very special kind of weapon. It could integrate a part of the magic power into the weapon. The warrior who obtained the magic weapon, when attacking, would have a certain magic attack effect. Compared to ordinary weapons, the magic weapon's lifespan and attack power were longer. The continent's magic elite camp was indeed not simple, just a guide, but he was such a powerful magic weapon master. Yunxing couldn't help but think of the demon sealing arrow that she had learned in the elves. The magic bow and arrow used in the demon sealing archery was a kind of magic weapon. Although Yunxing had learned the demon sealing archery, she still didn't know how to forge magic weapons. Elves were a very talented race. Not only were they good at singing and dancing, but they could also make delicious elven fruit wine. Most of the elven weapons made by elven craftsmen were also top-quality weapons made by gods. When Yunxing was in the elf clan, she accompanied Divine Wind all year round and had seen many well-designed elven weapons. This also gave Yunxing the opportunity to come into contact with elven weapons that were unknown to the outside world. Yunxing's memory was amazing. She remembered many kinds of magic weapons and even the manufacturing process of magic armor and ceremonial robes. Seeing Yunxing staring at the weapon on the wall in a daze, Moses snorted, "Little girl, you must be dumbfounded. Have you ever seen such a powerful magic weapon? It's just passable. Although the forging process is good, the design of the weapon is too bad." Yunxing pursed her lips. She actually disliked Mo's craftsmanship. Yunxing was used to seeing the uncanny craftsmanship of the elves, so Mo's craftsmanship didn't catch Yunxing's eye. Emogu was so angry that he shouted. He waved a hammer in his hand and almost smashed it towards Yunxing. If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many new recruits in the continent's magic elite camp that he had chased away recently, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to recruit a single person. He really would have used the hammer to smash Yunxing's little head. This little girl's brain must have been kicked by a mule. She actually dared to disdain his craftsmanship, as the only magic weapon craftsman in the continent's magic elite camp, Mo's fiery temper was a little famous in the entire camp. Isn't that right? Compared to the elves' elven armor, look at your armor. Can this be considered armor? It's clumsy and crude, and it's for magicians to wear. How many magicians can bear 50 to 60 kilograms of armor? Yunxing said in disdain as she tugged at one of the sets of armor. The armor that Yunxing was gesturing at was a heavy armor. It was also the armor that Emogu was most proud of in the entire blacksmith shop. He had used a special method and spent more than a year to meticulously forge this magic helmet. Wearing this armor, except for special light and dark magic, all other magic attacks could be blocked. When the invincible magic armor was forged, a mentor from the continent's magic elite camp wanted to buy it at a high price, but Emogu refused. What? You said you have seen elven armor before? You, who are you? When Emogu heard that Yunxing had seen the elf's craftsmanship, his face immediately changed. My name is Yunxing. I'm a new student going to the continent's magic elite camp to study. I lived in the Immortal Keeper Nation for 3 years in my early years, so I have some understanding of elven craftsmanship. Yunxing patiently explained. Emogu didn't believe it. He shook his head and said, "Little girl is too cunning. You actually dared to deceive this old man. I know, you must be a spy sent by my opponent. You are clearly a human, so how could you live in the Immortal Keeper Nation?" The entire continent knew that the elves of the Immortal Keeper Nation were xenophobic. Although Yunxing was extraordinarily beautiful, she was still a human. Besides, even if she had some elven blood, most of the elven craftsmen only worked for the royal family. It was impossible for a mixed-blood human elf to enter the royal family's inner circle. Don't pretend to know if you don't know. That is this old man's masterpiece. You know what a masterpiece is. Emogu stomped his feet in anger, but his tone was clearly much weaker. Actually, what Yunxing said wasn't completely unreasonable. Mo's magic weapons were very powerful, but he wasn't very famous on the continent. The reason was that most of the magic weapons he made were too cumbersome. For those magicians who didn't have a good physique, a cumbersome magic weapon or magic armor could provide some protection, but it was too heavy. In the entire continent's magic elite camp, there were only a few magicians who were also magic teachers who could wear that kind of armor. Yunxing rolled her eyes. She simply took a burnt branch from the side of the furnace and drew on the ground. Soon, a piece of magic armor that looked like a piece of clothing appeared. That was elven armor. Yunxing had a few of them in her beast language ring. They were given to Yunxing by divine wind in the early years. Although it was called armor, its style was no different from an ordinary ceremonial dress. Wearing this kind of magic armor, not only could it provide magic defense, it also wouldn't hinder one's movements. Emogu was dumbfounded. He squatted on the ground like a child and didn't speak for a long time. Suddenly, Emogu jumped up and danced with joy while shouting, "That's right, this really is the elf's craftsmanship. Girl, no, master, teach this craftsmanship to me. This old man will agree to any condition you have." Emogu was also a weirdo. He was several times older than Yunxing, but now he was calling her master. There was no order of seniority at all. Yunxing felt that this master Emogu was really funny. He was like a child, temperamental. One moment it was raining, the next it was raining. She originally wanted to say that she only knew a little about the elf's craftsmanship, but she could give the elf's armor to Master Emogu. As long as he carefully analyzed that armor, with Mo's many years of craftsmanship experience, it wouldn't be difficult to figure out the mystery. But after thinking for a while, she suddenly remembered her 1,000-year-old ice zither. Grandmaster Emogu, there's nothing special about the elven race's craftsmanship. Teaching you is as easy as lifting a finger. But I do have something to trouble you with. Yunxing took out her 1,000-year ice zither. Once the ice zither was taken out, even the picky Emogu couldn't say anything. That zither was perfect and flawless. It was carved out of the best 1,000-year-old ice. The strings were made from the hair of an unknown magic beast. The whole zither had a special charm. If Emogu had doubts about whether Yunxing knew elf's craftsmanship before, but when he saw this zither, he was 70 to 80% convinced that Yunxing really knew elf's craftsmanship. Master Emogu, I want you to help me add a magic sealing effect to this zither. Yunxing stroked the zither strings. Ever since she knew Hu Jiuxing's identity, Yunxing had a special feeling for this zither that had a special meaning. She learned the magic sealing arrow technique, but the magic sealing arrow technique was an archery technique unique to the elves. After she left the elf kingdom, she didn't plan to use a bow anymore. If she could add a magic sealing effect to the zither, then when she used it, it would be more effective. Magic sealing effect. Master, you're really asking for too much. Do you know that the magic sealing effect is the most complicated of all the effects of magic? Emogu clicked his tongue. He couldn't tell that this little girl, who looked so delicate and pretty, had such a black heart. A magic weapon with a magic sealing effect could be said to be something that all mages dreamed of. It wasn't that Emogu didn't know how to do it, but to add a magic sealing effect without damaging the zither itself, the difficulty was not small, and the price to pay was too high. It was equivalent to asking Emogu to put down all his work for the next month. Yunxing had already guessed that Emogu would not agree so easily, so she did not try to persuade him. Instead, she walked over to the stove. Casually, she pointed her magic scepter into the furnace, and an unusually colorful flame in the shape of a lotus jumped into the furnace. The fire in the furnace quickly underwent a qualitative change. The entire furnace was being burned by the raging fire, emitting a sizzling sound. Of course. That's elven hellfire. Seeing the beautiful flame tumbling in the furnace, the shape of the flame was like a slowly blooming lotus. The temperature of the flame was not small, and one could tell that it was a rare flame at a glance. Emoga recognized the true origin of this flame at a glance. It was actually the rare elven hellfire in the world. Emoga couldn't hold it in any longer. He immediately rushed to the front of the furnace, his eyes wide open, and his mouth wide open. What was even more exaggerated was that there was saliva dripping from the side of his mouth, just like a starving beggar who saw a table of sumptuous dishes. Elven hellfire was known as the rarest flame in the boundless land. Any potion apothecary, alchemist, and weapon refiner dreamed of this flame because the elven hellfire could easily raise the quality of elixirs, magic potions, and magic weapons by a level. Emogu himself was a fire mage, but his fire element was nothing in front of the ferocious elven hellfire. Yunxing kept her magic scepter, and the fire immediately extinguished. Don't keep it. Emoji's face was infatuated. He didn't care that he was a weapon refiner, and immediately grabbed Yunxing without letting go. What's your name again, Yunxing? No, little ancestor Yun, I'll call you little ancestor. Help me look after the fire for a month, just 6 months. As long as you help me look after the fire for 6 months, don't talk about zither or magic weapons, I'll give them all to you. 6 months, Yunxing frowned. Thinking about it, the magic elite camp's reporting time limit seemed to be 6 months. She reluctantly haggled with Emogu, and finally settled on 5.5 months. Yunxing nodded with satisfaction. 5.5 months passed very quickly. Yunxing stretched and wiped her dusty face. Emogu, that guy who didn't know how to be gentle with women, completely ordered her around like an animal. What using wind magic to pull the bellows, what using the elven hellfire to ignite, what finding ores, what refining ores, everything was taken care of by Yunxing. However, it was also because of this that Yunxing had a new understanding of weapon refiners. She and Emogu got along surprisingly well, and on the day of parting, Emogu was actually somewhat reluctant to part with her. If it wasn't for the fact that Yunxing couldn't learn advanced magic from him, he really wanted to keep Yunxing. In these 5.5 months, she was really tormented to death by this old guy Emogu. Not only did he learn the elven race's armor manufacturing, using the elven hellfire to refine 30 elven armors, but Emogu also improved Yunxing's Millennium Ice Zither according to the agreement. Here, this is the ice zither that this old guy has modified. Hehe, remember to use it, then tell me if you want to improve it or not. Emogu looked at the ice zither. He had integrated a part of the exquisite multicolored jade essence into the ice zither. After adding this multicolored jade essence, the ice zither became more graceful, and could also change its size according to Yunxing's thoughts. It was somewhat similar to Yunxing's exquisite beast pagoda. But the biggest change in this ice zither was not only the body, but also its strings. The strings were still made from Hu Jiuxing's hair, but Emogu had added magic and wind magic to the strings. Master, thank you. The reporting time is almost up, I have to rush to the continent's magic elite camp. Yunxing's words of gratitude were sincere. She was also very reluctant to part with this master refiner who had a fiery temper on the outside, but was actually as simple as a child on the inside, but all good things must come to an end. AI, old guy, I really can't bear to part with you. Tell me, what is your purpose in entering the continent's magic elite camp? Although Emogu and Yunxing were very congenial, he didn't forget his identity as the guide of the continent's magic elite camp. Every student of the mainland's magic elite camp must have an upright mind and not be afraid of hardship or fatigue. This was the reason why the mainland's magic elite camp set up a guide and why they chose Emogu as their guide. Last time, when the Su siblings came to the blacksmith's shop, Suyali seemed to have a fiery temper and bad intentions. As for her brother, he seemed to be an honest person. Such a person did not meet the standards of the mainland's magic elite camp. With his temper, he probably wouldn't survive the first day in the mainland's magic elite camp. Emogu and Yunxing had been together for a while. He had observed Yunxing. This child was not only meticulous, but also very alert and two-faced. She could control the hellfire of the fairies, so there was no need to talk about her magical talent. That left the last test, which was the purpose of her learning magic. For many years, the mainland's magic elite camp had been pursuing a higher level of magic. Every student who entered the camp had a different purpose. When Imoga asked Yunxing pondered for a while. "I want to learn dark magic." Yunxing did not avert her eyes, nor was she timid. "Dark magic?" Imoga did not expect that Yunxing's purpose was actually this. "Why dark magic?" "You should know that dark magicians have a bad reputation on the mainland. You can control the hellfire of the fairies, so you can learn more advanced fire magic." Due to Imogi's own cultivation, he had not been able to make any major breakthroughs in fire magic. Therefore, he had become a master refiner. His goal was to maximize the effectiveness of his fire magic. He saw the potential of an excellent master blacksmith in Yunxing. With Yunxing's own conditions, she had the potential to become an even better master blacksmith than Imogu. "Master, that is the misunderstanding of the world towards dark magic. In my opinion, dark magic is destructive and dangerous, but if it is used to protect the people important to you, then it is not dark magic." Yunxing said frankly, "My magic is used to protect the important people around me. This has nothing to do with the nature of the magic itself." Yunxing's real purpose of entering the mainland's magic elite camp is to protect the people who are important to her and take her mother back from the Zao state as soon as possible and find out the truth behind her mother's amnesia. Imogu was silent for a moment, then he took out 2 elven magic robes. One of them was the one that Yunxing had given to Imogu from the Immortal Keeper Nation, and the other was a magic robe made from the skin of a high-quality light rat. "Here are 2 elven battle robes. I'll return one to you. As for the other one, take it with you and give it to a mage called Dark Gold. If you want to learn dark magic, remember to look for that Dark Gold guy when you reach the magic elite camp. Perhaps her temper is a bit strange, but little girl, you have to believe me. She is the most unique existence among dark magicians." Yunxing took the 2 elven magic robes and bowed to Imogu. She truly admired this old man. "Master, I have a bottle of water of life from the elves. It will be good for your body." Yunxing took out a bottle of water of life and gave it to Imogu. You can go now. I've already activated the teleportation array. It's behind the house. Also, remember to take that cumbersome magic helmet with you. Give it to that silly boy you mentioned who is a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts." Imogu buried his head in the forging again, no longer paying attention to Yunxing. The magic helmet he was talking about was the one that Yunxing had previously disliked. It was a helmet that could defend against nature magic. Yunxing had unintentionally mentioned to Imogu that she had an old friend who was a dual cultivator. He was also trained in the warrior elite camp and even knew some magic. She was naturally talking about Ji Baiming. After Yunxing returned to Zhou State, she hadn't contacted Ji Baiming for the past 6 months. This time, she wanted to give him a mischievous surprise when she reported to the elite camp. Yunxing took the magic helmet and walked out of the blacksmith shop. Sure enough, there was a magic array next to a prickly jujube tree in the back. Yunxing turned around to look at the blacksmith shop. She couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant when she heard the sounds of hammering. Forget it, there will be a chance to meet again in the future. Yunxing stepped into the space-time magic array. The moment she entered, there was a burst of sniffling in the blacksmith shop. The magic array of the Continental Magic Elite Camp was different from any of the space-time magic arrays that Yunxing had experienced before. It was completely dark inside, and she couldn't even see her own fingers. She didn't know how much time had passed before she smelled the fresh fragrance of flowers. The darkness in front of her dissipated, and she was already standing in the midst of birds and flowers. The elite camp had always been famous on the mainland, but the strange thing was that even the students of the elite camp couldn't tell the specific location of the elite camp. Some people said that it had already exceeded the territory of the boundless land. Some people simply said that it was located on an island like Penglai. This was because the passage to the elite camp had always been a special magic array. After the students entered the elite camp, they were not allowed to go out easily unless they performed meritorious deeds or went out for training. The elite camp used a closed teaching method. It was not like the general academies or martial arts centers that had half-yearly holidays. Some people who joined the elite camp might not even be able to return once in more than 10 years. Like Yi Baiming, he had been in the elite camp for 3 years. But he didn't return to Zhou State even once. This time, Yunxing had come to the magic elite camp to prepare for a long battle. If she didn't learn dark magic well and couldn't break through the bottleneck of the Sky Magician, she didn't plan to leave the elite camp. There was a crossroad under her feet. Around it were lush trees with all kinds of unknown flowers. From the fragrance of the flowers, it must be some precious herbs. There was a road sign on both the north and south sides of the road. On the road sign, there was a road sign. The road sign to the north said Elite Camp of Martial Artists. The road sign to the south said Elite Camp of Magicians. Just by looking at it from the outside, Yunxing was completely unable to connect this tranquil and beautiful forest with the famous elite camp of the continent. It seemed that the two ends of this road were the elite camp of magicians and the elite camp of martial artists. Yunxing counted the days. It had been almost 6 months since she received the notice. She had to leave and go to the elite camp of magicians to report. Thinking that she would be able to see Gufeng and abandon soon, Yunxing was a little excited. As for Yi Baiming, she would go to the elite camp of martial artists to find him after she settled down. Yunxing made up her mind and walked towards the south of the road. Facepalm, I spent a lot of money. Everyone who tipped me, recorded in the little red book. It's like the benefits of the Lotus brand. If you want the coquettish fox man to make a flashy appearance, quickly smash him with the monthly ticket. The fiercer you smash, the more glamorous your appearance. After walking for about a mile, Yunxing saw a magnificent academy. When she saw the continent's magic elite camp, Yunxing had always thought that the Imperial Magic Academy was the most impressive academy in the continent. But today, when she saw the continent's magic elite camp, Yunxing knew that in front of the continent's magic elite camp, the Imperial Magic Academy was nothing. The outside of the continent's magic elite camp was a forest, but inside, it was surrounded by clouds and mist. Yunxing looked around, but she couldn't see how big the magic elite camp was. But one thing was for sure, the magic elements in the surroundings were very rich. Compared to the magic elements that Yunxing felt on the 6th floor of the magic tower in the Imperial Magic Academy, the magic elements were much richer. Just the outside was already so rich in magic elements, one could imagine how rich the magic elements would be in the core area of the magic elite camp. No wonder so many people wanted to squeeze into the magic elite camp. Yunxing was just about to walk towards the main entrance of the Magic Academy when she suddenly saw a magic fluctuation on her left side. A girl in red walked out from the magic array. It seemed that this was also a female student who had just arrived to report to the magic elite camp. When Yunxing saw the girl, she felt that she was somewhat familiar. The girl's appearance was very beautiful, like a ball of intense flame. Her skin was white and she was slightly shorter than Yunxing. But it was a pity that such a beauty was cold. She also noticed that there was someone beside her, but she just walked straight past without even saying a word. Yunxing was still trying to recall where she had seen this girl before, when suddenly there were a few rustling sounds. A few tall and handsome-looking martial artists rushed out from the side of the road. When they saw Yunxing and the girl in red, their faces were filled with ecstasy. I say, our luck is not bad. It's already the last few days and we actually met two peerless beauties. A few martial artists spoke like a hooligan, but the doqi emitted from their bodies was not simple at all. Yunxing looked at them and saw that they were all early-stage martial artists. Looking at their appearances, they were at most 16 or 17 years old. How could they have such cultivation? The red-clothed girl was also moved, but when she looked at the cultivators, there was only pure disgust in her eyes. Yunxing stepped forward and said, "You must be the teachers of the warrior elite camp. We are new students. It's getting late, so please step aside and let us pass." That's right, that's right. We are the senior brothers and sisters of the mainland's warriors elite camp. What are your names? Do you want to give them to your friends? Several cultivators couldn't wait and scrambled to get to know Yunxing and Yang Kai. The expressions of Yunxing and the girl in red changed slightly. How could this group of people from the elite camp be so frivolous? If it weren't for their cultivation, Yunxing and the others would really think that they were lechers on the streets. Xianxia and the red-clothed girl were newcomers. They didn't know that because the elite camp was very close to each other, there were many connections between the mainland's magic elite camp and the mainland's warriors elite camp. This connection was related to the composition of the mainland's warriors elite camp. Similar to the Wushuan Limitless School, the ratio of men and women in the warriors elite camp was very unbalanced. The ratio of male elite martial artists was as high as 10-1. Moreover, most of the female martial artists were dinosaur class. Even if there were occasionally some who looked like flowers and the moon, they were quickly snatched away by other martial artists. What was even more ridiculous than the Wushuan school was that the mainland's elite camp was sealed. If you didn't meet the standards of the mainland's elite camp, you wouldn't be able to leave. Most of the people in the warriors' elite camp were men. After they entered the warriors' elite camp, they didn't know when they would be able to leave. Some people were still in the warriors' elite camp when they were 30 years old. Their personal problems couldn't be solved. As a result, even the dinosaur female martial artists were highly sought after. Every year, when new martial artists entered the warriors' elite camp, they would see a large banner outside the camp. On it was written, "Dear junior brothers, senior brothers warmly welcome you to the mainland's warriors' elite camp. But please remember one thing, the new junior sisters are ours, and the senior sisters in the camp are also ours." If those junior brothers who didn't know what was good for them didn't believe in heresy and went in with the intention of touching the female martial artists, they would be ruthlessly taught a lesson. If it was light, they would be crippled. If it was heavy, only death would await them. The mainland's elite camp, which only the elites of the mainland could enter, didn't prohibit armed fights and magic battles. This was because the instructors all agreed that only through constant competition could the students of the mainland's elite camp become true experts. No one knew when it started, but there was a martial artist in the warriors' elite camp who accidentally helped a female magician from the mainland's elite camp. From then on, the two of them became a couple. This matter later became the model of love in the mainland's warriors' elite camp. After all, martial artists and magicians naturally had the advantage of complementing each other. Martial artists were good at close combat, while magicians were good at long-range attacks. When the magician was chanting, a strong martial artist could protect the magician. When the two of them fought, their tacit understanding was also higher. In this way, those male martial artists of the right age who couldn't find a woman would wait outside the door of the mainland's magic elite camp every year when the new students of the mainland's magic elite camp reported in. If they met a female magician that they liked, they would rush up and confess. If the confession wasn't successful, then they could only openly snatch. Xianxia and that red-clothed girl were the last to report in this year's magic elite camp. Most of the male martial artists thought that there wouldn't be any good goods coming to their door, so they left first. Only a few male martial artists who were left behind didn't give up and stayed outside the magic elite camp. Who knew that they would really let a blind cat meet a dead mouse and meet two beauties of the highest quality? Just looking at the figures of Xianxia and the red-clothed girl, the few male martial artists who hadn't seen women for a long time started to salivate. The few of them didn't know what was good for them and started to discuss at the side. "Hey, which one do you want? I think the one in white is pretty good. She looks sweet and has two dimples when she smiles. She's so sweet. I like the one in red. Look at her chilly face. I like this kind of style." The few of them didn't even notice whether Xianxia and the red-clothed girl were willing or not. Xianxia's hearing was good. Coupled with her experience in the Wushuan Limitless School, when she combined the few of them's conversation, she more or less understood their purpose. Who would have thought that the mainland's warriors' elite camp would have such an unconventional tradition? However, with Night Fox's beauty, even in the mainland's warriors' elite camp where there were very few female martial artists, she should be very popular. Xianxia couldn't help but think sourly. On the other side of the continent's elite magician camp, there were several magicians lurking in the forest, watching this scene with their eyes. It was a group of older magicians from the elite magician camp, both male and female. They also noticed what was happening outside. One of them was a male magician with short brown hair who looked to be 16 or 17 years old, with a few freckles on his nose. He also vaguely saw the two female magicians outside, and from their appearance, they seemed to be quite good-looking. "Do you want to go up and help?" Recently, the continent's elite warrior camp has been too excessive. A few days ago, I heard that a new female magician was forcibly taken away. I don't think it's necessary. Those two came late, so they must have a sloppy temperament. They should be taught a lesson. Besides, they can't even deal with a few trash from the elite warrior camp, so they don't have the qualifications to join the magician camp. We don't accept trash here, otherwise, they will only drag us down during the blood refinement. The one who spoke was a female magician. When they heard the word blood refinement, the others were silent, not daring to speak. Her appearance was above average, but when she saw the appearance of Xianxia and the red-cloaked girl, her eyes flashed with obvious jealousy. Another two vixens had come. At a glance, she could tell that they weren't good women and would definitely come to fight for the favor of her senior brothers. The female magician couldn't wait for the two female magicians to be taken away and their chastity sullied. This way, there would no longer be a place for them in the continent's elite magician camp. Yunxing's eyebrows slightly raised. Just a moment ago, she felt a powerful magic fluctuation. Based on her intuition, it came from 500 meters ahead. It seemed that there were already people in the magician camp who had noticed their embarrassing situation, but those people seemed to have the mentality of watching a show and didn't intend to help. They just arrived at the continent's elite magician camp and they want to show off their strength. Yunxing understood that competition was everywhere. Even in the continent's elite magician camp, vicious competition was inevitable. In this kind of place, if they didn't show off their strength as newcomers, they were afraid that they wouldn't have good days in the future. The red-cloaked girl on the side was very impatient. She didn't say much and quickened her pace, wanting to pass by those unreasonable martial artists. But who would have thought that a wide-mouthed martial artist would reach out and stop her, a vulgar smile on his face as he reached out to touch the red-cloaked girl's face. "Hey, junior sister, why are you in such a hurry? Could it be that you can't wait to throw yourself into senior brother's arms?" How could the girl in red tolerate such frivolity? Her bright eyes spat out an angry roar as she pulled out her magic scepter. Like a sword, she sliced towards the warrior's finger. Yunxing's eyebrows twitched when she saw her magic scepter. The first soul stone was, no wonder she felt that the red-cloaked girl looked familiar. She was actually the princess of the eastern capital, Donghuangling whom she had met once many years ago. When Yunxing and Donghuangling were 6 years old, they went on an adventure together and obtained their first soul stone for each other. At that time, although the two of them were young, they were each other's first comrade-in-arms. This friendship didn't disappear with the passage of time. In the past few years, Yunxing and Donghuangling had grown up quite a bit. They were no longer as immature as they were when they were children. Yunxing's appearance and temperament had changed even more. She was completely different from the country bumpkin who had just come out of Banana Leaf Village. It was only because Donghuangling didn't recognize her. Reuniting with an old friend, Yunxing couldn't help but feel a bit excited. She didn't expect that the two of them would actually join the continent's magic elite camp together by chance. There were already 4 magic soul stones on Donghuangling's magic scepter. Compared to Yunxing, her magic scepter was actually 1 grade higher. It could be seen that in the past few years, she must have been very hard-working in her magic cultivation. A thunder explosion ball made sizzling sounds, and with a bang, it smashed towards that male martial artist. That male martial artist didn't expect that the other party would be so vicious right from the start. He was also shocked. The few martial artists beside him also became alert at the same time. Thunderclap prison. Donghuangling's face was expressionless as she quickly chanted. The thunder explosion ball suddenly exploded, and countless lightning bolts crazily rushed towards that martial artist. It formed a thunderclap prison. The martial artist, who was trapped within the prison, let out a series of miserable shrieks. In just a short while, the martial artist, who was originally still alive, was instantly burned into charcoal. His appearance was indescribably miserable. Not far away, the few magicians who were quietly watching were all shocked by the red-cloaked girl's vicious attack. Yunxing was also tempted in her heart. It's only been 6 years, how did Donghuangling become like this? Even if a living person died in front of her, she would still be indifferent. In the past, just by seeing a dead person, she would be so scared that her face would turn pale. Who wants to try again? Dong Huangling's beautiful face was ice cold. Her gaze was like a knife as it swept past those martial artists. All of the martial artists took a step back and automatically opened up a path for Dong Huanglinger to pass through. Dong Huanglinger also ignored Yunxing and directly walked towards the depths of the continent's magic elite camp. Ling. Yunxing opened her mouth to speak, but the remaining few martial artists had already surrounded her. TSK, looking at her beautiful appearance, I didn't expect her to be a choking pepper. Those martial artists were still unwilling to give up. They once again set their sights on Yunxing. Yunxing was dressed in white, and her black hair was like the clouds. Her appearance was very otherworldly, just like a fairy that had descended into the mortal world. Those martial artists also noticed that Yunxing was just a magic master. It's impossible for both of the freshmen to be so monstrous, right? Little junior sister, you must be scared, right? Look at how pale your face is. One of the martial artists who was relatively good-looking spoke with a tender tone. Like a big bad wolf approaching Little Red Riding Hood, he walked towards Yunxing step by step. F***ck, you're the one who's pale. I was born with fair skin. Yunxing scolded in her heart. However, a sweet smile appeared on her face. Senior brothers, you guys aren't bad people, right? You guys really just want to be friends with me? She looked just like a little white rabbit, causing the cultivators to forget about the tragedy that had happened earlier. They all smiled and surrounded Yunxing. Little junior sister, don't be scared, we are all good people. We just want to be friends with you so that we can take care of each other when we go out on missions in the future. Don't worry, we will be very gentle. That's good, I will also be very gentle. However, senior brothers, I have a principle when making friends with people. Yunxing said with a smile. On her face, 2 dimples could be seen. Her smile was so sweet that it could drown a person. The eyes of those martial artists were all straight. All of them were thinking in their hearts that they had earned a lot today. Although the little beauty in front of them was a bit sinister, this little beauty made up for everything. Especially her pair of eyes that could speak, and her clear and melodious laughter. The few of them were completely unaware that they had already been bewitched by Yunxing's Shinong eyes. Yunxing took out the exquisite ice zither from her storage ring. I like music the most. Therefore, there is a requirement for being friends. The other party must be someone who understands music. Senior brothers, listen to this. If anyone can understand my zither music, we will be good friends. These warriors were all boorish people. They didn't know anything about music. But in front of the little beauty, pleasing her was the key. They all nodded their heads desperately. They were all willing to be Yunxing's soulmates. What the hell is that freshman doing? The magicians who were hiding at the side were all confused. Why were the last 2 freshmen so strange? One was like an ice cube, killing people without blinking. The other one was actually surrounded by a group of perverts. She even said that she wanted to make friends with the zither. Could it be that this female magician was a fool? The zither music lingered in the air. Yunxing actually sat on the ground. Her slender fingers were casually plucking the strings of the zither. Dressed in white, her eyes were like water. Under the green shade, Yunxing seemed to blend into the surroundings. Just this scene alone was enough to make people intoxicated. The few martial artists were also intoxicated by the story. Yunxing's plump lips curled into an imperceptible sarcastic smile. Her zither music suddenly changed. That change couldn't be detected by ordinary people. But it was this subtle change that made the warriors who were listening to the zither music suddenly jump up. They seemed to have lost their minds and started attacking each other. Every move was fatal. They were all ruthless. It was as if the other party had snatched their wife and owed them millions of yuan. What is going on? The magicians were dumbfounded. The freshman female magician had already put away her zither. With a smile on her face, she walked over. Behind her, the group of warriors were still fighting with all their might. Senior brothers and sisters, may I ask where the dark gold instructor lives? Yunxing completely ignored the senior magicians who looked as if they had seen a ghost. She had just played a chapter of the Dihong song. It was the same song that Yuan Bupo had used when he encountered Yun Songlong. However, she had the Millennium Ice Zither in her hands at that moment. Moreover, with the help of Master Mo Gu, the zither had a demon-sealing effect. The sound of the zither was extraordinary. Dark gold mentor, head northwest. You'll see a few thatched cottages. That's the place. The brown-haired male sorcerer was still in a daze. He pointed at a small fork in the road behind him mechanically. Yunxing nodded with a smile and walked away. After a while, the magician shuddered at the same time. What? Who did she say she was going to look for? Dark gold instructor. This new student must have a screw loose in his head. Absolutely. The fight at the front was not over yet. The female magician who had stopped the others from helping Yunxing earlier looked at the situation and ordered, "Go and pull those warriors apart. If they continue fighting, they might all die." How are we going to explain this to the warrior elite camp? The few of them went forward and used the water-binding magic to forcefully separate the warriors. After separating them, the magicians realized that 2 of them had died on the spot. Including the one who was turned into charcoal by the red-clothed girl earlier, there were 3 casualties in the warrior elite camp. The others were not in a better state. They were either heavily injured or had their flesh torn apart. Everyone couldn't help but think of the white-clothed female magician who had passed by earlier. She looked harmless, but who would have thought that her zither music would cause even more damage? Just as they were thinking about how to deal with this group of injured cultivators, a martial saint who looked like an instructor rushed over like an arrow from the direction of the mainland's elite warrior camp. It turned out that this warrior saint was called Qi. Those lustful warriors were all Qi's disciples. When he returned from his training today, he heard that his disciples had gone to the warrior elite camp to stop the new female magician. He scolded them for being useless and hurried over. Who would have thought that when he arrived at the scene, he would see such a miserable scene? His disciples were either dead or injured. One of them had already been burnt to a crisp, and the others were on the verge of death. Who dares to be so bold as to kill people? Qi looked at the scene and was so angry that he almost fainted. Instructor Qi, this was done by 2 freshmen. The magicians did not dare to offend the instructor of the warrior elite camp. After all, they often cooperated with the warrior elite camp when they went out to do missions. Conflicts between warriors and magicians were common, but it was the first time that they had caused so much damage in such a short period of time. 2 freshmen? They were just freshmen and they dared to be so bold? Qi's eyes were about to burst. He picked up a seriously injured warrior and examined him. Qi's face suddenly changed. But what caught Qi's attention was that he noticed that except for one corpse that had traces of magic, the other corpses were all caused by a fight between warriors. At first glance, it must be because the other party used some kind of special magic that caused his disciples to kill each other. It seemed like there was an extremely powerful newcomer among the new students of the Continental Magic Elite Camp. Humph, today's matter, I will not let it go. Qi picked up a few warriors who were still breathing. Each of these warriors weighed about 160 or 70 kilograms. Together, they weighed about 500 or 600 kilograms. But Qi did not even frown as he carried them. He disappeared in the direction of the warrior elite camp. Central Town was the only town between the mage elite camp and the warrior elite camp. At the same time, it was the only place where the students of the 2 camps spent their time. In a tavern, groups of warriors each occupied a table and discussed their daily training with each other. A man in black sat in the corner. If one looked carefully, they would find that no one dared to approach the tables near him. The man was drinking. His eyes were deep as he looked at a pond outside the tavern. The man was about 16 or 17 years old. Because he practiced martial arts all year round, he had very attractive bronze skin. There was no excess fat on his strong body. He was only wearing a very ordinary black martial robe, but even the simplest style gave off a different feeling on his body. He did not say a word, but just by sitting there, he was like a noble god of war. His slightly wild long hair casually draped over his chest. His fox-like long and narrow gray eyes were indifferent. In the tavern, a few female warriors blushed and pointed at him. The male warriors had looks of jealousy and envy on their faces. Some people, even if they did not say a word, could still become the focus of attention. Yi Biming was undoubtedly such a person. Beside the pond, there were a few red-tailed dragonflies on the bristlegrass. Yi Biming loved to drink at this table in the tavern. 3 years ago, ever since he came to the elite camp, he would come to this tavern for a few drinks every time he completed a training mission. He did nothing but look at the pond outside the tavern. The scenery of the pond reminded him of the situation in Banana Leaf Village. After he lost contact with Yunxing, he agreed to Yi Qingtian's condition and went to Banana Leaf Village. There was a scene of him and Yunxing when they first met. After he came to the elite camp, he kept writing letters to Jade Capital for 3 years, but he never received a reply. Unknowingly, Yunxing had been missing for 3 years. Even though he didn't know what happened to Yunxing in these 3 years and why she never contacted him, Yi Biming knew that Yunxing would definitely come back. As long as she was still alive, she would definitely fulfill her promise to him and come to the elite camp. A warrior rushed in, his head full of sweat. Big news, I heard that a few of Red Sun's disciples were taken care of. Moreover, he was taught a lesson by 2 beautiful new female magicians. The moment he said this, the entire tavern went into an uproar. Other than Yi Biming, almost all the warriors gathered around. Especially when they heard that the other party was 2 beautiful female magicians, all the warriors felt their blood boil. The elite camp only recruited students once every 3 years. Every time, the warriors would fight over the resources of the new female magicians, and it wasn't the first time someone died. But when was it ever done by a magician? Those new students were either humiliated or the older students from the elite camp couldn't stand it and came out to help. In these few days, the new students' registration was coming to an end. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be many older students around the elite camp. Red Sun's disciples had also considered this factor, which was why they had set up an ambush along the way. Who would have thought that this time, they would suffer for the first time since the beginning of the world? You said it was 2 female magicians? And you're still a newbie? Don't tell me you got drunk and sprained your tongue? You're speaking nonsense. How strong can a newbie female magician be? At best, she should be a master magician, right? That level of magic is like a tickle to us. We won't even be seriously injured, let alone die. A beautiful female magician? How beautiful can she be? The male martial artist who came to pass on the message became anxious. He simply jumped onto a table and said, "What are you all making such a ruckus for? This is first-hand news from me. Whoever wants to hear it, buy me some wine." 1 pot of wine to answer 1 question. Just as the male cultivator finished speaking, a cup of wine suddenly flew through the air. The wine cup seemed to have grown eyes and landed exactly in the male cultivator's hand. That male martial artist was just about to start cursing. Who was the blind one who threw the wine cup without saying anything? He lowered his head and saw that the wine cup in his hand was full. Not a single drop of wine had spilled out when he threw the cup. He then looked at the person who threw the wine cup. The bustling tavern suddenly quieted down. Everyone then realized that the wine cup was thrown from Yi Biming's direction. Gulp. The male cultivator who reported the news swallowed his saliva. It was actually him. Yi. Junior Yi, you're here too. Did I disturb your peace? The male cultivator's name was Bao Santong. He was quite famous in the continent's elite camp. The reason why he had some fame wasn't because of his strength, but because he was very well informed. He was very clear about all the gossip in the continent's elite camp, as well as the changes in the combat strength and magic rankings of the continent's elite camp. The continent's elite camp students usually had to give him some face. But Bao Santong didn't expect that Yi Biming, who had always been a loner and didn't like to gossip, would be interested in finding out about the magic elite camp. Don't worry about it. What's the deal with the newbie female magician that you mentioned? Yi Biming's handsome face had a trace of abnormality. How rare, junior brother Yi Biming, who had always been known as an unmoving iceberg, was actually interested in the newbie female magician from the continent's elite camp. If this news were to be sold to the female cultivators in the continent's elite camp, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Who was Yi Biming? He was the youngest disciple who had joined the continent's elite camp 3 years ago. The welcoming ceremony for the newbies in the continent's elite camp was much more manly than the one in the continent's elite camp. A group of seniors stood at the entrance of the elite camp, greeting their juniors. Their purpose was to let the juniors know that in the future, they had to respect their seniors in the elite camp. When Yi Biming appeared, he was immediately surrounded by a group of martial cultivators because of his godlike appearance and his noble aura. But unexpectedly, Yi Biming retreated unscathed, while the martial cultivators who wanted to teach him a lesson were all beaten to the ground. The most ridiculous thing was that no one had found out how he did it. That was the first time Yi Biming had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. The second time was during the annual examination of the mainland's warriors' elite camp. Yi Biming, who had disappeared after choosing a mentor, had once again risen as a dark horse. As a freshman, he challenged dozens of martial cultivators who were ranked in the top 200 of the martial prowess list and killed his way to rank 101st. But after he succeeded in his challenge, he didn't continue to fight. Instead, he directly gave up on the next few matches. Because according to the rules, anyone who entered the top 100 in the continent's elite camp had to undergo a special trial. Yi Biming, for some reason, didn't want to enter the special trial so quickly. Because of his strength and outstanding appearance, Yi Biming had many admirers even in the warrior elite camp where there were very few female students. Even in the magician elite camp, there were many talented and outstanding female students who had a good impression of him. According to what Boson Santong knew, the magician elite camp's famous beauty, Xianxia, had a good impression of him. It was said that the two of them were close friends. Unfortunately, Yi Biming didn't know how to flirt. He usually ignored both female martial cultivators and female magicians. Other than practicing martial arts, he would drink at this table in the tavern. This had already become Yi Biming's personal symbol. This kind of person treated him to a drink and even wanted to find out about the opposite sex. Gossip, there must be some gossip. Boson Santong was like a cat that smelled blood. He simply ignored the surrounding martial cultivators and jumped down from the table. In a few steps, he scurried to Yi Biming's table. When he reached the table, he didn't dare to sit down. He carefully drank a mouthful of wine. Junior Yi, you also want to know about the two female magicians? Who do you want to listen to? Is it Little Iceberg? Or Beauty Yu Qin? In just half a day's time, Yunxing and Dong Huangling had already become famous in the two camps. Both of them were around the same age, and both of them were famous for being vicious and merciless. Yunxing was dressed in white and had an angelic face. She held a strange jade zither in her hands, which was why she was called Beauty Jade Zither. Dong Huangling was dressed in red. Although she had a charming face, she was vicious and merciless. Yi Biming's heart skipped a beat when he heard these two strange names and heard the zither. What's up with Beauty Jade Zither? Hee, junior brother Yi, you've asked the right person. I have first-hand information about her. Boson sat down in front of Yi Biming. Yi Biming frowned. Boson, there are only 3 people who can sit opposite me. The only people who could sit opposite him were his 2 friends and Yunxing. The Boson in front of him wasn't his friend. Boson didn't dare to ask who those 3 people were. As if his boat was burned, he stood up and thought to himself. As expected of junior brother Yi. Just by frowning, he looks so good. It's a pity that he's too cold. Sigh, I wonder if I'll have the chance to see junior brother Yi smile in my lifetime. Junior brother Yi, you're asking about Beauty Jade Zither, right? I heard that she's very beautiful as a fairy. The scariest thing is that not only is she beautiful, she's also very sinister. Those martial artists had thought that she was a harmless little junior sister. How would they know that her zither music was so powerful? I was so muddle-headed that I actually let a group of martial artists kill each other. When the warriors in the pub saw that Boson was called over by Yi Biming, they didn't dare to go up and snatch Beauty Jade Zither. All of them stood far away. No one dared to go up. Boson wanted to keep them in suspense and purposely paused. Beauty Jade Zither, could it be that Yunxing is here? But why didn't she contact me? Yi Biming's heartbeat quickened. Bao Santong was bored of waiting. Seeing that Yi Biming wasn't pressing him, he didn't say anything either. On the other hand, the warriors at the side couldn't take it anymore. Hey, Bao Santong, why don't you tell us where the girl is? Also, how beautiful is she? How does she compare to Sister Lan and junior sister Qianlian in the Magic Elite camp? Sister Lan and Qianlian were the most outstanding beauties in the Magic Elite camp. They were the dream lovers of countless male warriors in the warrior elite camp. I heard that the appearances of those two young ladies are even better than those two. No one believed Bosan Santong's words. Don't doubt it, but no matter how beautiful they are, it's useless. I heard that those two ladies aren't easy to deal with. One of them used the advanced spell, Heavenly Lightning Fire Prison, and the other one is even more ridiculous. Not only can her music confuse people's hearing, it also has a magic sealing effect. When Bao Santong first heard the news, he wanted to take a look at the two beauties. But when he saw his fellow disciples being carried back, he lost interest. Those fellows were miserable. According to Red Sun's teacher, the magic sealing effect on them couldn't be removed in a short period of time. Not only that, I also heard that Beauty Yuqin wanted a dark gold teacher as her teacher. When Bao Santong said this, everyone in the tavern sucked in a breath of cold air. No way, someone actually had the guts to ask a dark gold teacher to be their teacher. Dark gold teachers were the most eccentric teachers in the magic elite camp. They were also the most cruel to their disciples. Just in the past few years, more than a dozen mages had died under their training. The biggest characteristic of a dark gold teacher was that they were mages proficient in dark magic. To most mages, especially these genius mages, dark mages were the symbol of evil. No one could understand why the continent's magic elite camp would have an additional dark magic course. AI, who cares if she's Beauty Jade Zither, as long as she's with dark gold, she's probably going to die soon. A group of cultivators sighed and urged Bao Santong, that Beauty Jade Zither is going to be crippled, why don't you talk about that little iceberg? Although a beauty was beautiful, once she became a dead beauty, there was no point in talking about her anymore. Bao Santong was still talking about that, but when he turned around, he realized that Yi Baiming had already disappeared. But when did he leave? No one in the tavern noticed. She knew how to control people with her music, sealed magic, and even found a dark gold teacher to be her teacher. It's her. Yunxing, it's Yunxing. Yi Baiming had drunk a lot today. After hearing this news, he felt that the blood in his body seemed to be surging crazily because of the effect of the alcohol. Only at this moment did Yi Baiming realize how much he missed Yunxing. That kind of longing might have only been hidden in the depths of his heart, but with Yunxing's appearance, he wanted to see her. He wanted to hug her fiercely in his arms and angrily question her. Wave after wave of impulses came one after another. Even with Yi Baiming's strong control, he couldn't control himself at this moment. He even forgot to use spacetime magic. In an instant, he had already left Wushui town and stood outside the magic elite camp. However, at the periphery of the elite camp, Yi Baiming met a few patrolling mages. It turned out that because of Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger, those few senior mages had already returned to the camp and immediately reported the news to the mentors. The mentors were worried that the people from the warrior elite camp would be unhappy and come to cause trouble. Thus, they ordered people to patrol outside the camp. At the same time, they also ordered people to find the two new mages who were late and asked them what happened. Get out of the way. Yi Baiming's strange appearance caused the few students from the warrior elite camp to be vigilant. Among them, there were also some who recognized Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming, warriors are not allowed to enter the warrior elite camp without permission. They also knew that Yi Baiming was the most outstanding warrior in the warrior elite camp in the past 3 years. It was said that his strength was unfathomable. Even some mentors didn't know who he was dealing with. Yi Baiming clenched his fist and looked towards the depths of the warrior elite camp. The closer he got, the more he was sure that Yunxing was definitely Yunxing. After not seeing each other for 3 years, the magic soul in his body crazily longed to meet Yunxing's magic soul. This feeling became more and more intense as he got closer to the warrior elite camp. The consequences of barging into the warrior elite camp is not something you can bear. As the few mages spoke, they took out their magic scepters. Yi Baiming snorted. Suddenly, the sound of warrior energy flashing through the air came from behind. Qi Ri and a few ferocious-looking warriors flew over from the sky and headed straight for the elite magic battalion. Not good, the people from the warrior elite camp are here. Immediately informed the mentors. Only then did the few mages realize how serious the situation was. While they were still in a daze, Yi Baiming's figure disappeared and followed the few mentors towards the depths of the warrior elite camp. At this moment, Yunxing was still strolling around in the magic elite camp. After taking care of those warriors who didn't know what was good for them, she kept her zither. She didn't know that in less than an hour's time, she had already become one of the most popular people in the continent's magic elite camp. The continent's magic elite camp was indeed a place where the continent's magician geniuses gathered. As Yunxing walked around, she discovered a lot of special magic devices. The magic lamps that could only be seen in the Royal Magic Academy were everywhere here. In the magic elite camp, there were also all kinds of devices that could be used to recover magic power. The students only needed to use one empire's gold coin to obtain the right to use it once. Yunxing was still in the magic elite camp. She saw a lot of senior magicians who suddenly appeared and disappeared in front of her. She thought that they must have mastered the earth escape magic. Although Yunxing asked for directions just now, the magic elite camp was too big. Furthermore, there were some places that were set up with magic mazes. After walking for half an hour, she still couldn't find the residence of the dark gold-ranked teacher. Feeling helpless, she could only ask a few people along the way. In the end, when she asked them, the moment they heard that she was looking for the dark gold-ranked teacher, they were so scared that they immediately ran away as if they had seen a ghost. That's weird. Why are all of them acting as if they had seen a ghost? Yunxing curled her lips. She walked a few more steps forward and finally saw a low thatched hut. In the magic elite camp, there were magic tents that were similar to Mongolian yurts. Although these magic tents didn't look like much from the outside, the facilities inside were all top-notch. According to the needs of the magic students, the magic space inside could be expanded. The level of luxury was not inferior to a normal mansion. Therefore, when Yunxing saw the thatched hut, she was puzzled. Why was it that the teacher's house was so much worse? Yunxing had just walked a few steps when she suddenly noticed that there was someone standing in front of the thatched hut. Her clothes were red like blood. It was actually Dong Huangling who left her behind without saying a word. Why is she here too? Yunxing walked forward. When Dong Huangling saw her, she ignored her and stood at the side. Although Dong Huangling was a bit unruly in her early years, she was a very passionate person. How did she become someone who was even colder than an iceberg in just a few years? When Dong Huangling saw Yunxing walking over with a relaxed look on her face, a look of astonishment appeared on Dong Huangling's face. Before she joined the mainland's magic elite camp, she had heard from a female court mage who had studied in the mainland's magic elite camp that the mainland's magic elite camp wasn't as beautiful as the outside world thought. This was especially true for freshmen. The first 2 years of freshmen entering the continent's magic elite camp had the highest mortality rate. 50% of them died during training, while the other 50% died due to competition between the freshmen. Therefore, there was another name on the continent. The continent's elite camp was called the Hell Concentration Camp. The mainland's magic elite camp implemented an elimination system. The chance to learn high-level magic and even profound magic was very limited. In order to fight for the limited chance to learn high-level magic, the freshmen would secretly use all kinds of methods. Therefore, the female court mage had long warned Dong Huangling that once she met a freshman, no matter how harmless the other party looked on the surface, she couldn't trust him or her. In the mainland's magic elite camp, there was no true friendship. You are also here to look for a dark gold teacher? Yunxing asked. Suddenly, Yunxing looked at Dong Huangling strangely. Your cultivation. What kind of special secret technique did you use to increase your cultivation? Yunxing was still feeling strange about how Dong Huangling was able to increase her cultivation from an archmage to a saint mage in just a few years' time. After taking a closer look, she discovered that the magic elements on Dong Huangling's body were very unstable. Clearly, there was something fishy about her cultivation. Who are you? Dong Huangling pointed her magic scepter at Yunxing. On her iceberg-like face, a trace of killing intent appeared. How did you know that I used? You are still the same old temperament, always pointing your magic scepter at others. I have said before, magic scepters can only be pointed at enemies. Yunxing calmly took out her bewitching bone scepter. When Dong Huangling saw that special bewitching bone scepter, astonishment and disbelief appeared on her face. In her mind, she was rapidly searching for all the memories related to this magic scepter. In the deepest part of her memories, she carefully hid them to hide the memories of her weakness. Unexpectedly, the fluctuation in Dong Huangling's expression disappeared very quickly. With a paw sound, she used her magic scepter to knock away Yunxing's bewitching bone scepter. Yunxing didn't pay attention, and that bewitching bone scepter spun in the air, drew an arc, and landed on the ground. I don't know what you are talking about. Dong Huangling turned her head away, not looking at Yunxing. Looking at her, it was as if she didn't know Yunxing at all. Could it be that she doesn't remember what happened back then? Yunxing was also a bit angry. Without saying a word, she bent down and was about to pick up her magic scepter. Just when Yunxing bent down, her ears moved slightly, and she heard a series of messy footsteps not far away. Immediately after, a wind sickle attacked without any warning. Yunxing and Dong Huangling raised their eyebrows at the same time. Yunxing lightly tapped her feet and used the footwork that Night Demon Queen taught her, dodging those few fatal wind sickles. The magic scepter was still far away, at the original position of the magic scepter. There was already a mark that was 2 feet wide on the magic scepter. If it wasn't because Yunxing dodged quickly just now, that mark would have landed on her body. Yunxing and Dong Huangling's eyebrows twitched at the same time, and a trace of hostility could be seen between their eyebrows. Who was it that actually dared to be so ruthless? Yunxing raised her head and saw the person who did it. A group of magicians wearing the exquisite magician robes of the elite camp ran over from the other side of the road. Yunxing recognized the person in the lead. With a single glance. Almond-shaped eyes and willowy eyebrows. Her eyes were always filled with arrogance. It was actually Chen Lianer whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Only now did Yunxing recall that Chen Lianer had already left Zhou State for a long time. Back then, because Yunxing was trapped in the immortal Zhou nation, Chen Lianer naturally obtained the qualifications to come to the elite camp together with Yi Baiming. Chen Lian's talent in magic was originally not bad. Looking at her appearance right now, she seemed to be doing quite well in the elite camp. From the looks of it, her following days in the elite camp wouldn't be peaceful. Chen Lianer and the other senior magicians of the elite camp instantly arrived in front of Yunxing and the others. It really is you. Yunxing. Chen Lianer hadn't seen Yunxing for 3 years. 3 years ago, Chen Lianer heard that Yunxing had gone missing. It was said that she had angered the elves of the Immortal Keeper Nation and ended up without a corpse. After hearing this news, Chen Lianer was happy for a long time. She thought that as long as Yunxing was gone and Yi Bailian was dead, then all the obstacles between her and Yi Baiming would disappear. But who would have thought that on the eve of her departure to the mainland's elite camp, she would find Yi Baiming and invite him to travel with her so that they could take care of each other in the future. She explained to Yi Baiming that she had received permission from the Zhou State's emperor to kill the useless crown prince Yi Bailian. She had no other choice. Yi Baiming sneered and ignored her, leaving Jade Capital alone. Chen Lianer did not give up. She went to the mainland's elite camp first, thinking that time would change everything. Yunxing was gone. As the 2 geniuses chosen by the Zhou State, she and Yi Baiming would definitely fall in love with each other. But who would have thought that Yi Baiming would always be indifferent to her? What was worse was that just a month ago, she found out from the Chen clan's letter that Yunxing had returned to Jade Capital safely. What was even more infuriating was that not only did she return, she even helped old General Yun break through to Martial Emperor Yunxing. Every time she returned, nothing good would come out of it. Since that day, Chen Lianer had been looking forward to Yunxing's arrival at the mainland's elite camp. Because only then would she be able to teach Yunxing a lesson. She wanted to let Yunxing know that in the past 3 years, she, Chen Lianer, was completely different from before. Yunxing's magic scepter was still lying not far away. Chen Lianer stood to the side, empty-handed. When she saw Yunxing's appearance, a trace of resentment flashed across Chen Lianer's eyes. After 3 years of not seeing each other, Yunxing had become even more beautiful. In the past, Chen Lianer was barely comparable to Yunxing in terms of appearance. But now, after the baptism of the spring of life, Yunxing, whose temperament was similar to that of a fairy, was far superior to Chen Lianer. In particular, her eyes were especially beautiful. They were as bright as the most resplendent diamond and as deep as a serene lake. They were captivating, refined, and carried a bit of charm. This kind of Yunxing made even Chen Lianer, who was also a woman, feel dazed. Chen Lianer was shocked. If Yi Baiming saw Yunxing like this, no, he definitely couldn't let him see. Yunxing also noticed that Chen Lianer's cultivation had improved a lot compared to before. 3 years ago, Chen Lianer's magic cultivation was only a master magician. But now, her magic scepter was embedded with 4 magic soul stones, and they were all wind-type magic soul stones. She was now a saint magician. The continent's magic elite camp's training was indeed worthy of its reputation. It was very difficult for anyone to break through to become a saint magician in 3 years in any other place on the continent. Chen Lianer also saw the rare look in Yunxing's eyes. She was secretly pleased. I didn't think that you would have a day like this. Every dog has its day. Chen Lianer sneered. She was no longer the Chen Lianer of the past. She also noticed that there were only 3 magic soul stones on Yunxing's magic scepter that had rolled to the side. It had been 3 years, and Yunxing's cultivation had not improved. Ha ha ha, she was just an ordinary master magician. There was a magic realm difference between her and Chen Lianer. In the continent's magic elite camp, the weakest of the new students was at least a mid-stage or peak master magician. Most of the older students were saint magicians, and the top 50 were even sky magicians. People like Yunxing could not have a foothold in the continent's magic elite camp. Chen Lianer naturally did not know that Yunxing was also a saint magician. However, her 4th soul stone was the Night Demon Queen's soul stone. Others could not see it with the naked eye. Yunxing now looked like she was only at the level of a master magician. This was also deliberately done by Yunxing. In a place like the continent's magic elite camp, there were as many geniuses as dogs. Compared to them, she would rather be a mediocre person who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. What Chen Lianer was talking about was naturally the time when Yunxing knocked her magic scepter out of the ground 3 years ago. The magicians behind Chen Lianer also chimed in. Chen Lianer's mentor was a senior mentor in the continent's magic elite camp. Chen Lianer was his new disciple. She was now considered a top figure in the continent's magic elite camp. She was beautiful, had a sweet mouth, and had a good family background. She was generous. In these 3 years, there were many magicians who admired her or tried to curry favor with her. Among the magicians who were watching the new students being bullied at the entrance, one of them was under the same mentor as Chen Lianer. When she told Chen Lianer about the new students' appearances, Chen Lianer knew that one of them was actually Yunxing. Thus, she rushed over with the goal of embarrassing Yunxing. That's right. The so-called river flows east and river flows west. Isn't it referring to people like you, Crown Princess? AI, that's not right. That short-lived former Crown Prince has passed away. I should call you former Crown Princess. AI, that's not right. I forgot that you were the Crown Princess of the former Crown Prince before. The correct way to address you should be double material consort. It's been a long time since we last met. Double material consort, you're still as beautiful and charming as before. Yunxing had a teary look on her face. Chen Lianer was very afraid of mentioning Yi Baiming's death in front of others. That would cause others to misunderstand that she had a fate of bringing bad luck to her husband. She was even more afraid of people mentioning the marriage between her and Yi Baiming when they were young. That would cause others to misunderstand that she was a fickle and vain woman. In the continent's magic elite camp, there were very few people from Zhou State. Thus, there were even fewer people who knew about Chen Lianer's background. Normally, when she was in the elf camp, she would always have the attitude of a cold beauty. Who would have thought that when she saw Yunxing today, Yunxing would actually reveal her past completely with just a few words? Immediately, those admirers behind her started to discuss among themselves. Although Dong Huanglinger didn't know about the conflict between Yunxing and Chen Lianer, when she saw Chen Lianer's arrogant look, she didn't like it. However, who would have thought that Yunxing would actually counterattack like this? Chen Lianer couldn't even flare up at Yunxing, and her face became as long as a horse's face. Yunxing! You little bitch! Don't think that you can get away with it just because you have a sharp tongue. As a new student, you have just reported to the Magic Elite Camp, and you have already killed a fighter and heavily injured a few others. You are clearly trying to provoke the conflict between the Magic Elite Camp and the Fighter Elite Camp. Chen Lianer was so angry that smoke was coming out of her 7 orifices due to Yunxing. In the continent's Magic Elite Camp, it was very common for seniors to use their status and strength to suppress freshmen. Therefore, those teachers wouldn't casually get involved in this. In the few thatched houses behind her, two black figures were looking outside. One of them was a woman. The other person was standing at a corner of the house that was hiding from the light. Thus, one couldn't see her face clearly. The two of them were looking at everything that was happening outside. Teacher, those two seem to be new students. From the looks of it, they are here to learn dark magic from you. Now that they are being bullied, do you want me to? The girl in the house seemed to be very amiable, but from time to time, shrewdness would flash across her eyes. No need. If you can't even deal with a few mediocre people, you don't have the qualifications to be my student. The earlier you scram, the earlier you can scram. The voice of the magician that spoke was hoarse. The two of them looked outside the window. The age, appearance, and even the gender of the magician were unclear. However, the magic power that was emitted from the magician's body carried traces of dark magic. Outside the thatched house. Condemn? You mean to say that I have to cooperate with the warriors of the warrior elite camp when they are teasing and insulting me? Then, I dare to ask the few of you here, is this the continent's warrior elite camp or a brothel? How much is the dignity of the warrior elite camp worth? Yunxing's pupils shrunk, and the aura that she was emitting suddenly changed. The expression of Chen Lianer and the others changed. Just when the few female magicians were about to flare up, a trace of joy appeared in Chen Lianer's eyes. Impudent. Where did you come from? You actually dared to call us warriors of the continent's warrior elite camp brothel patrons? In the sky, a few more warriors appeared. Behind their backs, there was a pair of battle chi wings. Every single one of them was dressed in martial attire. Even though they were looking at them from afar, they were all martial saint experts. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger's heart trembled at the same time. Especially Dong Huanglinger. She didn't expect that she would see so many martial saints the moment she arrived at the continent's warrior elite camp. In the eastern capital, there were only one or two martial saint experts. The continent's warrior elite camp was indeed filled with experts. While feeling shocked, Dong Huanglinger couldn't help but feel anxious for Yunxing. In her impression, Yunxing was just being cautious. But today, why did she speak so carelessly? Yo, after beating up the students, a teacher came. However, it's fine. If you want to come, then come together. After all, we, the warrior elite camp, don't have any teachers or backing. If we're crippled or dead, we'll just admit that we deserve it. We're just unlucky to encounter something like a martial artist bullying a magician. After Yunxing finished speaking, he glanced at the straw hut behind him from the corner of his eyes. Let's see how long you're going to endure. You're the sorceress who attacked. You're so young, yet you're so vicious. I can't let you live. In the sky, the martial sage was so angry that his hair stood on end. Originally, he just wanted to find the female magician who used the demon sealing technique to suppress the battle chi of the disciples. He wanted to ask her how she did it and teach her a lesson. After all, the other party was a freshman while he was a teacher. Furthermore, he was the one in the wrong. But who would have thought that he would hear this female sorcerer describe the disciples of the elite camp as brothels? How could this be? Such a student must be taught a good lesson. Funny, really funny. You said that I killed and injured your disciple. If I didn't resist, what would have happened to me? Only the magistrate is allowed to set a fire, but the commoners are not allowed to light a lamp. Who would have thought that the instructors of the continent's elite camp are only so-so? Yunxing had a sharp tongue. The other party was only a martial artist. In terms of verbal skills, they were no match for her. I was the one who killed them. If you want to fight, count me in too. Dong Huanglinger took out her magic scepter. The moment she took out her magic scepter, Chen Lianer noticed that she was also a saint magician. A freshman is also a saint magician. Only now did Chen Lianer notice that the female magician who came with Yunxing to look for the dark gold-ranked teacher was better than the others in terms of both appearance and cultivation. You're quite loyal. Since that's the case, let's see how powerful the elite camp is. Yunxing nodded her head towards Dong Huanglinger. The latter hesitated for a moment, then nodded her head as well. Yunxing took out a magic robe from her beast language ring and said, Here, this is a greeting gift for you. I originally planned to give this to the dark gold rank teacher, but he doesn't seem to be around right now. Dong Huanglinger caught the magic robe. Just when she touched the corner of the magic robe, suddenly, the magic robe was snatched away by someone. The voice of the person who suddenly barged in was a bit hoarse. Her appearance was even weirder. She was a middle-aged female magician. Her eyes were actually a pair of weird pupils. She looked like a ghost. Yunxing noticed that when the dark gold-ranked teacher appeared, Chen Lianer and the other magicians couldn't help but take a few steps back. From the looks of it, they seemed to be very afraid of this teacher. It was as if something would happen if they were to get a few steps closer to him. Dong Huanglinger had a face full of curiosity. She didn't pay much attention to the strange appearance of the dark gold-ranked teacher. The dark gold-ranked teacher was one of the magic teachers of the elite camp. At the same time, he was also the only dark magician in the elite camp. The magic teachers of the elite camp were also divided into different grades. They were the preparatory teacher, beginner teacher, intermediate teacher, and advanced teacher. The grades of the teachers were differentiated according to the corresponding color of their clothes. The preparatory teacher's clothes were blue, the beginner teacher's clothes were orange, the intermediate teacher's clothes were red, and the advanced teacher's clothes were gold. Although the dark gold-ranked teacher's name had the word gold, he was wearing an orange teacher's robe. He was only a beginner teacher. However, the few martial sages in the sky were wearing red robes. They were all intermediate teachers. Furthermore, the other party had 4 people while the dark gold-ranked teacher only had 1 person. At first glance, the dark gold-ranked teacher was obviously at a disadvantage. However, she didn't have the slightest bit of fear on her face. After the dark gold-ranked teacher appeared, he wasn't in a hurry to ask about the ins and outs of the matter. His pair of weird eyes landed on Yunxing's face. In his eyes, there were 2 Yunxing's reflection. "Little girl, you're quite scheming." From the moment Yunxing opened her mouth to the moment she threw out the magic robe, the dark gold-ranked teacher had seen the entire process. She provoked him step by step. She was very smart. "Teacher, you're too polite. How can I compare to you in terms of composure? The magic robe in your hand was given to you by Master Mo. See if it's suitable. If it's not suitable, I can help you modify it." Yunxing smiled. This smile was like a beautiful scene. Even though the dark gold-ranked teacher was a woman, she couldn't help but be dazzled by Yunxing's smile. "You know Mo? You know how to modify magic robes?" The dark gold-ranked teacher was more concerned about Yunxing's words. The mages on the side, including the martial sage teachers in the sky, couldn't help but be shocked when they heard that Yunxing knew Mo and even knew how to modify magic robes. Everyone in the elite camp of the continent knew Mo. In other words, everyone in the elite camp of the continent, regardless of whether they were from the martial sage elite camp or the magic sage elite camp, hoped to obtain one of Mog's magic robes. To a martial sage, a magic robe could effectively resist magic attacks. To a mage, it could increase magic agility and magic defense. It was a treasure that everyone wanted. However, in the entire continent, other than the immortal abode nation, there was only one person who could make magic robes, Mo. Mo was an old man with a strange temper. If he liked someone, he would give them a magic robe for free. If he was not willing, even if you gave him 10,000 purple gold coins, he would still be indifferent. Looking at the magic robe in his hand, Dark Gold discovered that this magic robe was completely different from the other magic robes he saw before. It was light and exquisite, looking like the work of the elves. Could it be that Mo had reached the age where he had 1 foot in the coffin and his crafting skills had reached a new level? Why didn't he advance earlier or later? Why did he have to make a breakthrough right after the arrival of this fairy-like girl? Dark Gold took a glance at Yunxing and saw that she was also wearing a magic robe. With one look, Dark Gold's pupils suddenly shrank. Her pupils merged together, forming a dark brown pupil. Hiss, even though Dark Gold had been a teacher in the continent's magic elite camp for tens of years, he was still unable to see through this female mage who had the aura of an elf and a human. Dark Gold took another look at Yunxing's magic scepter. With this look, Dark Gold almost jumped. What kind of configuration is this? A mutated magic soul stone, a demon soul stone, and an elf fire soul stone. TSK, TSK, TSK. Dark Gold sighed in his heart. No wonder MOG's crafting skills increased greatly. It turned out that he met the inheritor of Elf Fire. Dark Gold thought about Yunxing's words and actions and came to a conclusion. Yunxing also handed over the recommendation letter that Grandmaster Emoga asked her to bring to Dark Gold. Yunxing did not know what was written in the letter. However, after Dark Gold read it, his expression became more amiable. You, from today onwards, will be my student. Dark Gold pointed at Yunxing. Dark Gold teacher. Please accept me as your student too. Seeing that Dark Gold accepted Yunxing, Dong Huanglinger was waiting for him to continue. However, Dark Gold did not even look at her. Instead, he looked at the few martial saint teachers in the sky. The few of you, do you really think that there is no one in my magic elite camp? How dare you take advantage of your seniority and bully Dark Gold? As soon as Dark Gold finished speaking, the magic scepter in her hand that looked like it was made of cast iron hit the ground hard. There was almost no chanting, but the ground shook, and 4 streams of dense black gas rose up like 4 tornadoes. The tornadoes were actually 4 black flood dragons. The horned flood dragons rose from the ground like 4 abysses. Wherever they passed, the leaves and plants would disappear without a trace. The 4 Jiao winds surrounded the Dark Gold instructor like 4 ferocious beasts. They were filled with murderous intent. The Dark Gold instructor's face was as cold as ice, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The expressions of the martial saints changed greatly. And Jean, you've got guts. We'll come back another day. The few martial saint mentors who had been majestic just a moment ago did not even try to fight back. They immediately fled as if there was oil under their feet. Their appearance was as pathetic as it could be. They no longer had the arrogance that they had when they were cursing Yunxing. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger felt relieved. At the same time, they were also shocked. They did not expect that a beginner instructor would be able to scare off 4 martial saints with a single move. Seeing this, the 2 of them were even more certain of one thing. Dark magic was indeed extraordinary. Both Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger were people who wanted to learn dark magic even before they entered the continent's magic elite camp. However, the 2 of them had very little understanding of dark magic. Yunxing was slightly better. She knew that she had accidentally learned dark thorns in the Royal Magic Academy. It could be considered as a type of dark magic. However, Dong Huanglinger was different. This was the first time that she had truly witnessed the power of dark magic. Especially the Dark Gold instructor's magic. Without chanting, without any signs, he was able to unleash a destructive power. This completely overturned Dong Huanglinger's understanding of magic. In her heart, Dong Huanglinger thought that if she could learn dark magic from him, her magic cultivation would definitely be higher in the future. After the Dark Gold instructor scared off the martial saints, the group of mages led by Qin Lianer did not dare to stay any longer. Immediately, they scattered like birds and beasts. Before Qin Lianer left, she glared at Yunxing and said, "Yunxing, don't be complacent. I hope that I can still live to see you again next time." What she meant was that Yunxing would not be able to live for long. Yunxing did not understand what Qin Lianer meant by that. Could it be that this Dark Gold instructor looks normal? No, he looks abnormal and has some unspeakable fetish. Yunxing shivered. However, when she thought about it, when Grandmaster Emoga recommended her, he did not say anything bad about Dark Gold. Grandmaster Emoga should not be lying to her. Thinking up to here, Yunxing felt relieved. You must be the new junior sister, right? I am your big senior sister. Kuling, a female mage, walked out from behind the Dark Gold instructor. She was a slender northern woman. Her appearance was very pretty and she had a warm smile on her face. Clearly, she had also heard that the Dark Gold instructor had agreed to accept Yunxing as his disciple. Thus, she walked out to express her goodwill. However, Yunxing did not have any good impression of this woman who looked very amiable. This was because this woman called Ko Ling actually looked very similar to the daughter of the Health Bureau's director who was together with that scumbag Lu Minglang in her previous life. My name is Yunxing. Yunxing simply greeted her. Dark Gold instructor, I also want to become your disciple. Dong Huanglinger took a step forward. She was a living person, yet the Dark Gold instructor had treated her like air. If it was anyone else, they would feel insulted, let alone Dong Huanglinger. The Donghuang Linger that Yunxing knew was the arrogant little princess from the eastern capital. Even though she had become friends with Donghuang Linger still had the arrogance of a royal family. However, at this moment, Donghuang Linger was biting her lips. Within her pair of beautiful eyes, there were traces of grievance and pleading. Even Kuling couldn't bear to see Donghuang Linger like this. Using forbidden medicine to rashly increase your magic cultivation. You might be able to fool the examiner, but you can't fool me. Scram, Dark Gold, do not accept liars. The Dark Gold instructor did not agree to Donghuang Linger's request and was about to leave. Donghuang Linger was dumbfounded, as if she was struck by lightning. She didn't know whether to leave or stay. Yunxing was speechless. Seems like the Dark Gold instructor had also discovered Donghuang Linger's secret. Donghuang Linger's talent in magic was not bad. However, she was definitely not a genius. The reason why her magic cultivation increased by leaps and bounds was because she had violated the rules of the magic elite camp. During the examination, she had used forbidden medicine, which allowed her to fake her magic cultivation. Little girl, it's better for you to leave. Kuling comforted Donghuang Linger. No, Dark Gold instructor, my magic cultivation is indeed not high. However, I can train harder than anyone else. If you don't accept me as your disciple, I will kneel here and not get up. Donghuang Linger didn't say anything and knelt down. She had actually completely abandoned her identity as a royal princess and knelt down in front of an unfamiliar mage that she had only met once. A trace of doubt appeared in Yunxing's eyes. What exactly had happened to make such a proud and unparalleled young girl become like this? Just when Yunxing was about to plead for Donghuang Linger, she suddenly felt a burning gaze on her back. Dark Gold, who was originally planning to return to the thatched cottage, suddenly changed his gaze. As if facing a great enemy, he stared at a certain direction in front of him. There's actually a fish that slipped through the net. A pair of black magical wings suddenly appeared on Dark Gold's back. Boom! Like a cannonball, Dark Gold charged towards the bushes in front of him. Although Dark Gold was a magician, her movement technique was not at all inferior to a martial saint's. It was incomparably sharp and as fast as the wind. On the ground, a black flood dragon broke out from the ground and devoured the bushes in front of it. Then, a figure rushed out from the bushes. The figure seemed to not be afraid of Dark Gold's black flood dragon. With a shake of the back of his hand, a half-foot-long sword made of chi whizzed out. Rumble. The sword was like a 10-mile-long rainbow as it slashed towards Dark Gold. Wait. Night Fox. Instructor Dark Gold, it's one of us. Yunxing immediately saw the figure. Although she was panicking, she didn't try to avoid it. She had already activated a wind magic and stood between the two of them. As it turned out, the person who just arrived from the bushes was Yi Baiming. When Yi Baiming received news about Yunxing, he was extremely anxious. When he rushed over, he just happened to see Dark Gold make a move and scare off the martial saints. After that, his gaze, and even his breathing, were all attracted by the beautiful figure outside the thatched cottage. Little wildcat. Yi Baiming's gray eyes were like a pool of water, reflecting Yunxing's face. 3 years. 3 whole years. The person that he thought about day and night, the person that made him unable to eat or sleep well, was standing right in front of him. Unknowingly, Yi Baiming walked out. He even forgot that he was a member of the warrior elite camp. Dark Gold thought that Yi Baiming was a fish that slipped through the net. Thus, he made a move to counterattack. When the two of them started fighting, only then did they realize that the other party wasn't simple. Especially Dark Gold. When Yi Baiming appeared, she had already noticed that he was just a student. However, when she wanted to withdraw her hand, it was already too late. She just didn't expect that this excessively handsome young male warrior would have such strength. He was able to calmly condense his dochi into a sword and slash apart her black flood dragon in a single strike even when facing a powerful enemy. This kind of courage and strength far surpassed that of the martial saint instructors from before. Yunxing's sudden appearance caught Yi Baiming and Dark Gold off guard. The two of them stopped their attacks at the same time and stopped in midair. Little girl, who is he to you? Dark Gold was also experienced. He could tell at a glance that the relationship between Yunxing and Yu Baiming was not simple. "He's my friend." Yunxing was about to speak. "I'm her man," Yu Baiming said confidently. Yunxing almost choked to death at his words. Her face immediately turned red. She raised her fist and gave Yu Baiming a punch. Yu Baiming, on the other hand, was all smiles. His handsome face looked even more enchanting. Ahem. Dark Gold saw the two of them flirting and muttered in his heart, "Children nowadays are really precocious." However, this was also good. This male warrior was very strong. His temperament and appearance were also first-rate. He could be considered a good match, but Dark Gold's eyes lingered on Yu Baiming for a while. With just one glance, Dark Gold's heart skipped a beat. This feeling, his pupils contracted rapidly. This feeling, this man was actually a genius, truly a peerless genius. Who would have thought that a genius that had not been seen in the mainland's magic elite camp for thousands of years would actually join the mainland's warrior elite camp? Dark Gold stared at Yu Baiming like a gambler who had seen gold ingots. In Yunxing's eyes, that look was like an old pervert who had seen the best beauty. Dark Gold wouldn't like an old cow to nibble on young grass, right? Yu Baiming was also sizing up Dark Gold. He had heard a lot about Dark Gold when he entered the mainland's warrior elite camp, but this was the first time he had seen him in person. After all, this was related to Yunxing's magic training. Yu Baiming had to be careful. What a pity, what a pity. Everyone has their own ambitions. Dark Gold shook his head and motioned for Ko Ling to go back with him. "Little girl, today is your first day of registration. You should walk around. 3 days later, your first training will begin." Yunxing saw that Dark Gold was staring at Yu Baiming one moment, and the next moment, he turned around and left with a cold expression. Yunxing didn't know what Dark Gold was planning to do. Dong Huanglinger was still kneeling on the ground. From start to end, everything that had happened had nothing to do with her. Yunxing took a glance at Dong Huanglinger. Just as she wanted to say something, she was pulled away by Yu Baiming, who couldn't wait to talk to Dong Huanglinger. Yu Baiming dragged Yunxing and walked for half a mile. The mainland's magic elite camp was very big. After walking for half a mile, Yu Baiming still didn't stop until they reached an empty lake. In his hand, the girl's hand was soft, cold, and so real. The two of them hadn't seen each other for 3 years. Just now, Yunxing was too focused on stopping Yu Baiming that she didn't even notice the changes in him. Only after being dragged by Yu Baiming all the way did she notice the changes in Yu Baiming's body. After not seeing each other for 3 years, Yunxing wasn't the only one who had changed. Yu Baiming's transformation was also very obvious. He had grown a lot taller. Yu Baiming, who was 1.8 meters tall, had grown more than half a head taller. He was already close to 2 meters tall. Looking from the back, he was more than a head taller than Yunxing, who was 1.7 meters tall. His shoulders had also grown a lot wider. His skin was still the same beautiful wheat color. His muscles were all over his body. Even though he was wearing a warrior's robe, one could still clearly feel the power hidden in his body. Yu Baiming had already grown into a man. His palms were very big. Yunxing could only hold half of his palms. His hands were very hot, while Yunxing's hands were very cold. "Night Fox, take a break. I can't keep up with your footsteps." Yunxing cursed in her heart. He was bullying her with his long legs. He must be struck by lightning. Who knew that it would have been better if she hadn't said anything? The moment she said that, Yu Baiming suddenly braked. The next moment, he stretched out his long arm and wrapped it around Yunxing's waist. He carried her in his arms like a princess. Regardless of whether she was willing or not, he flew up a towering tree with her. The wind whistled in her ears. Before Yunxing could react, she had already been carried by Yu Baiming to a secluded thicket of branches. This way, even if someone passed by below, they wouldn't discover their tracks. Yunxing was about to scold him. This guy was getting more and more unreasonable. What was the meaning of this? Did he think she was a monkey? Running around with a tree, Yu Baiming didn't give her a chance to speak at all. After carrying her up the tree, he suddenly turned around and placed Yunxing on his knees. "Ha ha ha, what do you think the fox will do next? Smile wretchedly." Money and rewards, you guys are very awesome. I will also be awesome. Yunxing's lips opened and closed, looking very provocative. Yunxing was afraid that he would sneak up on her again, so she covered her mouth in horror. Seeing that the fearless Yunxing had such a reaction, Yi Baiming laughed out loud. The man's hearty laughter echoed in the forest, making Yunxing even more embarrassed. She gave Yi Baiming a punch in annoyance. However, he accurately caught her hand and pulled her into his arms. Yi Baiming pressed his chin against Yunxing's hair. Her soft and fluffy hair touched his heart. He had been waiting for this moment for more than 3 years. Does it hurt? He was also a little angry just now. When he thought of how Yunxing had disappeared without a word for more than 3 years, he hit her a little harder. Hurt your head? Who do you think you are? How dare you hit me? Growing up, even my father didn't dare to hit me. Yunxing exploded. She ignored Yi Baiming's hands and took the opportunity to touch her body. She grabbed Yi Baiming's iron arm and bit down. Who knew that Yi Baiming's arm was very hard? Yunxing bit down and her teeth ached, but Yi Baiming didn't react at all. Ugh. Yunxing was really at her wits' end this time. In terms of magic, her Dharma soul was naturally weaker than Yi Baiming. In terms of strength, she was no match for Yi Baiming. In terms of strategy, she was also no match for this black-bellied fox. Yunxing was angry and annoyed. She could only stare at him. Alright, stop fooling around. Yi Baiming was in a good mood because of Yunxing's behavior. He couldn't help but steal another kiss on her lips. If you like kissing so much, go find someone else to kiss. Yunxing was so angry that she punched him again. Yunxing's mind was in a daze from the kiss just now. After thinking about it, Yi Baiming's kissing technique was pretty good. How could he be so good at kissing when he was all alone in the continent's warrior elite camp? Needless to say, he had lived a good life these 3 years. Thinking of Chen Lianer and the various beauties in the continent's elite camp, Yunxing felt sour in her heart. You are this prince's fiancé, this prince will only kiss you. Yi Baiming was in a good mood after the beating and kissing. To hell with your fiancé, I want to break off the engagement. Yunxing also remembered her father, Yun Sunlong's warning to her earlier. Originally, she had planned to find Yi Baiming to break off the engagement after settling down in the continent's elite camp. Who knew that after Yi Baiming's interruption, she had forgotten about this matter. Yunxing had always had an indescribable special feeling towards Yi Baiming. Meeting again after 3 years, this feeling was even stronger. Yunxing didn't know what was going on. In the 3 years in the immortal residence, Yunxing and Shenfeng were also very close. But Shenfeng was different from Yi Baiming. Shenfeng had no lack of intimate actions towards her, but he had never done anything out of line. At most, he would rub her head and pinch her nose, treating her like a child. But Yi Baiming was different. Whenever he got close, Yunxing felt her heart beat faster. That kiss just now had messed up Yunxing's mind. When she and Lu Minglang were dating, they had also kissed intimately. But the feeling was completely different from when she was with Yi Baiming. Yunxing had a faint feeling that Yi Baiming was a dangerous person. Every time she met him, she would be abnormal. Dangerous people must be kept away from. Break off the engagement? You've got guts. When Yi Baiming heard this, he was unhappy. He pretended to lean over again, scaring Yunxing so much that she hurriedly pushed his chest with both hands, not allowing him to get any closer. His gray eyes seemed to emit a wolf-like light. Yunxing groaned inwardly. Who said that he was a night fox? His appearance was clearly that of a big bad wolf. I have someone I like. Yunxing remembered that she and Yi Baiming had an agreement. If the two of them had someone they liked, they could break off the engagement. Yi Baiming's expression changed. His gray eyes were filled with anger, and a murderous aura emanated from him. Who is it? Yi Baiming clearly believed her. Who? Yunxing was frightened by his appearance. Yi Baiming's eyes seemed to say that if Yunxing said a name, he would tear that person to pieces. Shenfeng. Immortal Abode Shenfeng King. Yunxing did not believe that Yi Baiming would run to the immortal abode to find Shenfeng. On the immortal abode's royal tree, Shenfeng, who was reading through memorials, sneezed. He looked around suspiciously. Immortal Abode Shenfeng King. He is the reason why you stayed in the immortal abode for 3 years. Yunxing, good, you are very good. Yi Baiming believed her. Immortal abode Shenfeng King was known as one of the Wuji Five Walls. Although Yi Baiming had never seen him before, it was rumored that Shenfeng King was a descendant of the elves. He was blessed with magic, and his temperament and appearance were like that of a celestial. His little wild cat, had she reached the age of liking someone, clenching his fists tightly, Yunxing was a little afraid of Yi Baiming's expression. Then we can break off the engagement, Yunxing said bitterly. She had brought up Shenfeng as an excuse, but looking at Yi Baiming's expression, not only was she not happy, she felt that her mood had worsened. Seeing his furrowed brows, Yunxing wanted to reach out and smooth his brows, but she resisted the impulse in her heart. Impossible, little wild cat. In this lifetime you can only be this prince's woman, Yi Baiming said coldly. Night Fox. You are too unreasonable. I don't like you, so why should I marry you? When Yunxing found out that she couldn't break off the engagement, she didn't know what to feel. She didn't seem to be unhappy. Could it be that she didn't want to break off the engagement with Yi Baiming? Yunxing was shocked by her own thoughts. Just because you stole half of this prince's soul, you have to take responsibility for this prince. As for that Shenfeng King, you are not allowed to like him, and you are not allowed to think about him. Otherwise, this prince will kill him sooner or later. Yi Baiming said domineeringly. His tone made Yunxing's teeth itch. Kill the Shenfeng. Yunxing was tongue-tied. If someone else said this, Yunxing would definitely laugh out loud. She would laugh at him for being an idiot. An ordinary human actually wanted to kill the future elf king. But Yi Baiming was different. If he said it, he would definitely do it. Only Yunxing knew how terrifying Yi Baiming's power was. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Yunxing couldn't win against him. She suddenly thought of something. Night Fox, you are so nervous. Could it be that you really like me? Yunxing thought back. Night Fox's attitude towards her had indeed changed. He had insisted on being her retainer. Even the matter of the engagement had been brought up by him. Why did Yunxing suddenly have the feeling that she had been set up? Yi Baiming was speechless by Yunxing's question. After a while, he said hatefully, Yunxing, you are really slow. With that, Yi Baiming's handsome face was already flushed red. In order to hide his embarrassment, Yi Baiming jumped down from the tree. Anyway, he had already found little wildcat. In the future, as long as she was in the mainland's magic elite camp, Yi Baiming would not be afraid that she would run away. As for that divine wind king, he had plenty of ways to make little wildcat forget about that man. Little wildcat's man could only be him. He jumped into the air, and a pair of dicky wings appeared on his back. Thinking about how Yunxing had been with that man called Divine Wind for the past 3 years, Yi Baiming's mysterious power began to stir. He had to send someone to investigate this matter. Yi Baiming was not joking when he said those words just now. If he really investigated and found out that Yunxing really loved Divine Wind, he would kill Divine Wind at all costs. Even if he had to use the entire country's power, he would not hesitate. His gray eyes had also turned a faint red. Afraid that he would hurt Yunxing in his impulsiveness, Yi Baiming simply left. The shape of the dicky wings was very similar to Yun Songlong's. Yunxing suddenly widened her eyes. She suddenly realized that Yi Baiming's cultivation as a warrior had broken through to the martial sage realm in just 3 years. Oh my god, can he be more monstrous? A 16-year-old martial sage. Yunxing felt that her little heart was not enough for today. A 16-year-old martial sage. If this matter were to spread to the mainland, it would probably cause a huge uproar. Yunxing then remembered that she had originally planned to ask about the death of the former crown prince Yi Baiming after reuniting with him. Unfortunately, she had not spoken much with Yi Baiming. Thinking about a certain someone's kiss just now, Yunxing could not help but be stunned for a while. By the time she came back to her senses, the evening wind was blowing coolly against her cheeks. By the time the two of them had reunited, the sky had already darkened. Under the night sky, the continent's magic elite camp was filled with trees. They looked like green clouds that were close to the sky. Yunxing bent down and looked down. Suddenly, she realized a problem. Her magic scepter was still outside her dark gold mentor's house, as was her luggage. His beast language ring was still hidden in his luggage. Everything happened so suddenly that Xianxia didn't have time to retrieve her magic scepter. Without the magic scepter, the effects of her magic would be greatly reduced. She was also not a sky magician. Looking at the situation, she would have to climb down this tree that was tens of meters tall. "Yi Baiming, you bastard!" In the vast forest, the girl's angry roar echoed. After Xianxia came to the magic elite camp, she concealed her identity as a summoner for safety reasons. There were many experts in the continent's magic elite camp. In order to avoid being discovered, Xianxia could only climb down from the tree pitifully. When she returned to the dark gold mentor's straw house, the sky was already completely dark. In the continent's magic elite camp, she could faintly see the light of the illumination magic circle. Under the illumination of the illumination magic circle, she could see that Dong Huanglinger was still kneeling there. Her head was lowered, and she was wearing a red magician's robe. She looked lonely. Xianxia walked over and picked up her magic scepter and luggage. Then, she looked at the straw house. There was no sound in the dark gold mentor's straw house. At this time, a normal magician would be meditating. Xianxia did not expect that Dong Huanglinger would really be kneeling outside the dark gold mentor's house like what she said. "You can get up." The dark gold mentor is not a soft-hearted person. If a person was soft-hearted, how could they become an expert in dark magic? Xianxia did not understand why the dark gold mentor would reject Dong Huanglinger. It seemed like Dong Huanglinger had done something that made the dark gold mentor dislike her. "It's none of your business. If he doesn't agree, I will continue to kneel here." Dong Huanglinger's face was a bit pale. The continent's magic elite camp was located in a dense forest. During the day, the temperature was quite high. However, during the night, when the night wind blew, it would be quite cold. Dong Huanglinger was only a magician. When she set off, due to some reasons, she was delayed and almost couldn't make it in time to report. She rushed through the night without eating or resting. Her body was already unable to take it. "Why do you want to learn dark magic? Also, why do you want to take forbidden medicine? This kind of forbidden medicine can temporarily increase your magic power, but it will definitely have side effects on your future cultivation." Xianxia was also very surprised by Dong Huanglinger's change. With Xianxia's level of alchemy, she was confident that she would be able to concoct a magic potion that could increase one's magic power without any side effects. However, that was also because Xianxia had the elf's hellfire and the water of life. Other potioneers definitely wouldn't be able to concoct a magic potion that could be comparable to the elf's hellfire. If Dong Huanglinger didn't guess wrongly, the side effect of the magic potion that Dong Huanglinger took was that her magic power would be greatly reduced. "It's none of your business." When the forbidden medicine was mentioned, Dong Huanglinger suddenly became irritable. Right after she finished speaking, she suddenly felt dizzy and with a plop, she fell onto the ground. Seeing this, Xianxia hurriedly went forward and checked Dong Huanglinger's breathing. "How did this happen?" Xianxia was shocked. After checking Dong Huanglinger's body, she discovered that within Dong Huanglinger's body, there was a very strange magic power that was moving around. What a reckless fellow. She must have used some sort of special forbidden medicine that caused her magic soul to mutate. However, her body is unable to endure the backlash from using her dark magic soul. She won't be able to live for more than a few days. Who was Dark Gold? With a single glance, she was able to tell that Dong Huanglinger would definitely be affected by the backlash from using the forbidden medicine. Who said that she won't be able to live for more than a few days? Xianxia retorted. "Senior Sister Ku, help me carry her inside." Xianxia held on to Dong Huanglinger. Ku Ling, who rushed out after hearing Dong Huanglinger's voice, took a look at Dark Gold. The latter didn't say anything. Only then did Ku Ling boldly carry Dong Huanglinger inside. After carrying Dong Huanglinger into the straw hut, Xianxia began to carefully examine Dong Huanglinger's body. What Dark Gold said wasn't wrong. Dong Huanglinger had indeed taken a forbidden medicine. It was very possible that she also knew that this forbidden medicine was very dangerous. However, she still took the risk. Just what was the reason for Dong Huanglinger to do such a thing? Xianxia sighed. She took out the Four Seasons colored glass needle and ignited the hellfire in her hand. you are also a doctor? The reason why Dark Gold didn't stop Yunxing from carrying Dong Huanglinger into the straw hut was because she wanted to see what Yunxing was planning to do. She saw that Yunxing had suddenly taken out the needle. Then, she looked at the way Yunxing was using the needle and discovered that Yunxing was actually a doctor. Wasn't Dong Huanglinger a weaponsmith? Why is she also a doctor? From the looks of it, this little girl still has a lot of secrets on her. Dark Gold became even more interested in Yunxing. Yunxing didn't pay attention to her. Right now, all of her thoughts were focused on Dong Huanglinger. First, she used the hellfire to heat up the Four Seasons colored glass needle. Then, she used the tip of the needle to prick Dong Huanglinger's 10 fingers. On the tip of Dong Huanglinger's fingers, thin black blood flowed out. The black blood dripped onto the ground. After a while, the blood slowly turned red. The moment Dong Huanglinger wakes up, let her leave. This place doesn't allow outsiders to stay. Dark Gold said coldly. She can't leave. She has already named you as her teacher. If you don't take her in, she won't be able to establish herself in the magic elite camp. While Yunxing was speaking, the eyelashes of Dong Huanglinger, who was lying on the bed, trembled. When Yunxing helped her into the room, Dong Huanglinger had already woken up. As a doctor, Yunxing had already noticed that Dong Huanglinger's breathing was a bit hurried. It was obvious that Dong Huanglinger had already woken up. However, the two of them tacitly chose not to say anything. Their goal was to change the mind of the Dark Gold-ranked teacher. The continent's magic elite camp was a unique place in the continent to nurture mages. The training mechanism here was also very special. Teachers and students could choose from each other. After a student chose a teacher, the teacher could choose to accept or reject the student. However, if a student was rejected, the other teachers would also not accept the student who was rejected by the other teachers. You have also noticed that her strength is not enough for her to have a foothold in the continent's magic elite camp. Originally, she might have the cultivation of a master mage, but after taking the forbidden medicine, her cultivation might not even reach the level of a master mage. She is unable to meet the minimum requirement of the continent's magic elite camp. Dark Gold was disgusted that Dong Huanglinger actually took the forbidden medicine with the intention of deceiving her. I didn't have the intention to deceive you. Dong Huanglinger crawled up from the ground and hurriedly explained, I only wanted to be able to attract your attention and become your student. That's because I heard that your conditions for recruitment are extremely harsh. In order to stand out from the new students, Dong Huanglinger took the forbidden medicine. She originally thought that with her cultivation of a saint mage, she would be able to become the student of the Dark Gold-ranked teacher. Who would have thought that she would be seen through with a single glance? Now that she was suffering from the backlash of the medicine, her cultivation had indeed fallen to the bottom. It was very likely that she might not even be a master mage anymore. This caused Dong Huanglinger to be filled with regret. Dark magic, among all magic, was the hardest to learn. However, once one learned it successfully, it would also be the magic that would allow one's cultivation to increase the fastest. With your mentality, it is impossible for you to learn dark magic well. Even if you learn it, you will still stray onto the path of the devil. Since you have already woken up, just leave. Although Dark Gold was a dark mage, she hated those mages who wanted to stray onto the path of the devil the most. Even if I stray onto the path of the devil, I still want to learn dark magic. The Eastern capital and my family need my protection. Dong Huanglinger kneeled down and kowtowed 3 times towards Dark Gold. You are a descendant of the East dynasty? Dark Gold was startled. All these years, there have always been people who wanted to assassinate my imperial brother and imperial mother. I want to learn dark magic and protect them. When Dong Huanglinger thought of this, her expression became even more resolute. Dark Gold also sighed. Coincidentally, when Dark Gold was young, he had a relationship with the Dong Huang royal family. She was originally a dark magician who was despised by everyone on the continent. By chance, she received a recommendation letter from the Dong Huang dynasty and joined the magician elite camp. She didn't expect that after 10 years, she would meet a descendant of the Dong Huang dynasty again. And Jean sank into deep thought. If she didn't remember wrongly, the person who recommended her to join the continent's magic elite camp was Dong Huanglinger's father, the previous Eastern emperor. The daughter of an old friend, Teacher Dark Gold, I actually have a way to cure the poison in Ling Er's body. Furthermore, I can also think of a way to raise her magic cultivation. As long as she recovers her magic cultivation, she will be able to stay in the continent's magic elite camp. Yunxing didn't know what Dark Gold was thinking. However, she could tell that Dark Gold was no longer as against Dong Ling or as before. She grabbed the opportunity to plead for Dark Gold. Yunxing's acupuncture technique was outstanding. Furthermore, she had the spring of life with her. With these two combined, she would be able to cure most of the poisons in the world. Moreover, Yunxing knew that Gufeng and Abandon were also in the magician elite camp. One of them was proficient in light magic while the other was proficient in poison. If the three of them were to work together, they would definitely be able to cure Dong Ling Er. Don't be too full of yourself. The two of you, don't think that you will definitely become a dark magician after joining my tutelage. Let me tell you, the two of you will have to endure at least 2 years of training before I will officially teach you magic. Dark Gold didn't agree or deny. However, she also didn't ask Dong Ling Er to leave. What she meant was that Dong Ling Er could stay. Hearing what Dark Gold said, Dong Ling Er was overjoyed. Dong Ling Er thanked Dark Gold repeatedly. As for Ko Ling, who was watching from the side, her eyes dimmed. After Dong Ling Er stayed behind, due to the limited number of thatched cottages that Dark Gold had, Dong Ling Er and Yunxing were arranged to stay in the thatched cottage on the left. Yunxing tidied up the thatched cottage. Dong Ling Er stood beside Dong Ling Er for a while, then said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Yunxing." The reason why Dong Ling Er apologized to Dong Ling Er was because she was cold and indifferent towards Yunxing. In actuality, when Dong Ling Er found out about Yunxing's identity, Dong Ling Er was also overjoyed. However, when Dong Ling Er recalled the warning that the Dark Gold magicians gave her before she left the palace, Dong Ling Er became a bit more apprehensive. However, Yunxing didn't have any intention of blaming Dong Ling Er. Instead, Yunxing helped treat Dong Ling Er's injuries and pleaded for leniency. This caused Dong Ling Er to feel very guilty. Dong Ling Er thought that after 6 to 7 years had passed, Yunxing would have undergone some changes. However, Yunxing was still the same Yunxing from back then. You're still the same as back then, you haven't changed at all. You don't need to feel embarrassed. Back then, when Qin Lian and her group of people came to find trouble with me, didn't you also want to help me? Yunxing had long since noticed that Dong Ling Er, who could have stayed out of the matter, didn't help her directly. However, when Qin Lian and her group of people provoked Dong Ling Er subconsciously stood up for Dong Ling Er. Just this point alone was enough for Yunxing to recognize Dong Ling Er as her friend. After Dong Ling Er spoke her mind, Dong Ling Er became a lot more lively. Dong Ling Er pulled Yunxing and asked her a lot of things about Yunxing in the past few years. While the two of them were chatting happily, Ko Ling could be seen walking into the thatched cottage. In her hands, Ko Ling was carrying tea and some food. Since Yunxing and Dong Ling Er had both become the disciples of a Dark Gold ranked teacher, Ko Ling had become their big senior sister. Yunxing and Dong Ling Er had also noticed that there were only the three of them in the thatched cottage. Big senior sister, oh right, why haven't I seen the other senior brothers and sisters? I heard that there are quite a lot of people in the continent's magic elite camp. Dong Ling Er wanted to establish a good relationship with Ko Ling first. Haha, there are only the three of us as the disciples of a Dark Gold ranked teacher. Or rather, in the future, there will only be the three of us. Could it be that before you all chose your teacher, you all didn't try to find a Dark Gold ranked teacher? Ko Ling looked at the two young ladies in the thatched cottage. These two young ladies both had looks that would cause others to be jealous of. Previously, when she thought that the Dark Gold ranked teacher would only accept Yunxing as his disciple, she thought that in the future, she would only have to deal with one of them. However, she didn't expect that the Dark Gold ranked teacher would also accept Dong Ling Er as his disciple. However, this is also good. Even if I have to deal with one of them, I still have to deal with two of them. With a smile on her face, Ko Ling pulled Yunxing and Dong Ling Er to sit down. What's so special about a Dark Gold ranked teacher? Isn't she the only dark magician in the continent's magic elite camp? Dong Ling Er had a curious look on her face. You all don't know? Kuling had a worried look on her face. Then, you all must have never heard of the hellish training of a dark gold-ranked teacher, right? Hellish training? Before Yunxing came to the Magic Elite training camp, she didn't know anything about the teachers here. For example, she only managed to find a dark gold-ranked teacher because of Grandmaster Moge's recommendation. I'm afraid that I will scare you all. Before you all came here, other than me, the other students either couldn't endure the training and ran away, or they all went crazy. The junior sister who was staying in this thatched house was extremely unlucky. During the training, she accidentally lost her head. Kuling made a beheading gesture. Fear could be seen on Dong Huangling's beautiful face. Suddenly, a chilly wind came from an unknown place, and the magic illumination formation in the room started flickering. Dong Huanglinger was so scared that she shivered. She looked at the surroundings, and sure enough, the thatched house was filled with a ghostly aura. She grabbed onto Yunxing, and her body couldn't help but shiver. When you all sleep tonight, you all have to be careful. Before leaving, Kuling reminded them out of kindness. Senior sister, what do you mean by be careful? Dong Huangling didn't understand what Kuling meant. This room is a bit strange. The two junior sisters and one senior sister who were sleeping in this room earlier on have either gone crazy or died. Don't you all feel that this room is especially cold? Kuling sighed, then walked out of the room. Haha, thank you for your reminder, senior sister Kuling. Yunxing took a look at Kuling, and didn't take Kuling's words to heart. Then, I won't disturb the rest of the two junior sisters. I have prepared some food and water here. As for your 3 meals, you all can go to the cafeteria. Every day, from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m., from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., and from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., the cafeteria serves your 3 meals. Kuling took a look at Yunxing. What surprised Kuling was that this junior sister who looked delicate and weak and whose cultivation level was also lower than hers didn't seem to have any abnormalities. From the looks of it, her main target was still Yunxing. Right after Kuling walked out of the room, Yunxing stopped smiling. Yunxing, is what our big senior sister said just now true? Dong Huanglinger had a pretty good impression of Kuling compared to the eerie dark gold-ranked instructor. Kuling looked much friendlier. She even brought food over. Don't believe everything. I think there's something wrong with that person. Yunxing felt that something was wrong. She then checked the food brought by Kuling one by one and found nothing unusual. You're saying that senior sister Kuling wants to harm us? Why? She has no enmity with us. Dong Huanglinger was a bit hungry. After seeing that Yunxing had confirmed that the food wasn't poisonous, she sat down and started eating. You don't even know what's going on and you're already in a hurry to take her as your master. Every magician, especially a brilliant magician, would usually have their own profound magic. And their profound magic would only be imparted to the disciple that they are most proud of. Yunxing suspected that the death or madness of the magicians who came to learn was related to Kuling. However, she had just arrived at the continent's elite magician camp and didn't know anything. For safety's sake, it would be better for her and Dong Huanglinger to ask around tomorrow morning. When Dong Huanglinger heard Kuling she hurriedly put down the food and looked at the surroundings. She couldn't help but shiver. After being reminded by Kuling, Yunxing discovered that this room was a bit cold. What are you thinking about? Go and sleep early. Yunxing patted Dong Huanglinger, and the latter unwillingly went to make the bed and rest. The two of them had been busy for the entire day. Thus, they went to sleep early. In another room of the thatched cottage, Kuling smiled sinisterly. 2 newbies who don't know the difference between life and death. Let's see if they will be scared into idiots later. In the latter half of the night, Yunxing was woken up by Dong Huanglinger. Dong Huanglinger was shivering from the cold. Yunxing, go and take a look. Is there someone outside? Just now, I seem to have seen a shadow passing by outside the window. After hearing what Kuling said, Dong Huanglinger became very suspicious. Even after falling asleep, she still couldn't sleep well. Yunxing walked to outside the window and looked outside. The starry sky outside was just right, and the wind was cool. There was nothing outside. Suddenly, the illumination magic formation let out a zzz sound, and the light in the room flickered. For a moment, the room was filled with a ghostly aura. Yunxing was just about to go and check the illumination magic formation. Ah! Dong Huanglinger screamed and pointed outside the window. Just now, a white-clothed shadow passed by the window. This time, Dong Huanglinger saw it clearly. She became more and more convinced that this room was haunted. Yunxing, let's not stay here anymore. I'm scared. Dong Huanglinger pulled Yunxing and was about to walk out of the room. What are you shouting about? It's the middle of the night, how are we supposed to sleep? If you can't sleep, then scram. From the room next door, the impatient voice of the dark gold rank instructor could be heard. Don't panic, drink a cup of tea to calm your nerves. Yunxing poured a cup of tea and added a small amount of datura lotus leaves into the tea. This herb, if taken in small amounts, could be used to calm one's sleep. Dong Huanglinger didn't suspect anything. After drinking the tea, she calmed down a lot. After putting on her clothes and sleeping, she quickly fell asleep. Yunxing checked the illumination magic formation, and discovered that the magic formation inside the room had been changed by someone. After extinguishing the illumination magic formation, the room was soon immersed in the darkness of the night. Rustle, rustle. The window was gently opened. A white-cloaked figure crawled into the room. The figure groped its way to the side of the bed. Just as the figure was about to attack, a black figure suddenly dashed out from a corner of the room. That black figure was precisely Xiaohei, whom Dong Huanglinger hadn't seen for a long time. With Xiaohei's skills, the white figure wasn't able to react in time. Xiaohei exerted its strength and used its 4 limbs to press down on the white figure. It revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth and fiercely bit down on the white-robed ghost. The current Xiaohei's attack power was comparable to that of a 9th-ranked demonic beast. With just a mouthful of teeth, it could even bite through a top-notch helmet. The white-robed ghost struggled for a while, and soon, it stopped breathing. Yunxing, who was on the bed, sat up. Her gaze was sharp. She walked forward and lifted the white cloak. Inside the cloak was a small beast. With Yunxing's eyesight as a summoner, she could tell that the small beast was a 2nd or 3rd-ranked demonic beast. However, she didn't know who it was that pretended to be mysterious in the middle of the night and put a cloak on the small beast. There was a pair of wings on the small beast's back. Just now, it was the small beast that pretended to be mysterious outside and moved around randomly, causing Dong Huanglinger to be frightened. Yunxing looked at the small beast. The other party was actually a summoner, however, it was a summoner of the lowest rank. Only summoners of the lowest rank would use the language of beasts to enslave a low-ranked demonic beast. Xiaohei, you did well. Don't expose your identity. Return to the beast tower immediately. Yunxing cleaned up the small beast's corpse. Under the night sky, her black eyes were even brighter. On the other side of the straw house, there was another person who was also tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Kuling was still waiting for the result from the straw house. That's right, it was just as Yunxing had predicted. Kuling purposely told Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger that the room was haunted. The few students of the dark gold-ranked instructors who lived in the gloomy room facing the north were either crazy or dead. However, the specific reason wasn't because of the haunting. Hee, how could there be ghosts in this world? Even if there were ghosts, they would be faking it. They are just some newbies who don't know anything about the world. They actually wanted to compete with me for the position of instructor. The profound magic of the dark gold-ranked instructors can only be learned by me. Kuling was a saint mage. However, very few people knew that before she joined the mainland's magic elite camp, she was also a beast speaker. However, her talent as a summoner didn't improve. Therefore, she joined the mainland's magic elite camp in the end. Using her experience as a beast speaker, she trained a rank 4 flying night weasel. Every time at night, she would let the flying night weasel scare the newbies. How could the newbies who just came to the mainland's magic elite camp be scheming? After being scared for a few days, they would either be mentally weak or lack of sleep. With that kind of physique, they wouldn't be able to adapt to the high-intensity training of the dark gold-ranked instructors. Therefore, they would go crazy or die later on. That one called Dong Huanglinger seems to be easy to trick. However, that one called Yunxing seems to be hard to deal with. Kuling calculated the time. The flying night weasel should be back soon. In order to avoid being discovered by the dark gold-ranked instructors, Ling was very careful. Time passed by minute. At this moment, a soft sound came from outside the window. The flying night weasel should be back. Ling walked out and opened the window. Ah! Ling's scream shook the entire straw house. Her voice woke up everyone in the house. Other than Dong Huangling who had drunk the tea and was sleeping soundly, Dong Huangling woke up. What happened? The dark gold-ranked instructor and Yunxing rushed out. The two of them had a sleepy look on their faces. Ghost. I saw a ghost just now. Ling's face was pale. Outside the window of the sage room. She thought that her flying night weasel had returned. Unexpectedly, he saw a bloody female ghost floating above the bushes. She was wearing a white robe and her entire body was covered in blood. A cold voice came out of his mouth. Ling, you've made me so miserable. The dark gold-ranked instructor and Yunxing looked at the bushes but saw nothing. Nonsense. Ling, as the eldest senior sister, you've lived here for almost 5 years. If you continue to cause trouble, I'll punish you with 10 days of confinement. The dark gold-ranked mentor was furious and warned Ling fiercely. Ling really had an unspeakable bitterness. She looked outside suspiciously, but there really was nothing. Eldest senior sister, it's late. You'd better rest early. If you walk too much at night, you'll definitely encounter ghosts. Yunxing chuckled. When Ling heard these words, she couldn't help but shiver. That night, Ling did not dare to sleep. While she waited for her magical beast to return, she also recalled the female ghost she saw earlier. With great difficulty, she managed to stay awake until daybreak. However, her magical beast did not return. Ling knew that something must have happened. Her thoughts were all over the place, and she didn't even have the energy to complete her daily meditation. When she walked out of her room, she bumped into Yunxing and Dong Huangling who had just walked out of their room. The two of them seemed to have just finished their meditation, and they looked refreshed. Dong Huangling was a simple-minded person. She didn't know what happened last night. When she saw Ling, she even greeted her happily, "Senior sister Ling, good morning." Why is your complexion so ugly? You look so pale. Could it be that you didn't sleep well last night? Haha, I slept very well. Junior sisters, when you two were sleeping in your room last night, did you hear anything? Ling forced a smile, and her gaze landed on Yunxing's face. Very good. Other than accidentally killing a mouse that broke into the house in the middle of the night last night, everything else is pretty good. Yunxing smiled, and the two little dimples at the side of her mouth were very attractive. Ah, there's a mouse in the room. Why didn't I know about it? Dong Huangling had a look of disdain on her face. Don't worry, I have already dealt with it. However, whether or not there are still mice in the other rooms, it's hard to say. What do you think, senior sister Ling? Yunxing's smile was very dazzling to Ling. What a Yunxing, she actually dared to kill my magical beast. Ling suppressed the anger in her heart. I will properly tidy up my room. I guarantee that in the future, there won't be any more mice breaking into my room. Junior sisters, since you two woke up so early in the morning, I presume that you two are going to eat breakfast, right? Ling understood that she had encountered a ruthless person this time. Needless to say, the female ghost incident last night was definitely related to Yunxing. I really couldn't tell that a little girl who was only 10 years old would actually be so cunning. That's right. My mother said before, no matter how big the world is, eating is the most important thing. Breakfast is very important. Senior sister, do you want to go and eat breakfast together with us? Dong Huangling was like a completely different person compared to yesterday. Although her identity was exposed, she didn't have to pretend to be that ice-cold beauty anymore. This time, Dong Huangling was the real Dong Huangling. Yunxing and Dong Huangling were both at the age where they were developing. Thus, food was very important to them. After passing by this thatched house, the canteen will be right in front of us. The food inside is very rich. Junior sisters, you two should go there earlier. Ling continued to pretend to be her good senior sister. Yunxing and Dong Huangling walked out of the canteen. Ling clenched her teeth. Seems like I can't do anything to the room anymore. However, in the future, I have a lot of methods to make those two little girls scram out of the canteen. Yunxing walked far away, but she could still feel Koling's fierce gaze. Yunxing laughed in disdain. Fighting with her, she really doesn't know the meaning of death. Last night, Yunxing only asked Queen Night Demon to pretend to be a female ghost, giving her a taste of her own medicine. She didn't expect that she would actually discover a very interesting little secret. According to Queen Night Demon, who went to pretend to be a ghost, when Koling was frightened, she said something. The general idea was, whatever your death is, it has nothing to do with me. Seems like the days in the mainland's magic elite camp won't be boring anymore. Yunxing and Dong Huangling left the thatched house. There were still 2 to 3 days before the official training starts. The two decided to familiarize themselves with the facilities in the mainland's magic elite camp. The canteen was undoubtedly the most important part of the camp. Before they came to the mainland's magic elite camp, they had already heard that the mainland's magic elite camp had all kinds of delicacies that couldn't be found anywhere else in the mainland. Yesterday, because of the commotion that happened in the warrior elite camp, the two of them only had a simple meal. Right now, the two of them were already starving. The continent's elite camp was divided into 2 campuses, the north and the south. The south was for the magician's elite camp while the north was for the warrior's elite camp. There was a small town in between the 2 campuses. The students of the 2 campuses did their daily business in the small town. However, in the north and south campuses, there were public areas. The canteen of the 2 campuses was also located there. Other than the canteen, there was also the school's medical center. The principal and elders were also located in this area. The residence of the dark gold-ranked teacher was relatively remote. The two of them walked for more than half an hour before they arrived. At this moment, their stomachs were rumbling with hunger. The two of them didn't have the mood to stroll around and directly walked towards the central canteen. Yesterday, it was all thanks to you that I could stay here. Today, I will treat you. After experiencing what happened last night, Dong Huanglinger's mood was a lot more relaxed. When she was in the eastern capital, although she had the halo of a princess, she didn't have anyone to talk to. However, after having Yunxing, things were different. Yunxing didn't care about her identity as a princess. This made Dong Huanglinger even happier. The central canteen was a square milky white building. It had a total of 3 floors. The first floor was the students' canteen, the second floor was the teachers' canteen, and the top floor was the medical center of the elite camp. Walking towards the central canteen, rows of tables and chairs could be seen. Magicians and warriors of different hair colors from other countries were eating in the canteen. At this time, it was the time when the magicians and warriors finished their morning meditation. The students' appetite was very good, and the central canteen was filled with people. In the canteen, the rich fragrance of meat and all kinds of fruits and vegetables wafted through the air. As expected of the elite camp, there are so many dishes. There are so many demonic beast meat and rare fruits and vegetables. Compared to the eastern capital, it is much more sumptuous. While speaking, Dong Huanglinger's brows had a trace of sadness. Only she knew about the current situation of the eastern capital. Although she was the princess of the Eastern Emperor dynasty, her life in the imperial palace was much worse than before. The food in the imperial palace had also shrunk. Shaking her head, she temporarily threw those unhappy thoughts to the back of her head. This was the first time that Dong Huanglinger ate with so many people. Her pair of beautiful eyes looked around, everything was new to her. Yunxing, on the other hand, felt as if she had returned to the university cafeteria after living 2 lives. However, the food in the central cafeteria was much more sumptuous. As the elite camp of the continent, there were over 10,000 people in the entire camp, including new and old students and teachers. These people came from various countries of the continent. In order to cater to the food preferences of the students, the food here could be said to be a gathering of all kinds, with many windows set up. The most terrifying thing was that the food here couldn't be seen from the outside. The things sold here were also things that made the warriors and mages of the continent speechless. For example, they had just walked past a small barbecue stall called Punlai Barbecue. There was actually a 7th-order violent bull in the stall. The chefs and maids who were cooking were all martial revered warriors or magicians at the master magician level. That was an entire ruthless barbaric bull. Normally, if an ordinary cultivator saw it, they would probably turn around and run away, let alone eat it. There were also a few stalls that were selling saint-level medicinal herbs. What kind of place was the elite camp of the continent? To put it bluntly, it was the gathering place of the geniuses. In order to let these geniuses grow faster, the intensity of their daily training was astonishing. Correspondingly, their food was even more astonishing. Of course, the price of these high-grade demonic beasts and saint-level herbs wasn't low either. All of them were priced at the Empire's purple gold coins. Yunxing and Donghuang Linger's family background was also not bad. However, when they saw the price, they couldn't help but click their tongues. No wonder people say that geniuses are all piled up with money. The school fees of the elite camp of the continent are free, but the living expenses are astonishing. Yunxing and Donghuang Linger's family background was also not bad. Yunxing could even be considered as a rich lady. However, when facing such extravagant food, they couldn't help but click their tongues. It's fine. I've already said that I'll be the host. Let's go and eat demonic beast barbecue. Donghuang Linger winked her eyes and pulled Yunxing towards one of the windows. Who would have thought that when Yunxing and Donghuang Linger just arrived at one of the windows, a few arrogant young ladies walked over. One of them was Chen Lianer. When Chen Lianer saw Yunxing, she didn't say anything and immediately bought all of the barbecued meat. Seeing that, Yunxing took a glance at the barbecued meat, then slowly walked towards another stall. She secretly raised her sleeve, and a light breeze along with some powder landed on the fruits and vegetables in front of her. As expected, Chen Lianer walked over and bought all of the food. Donghuang Linger couldn't take it anymore and said, "Hey, who are you? Are you looking for trouble? So what if I'm looking for trouble? The two of you are merely master magicians, and you actually dare to enter the central canteen to eat. Even the kitchen maids here are stronger than the two of you." Donghuang Linger said in disdain. Looking at Donghuang Linger's cultivation, she was actually only master magician. After finished speaking, the few magicians standing beside Donghuang Linger all laughed. When Donghuang Linger said that, only then did Yunxing and Donghuang Linger notice that in the entire central canteen, their cultivation was indeed the weakest. Donghuang Linger's forbidden drug had already been removed, and Yunxing also used Night Demon Queen's soul stone to conceal her true cultivation. Among the group of magicians, their cultivation was indeed the weakest. The elite camp of the continent was the camp where the strong gathered. In this place, family background, appearance, and wealth wouldn't be an obstacle. However, their strength was still very powerful. In the eyes of Chen Lianer and the other magicians, Yunxing and Donghuang Linger were like ants that lived at the lowest level of the elite camp. The laughter of the crowd didn't stop. Donghuang Linger's eyes had already turned red. She lowered her head and tightly held onto the magic scepter in her hand. The 3 magic soul stones on her scepter were very eye-catching. After the forbidden drug's effect was removed, she also removed the fake 4th soul stone on her scepter. The magicians and warriors that were present all started laughing. These people also didn't know that Yunxing and Donghuang Linger were the magicians that became famous in the school yesterday. Right, 2 pieces of trash actually dared to come to the central canteen? I really don't know how they got in through the back door. It's just that their faces are not bad. Who knows, maybe they relied on their faces to get in. Seeing that she had achieved her goal, Chen Lianer laughed even more proudly. Let me tell you guys, the central canteen is also divided into different grades. The 2 of you are only worthy to drink porridge. After finished speaking, she threw 2 bowls of porridge toward Yunxing and Donghuang Linger. The porridge water splashed up and scattered all over the floor. Donghuang Linger's face turned red. She picked up the bowl of porridge and was about to throw it at Chen Lianer's face. Linger. Yunxing gave a signal with her eyes. She took a look at the proud Chen Lianer, then looked at the magicians that were beside her. Chen Lianer, remember what you said today. Perhaps, one day, you won't even be able to drink a bowl of good porridge. Yunxing dragged Donghuang Linger and walked to the side under the mocking laughter of the crowd. The corner of Yunxing's mouth slightly raised, and a trace of a crafty smile flashed by. Haha, what a joke. Did you all hear what that trash said? A freshman who can't even get into the magic ranking of the magic elite camp, and she dares to snatch things from senior sister Chen. You must know that our senior sister Chen managed to get into the top 100 of the magic ranking not too long ago. The few female mages beside Chen Lianer laughed. Top 100 of the magic ranking? Yunxing took note of that. The few female mages surrounded Chen Lianer and left with their food. Dong Huanglinger was so angry that she was full, let alone eating. She stood up and was about to leave. However, Yunxing was not in a hurry. She leisurely ordered 2 bowls of porridge. You still want to eat? I don't have the appetite. Dong Huanglinger stared at the porridge angrily. Don't be angry with your own body. The porridge here has special herbs added into it, and it is very beneficial for the body. Without a good body, how are you going to train hard and make those people look at you differently? Dong Huanglinger thought about Yunxing's words, then sat down and started eating the porridge. After finishing the porridge in her bowl, Yunxing wiped her mouth in a refined manner. Her gaze, however, landed on Chen Lianer. Chen Lianer and her group of scoundrels were eating happily. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger walked out of the central canteen. At this time, a few old students walked past them. When Yunxing saw the person in the lead, she hurriedly lowered her head. Yunxing didn't expect that in the magic elite camp, not only would she meet Chen Lianer, she would also meet another arch-enemy, the second prince of Tang Yuan, Li Xiao. Tang Yuan was different from Zhou State. There were a lot of mages in Tang Yuan. The mages in Tang Yuan were either subordinates of the magic temple or had joined the magic elite camp. Li Xiao was one of the best among the mages. When he was 11 years old, he had already entered the magic elite camp. Beside him, there was also a group of mages from Tang Yuan. In the magic elite camp, they could be considered as the local tyrants. This could be seen from the fact that when Li Xiao and the others entered the central canteen, the junior brothers and sisters in the canteen all stood up to show their respect. Fortunately, Li Xiao was only focused on talking to the people around him and didn't notice Yunxing, who had her head lowered. Dong Huanglinger looked at Li Xiao curiously. After taking a few steps, the two of them saw the dark gold-ranked teacher. They had no idea how long she had been standing outside the cafeteria and how much she had seen what had happened to Yunxing. The dark gold instructor looked at them with a dark expression. You two, follow me. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger followed the dark gold-ranked teacher and headed towards the teacher's canteen. Just now, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger's miserable appearance was seen by Dark Gold. As a teacher, seeing his 2 disciples being ridiculed like this, Dark Gold was also very angry. However, she did not lend a helping hand. Every place had its own rules. The continent's elite camp could be said to be the place with the most intense competition in the continent. The only rule here was that the teachers couldn't interfere with the matters of the students. Knowing that the 2 of them weren't full just now, Dark Gold bought food for the 2 of them and didn't eat it herself. Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger finished the food. However, the 2 of them were thinking about other things and didn't know how the food tasted. Yunxing was thinking that senior sister Ke Ling must know about the situation in the continent's elite camp. She knew that the 2 of them would have such an encounter, yet she still let the 2 of them go to the central canteen. That Ke Ling is indeed scheming. This is the continent's elite camp. The strong can eat and drink spicy food while the weak can't even afford to eat porridge. If the 2 of you aren't used to it, it's better for you 2 to leave as soon as possible. The dark gold-ranked teacher snorted. She was obviously very dissatisfied with the performance of the 2 female students just now. Yo, isn't this Dark Gold? Those 2 are your new disciples. An enchanting female magician walked over with 2 male teachers beside her. This female magician's appearance was very outstanding. However, she maintained her appearance very well. She looked to be in her early 30s. She had a head of light brown curly hair and a voluptuous figure. In her hand, she was holding a magic scepter with 5 soul stones. Xiao, this is none of your business. Scram. The dark gold-ranked teacher looked at the female magician and showed some disgust. Although the 2 of them were both magicians, their styles were completely different. The dark gold-ranked teacher always wore a plain robe and had a pale face. This one called Xiao, on the other hand, had heavy makeup. With one look, one could Tell that she was a flirtatious female magician who went around seducing people. Tisk, tsk. Their looks are not bad. It's a pity that their strength is too weak. You even want to take in such trash? Dark Gold, are you trying to make up the numbers? Xiao actually looked at Yunxing and Dong Huangling with no trace of politeness. When she saw the young and beautiful faces of the two, Xiao's face clearly showed some jealousy. A woman who was about to grow old would always have an indescribable enmity towards young girls who were like dewdrops on a flower stamen. After seeing the cultivation of the two, Xiao's jealousy was immediately replaced by ridicule and disdain. Yunxing and Dong Huangling both heard the hostility in the other teacher's words. Sigh, but you were also quite pitiful. After 5 years, not a single student has entered the top 100 of the magic list. Hehe, if you continue like this, you won't be demoted to a teaching assistant, right? Xiao said with a regretful tone. Achoo. Dong Huangling suddenly sneezed. She was currently eating noodles. When she sneezed, the female magician's face was hit. With a few strands of noodles hanging on that heavily made-up face, the scene was very comical. I'm sorry, I just smelled a very smelly smell. Thus, I couldn't help but sneeze. Dong Huangling pitifully wiped her nose. Wretched girl, what did you say? What I sprayed on is top-notch flower water, and you actually said that it smells. Xiao raised her hand and slapped Dong Huangling. Xiao, you dare to touch my people? Do you think that I'm dead? Dark Gold was also enraged. Her magic scepter moved slightly, and a black light flashed past. Xiao didn't expect that Dark Gold, who had always been cold, would actually suddenly make a move for the sake of 2 new students. Immediately, a layer of water shield floated in front of her. The black light collided with the water shield. With a loud noise, the water shield shattered, and the black light brushed past Xiao's face like an arrow. Immediately, a small wound appeared on teacher Xiao's face. What a fast magic spell. Yunxing and Dong Huangling were both very surprised. They practically didn't see how Dark Gold activated her magic spell. She didn't chant at all. Dark Gold. You dare to draw on my face. I will definitely report this matter to the Elders' Council. Teacher Xiao was so angry that her face turned red. However, she also didn't dare to make a move against Dark Gold. Everyone knew that Dark Gold's strength and magic reaction speed were top-notch among the sky magicians. If she wanted to kill someone with her dark magic, it was simply a matter of seconds. However, other than this, Dark Gold also had the most terrifying killing move. It was this killing move that made most of the teachers in the continent's magic elite camp apprehensive of her. This was also the reason why the few martial sages were so scared that they ran away. Yunxing's black eyes instantly lit up. She finally realized how powerful dark magic was. Only I can teach my disciple a lesson, the Dark Gold instructor said in disdain. The expressions of the 2 male instructors behind Xiao also became unhappy. They took out their magic scepters and a fierce battle was about to begin. At this moment, there was a commotion in the student cafeteria downstairs. A few mage students ran up and said anxiously, Instructor Xiao, Senior Sister Chen and the others have been poisoned. Perhaps birds of a feather flocked together. Chen Lian'er's instructor happened to be Instructor Xiao in front of them. Xiao and Dark Gold both came from the same magic academy. They were about the same age and had always been competing with each other. However, after Dark Gold learned dark magic, he was stronger than Xiao. Xiao thought of ways to suppress Dark Gold. Chen Lian'er was a new disciple she recruited 3 years ago. She was talented, pretty, and had a sweet mouth. Xiao liked her very much. Under Xiao's full nurturing, Chen Lian'er entered the top 100 of the elite camp. This was something Xiao had always been proud of. She still wanted to nurture Chen Lian'er. Therefore, when she heard that Chen Lian'er was in trouble, Xiao didn't care about the conflict with Dark Gold and immediately rushed down. Poisoned? Luckily, we didn't eat the food over there just now. Otherwise, the ones who would be poisoned would be us. Dong Huangling immediately beamed with joy. Just now, she was humiliated by Chen Lian'er and the others. Thus, her anger still hadn't subsided. Hehe, right? Evil people have their retribution. Yunxing also smiled. The dark gold instructor looked at Xianxia suspiciously. When the three of them reached the entrance of the cafeteria, they heard Instructor Xiao's angry roar. She rushed out of the crowd and pulled out her magic scepter. Stop. You two poisoned Lianer's food. The dark gold rank teacher wasn't surprised to see this. She glanced at Teacher Xiao. Xiao, as a teacher, you're pointing your magic scepter at two students who just joined the school? I think this matter should be reported to the elders. After the commotion just now, the students in the cafeteria all gathered around. Chen Lianer and the others who were poisoned were also helped out. Dong Huanglinger still didn't know what was going on. When she turned her head around to take a look, she nearly spat out all of the food that she had just eaten. The faces of Chen Lianer and the other female magicians were swollen like pig heads. Their faces were 3 to 4 times their original size. Their facial features could no longer be seen clearly. What was worse was that their bodies were extremely itchy. They kept scratching their skin. Soon, their skin was scratched and blood flowed out. Instructor Xiao, you have to have evidence before you speak. Who saw us poisoning him? What kind of poison? Yunxing rolled her eyes and spread out her hands, looking innocent. You're still quibbling. Just now, it was clearly you who quarreled with Lianer. After you left, Lianer and the others became like this. Instructor Xiao had already asked around. She said that Lianer and the others were arguing with 2 newcomers who had arrived first. The only newcomers who left were the 2 dark gold disciples. Xiao, whether it was poison or not, the medical center's people will know when they come. You better put away your magic scepter. The dark gold instructor's face was also gloomy. However, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. The medical center's people had already rushed over. After examining Chen Lianer and the others, they didn't find anything strange. They weren't poisoned? If they weren't poisoned, how did they become like this? Instructor Xiao almost fainted. Instructor, it's her, it must be her. She's a doctor and is very famous in Zhou State. She must have a way to save the disciples. Right now, Chen Lianer only wanted to find a hole to hide in. However, her body was still extremely itchy. She couldn't stop scratching. It was painful and itchy. It was simply killing her. She could conclude that it was definitely Yunxing, that vicious woman, who secretly poisoned them. However, even though she knew that Yunxing did something, she couldn't take out any concrete evidence. This made Chen Lianer so angry that she almost fainted. Instructor Xiao glared fiercely at Yunxing. Lianer said that you're a very powerful doctor. You must have a way to save them. Oh? Instructor Xiao, as an instructor, is this how you beg people to treat your disciples? Yunxing smiled. Her small face was filled with evil. You. Little bitch, don't be so shameless. Xiao was so angry that she almost couldn't breathe. Xiao, was also an intermediate instructor in the mainland's elite camp. She actually wanted her to beg a newcomer, and that person was a dark gold disciple. It's up to you. Dark gold instructor, let's go back. Yunxing curled her lips. At this point, the dark gold instructor also realized that this matter was 100% related to Yunxing. However, she had long disliked Xiao and her disciples. It was also good to take this opportunity to knock some sense into them. The 3 of them turned and were about to leave. Xiao's pink face was filled with a myriad of emotions. She understood that if even the doctors of the elite camp couldn't figure out what was wrong, then there were probably only 2 people who could save Chen Lianer and the others. One was Yunxing in front of her, and the other was, rather than beg that person, she might as well beg Yunxing. This student, if you have a way to cure Lianer and the others of their strange illness, please lend us a hand. Xiao humbly begged a student. Moreover, it was a new student whose cultivation level was only that of a master magician. The warriors and magicians on the side all started to discuss animatedly. Yunxing stopped in her tracks, her face full of flattery. Instructor Xiao, do I have to agree just because you're begging me to treat them? Yunxing's words made Xiao's face turn dark. What do you mean? I'm begging you as an instructor, and you dare to refuse? Hehe, Instructor Xiao, don't misunderstand. What I mean is that I'm just a new student and I usually listen to my instructor. If you want me to help, you have to beg the dark gold instructor. I can only help if she agrees to let me help. Yunxing spread her hands with an innocent expression. When Instructor Xiao heard this, he almost ground all of his teeth to pieces. Begging one wasn't enough, she had to beg another. But when she heard the painful cries of the students beside her, Instructor Xiao had no other choice. She could only walk in front of the dark gold instructor and respectfully beg, "Dark gold instructor, I beg you to let your students save Lian and the others. I'll remember this favor." She gritted her teeth as she said the last sentence. She was already full of hatred. "Since that's the case, Yunxing, please help heal them." The dark gold-ranked instructor was secretly pleased as well. Although she didn't know what method Yunxing had used, to make Instructor Xiao bow her head without doing anything was also a wonderful thing. "Yes, Instructor Xiao," Yunxing replied crisply. She walked in front of Chen Lianer and the others and pretended to check on them. After looking around, Yunxing turned and walked into the central cafeteria. Soon, she came out with a few bowls of food. When the onlookers saw what Yunxing was holding, they all covered their noses and retreated to the side. The things in the bowl smelled really bad. In the bowl in Yunxing's hand, there were a few bowls of leftovers from the cafeteria. There were rotten vegetables, streaky pork, and some people's saliva. The smell was really strong. "Here, the antidote is here. As long as you all drink it, I guarantee that you will be cured." Yunxing held her breath and placed the bowls in front of Chen Lianer and the others. Chen Lianer's whole body was itchy and painful. Now that she suddenly smelled the stench and looked at the bowl in front of her, she almost vomited the food she ate last night. "Yunxing, what is the meaning of this? You want us to eat these things?" Because of anger, Chen Lianer's pig-like face became even uglier. "It's up to you whether you want to eat it or not. I think that you are most likely allergic to food. TSK, this illness is neither serious nor small. If you don't treat it carefully, your scratches won't be able to recover. A delicate beauty with scars all over her body is really not pretty." Yunxing stuck out her tongue and turned her head far away. "You. Woo." Chen Lianer was angry and scared. Right now, she really wanted to pull out her magic scepter and use magic to smash Yunxing into pieces. However, with the dark gold-ranked teacher at the side, she didn't dare to do anything. Her face was swollen and itchy. If this continues, her face would really be disfigured. Also, the allergy that Yunxing mentioned, she didn't know what kind of illness it was. She had never heard of it before. From the sound of it, it seemed that only Yunxing could cure her. "Don't hesitate anymore, it will be too late. Let's help senior sister Chen Lianer and feed her." Yunxing gave Dong Huangling a look. The two of them were very agile. One of them pressed on Chen Lianer's neck, and the other grabbed her hand. The entire bowl of leftover food was poured down Chen Lianer's throat without a single drop falling out. Chen Lianer wanted to struggle, but Yunxing had restrained the vital acupoints on her hands and feet. She had no way to resist and almost choked to death on the rancid water. "Which one of you needs our help?" After Yunxing finished drinking, she still looked like she wanted more. Her pair of agile eyes swept around. When the female magicians saw Chen Lianer drink it, they also gritted their teeth and drank the dirty water in front of them. As soon as the rancid water entered their stomachs, everyone's stomachs began to grumble. Everyone held their stomachs and went to relieve themselves. Venting. Dong Huanglinger secretly gave Yunxing a thumbs up. She finally understood what Yunxing meant when she said that there would be a day. However, this retribution came a little too quickly. "Your name is Yunxing, right? Alright, since you took care of my students today, I, Xiao, will definitely remember you. Dark Gold, don't be complacent. 1 year later, whether or not you and your trashy students will still be able to stay in the elite camp is still unknown." Teacher Xiao lost face in front of everyone. How could she still be willing to stay? She fiercely glared at Yunxing, pushed her way through the crowd and angrily walked away. Seeing that there was no more drama to watch, everyone also dispersed. After the crowd dispersed, a burst of applause could be heard. It said that it's better to offend a villain than to offend a doctor. It's been a few years since we last met. Yunxing, Xiao sends his greetings. From the crowd, a few magicians walked out. The one in the lead was Tang Yuan's second prince, Li Xiao. Yunxing also knew that after teaching Chen Lianer and the others a lesson today, she would definitely attract some unnecessary attention from the elite camp. However, since things had already come to this, Yunxing wasn't someone who would allow others to step on her face. Since she was able to take care of Chen Lianer, she wasn't afraid of Li Xiao. Hehe, I didn't think that I would be able to see His Highness the Second Prince here. It's truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Second Prince, long time no see. Is His Highness the Crown Prince well? Yunxing didn't dodge and calmly bowed towards Tang Yuan and Li Xiao. Just now, Li Xiao had heard some noise outside and saw a few female magicians crying out that they had been poisoned. He originally had no intention of watching the show, but it was at this time that he heard someone mention the 2 words Yunxing. This name, for Li Xiao, could be considered to have left a deep impression. However, the female magician in front of him was completely unfamiliar. When Li Xiao saw Yunxing, the first thing he noticed was her appearance. That day in Tang Yuan, Li Xiao clearly remembered that Yunxing was an ordinary woman with a sallow complexion and thin skin. However, after seeing her today, he discovered that Yunxing's appearance was dainty and beautiful, and couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, immediately after, Yunxing's words unintentionally threw a basin of cold water in his face and drove away all his tender feelings for the fairer sex. 3 years ago, Yunxing could be considered to have been in the limelight because of the matter of Tang Yuan's Empress. She also took away the taboo of Tang Yuan's great national champion. Since Yunxing left, Crown Prince Li Qing suddenly changed his cowardly appearance from his early years. He studied diligently and gradually became the Crown Prince. It was rumored that there was also a considerable force supporting him behind his back. This force came suddenly. The Crown Prince gradually gained power, and correspondingly, Li Xiao was increasingly neglected. Li Xiao's sharp eyes saw that the Crown Prince was becoming increasingly powerful. In his heart, he understood that it was already somewhat difficult to directly compete with the Crown Prince for the imperial power. Tang Yuan ruled the country with magic. If he could make a breakthrough in magic, he would have enough power to compete with his elder brother when he was searching for the 8 Baron Divine Artifact in the future and seize the Divine Bracelet. Therefore, he returned to the mainland's magic elite camp to concentrate on cultivation with his mentor. He didn't expect to meet Yunxing not long after he returned. Li Xiao had always suspected that the Crown Prince's change had something to do with Yunxing. Today, as soon as the two met, Yunxing asked about the Crown Prince's situation. This undoubtedly proved this point. Li Xiao was very shrewd. Even if he had doubts in his heart, he still had a kind expression on his face. Imperial brother is very good. I didn't expect Yunxing's great national champion to also be a magician. This really surprised me. You and I can be considered old acquaintances. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask, Li Xiao said courteously. Others didn't know Yunxing's methods, but Li Xiao had seen Yunxing's schemes. This female doctor, although young, was comparable to an old fox. Before he knew the details of Yunxing's background, Li Xiao definitely wouldn't act rashly. Second Prince, there are still many unexpected things. It's already late, so I won't disturb Second Prince's meal. Yunxing was too lazy to be courteous with Li Xiao. Li Xiao and Chen Lianer were clearly not on the same level. Li Xiao's cultivation was at least a sky magician, and the people behind him were not simple either. Not only that, when Li Xiao appeared just now, there were at least a dozen female magicians behind him. When they saw Li Xiao talking to Yunxing peacefully, they glared angrily at Yunxing. Needless to say, this kind of situation showed how popular Li Xiao was in the mainland's magic elite camp. It was no wonder. Normal people, if they only had a casual acquaintance with Li Xiao, would definitely think that he was a modest young master. Unfortunately, this person's thoughts were vicious and very shrewd. Those who were targeted by him would probably be swallowed into his stomach without even knowing it. Li Xiao, might as well be called Li Sa. After leaving the central canteen, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger were in a good mood. They excitedly talked about the miserable appearance of Chen Lianer and the others just now. Yunxing, you are too amazing. Quickly, tell me, what is an allergy? Also, those women's faces, will they really recover after drinking the rancid water? When Lianer was in the East capital, she had a bad temper. The maids and eunuchs in the palace were all taught a lesson by her. However, when compared to Yunxing, her tricks were at least a few times worse. Actually, it's nothing. It's not a poison. It's just that the combination of two herbs caused an adverse reaction. Yunxing spread out her hands. She already knew that Lianer would go against her. Just now, Lianer had made it clear that she wanted to steal their food, so Yunxing pretended to walk in front of a stall. When Lianer wasn't paying attention, she sprinkled some medicinal powder on it. This powder and a few of the medicinal herbs were just enough to cause some adverse reactions. As for the rancid water, it was just Yunxing's trick to prank people. After having diarrhea for 3 days, all the herbs would disappear. Once the allergic reaction subsided, they would naturally recover. Yunxing, do you think that you are very proud of using the method just now to teach Xiao and her disciple a lesson? Using such a despicable method like poison is not something a magician should do. You should use proper magic to compete with her. The dark gold instructor's expression became serious. Hee, dark gold, you are still the same. What do you mean by despicable method? In my opinion, this female disciple of yours has a great future. A cold voice came from behind Yunxing. Yunxing felt a chill at the back of her head. Whoosh, a figure appeared in front of her. What entered her sight was a middle-aged magician with a gray face and a triangular face. Snake! Dong Huanglinger shouted. At the place where the 3 of them were standing, many small snakes had unknowingly crawled out. Those snakes were colorful, and each of them was only the size of a thumb. They were flicking their tongues. The dark gold mentor frowned. Magic light flashed on his scepter. Dark devour. The ground immediately turned into a piece of frozen earth. There was a sound of ice cracking, and a black hole appeared on the ground for no reason. Those poisonous snakes that were still spitting out their tongues a moment ago were all swallowed by the black hole. Dark gold, you damned woman! Give me back my snake! The triangular-faced magician yelled when he saw the snake. His body was very strange, as if he had no bones. He lay prostrate on the ground, his eyes deep green as he stared at Dark Gold. His expression was as if he wanted to bite off Dark Gold's neck. Teacher, we're not here to fight. The youth's voice was helpless. Not far away, stood a youth in green. The young man rubbed his forehead with a headache. The moment he appeared, everyone's eyes lit up. That was a very handsome young man. From afar, he looked like a cluster of green bamboo. His whole body exuded a very comfortable aura. He didn't have a royal aura like Li Xiao, nor was he as handsome as Yi Baiming. However, that didn't stop him from being outstanding. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. The triangular-faced magician immediately changed his expression. He went to Yunxing's side and looked up and down. He was just short of hanging his whole body on Yunxing's body. The youth in green couldn't stand it anymore and came over to pull his mentor away. That mentor, on the other hand, simply hung his body on his own student. However, his eyes were still looking back and forth between Yunxing and the youth in green. Shi Huang, what do you mean by this? Do you believe that I won't take care of you and your snake together? Compared to Shi Yao, the dark gold mentor was more wary of this magician called Shi Huang. The dark gold mentor took a few steps forward and blocked the magician from looking at his female student. It was as if Yunxing would lose a piece of flesh if he looked at her a few more times. TSK, dark gold, did you hear the bullshit you just said? Who said that using poison isn't a skill? Try saying that again. Do you believe that I won't poison you to death in a second? After saying that, Shi Huang sprayed out a cloud of poisonous fog. You'd better save that for yourself. The dark gold mentor didn't want to be outdone. A strange wind blew, and the poisonous fog was blown to the side. The poisonous fog blew onto the leaves on the side. In just a moment, the leaves immediately turned into black ashes. It was even more violent than being burned by fire. What a powerful poison. If this poison came into contact with a person, the person's flesh would rot and bones would melt within a few breaths. However, the dark gold mentor wasn't a pushover. The two of them didn't get along. One of them said that poison was the best magic, while the other said that the other wasn't. They didn't get along and started fighting. The two mentors, one with poison and one with magic, didn't give in to the other. The students at the side were watching with their eyeballs about to fall out. Hee hee, Dark Gold, I'm not here to look for you today. I'm here to look for her. Seeing that he wasn't able to gain any advantage over the Dark Gold mentor, Shi Huang winked at Yunxing in a friendly manner. You're Yunxing, right? Our poison brat often talks about you. Poison brat? Yunxing was baffled. She then looked at the young man in green and saw that he was also looking at her with rapt attention. Just now, when Shi Huang and the Dark Gold mentor were fighting, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger were also enjoying themselves. Only the young man in green remained motionless. The moment he saw Yunxing, his handsome eyes landed on her. Seeing that Yunxing rushed over and stared at him, the young man in green seemed to have his thoughts seen through. His face was as red as a ripe persimmon in winter. He awkwardly turned his face to the side and said, Yunxing, I am. Abandon. Right after he finished speaking, a small snake came out from the sleeve of the young man's loose mage robe. That small snake was only the size of a thumb. Its entire body was dark green, just like a jade carving. On the triangular snake head, there was a pair of black gem-like snake eyes. It looked at Yunxing in a friendly manner and stuck out its tongue. After seeing the snake, she then looked at Abandon's new appearance. Ah! Yunxing quivered and pointed at the young man in green. After a long while, she finally said, You are really Abandon. The young man in front of her who was as otherworldly as bamboo was actually that ugly poison brat who didn't utter a single word. The difference between before and after was too big, right? Haha, you must have been scared silly by our poison brat's invincibly handsome and imposing appearance, right? Wahahaha, isn't that so? This brat is my, Shi Huang's, #1 disciple. He is handsome and cool, and there are a bunch of female students in the campsite who are secretly in love with him. Shi Huang laughed. Afraid that Yunxing would misunderstand, Abandon shot a cold warning gaze at Shi Huang. Teacher Shi Huang, who was originally undisciplined and out of control, immediately went silent. It was also this gaze that made Yunxing vaguely see the shadow of Abandon back then. She had seen students who were afraid of teachers, but she had never seen a teacher who was afraid of a student. The Dark Gold teacher who was naturally incompatible with Shi Huang was amazed when he witnessed this scene. At the same time, the Dark Gold teacher was even more confused about Yunxing's background. She was just a freshman, but she knew almost all the famous students in the mainland's magic elite camp. This Yunxing really couldn't be underestimated. Yunxing walked around Abandon and checked his body carefully. She realized that all the poison in his body had disappeared. It seemed that after he joined the mainland's magic elite camp, he also had an opportunity that Yunxing didn't expect. Since they were old friends, Yunxing and Abandon bid farewell to their respective mentors. Abandon was the host and invited Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger to a small tea house in the central town for a gathering. Yunxing was still confused. She clearly remembered that there was no cure for the poison in Abandon's body unless he was crippled of all his poison skills. Back then, Abandon was unwilling and rejected Yunxing's treatment. But now, Abandon's magic was even stronger than before. He was already a Saint Magus. His appearance had also recovered, but the poison in his body had completely disappeared. The three of them arrived at the small tea house. Abandon asked someone to pass a message to Gufeng. When he saw Yunxing's puzzled face, he explained everything clearly. The secret is in this magic scepter of mine. Abandon took out his magic scepter. Gufeng's original magic scepter was a living magic scepter made from Little Qing's living body. But his new magic scepter was a little special. When Yunxing saw the magic scepter, she noticed that it wasn't an ordinary magic scepter. Human bone? Yunxing recognized that it was a magic scepter that was between a beast bone and a human bone. That's right. This magic scepter was made from one of my ribs and Little Qing's soul stone. Speaking of Abandon, his opportunity was indeed not bad. Back then, when Yunxing was on her way to the Immortal Ju Nation, she learned about the mainland's magic elite camp selection. She wrote a letter to remind Abandon and Gufeng to return to the Imperial Magic Academy to participate in the selection. At that time, the two of them just wanted to try their luck and participate in the selection. Who would have thought that the magicians from the mainland's magic elite camp who came to Zhou State to recruit students were Shi Huang and Shi Guang? These two met Abandon and Gufeng. Although Gufeng and Abandon didn't win against Xianxia in the final test, their special constitutions and magic attributes won the favor of the two mentors. The two mentors accepted the two of them as their disciples and returned to the continent's magic elite camp together. Although Master Shi Huang had an eccentric temper, he was also an outstanding refiner in addition to being a poison magician. After repeatedly studying Abandon's physique for 2 years, he finally came up with a compromise that could preserve Abandon's poison arts while removing the poison that had plagued Abandon for years. That was to force all the poison in Abandon's body onto one of Abandon's ribs, then extract that rib and refine it into a magic scepter. He would then let Xiaoqing attach it to the magic scepter in the form of a living soul stone. This magic scepter that was refined from the combination of Abandon's rib and Xiaoqing's soul stone would become the one and only poison magic scepter on the mainland. In this way, my poison will be cured, but all my previous magic will be transferred to the magic scepter and Xiaoqing. When Abandon said this, Yunxing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Master Shi Huang was indeed a genius. Even though she came from the modern world, she didn't think that there would be such a good way to detoxify the poison and preserve magic at the same time. The mainland's magic elite camp is indeed a place where talents come forth in large numbers. Gufeng has also changed a lot in these 3 years. Even if you see him now, you won't be able to recognize him. Abandon looked at Yunxing in a daze. After Abandon became Master Shi Huang's disciple, the latter had been very caring towards him. However, Abandon's temper was still the same as before. He stayed with Xiaoqing all year round, ate less and moved less, and was unwilling to go out at all. Master Shi Huang scolded him every day, saying that at this age, he should be moving more and eating more, and dragged him out to eat. Just now, he and Master Shi Huang had just arrived at the central canteen. When they heard someone calling Yunxing's name, Abandon immediately left Master Shi Huang and pushed through the crowd. The name that had moved Abandon's heart appeared here. For a moment, Abandon thought that he had heard wrongly. Amidst the crowd, he looked around and saw Yunxing, whose white clothes fluttered in the wind. After not seeing her for more than 3 years, Yunxing's appearance had changed a lot. However, her quirkiness and her actions when she teased Xianxia were still so familiar. If Master Shi Huang hadn't said that he wanted to watch the show, he would have acknowledged Yunxing on the spot. Even Gufeng has changed a lot? Then I'd like to see if Gufeng has gained weight. Or if his skills have improved. Why isn't he here yet? Abandon had changed from an ugly young man to a beautiful young man. Then, what would happen to Gufeng? Yunxing introduced Donghuang Linger to Abandon, and Abandon only nodded. Other than some changes in his appearance, Abandon's temper was still the same as before, cold to others. From beginning to end, his gaze only fell on Yunxing alone. Donghuang Linger saw it clearly, but Yunxing didn't feel anything at all. She was just enjoying the joy of reuniting with her old friend. Most of the time, Abandon was listening to Yunxing talk about what happened in the past 3 years. Yunxing said a few words, then suddenly stopped and looked around. There were many female magicians looking at her. After taking a closer look, those people's gazes more or less landed on Abandon, who was beside her. However, it was no wonder. With Abandon's current appearance, even if he stood next to Li Xiao, one of the Wuji 5 walls, he wouldn't be inferior. It was normal for those female magicians to be infatuated with him. I'm so tired. Abandon, why did you ask me to come here? While they were talking, a tall and strong big guy rushed in. He saw the green figure in the middle of the tea house. Without any hesitation, he grabbed the tea in front of Abandon and drank it in one gulp. He still felt that it wasn't enough to quench his thirst. His claws reached for the other teacup at the side. Blockhead. This teacup is mine. It's so dirty. Before Gufeng's claws could reach the teacup, he saw a magic scepter coming towards him. The teacup that Gufeng grabbed just happened to be Donghuang Linger's. Donghuang Linger was chatting happily with Yunxing when she saw a big claw reaching over and hitting it without any hesitation. Gufeng was hit hard and was about to scold. Ever since this brat was fixed by Yunxing, he was especially talkative. Sometimes, even Abandon couldn't stand him anymore. Who knew, what he saw was a pretty face. Gufeng had lived for more than 10 years, and this was the first time he saw such a pretty girl. It was a girl with an oval face, a pair of pretty eyes, and a fiery red dress. Because of anger, her face was dyed with a layer of red. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at her own hands. Dong Huanglinger's angry look caused Gufeng to be dumbfounded. There were only 4 words in his mind: love at first sight. What are you looking at? Have you never seen a pretty girl before? Dong Huanglinger still wasn't satisfied and gave Gufeng's but a fierce kick. There had been a lot of things going on at home recently, and the draft was rushed out. Therefore, there are a lot of wrong words. I apologize first, I will slowly correct it after a while. Thank you to everyone who voted for me. I really haven't seen you before. Miss, my name is Gufeng. I'm a promising holy magician under the tutelage of teacher Shiguang. Gufeng hurriedly introduced himself, not noticing that Yunxing was facing away from him. Ancient Peak. Abandoned glanced at Yunxing, who did not look well, with a strange expression. Don't be noisy. Can't you see that I'm talking to this miss? Gufeng was impatient and continued to strike up a conversation. Yunxing kicked Gufeng's buttocks. Gufeng, I haven't seen you in a few years. You've become so bold. Who asked you to use your buttocks to talk to people? Yunxing's kick was fierce. Gufeng was not prepared and fell on the table, splashing water all over his face. Gufeng heard the voice behind him and suddenly came back to his senses. Yunxing. Isn't this Yunxing's voice? Gufeng then knew that Yunxing had also joined the mainland's elite magician camp. Ayaya, Yunxing, it's really you. You're finally back. It's all Abandon's fault. You knew that I went to train recently and just came back today, so you rushed over. Who knew that you'd also join the elite magician camp? Gufeng rubbed his buttocks and sat at the side with an aggrieved expression, apologizing and apologizing. He was like a completely different person from 3 years ago. The little fatty from before had long changed. He was much taller and more muscular. Just by looking at his appearance, it was hard to imagine that he was actually a holy magician who was good at magic healing. Just by looking at Gufeng's appearance, Yunxing could guess that Gufeng must be doing well this year. When he was in Zhou State's Royal Magic Academy, he was a typical punching bag. But after joining the mainland's elite magician camp and learning from teacher Shiguang, he suddenly became popular. Not to mention other things, just Gufeng's improvement made Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger speechless. Gufeng was the one with the lowest cultivation level among Yunxing and Abandoned back then. He was only a magic shooter. But in these few years, his magic cultivation level soared like a rocket. Now, he was already a mid-level holy magician. With this speed, even Yunxing had to admit defeat. Yunxing couldn't help but recall that a few years ago, Teacher Mary said that Gufeng had the greatest potential among the 3. Today, it was indeed true. Hey, big guy, how did your magic improve so fast? Do you have any tricks? Dong Huanglinger had some disdain for Gufeng. But after hearing that his magic cultivation level improved so fast, she immediately changed her attitude. After being ridiculed in the central canteen today, she wanted to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. It's not that I'm not willing to teach you. It's just that my cultivation method is useless to you all. Gufeng had a very good impression of Dong Huanglinger. Seeing a great beauty begging him like this, he couldn't help but blush. Gufeng's magic attribute was light magic. The cultivation method of light magic that his teacher taught him was also very special. That was continuous healing. Other people's magic cultivation was usually based on meditation and actual combat. However, Gufeng's was very special. His magic cultivation method was continuous healing. He treated all kinds of people who were heavily injured and lightly injured. Through that, he could improve his magic cultivation level. But it's an era of peace now. There are no wars between the 5 major countries. You're not a doctor. Where are you going to find so many patients? Yunxing listened. Gufeng's cultivation method was obviously different from the Dharma Temple. Hee, you don't know about this. Be it the elite mage camp or the elite warrior camp, the training places are not ordinary battlefields. After you've followed the dark gold teachers for a while, you'll know. If there's a chance in the future, you can form a team with me and see my light magic, Gufeng said proudly and mysteriously. Abandoned also nodded. The 3 of them were from the Potion Group 13 back then. After so many years, they were actually able to gather together again. They were naturally very happy. Oh right, I have something to ask you. How much do you know about the dark gold teachers? What's the magic rankings? Previously, when the dark gold teacher and Xiao teacher were confronting each other, Xiao teacher had mentioned the magic rankings. Looking at the dark gold teacher's expression at that time, she didn't seem very happy. Speaking of which, I also feel that it's strange. Why are you learning magic from a dark gold teacher? I heard that ever since the dark gold teacher became a teacher, the number of students she taught could be counted with one hand. In the past 5 years, not a single student graduated from under her. The elite mage camp was different from other magic academies. Even if a student became a sky magician, they could still learn from an elder teacher who was of a higher rank than the teachers. The standard for students under normal teachers to graduate was to become a sky magician. What Goofing meant was that in the past 5 years, the dark gold teacher didn't even teach a single sky magician. It's because the dark gold teacher is too special. She is a famous deaf teacher. Not only that, the students under her are also. Goofing had a look of hesitation on his face. He didn't want to deal a blow to Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger. However, he also didn't have the heart to see the two of them being kicked out of the elite mage camp. Under the big mouth Goofing's explanation, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger's understanding of the dark gold teachers deepened. In the elite mage camp, the teachers could be roughly divided into 2 types. They were the lenient type and the lenient type and the lenient type. For example, Abandon's teacher, Shi Huang, belonged to the lenient type. He was very strict when recruiting students in the early days. However, when the students graduated, he was very lenient. Basically, no matter how many students he recruited, they would all break through and become sky magicians. He belonged to the lenient type and would rather go without than have something substandard. There was another type. For example, some of the natural element mages. They might have tens of students. However, the number of students who graduated and became sky magicians wasn't many. He belonged to the lenient type and would rather have something substandard. However, Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger's teacher, dark gold teacher, didn't belong to either of these 2 types. The reason why dark gold teachers were called deaf teachers was because they were very strict when recruiting students. The number of students who graduated was even less. Among them, there were even some students who couldn't handle the training and broke down, went crazy, or even died. I heard that among the many students of the dark gold teacher, only Keilang is left. Keilang is also very eccentric. In our batch, the few new students who were recruited by the dark gold teacher didn't even pass the freshman potential assessment. How about you two change your teacher? Goofing kindly advised. Who would have thought that Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger would say at the same time, no, we must be a dark gold teacher. Then there's nothing we can do. Goofing said regretfully, then you two have to work hard. There is still the freshman potential assessment at the end of the year. Those who don't meet the requirements will be kicked out of the elite mage camp. Hearing that, Dong Huanglinger became anxious. Her original intention of becoming a dark gold teacher was to learn dark magic and quickly increase her magic rank to become a sky mage. However, after hearing Goofing's words and Ko Ling's words, Dong Huanglinger felt very uneasy. Goofing, you can't say it like that. The dazzling light teacher is a light mage. It is normal for him to have opinions about the dark gold teacher. However, I've heard from Master Shi Huan that when it comes to combat power, a dark gold ranked master can be ranked in the top 10 in the entire magic elite camp. With her instantaneous magic casting ability, even if she faces 5 mages of the same level, she can handle them with ease. Abandon was stating the facts. His master Shi Huang and the dark gold ranked master were, in a sense, the outliers in the magic elite camp. The teacher can show you the way, but you have to rely on yourself. Linger, you don't have to worry too much. I also feel that the dark gold teacher is very strong. Not to mention other things, just her magic reaction speed alone is enough for us to learn from. Yunxing comforted Dong Huanglinger. The dark gold ranked teacher's training would only begin 3 days later. Yunxing didn't want Dong Huanglinger to be overly worried. She only wanted to know that the dark gold teacher is very strong. She, Yunxing, came to the continent's magic elite camp to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can she contend against the Zao state. What about the magic ranking? What is it? Yunxing heard from teacher Xiao that Chen Lianer had entered the top 100 of the magic ranking. After Gufeng's explanation, Yunxing knew that the magic ranking is one of the ranking lists of the continent's magic elite camp. The continent's magic elite camp is divided into two categories. One is the magic potential ranking, which is for the new students. The other is called the magic overall ranking, which is the magic ranking that Yunxing just mentioned. The magic potential ranking is for the new students. It is a fixed ranking and will be re-ranked after 1 year. Every new student will be ranked according to their magic power. As for the magic overall ranking, it is for the older students. Only after 1 year of adapting will they be able to enter the magic overall ranking based on their performance. Similarly, the continent's warrior elite camp also has 2 rankings. What are the benefits of entering the mana list? Yunxing remembered that the reward from the Royal Magic Academy was a magic card. However, it was impossible for there to be a magic tower in the Continental Magic Elite Camp. Once you enter the top 500 of the magic rankings, you will be qualified to enter the Dutian Blood Beast world and undergo the blood refinement. Abandon paused for a moment before telling Yunxing. Dutian Blood Beast world. Blood refinement. The Dutian Blood Beast world was a famous place in the Boundless Continent. It was known for being a dangerous place. Most importantly, it was the birthplace of the Blood Cloud Beasts. That's what they say to the outside world. In reality, the instructors of the elite camp can open the boundary of the Dutian Blood Beast world and allow a portion of the students to enter for training. This is not a secret in the elite camp. Gufeng and Abandon had only found out after arriving at the elite camp. No wonder the students of the elite camp were so much stronger than the warriors and magicians outside. The food and spirit energy here were more abundant, and the training grounds and instructors here were more outstanding. Only through the combination of the strong could the most outstanding magicians be nurtured. You should have also noticed that our magic cultivation is improving very quickly. This is because we have entered the Blood Beast Metropolis world. The density of magic elements in the Blood Beast Metropolis world is at least 10 times higher than the outside world. Staying in there for a few days is comparable to months or even years of cultivation outside. Abandon's words caused Yunxing and Donghuang Linger to be very shocked. Yunxing and Donghuang Linger were both newcomers, so they naturally didn't know about this secret. This should be the biggest secret in the Continental Elite Camp. Only the seniors know about it. Abandon, isn't it too early for you to say this? Gufeng didn't approve of Abandon telling Yunxing and Donghuang Linger about this matter so early. Gufeng was a man, so he always felt that he had an obligation to protect Yunxing and Donghuang Linger. Gufeng, you have guts, hiding such an important matter from me. Yunxing looked like a hag. No, Yunxing, how would I dare to hide it from you? No matter where you go, you are my boss. Gufeng hurriedly explained. Seeing the anxious look on Gufeng's face, Donghuang Linger couldn't help but laugh. Seeing her laugh, Yunxing also heaved a sigh of relief. Ever since Donghuang Linger came here, she had never laughed. The pressure on her was too great. It's just a matter of time. Moreover, Yunxing and Donghuang Linger want to learn dark magic, and the Dutian Blood Beast world is undoubtedly the most suitable place for them to train. I believe that their instructors will tell them sooner or later. Abandon didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Even Gufeng and Abandon were only told about this matter after they passed the newcomer's potential assessment. The Dutian Blood Beast world was one of the reasons why the mainland's elite camp was able to hold such a prominent position in the mainland for so many years. Not only the mainland's elite camp, but the other major organizations in the mainland also more or less had powerful people who could open the Dutian Blood Beast world's barrier. However, only the core elders of the major organizations had such qualifications. Back then, the Heavenly Beast Blood world was sealed by 8 peerless experts who possessed the 8 barren divine artifacts. But after 10,000 years, the seal of the Blood Beast world had begun to show signs of weakness. The 2 unknown founders of the mainland's elite camp, a warrior and a magician, accidentally opened the seal and trained there for 10 years, becoming the top existence in the mainland. It was also from then on that the mainland's elite camp kept the tradition. The students who passed the newcomer's potential assessment had to enter the Dutian Blood Beast world to train. The students were ranked according to their performance in the training and their overall ranking. The comprehensive magic power and combat power rankings were ranked. What is the basis of the rankings? Abandon hesitated for a moment. The rankings are based on the number of blood cloud beasts killed in the blood beast world. The more blood cloud beasts killed, the higher the ranking. For example, the fire magician Lu Shentong, who is ranked first on the magic power rankings, has killed tens of thousands of blood cloud beasts by himself. He is the one who has killed the most blood cloud beasts among all the students. Such a shocking number of blood cloud beasts made Yunxing and Dong Huang linger speechless. On the boundless mainland there were also blood cloud beasts. However, their numbers were limited. Tens of thousands of blood cloud beasts were killed by a single person. Such a shocking number could be described as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It also showed the huge number of demonic beasts in the Dutian Blood Beast world. What is the Dutian Blood Beast world like? Dong Huang Linger was both curious and nervous. You will know when the time comes. However, we are only in the outer region of the Dutian Blood Beast world. Only the top 100 on the magic ranking can enter the middle region. As for the deeper regions of the Dutian Blood Beast world, it is said that only the elders and mentors can enter. Abandon had a different opinion from Gufeng. He thought that it was the same whether Yunxing and Dong Huang Linger knew about it earlier or later. He did not know much about the Blood Beast world. However, there is one thing that is different from the blood cloud beasts that we see on the mainland. The blood cloud beasts that entered the boundless land in the early years were only beastmen soldiers in the outer region. The blood cloud in the middle region and core region is said to be at least commander level or even lord level. Abandon did not want to say more. From his expression, he did not want to talk about the Dutian Blood Beast world. It was no wonder that Abandon was different from other people. Because of Little Qing, Abandon was very friendly to demonic beasts. Commander level, or even lord level? Yunxing was shocked when she heard this. She subconsciously thought of her orc speech ring. The demonic beasts in the Blood Beast world were probably more powerful than the ones in her orc speech ring. The Dutian Blood Beast world was once the birthplace of the ferocious demonic beasts in Yunxing's heart. However, ever since she knew that her mother, Hu Jiuxing, was also born from a blood cloud beast world, she had a special feeling about the Dutian Blood Beast world. Speaking of which, that was her mother's hometown. Yunxing had promised her father that she would try her best not to expose the fact that she was a summoner unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it would attract the attention of the Zhao state's lackeys. The mainland's magic elite camp seemed like an otherworldly place, but no one could be sure that the Zhao state's forces did not infiltrate. Yunxing had fought with a blood cloud beast twice in her life. The first time was in Bizhou village when her father, Yun Songhai, fought with a level 7 or 8 blood cloud beast. The other time was when Xuanwu Ji summoned a level 9 blood cloud beast. The only 2 times they fought, the price they paid was extremely heavy. But those were only beast soldier level blood cloud beasts. Commander level blood cloud beasts were equivalent to the 100-legged ant general or the night demon queen in the beast language ring. How could there be so many blood cloud beasts in the blood beast world? At that moment, Yunxing felt a sense of longing. Perhaps, the blood beast world would be her opportunity. If she could contract a stronger magical beast in the blood beast world, her chances of winning against the Zhao state in the future would be greater. Gufeng and Abandon didn't notice Yunxing's strange behavior. They continued to talk about their experiences in the blood beast Jia in the past 3 years. Hehe, Abandon, you don't know as much as I do. Do you know why so many senior brothers and sisters are fighting in the middle or even the depths of the Dutian blood beast world? I heard from my master that back then, in order to seal the Dutian blood beast world, the 8 masters might have left one of the divine artifacts in the depths of the blood beast world. That's why so many people are trying so hard to compete for the magic and combat power rankings. Gufeng was a light magician, so he could always get some information from the injured students. 8 Barons divine artifact. Yunxing thought to herself when she heard that. She wondered what the divine artifact that had been lost inside was. If she had the chance in the future, she might try to break into the magic rankings. If she could enter the top 100, she might be able to explore it. However, Yunxing also knew that this was only a temporary thought. After all, she wasn't even good at the freshman potential assessment, let alone the mana rankings. Speaking up to here, a young man who looked like a warrior walked in. He had big hands and feet and a square face. It was just that his dressing was different from the other students who came to drink tea and eat. In his hands, he was holding something that looked like a map and a booklet. From the looks of it, he looked like a newspaper seller in the modern world. Dong Huanglinger took a few more glances. She was obviously very interested in the things in her hands. Hey, Bao Santong, you're here to swindle again. Give me the latest magic rankings and freshman potential assessment. Gufeng took a glance and called out to the warrior. When that person saw Gufeng, he immediately beamed with joy. Then, when he saw Qi, his eyes immediately brightened, and he ran over. Junior brother Gu, junior brother Abandon, you're both here. If you want to buy, I'll give you a discount. Bao Santong's saliva splashed as he spoke excitedly. What's that in your hands? The pink booklet. Dong Huanglinger's eyes were sharp. She saw that Bao Santong was holding a few pages of pink paper. On the paper, there was a big title, The Continent's Elite Primrose and Cherry Blossom Rankings. What's that? Abandon, senior brother Abandon's name is also on it. Dong Huanglinger saw Abandon's name. Yunxing went over to take a look. Not only did she see Abandon, she also saw two other familiar faces. Hee, you two junior sisters must be new here. Do you want to take a look at our continent's elite camp's handsome guy and beauty ranking? It's Camp Grass and Camp Flower. If you take a homonym, it'll be Ingqiao and Sakura. The junior brother Abandon. Beside you two is this year's Primrose ranking, ranked third. This year, the second and third place are Tang Yuan's second Princely Xiao and Zhou State's Baiming Yi Baiming. As for the champion of the Cherry Blossom ranking, the first place is Sister Lan, who had 5 consecutive wins. The second place is Miao Chiyun, and the third place is Chen Lian. It's 3 gold coins per copy, and there's also a list of everyone's preferences. If you want a portrait, I can sell it at a discount. Bao Santong loved new students entering the camp every year. This meant that he had a new source of income. Just by selling maps and new lists, he could earn a lot of money. Bao Santong quickly took out a copy of the map. Sure enough, Dong Huanglinger was interested and spent 3 gold coins to buy a copy of the map. When Bao Santong took another look at Yunxing and Dong Huanglinger, his eyes lit up. The two of you are actually quite beautiful. Next year, you two will definitely be popular candidates. Junior sisters, I have yet to ask your names, and what do you like? With his 5 years of experience as a professional gossip monger, if nothing unexpected happened, the 2 junior sisters in front of him would definitely be popular candidates for the next Cherry Blossom rankings. Look at the one who is wearing white clothes, she is pure and charming, and look at the one who is wearing red clothes, she is lively and passionate. Bao Santong, where are you looking at? Noticing Bao Santong's intention, a layer of anger appeared on Abandon's handsome face. Hey, I know. Junior brother Abandon, don't get angry. The poison from last time has just been cleared. When Bao Santong saw Abandon's gaze, he immediately felt his chrysanthemum tighten. How would he dare to ask any more? Speaking of Bao Santong was the student from the warrior elite camp that got close to Yi Baiming. At this moment, Bao Santong still didn't know that the Jade Zither Beauty and Little Chili Pepper that he was talking about earlier were the 2 women in front of him. As for the 2 legendary beauties, according to the martial saint teachers who rushed to the Magic Elite Camp, the 2 of them have already been kicked out of the Magic Elite Camp. Boson could only sigh in regret. However, in Boson's line of work, when the old gossip dies, he has to work hard to find new gossip. Thus, he would be running around the town's teahouses every few days to buy some information and gather some information. When he saw Abandon, he immediately ran over. The reason is because Abandon is not a common sight. On the cherry grass list, Li Xiao is the most common one. He would appear from time to time, a typical Mr. Peacock. Boson was almost immune to Li Xiao and was too lazy to collect information about him. As for Yi Baiming's fixed drinking spot, it is easy to find out. Only Abandon, this person appears and disappears unpredictably. Boson might not even meet him once a year. However, because of Abandon's mysteriousness, all kinds of information about Abandon sell the best. Ever since he recovered his appearance with the help of teacher Shi Huang, he became a new force in the magic elite camp and won the hearts of a group of female mages and female warriors. However, Abandon is a low-profile person. Compared to Yi Baiming and Li Xiao, there is not a single bit of information about him. Boson Santong had secretly followed Abandon a few times, wanting to obtain some information about Abandon. However, he was discovered by Abandon. Abandon didn't say a word as he poisoned Boson Santong's body. Boson Santong had diarrhea for 10 days and 10 nights, almost going to meet the king of hell. Ever since then, Boson's anus would tighten whenever he sees Abandon. He was afraid that he would be taught a lesson by Abandon. It's good that you know. The two of them are under the protection of US brothers. Don't even think about it. Furthermore, you can't afford to offend their teacher. Their teacher is a dark gold rank teacher. Gufeng spent 8 gold coins to buy 2 sets of information. Ah. Dark gold rank teacher. Sigh, what a pity. No matter how beautiful the cherry blossoms are, they can't survive spring. Boson immediately lost interest. He didn't even look at Yunxing and Dong Huangling and left after taking the money. Dong Huangling and Yunxing had a smile on their faces. It seems like there are quite a lot of interesting people in the magic elite camp. Hey, don't look at the cherry blossom and primrose list. That's just gossip. Look at what I have. These 2 lists are the key. The 2 pieces of information in Gufeng's hands were the newly released Mage, Warrior, Elite Camp Freshman Potential Index ranking and overall Magic, Combat Power, ranking. The length of the 2 lists was different. The potential list included all the freshmen who entered the camp this year. From the first to the last place, there were a total of 670 people. On the other hand, only the top 100 were listed. The lists of warriors and magicians were arranged separately. TSK, TSK. No wonder they say that this year's freshmen are very strong. Look, Feng Tian, the number 1 on the freshman potential index list, is actually a peak sacred magician. He's only 1 step away from becoming a sky magician. Gufeng couldn't help but click his tongue. In his and Abandon's batch, the one with the highest potential was only a beginner sacred magician. Yunxing, in that case, what's our ranking? Dong Huangling snatched over the potential rankings board and looked at it from the beginning to the end. After some effort, she finally found Yunxing's name at the end of the potential rankings board. As for Dong Huangling's name, it was right next to her, ranked 2nd from the bottom. We are actually so bad. This is too much of a scam. The strength of the people in the elite camp is actually so strong. Dong Huangling felt ashamed. In actuality, she should be ranked last. Because she took a forbidden medicine, she was ranked before Yunxing. However, she was only ranked 2nd from the bottom. Sigh, this is only the first ranking. At the end of the year, there will be another assessment. Zhou State's magicians have always been ranked last in the list. However, in the combat power ranking board, Zhou State's magicians are much better. Gufeng coughed a few times. Yes, don't mind it too much. 3 years ago, when Gufeng and I entered the elite camp, we were also ranked in the bottom 10 of the potential rankings board. Just when Abandoned was about to comfort Dong Huangling, Gufeng covered his mouth with his palm. Gufeng desperately gave Abandoned a look, determined not to let him say the fact that he was ranked last in the potential rankings board. Yunxing roughly guessed it, but she didn't say anything. She looked at the top 10 of the overall magic rankings board again. What surprised her was that she saw 2 familiar names. One was Tang Yuan, Li Xiao, and the other was the light magician, Blue, whom she met once in Luoxia City. The 2 of you are already seniors. How is your ranking on the overall rankings board? Dong Huangling heard Abandon's words and felt a little relieved. She was also very curious about the performance of Yunxing's 2 companions. Gufeng and I entered the Dutian Blood Beast world last year. He is ranked 370 while I am ranked 418th. In the elite camp of the elite camp, we are considered to be in the middle. Neither of us are ranked in the top 100 of the potential rankings board. Abandon's answer surprised Yunxing. Yunxing was the clearest about Abandoned and Gufeng's abilities. Their rankings were nothing much. There were many seniors in the elite camp of the continent of the elite camp of the elite camp of the Dutian continent. There were at least a few thousand people. Being ranked 300 or 400 should be considered a relatively good result. However, under the training of teacher Shi Huang, who had strange skills, the poison magic he abandoned was only stronger. His ranking was actually lower than Gu Feng's. Abandoned still likes to fight alone like before. That's why his ranking is rising slowly. I am a member of a team, so my ranking is rising much faster. Gu Feng explained embarrassedly. In terms of actual ability to kill blood cloud beasts, he definitely couldn't compare to Abandoned. There are too many people. It's troublesome. I have little apple. Abandoned was very straightforward. Sigh, that's because you don't know how to be flexible. If you fight alone, when will you be able to get into the top 100 and enter the middle of the blood beast world? Look at Chen Lianer. She is much more flexible than you. She is also a magician, but not a light magician. She just relied on the few male magicians and fighters in the top 100 to form a team. In just 3 years, she managed to get into the top 100 of the magic rankings. Gu Feng pointed at the magic rankings. The 99th place on the magic rankings was actually Chen Lianer's name. It had to be said that a woman's appearance was also a very useful weapon in the elite camp of the continent of the elite camp. Humph, we won't learn from her. That Chen Lianer is obviously not a good person. Dong Huangling's face was filled with disgust. What? After entering the Dutian blood beast world, a magician can still form a team with a fighter? Yunxing looked at the rankings of the elite camp of the continent of the elite camp. Strangely, she didn't see Yi Baiming's name. Yes. If you have a fighter that you can trust, you can naturally form a team. After all, a magician and a fighter are naturally the most suitable partners. Oh right, Yunxing, your fiancé Yi Baiming is in the elite camp of the continent of the elite camp. He is very powerful. At that time, he was ranked in the top 10 of the potential rankings. Gu Feng suddenly remembered that Yunxing and Yi Baiming were engaged. End of chapter 562. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.